My name is Yishinran. I woke up feeling like my body was on fire, burning me from the inside out. My mind was hazy, and I could hear voices nearby. Someone was talking about how to deal with whatever was happening to me. Apparently, the solution was something as ridiculous as rolling around in bed with the man in the room. Just as I started piecing things together, a cold voice cut in, sending the chatterbox away. What was going on? The last thing I remembered was blowing up my lab to escape an enemy organization. Did I fail? Was I captured? As confusion set in, unfamiliar memories flooded my mind. I wasn't in my world anymore. I had crossed over. Worse, I was now married to a man with a limp, a hunter with 3 kids, and my body's previous owner had tried to end her life to avoid this marriage. What a disaster. Before I could process it all, the man in the room, my so-called husband, stood up and walked toward me. Panic surged as I saw his shadow move closer. Was he coming too?
"Don't come near me,"
I shouted, my voice trembling, but it sounded oddly delicate and flirty, making me blush. He ignored my protests, pulled back the bed curtains, and whoa, this man was stunning. His sharp features and tall, strong frame put him right up there in my personal top 3 most handsome men. But then I caught sight of my reflection behind him. My face was hideous, a massive scar on one side, thick powder caked on the other.
No way this guy was here for that.
This marriage must have been someone's cruel joke. Beauty meets the beast, and the beast was me. The man, his name was Xiao Huaiyan, was calm, unfazed by my appearance. He coldly asked who drugged me. That's when I realized the truth. My mother. She'd used a cheap aphrodisiac on me to force this marriage. Furious and mortified, I cursed her under my breath. But the drug was taking over, and I was losing control. Before I knew it, I lunged at Xiao Huaiyan. He tried to dodge, but his limp made him stumble, and I ended up pinning him down. I couldn't stop myself. I tore at his clothes, praising his scent and his skin, promising to take responsibility. I was shameless. But his patience snapped, and with a cold, sharp move, he disabled me, leaving me limp on the bed. Then he threw me back onto the mattress like I was nothing, calmly straightened his clothes, and told me to drink the antidote once it was ready. He made it clear, as soon as I was better, I was going home. Before he could leave, I blurted out, "Wait." Gathering the last bit of my wits, I asked, "Are you rejecting me because of my face, or because you can't?" His steps faltered. At least I got the last word. When I teased Xiao Huaiyan, asking if he rejected me because of my face or because he couldn't perform, he smirked and admitted, "You figured it out." "I can't." Then he left, dragging his injured leg, looking like a mop because I'd torn his clothes into shreds during my earlier outburst. The wind even made the fabric strips flutter around. It was ridiculous. Lying in bed, I started to remember the original owner of this body. Her mother had arranged this awful marriage, even drugging her to make it happen. She'd been in love with someone else, but her sister had smugly stolen him. Her mother's solution? Dump her in the countryside and marry her off to a poor, disabled hunter. No way was I going back to that toxic family. At least Xiao Huaiyan, for all his sharpness, didn't mock me for my looks. But the drug was unbearable, like fire crawling under my skin. I needed a solution, and fast. Suddenly, I imagined my old lab door appearing in front of me. Thinking it was a hallucination, I reached out and touched it. It was real. I stepped inside and found everything just as I'd left it, even the medicines and equipment. Without wasting time, I grabbed a pill to counter the drug and treated myself. Afterward, I washed my face, revealing a much prettier version of me, though the scar on my left cheek still stood out. I decided to explore. The second floor of the lab seemed intact, with food and supplies. If the whole building had crossed over with me, I'd never go hungry. Unfortunately, the lower floors were blocked by thick fog. As I considered my next move, I heard someone knocking on the door. It was an older woman, Zhang Buren, bringing medicine from Xiao Huaiyan. She seemed polite but clearly judged me, staring at my scarred face. Then she began helpfully suggesting I should leave and go back to my family, even complaining about how hard life would be here, raising Xiao Huayan's 3 kids. I told her firmly that I wasn't leaving, but she got defensive, muttering insults about my looks and bad luck as she stormed out. I stayed calm. No matter what anyone thought, I wasn't going back to that horrible family. I'd figure things out here on my own. That old lady, Zhang, was suspiciously nosy, but I didn't dwell on it. I unwrapped the bandage on my arm and saw that she'd only sprinkled some powder on the wound. Not trusting her work, I cleaned it with antiseptic and stitched it myself. Then I smelled the medicine she brought, bitter and awful. I've hated bitter things since I was a kid, and since the drug in my body was already neutralized, I poured the medicine out the window. Just as I put the bowl down, a tiny voice piped up, "You poured the medicine out. You're not being good." Startled, I turned to see a little boy peeking around the door. He was tiny, dressed in oversized clothes, and had bright, curious eyes. I couldn't help but smile. He was adorable. I tried to approach him, but he backed away and accidentally rolled onto the floor. Was I just framed by a toddler? Before I could say anything, he dusted himself off and whispered, "It doesn't hurt. Blow on it, and it won't hurt anymore." I nearly melted at how cute he was. Squatting down to his level, I asked if I could help him feel better and waved a piece of candy from my stash to gain his trust. His eyes lit up at the sight of the candy. "My name's Chang'an," he said proudly after I asked. He explained that he had 2 older brothers, Changsheng and Changping. He had come to see if the new auntie was pretty. Apparently, I was the auntie, but these kids weren't Xiao Huayan's. They were his nephews. "Am I pretty?" I asked, curious. Chang'an nodded enthusiastically and pointed at the scar on my face, saying he liked the flowers on it. I couldn't help but laugh. He was so sweet and innocent. After making him smile with some candy, I noticed how carefully he licked it before tucking it into his pouch. When I asked why he wasn't eating it, he said he had to save it for later because candy was so rare for them. Moved by his honesty, I gave him the rest of my candy stash. Delighted, he suddenly noticed my bandaged wrist and offered to blow on it to make it better, just as I had done for him. He was so earnest that I let him, feeling a surprising warmth in my heart. But then, a stern voice called out, "Let go of my brother." A thin boy stormed in, scolding Chang'an for wandering around. This must be Changping. After realizing I wasn't holding Chang'an hostage, Changping's face turned red. He continued to lecture his brother until Chang'an burst into tears, accusing him of being mean. The crying stopped as soon as Changping offered to roast some fish he had caught. Watching their bond warmed my heart. These kids clearly cared for each other, despite their tough lives. Changping even offered me a piece of fish out of politeness, but I declined with a smile. "Meat is delicious," Chang'an exclaimed, smacking his lips happily. Watching their simple joy over something as small as a meal made me realize how much they were struggling. These kids had so little, yet they still found ways to smile. It made me even more determined to make things better for all of us here. Seeing the kids so excited over dragonflies made my heart ache. It's not even proper food. Isn't Xiao Huayan a hunter? How are they not getting enough to eat? I decided to step in. "Where's the kitchen?" "I'll make dinner for you," I said. Changping, the older boy, looked at me skeptically. "You can cook?" he asked. "Of course," I replied, confident in my skills. Back in my world, I loved experimenting with recipes in my free time. He pointed me to the kitchen, but when I got there, I was shocked. It was a rundown, half-open shack with no proper door or windows. There were only 2 battered pots and a clutter of jars. No ingredients worth mentioning. I was ready to admit defeat, but Changping's hopeful expression made me push forward. "Do you know how to start a fire?" I asked. His face lit up. "I'm great at starting fires," he said proudly. Even little Chang'an joined in, offering to carry wood. While they gathered firewood, I rummaged through the kitchen. To my surprise, hidden in one of the broken jars, I found some rice, flour, and a decent-sized chunk of pork. It wasn't much, but it was enough to make a proper meal. The kids returned, their eyes widening at the sight of the meat on the table. "Meat!" Chang'an squealed, his face lighting up with joy. We'll have pork noodle soup tonight, I said, and they eagerly agreed, nodding in unison. I started preparing the dough, while Chongping expertly started a fire. Little Chang'an tried his best to help, carrying small twigs. Their excitement was contagious. After kneading the dough, I let it rest and asked if there were any vegetables. Chongping mentioned the small garden outside, so I went to pick some cabbage. The yard was small and worn down, with a few patches of vegetables and a dangerously makeshift outhouse that I made a mental note to avoid. Back in the kitchen, I washed the cabbage and sliced the pork into thin strips. As soon as the pork hit the hot pan, the smell of sizzling fat filled the air. The kids, who had been playing outside, poked their heads back in, drawn by the aroma. "Smells so good," Chang'an said, licking his lips. I shooed them out to wash their hands while I finished cooking. I boiled the noodles, added the cabbage and pork, and seasoned the broth. The noodles came out perfectly, chewy and flavorful. I even set aside portions for the other child and Xiao Huaiyan, who weren't back yet. When the food was ready, I called the kids. "Wash your hands and get ready to eat," I said. Seeing their eager faces and knowing I'd made something special for them warmed my heart. This simple meal felt like the beginning of something better for all of us. When I called the kids for dinner, they came running, bright-eyed and eager. Chang'an struggled to climb onto the bench until his brother helped him up. They stared at their bowls of noodles but didn't eat right away. Instead, Chongping shyly offered me a roasted dragonfly. Though it was burnt and unappetizing, I could see how much it meant to him. My heart softened, but I couldn't bring myself to eat it. Gently, I encouraged them to enjoy the noodles instead. As soon as they tasted the food, their faces lit up, and they dug in with gusto. Watching them slurp up the noodles, savoring something as simple as a hot meal, made me feel warm inside. The meal was plain, supplies in the house were scarce, but it was the best I could do with what we had. After finishing their first bowls, Chongping hesitated, clearly still hungry but holding back. When I reassured him that I'd saved enough for his older brother and uncle, he happily helped himself to seconds. As they ate, I learned more about their lives. Their older brother was at school and would return late, while Xiao Huaiyan often spent days in the mountains, leaving the kids under the care of a neighbor, Zhang. When I asked how Zhang treated them, Chongping tried to cover up the truth, but little Chang'an blurted it out. They often went hungry, and Zhang even hit Chongping. The tension between the brothers escalated until Chang'an, teary-eyed, looked at me and begged, "Auntie, don't leave us. I'll be good.
I'll even give you my candy if you stay."
Hearing that broke my heart. For the first time in my life, I felt truly needed. I couldn't leave these kids, not when they needed someone to care for them. "Andy won't leave," I promised, my voice steady despite the lump in my throat. I told them I wouldn't go back to my family, they were no better than strangers, and that I'd stay here with them. Their response floored me. Both boys immediately promised to protect me, even raising their little fists in determination. We sealed the deal with a pinky promise, laughing together in the cozy warmth of the moment. For the first time since arriving here, I felt like I belonged. These kids might not be my own, but I knew I'd do everything I could to keep them safe and happy. Mrs. Zhang left the Xiao family in a hurry. When she returned to her own yard, she remembered that she forgot to bring back the hidden meat. She leaned over the wall and saw that Yixinran had already stood up and came to the yard. She knew that she had missed this opportunity. There would be no meat to eat today. In the evening, she made stir-fried cabbage slices and corn porridge. As soon as her son Zhang Dashan came to the table, he immediately threw down his chopsticks. "Why is there no meat today? Who can eat this broken cabbage?" Mrs. Zhang was also very angry. "Meat, meat, meat. You only know meat. Your father has not brought back many children all year round, and you are lazy and eat at home every day. It's all up to me, an old woman. Where can I get meat to eat?" "But isn't Xiao Huaiyan getting married today? He's back home, so how can he not buy meat?" Zhang Dashan questioned. Yes, he was very generous today and bought such a big piece of pork. He originally asked me to cook something delicious in the evening." At this point, Mrs. Zhang showed a greedy look. In the end, He was angered away by the newly married woman before the meal was cooked. Guess what? I advised her to leave quickly, and she came to question me about what I was thinking. She really didn't want to leave, and she deserved to marry into the Xiao family and suffer. Zhang Dashan heard something wrong.
Mom.
She's not leaving? If she doesn't leave, won't we be able to eat meat in the future? Mrs. Zhang was also frightened by this question. This woman wouldn't really leave. Would she? Then wouldn't her 500 coins a month and the money she stole from the Xiao family be all gone? This woman will definitely not stay. Mrs. Zhang thought for a while and said, I heard that she originally had an engagement, and the man is the son of the county magistrate. With this relationship in place, how could she fall for Xiao Huaiyan, who is nothing? Besides, the young lady eats delicious food every day at home, and now she comes here to eat coarse vegetables. Can she get used to it? Seeing that her son still had a sad face, Mrs. Zhang said, Besides, the eldest son of the Xiao family, that little wolf cub, looks like he wants to eat someone every day. It would be strange if she can tolerate him. Thinking of Xiao Changsheng, Zhang Dashan suddenly felt a chill on his back. Yes, with that little wolf cub around, she won't stay long. That's right, that's right. I didn't make dinner for them today. If this family doesn't have food to eat, they might run away hungry tomorrow. As she said that, Mrs. Zhang picked up the chopsticks from the ground, rubbed them on her own clothes, and handed them to Zhang Dashan flatteringly. I put oil in this cabbage when I fried it. Try it. It's edible. Zhang Dashan took the chopsticks reluctantly, and while eating, he was still complaining that his mother was too timid today. Zhang Dashan was the son of Mr. Zhang and Mrs. Zhang in their old age, and they raised him with great difficulty. The old couple were reluctant to eat or wear, even if they had to pick out from their teeth. They wanted their son to have enough food. So Zhang Dashan is 17 years old this year, let alone working in the fields. He doesn't even help the oil bottle at home when it falls. A bowl of rice is quickly finished. Zhang Dashan said as he served the second bowl, I don't care. I must eat meat tomorrow. Mrs. Zhang quickly comforted her son. Okay, I'll get up early tomorrow and go over there and take the meat while they're not paying attention. That's good enough. Don't forget to put a piece of Polygonum multiflorum in when you cook the meat this time. I need to replenish my blood and qi. Zhang Dashan reminded. Mrs. Zhang immediately became nervous when she heard this and lowered her voice and said, Hey, little ancestor, please keep your voice down. Don't talk about this anymore. Be careful not to let the neighbors hear it. Zhang Dashan didn't care. If they hear it, they hear it. A few little brats who haven't even grown all their hair, plus an ugly girl who can't even tie a chicken. What can they do? Mrs. Zhang quickly said, Do you think Xiao Huaiyan is dead? If he knows about this, it will definitely not end. Thinking of the tall and strong Xiao Huaiyan, Zhang Dashan finally shut up. If he doesn't want to say it, then don't say it. Anyway, it's real when it's in his mouth. No matter how powerful Xiao Huaiyan is, what does it matter? The Polygonum multiflorum he bought with hard-earned money is not in his own bowl. Thinking of this, Zhang Dashan felt happy and ordered another bowl of rice. In the courtyard of the Xiao family, after the three of them had eaten and drunk their fill, they began to think about the problem of sleeping. There are 3 children in the family, plus Yixinran and Xiao Huaiyan who comes home every now and then. How are they going to sleep in these 2 rooms? Aunt, the room on the east side is for you and your second uncle, and the room here is for the 3 of us. Chongping pointed to the 2 rooms. I want to sleep with my aunt, Chang'an said, jumping up and down. Chang'an, my aunt is going to sleep in the same room with my second uncle. It will be inconvenient for you to go there. Chongping persuaded quickly. Why is it inconvenient? Chang'an pouted angrily. Chongping didn't know why it was inconvenient. Anyway, he remembered that this was what his father told him when he was a child. I said it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. But I want to sleep with my aunt. My aunt smells good. I like her. Chongping wanted to say something, but Yixinran said, Let Chang'an sleep with me. It's crowded for the 3 of you to sleep in one bed. Besides, isn't your second uncle here?
But
Chongping wanted to say that there were other reasons for not letting Chang'an sleep with her. But seeing Chang'an was so happy, She didn't have the heart to say it out loud. What if my brother sleeps with my aunt? It will be different. Chongping thought hopefully. After booking a room, Yi Xinran began to make the bed. Although this family was poor, the bedding was relatively clean. Yi Xinran was not used to sleeping on bedding that others had slept in. She rummaged through the boxes that she brought as a dowry, and except for a few sets of old clothes, there were only 2 pieces of coarse cloth. Looking at the 2 pieces of coarse cloth, the arrogant face of Zhou appeared in Yi Xinran's mind. Xiaoran, it's not that mother doesn't love you. It's just that when you live in the countryside in the future, silk and satin will be too eye-catching and inconvenient to wear while working. So mother specially bought you 2 pieces of coarse cloth. When you get there, you can cut a few sets of clothes to adapt to the local customs. After Zhou said this, Yi Xinyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. My clothes are not suitable for sister. I think these coarse cloths are more suitable for sister. Bad luck. Yi Xinran shook her head and drove the disgusting looks of the 2 people out of her mind. There was no quilt in the dowry, which was not difficult. Yi Xinran turned around and put the silk quilt she used for naps in the laboratory into the box while Chang'an was not paying attention, and then took it out of the box. Chang'an saw the light pink quilt cover and shouted in surprise, "It's so beautiful."
Did my aunt buy it?
Yi Xinran took the opportunity to fool him. "This is my aunt's dowry, do you like it? Let's sleep on this quilt today." Okay. Chang'an nodded obediently. After thinking about it, he shook his head. No. What's wrong? Because Chang'an is dirty, the beautiful quilt can't be dirty. Hearing Chang'an say this, Yi Xinran's heart softened. This child is so sensible. Then we won't get dirty if we take a bath. Even if Chang'an didn't say it, Yi Xinran wanted to give the child a bath. Although Chang'an looks good, his clothes are dirty and torn, and his hair is tangled. That little cuteness is all supported by his appearance. Let my brother boil water later, and you 2 can take a bath, okay? Chang'an was immediately happy when he heard about taking a bath. But unexpectedly, after hearing this suggestion, Chongping refused without thinking. No, Chang'an can't take a bath.
Why?
Yi Xinran was very surprised. The doctor said that Chang'an can't catch a cold, otherwise his illness will get worse. Second uncle said that he can only take a bath at noon. Now it's dark, of course he can't take a bath. But I want to take a bath. Only after taking a bath can I sleep on the sweet quilt. Chang'an looked at Yi Xinran aggrievedly. No, second uncle said you can't take a bath, and you just can't take a bath. Second brother is bad. The 2 children quarreled with red faces. But Yi Xinran grasped a very important information. Chang'an is in poor health? Yes. Chongping said. Chang'an had a serious illness when he was a child. Since then, my second uncle said that we can't make him angry, let alone let him catch a cold or be frightened. Yi Xinran looked at Chang'an. At first, she also felt that the child was a little weak. She thought it was just because of hunger. Now it seems. Yi Xinran grabbed Chang'an's little hand and came to a conclusion after a while. Chang'an actually has a congenital heart disease. But the pulse does not seem serious. She suddenly remembered the heart disease drug project she studied a few years ago. Only 1 batch of drugs was produced at that time, and the effect was very good. As soon as it was on the market, it was bought for a large sum of money. Later, because one of the herbs, luisatsi, was almost extinct and could not be bought at a high price, production had to be stopped. If luisatsi can be found in this era, then the stopped project can be restarted. Thinking of this, Yi Xinran was delighted and looked at Chongping and said, "Don't worry, there is no cool breeze tonight, and look at my quilt, isn't it warm and soft? I will wrap him in the quilt after washing it to ensure that he doesn't catch a cold." "Yes, you won't catch a cold." Chang'an also nodded in agreement. Chongping hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't resist Chang'an's nagging, so he had to go to boil water obediently. After taking a bath, looking at Chang'an with a rosy face, Chongping suddenly wanted to cry. His younger brother hasn't been so clean for a long time. When he was a child, he always looked good. Just as he was moved, he heard Yi Xinran calling him. "There is still water left for you in the pot. You can take a shower later." "I know, Aunt." Chongping had just finished speaking when he heard someone at the door ask, "Chongping, who are you talking to?" "Brother." Chongping was delighted. Chang'an inside also heard the voice outside and shouted happily, "Brother is back." He was in a hurry to get off the ground. Yi Xinran stopped him and said, "Don't move, so as not to catch a cold. Wait for your brother to come in and talk to you later." Not long after, a young man walked in. He was a head taller than Chongping, but thinner than Chongping. The young man had deep eyes and a stern face, like a serious little scholar. However, his tattered clothes and shoes with loose toes reminded others that he was just a poor farm boy. "Brother, you're back." Chang'an called softly when he saw the young man. "Did you take a bath?" Chongsheng asked. He hadn't seen his brother so clean for a long time and was stunned for a moment. "My aunt helped me wash it." Chang'an was very happy and said almost flatteringly, "My aunt is so nice. She gave me a bath and cooked noodles. The noodles are delicious."
Yeah.
The young man did not say much, but looked at Yishinran. Erden just told him that his second uncle's newly married bride cut her wrists in the sedan chair during the day. She didn't want to marry his second uncle, and now she is helping her brother take a bath. What does this woman want to do? Yi Xinran didn't know the hundreds of thoughts that the young man had in his mind, but just reminded him, "There are noodles in the kitchen, and I left a portion for you. Go and make a fire and cook it yourself." "I'm not hungry, thank you," Chang'an said, and walked out of the door. Before figuring out the purpose of this woman, he couldn't eat what she made. If you don't want to eat, then don't eat. Anyway, who knows who is hungry? Yi Xinran didn't plan to persuade him. But Chongping followed his brother happily and whispered to persuade him, "Brother, the noodles made by aunt are delicious, and there is meat." Chongsheng returned to the house. The young man looked at Chongping maturely and asked, "Didn't I tell you to take care of your brother? Why did he run to someone else's room?" "My brother said he likes his aunt, and he didn't listen to me. He is so happy to follow his aunt." Seeing that Chongsheng didn't say anything else, Chongping asked again, "Brother, you really don't want to eat noodles?" Chongsheng touched his flat belly and said, "No, it's really delicious. It's more fragrant than the ones made in the small kitchen before." Chongping wanted to persuade him again, but seeing that his eldest brother had already started to make the bed, he whispered in disappointment, "Then I'll go get the medicine for Chang'an." As he said that, he went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of medicine soup. Chang'an's medicine has always been boiled by Chongping. The little guy is not afraid of bitterness at all. After picking up the medicine bowl and drinking it down, he licked the medicine juice in the bowl clean. "Don't you think it's bitter?" Yi Xinran was very surprised. In her previous era, in order to get their children to take medicine, parents were fighting wits and courage. It is so rare to have a child who takes medicine so obediently, not to mention it is Chinese medicine. Chang'an took out a candy and licked it. "It's so bitter, but it won't be bitter if I eat some candy given by my aunt." Second uncle spent a lot of money on buying medicine, and there can't be any left. That night, Chongping had a rare good and peaceful sleep, but Chongsheng, because he had something on his mind, did not take a nap until dawn. In another room, Yi Xinran entered the space immediately after Chang'an fell asleep. Time was too tight during the day, so she did not look carefully and could not wait to check it again. The experimental building was the same as before. The stairs on the third and first floors were surrounded by thick fog and could not be walked through. However, the situation on the second floor was different from what was seen during the day. The machine that was running before stopped at some point, and only the computer screen that recorded the data was still on. Yi Xinran's hands with his fingers flying, he typed the names of the two medicines Shuiyan cream and Huxening on the computer, and the relevant data immediately emerged. According to the prompts on the computer, a large number of medicines were sealed up and placed in the laboratory. Now, as long as Luo Shaozi and Binglinghua are found, these two medicines can be made again. In such an era that has not been overdeveloped, does it mean that she has a chance to restart drug production? After checking the sealed medicines, Yi Xinran confidently withdrew from the laboratory. She originally planned to think about ways to make money while it was late at night, but she fell asleep as soon as her head touched the pillow. The next day, Chongping also opened his eyes in a daze. Brother, you got up so early? Well, you should sleep a little longer. Changshen got up, put on his clothes, and walked out immediately. Chang'an lived with Yixinran and he was always worried, so he had to go and take a look. As a result, as soon as he went out, he saw thick smoke coming out of the kitchen. He was shocked and ran over quickly. As soon as he approached the kitchen, he saw Yixinran fanning hard with a broken cattail fan, but the fire in the kitchen was not on at all. Instead, thick smoke continued to pour out. Yixinran was choked and coughed. "What are you doing?" Chongqing asked. Yixinran was startled by the voice, and when she turned around and found that it was Chongqing, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. "It turned out to be you. Why did you get up so early?" Seeing Yixinran's face, Chongqing couldn't help but be stunned. In addition to the original scars on his face and the ash he had just rubbed off, Chongqing saw an obvious bruise on Yixinran's left eye. This bruise seemed a little familiar. He cleared his throat and said embarrassedly, "I'm sorry. I forgot to tell you yesterday that Chang'an was not honest when he slept." Hearing this, Yixinran snorted coldly on the surface, but roared wildly in her heart. "Is that a bit dishonest?" "That's too dishonest." Yesterday she was sleeping soundly, and suddenly she felt her feet sink, as if something hit her feet. When she opened her eyes, she found that it was little Chang'an who fell on his back. At this time, Yixinran didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. She was so sleepy that she pulled Chang'an back and put him on the pillow. Suddenly, stars shone in front of her eyes. Tears welled up all at once. Yixinran took a long time to calm down, and the pain slowly disappeared. When she wanted to settle accounts with the little guy, she found that after Chang'an hit someone, he lay down and slept soundly and even smacked his lips in his dream. Yixinran completely lost her temper. This child usually looks soft. How can he be so hard-headed? She finally understood why Chongping hesitated to speak. Because Chang'an was almost not honest that night. As long as she opened her eyes, the child would definitely not be in the original position. Chongqing looked at her complicated expression and took the initiative to say, "Then I apologize to you on his behalf." "Forget it, I won't bother with the child," Yixinran said. At this time, Chongping also got up, and seeing Yixinran's embarrassed look, he quickly said in a flattering manner, "Aunt, I'll make the fire." "Okay." Yixinran made way and watched Chongping light the fire smoothly. Chongsheng was a little embarrassed and said, "Then I'm going to school." Then he left quickly. "Doesn't your brother eat at home every morning?" Yixinran asked Chongping. "Yeah." Chongping nodded. "My brother said there is breakfast in the school, and he doesn't eat at home. But I saw that he sometimes secretly brought a sweet potato." The water in the pot soon boiled. Yixinran mixed a little water with the noodles left over from yesterday, kneaded them again, and pulled them into noodles and put them into the pot. Because the fat was fried with oil when the pot was stir-fried, the soup smelled very fragrant. Chongping swallowed hard. "It's strange, I obviously ate very full last night, but I seem to be even hungrier this morning." He looked at Yixinran's agile movements and couldn't help but have a little hope in his heart. If only my aunt could really stay. Just thinking about it, a voice suddenly rang in the yard. "Chongping, why did you get up so early to make a fire? Didn't you say that you would make a fire after I came?" Yixinran and Chongping looked out together and saw Mrs. Zhang, who was hurried over. "You kid, why do you make a fire so early? You can't cook, isn't that a waste of firewood?" Before she finished her words, Mrs. Zhang saw Yixinran coming out of the kitchen. She immediately asked, "Why are you here?" Yixinran was amused. "This is my kitchen. Of course I come here whenever I want." "You can cook?" Mrs. Zhang obviously didn't believe it. Yixinran looked at her coldly. "How do you know I can't cook? Have you asked in my house?" Mrs. Zhang was speechless for a moment. "Do you still need to ask about this? You are a young lady. What's wrong with a young lady? Can a young lady cook?" Through what Chongping and Chang'an said yesterday, Yixinran had determined that the Mrs. Zhang in front of her was not a good person, so she was no longer polite to her. "What are you talking about, young lady? I came here to help with good intentions. If it weren't for me, these 3 children would have starved to death. Come here to help? You didn't collect the wages? Yi Xinran asked back, if you collect the wages, it's not called helping but hiring. Xiao Huaiyan hired you to cook for the children. Isn't it your duty to do these? Did Aunt Zhang mistake her identity? Since she came to work at the Xiao family, Mrs. Zhang has never encountered such impoliteness. Even Xiao Huaiyan has never spoken to her in this tone. She wanted to get angry, but when she thought of the piece of meat in the kitchen, she decided to endure it. It would not be too late to get angry with this woman after she secretly got the meat. Oh, I just made a random guess. It would be better if you can cook. If I am busy and don't have time in the future, you can cook it yourself. After that, she lowered her head and walked into the kitchen. Yi Xinran took a step forward and blocked her. Mrs. Zhang looked up with a look of surprise. What are you doing? Yi Xinran, no need to wait for you to be busy. I can cook it myself now. Mrs. Zhang, what do you mean? Don't you understand? I'm telling you that you don't need to cook for the Xiao family in the future.
You.
Mrs. Zhang originally thought that the bride couldn't cook, so she came here to laugh at her and then let her back off. But now, the bride wants to drive her away? How could she accept this? She put her hands on her hips and said, I was hired by Mr. Xiao. Why are you driving me away? Because I'm the mistress of this house. Yi Xinran also put her hands on her hips. From now on, all the affairs of the family are under my control. If you don't leave, are you waiting for me to ask you to get out? Mrs. Zhang was very angry, and just then she saw Chang'an running over barefoot. Chang'an seemed to be still asleep, rubbing his eyes and shouting, Aunt, Aunt. Mrs. Zhang picked up little Chang'an and said in a fake manner, Oh, this child, why did you come out barefoot? What if he catches a cold? Grandma Zhang was so distressed. Chang'an, tell me, do you like the dishes cooked by Grandma Zhang the most? Chang'an was startled when he was picked up, and he woke up instantly. He shook his head. Aunt, I like the dishes you cook the most. Mrs. Zhang was looking at Chang'an with a fake smile, but when she heard this, her face changed immediately. What did you say? Chang'an was even more scared, and he opened his little hands and shouted in the direction of Yi Xinran, Aunt, Aunt, save me. Changping was quick-eyed and quick-handed and rushed over and snatched Chang'an from Mrs. Zhang's hands. Yi Xinran also picked up the broom on the ground. Aunt Zhang, I have said everything I should say. If you are not convinced, you can wait for Xiao Huaiyan to come back to find him. But then I would like to trouble you to explain why the second brother was beaten. Mrs. Zhang's palms immediately began to sweat. She didn't expect Changping would even tell Yi Xinran such a thing. It had been so long, and he hadn't told Xiao Huaiyan, so why would he tell this woman? But what if he told her? Mrs. Zhang stiffened her neck and said, I was disciplining the child for Mr. Xiao. Children who make mistakes must be disciplined. Besides, he is so young and has been stealing food. He stole needles when he was a child and stole gold when he grew up. I did this for the sake of the Xiao family. Hearing Mrs. Zhang's righteous words, Yi Xinran's face turned cold in an instant. Stealing food? Then I have to ask, whose food did he eat? Yes. Mrs. Zhang was speechless. It's the Xiao family's food. Yi Xinran answered for her. This is the first time I've heard that eating your own family's food can be called stealing. Or, are you occupying the magpie's nest and treating this place as your own home? Mrs. Zhang was stunned by Yi Xinran's question. The woman's voice was not loud, and her tone was not fierce, but the words she said were like hammers, hitting the vital points. Mrs. Zhang was sweating on her back. She was thinking about how to deal with Yi Xinran, but she didn't see that Changping, who was standing behind her, was already in tears. Changping didn't expect that his aunt would protect him after the matter was exposed. He was so hungry that day that he took a freshly steamed bun from the kitchen. But he was slapped by Grandma Zhang just after he ate half of it. Grandma Zhang beat and scolded him, saying that he was a disgrace to the Xiao family. He stole buns when he was a child, and who knows what he would steal when he grew up. The Xiao family has a bad family tradition, and he would be a disaster if he stayed in the village. She wanted to tell the head of the village and drive their whole family out of the village. Changping was terrified at the time. He was afraid that Grandma Zhang would tell others about this and make his second uncle look down upon, so he cried and begged her not to tell anyone. From then on, Grandma Zhang would withhold food from him and Chang'an from time to time, but he dared not say anything. Because Grandma Zhang said that if she told anyone, she would tell the head of the village that the second son of the Shao family was a thief. Now that this matter has finally been made public, the stone that was weighing on his heart has finally been removed. I didn't steal. I'm not a thief. Chongping looked up at the sky and cried loudly. His voice was hoarse from shouting. Yi Xinran was so distressed after hearing the whole story. She walked over and hugged Chongping in her arms, gently touched his head, and said, Yes, you didn't steal. The food you eat is bought for you by your second uncle. How can it be called stealing? In my opinion, the real thief is someone else. Yi Xinran said, and looked at Mrs. Zhang. Mrs. Zhang looked flustered.
Who stole it?
I'm not the kind of person who does dirty things.
Pa.
I thought you were just greedy for a little advantage, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless. You actually relied on your age to bully an ignorant child. This is what I give back to you on behalf of Chongping. You dare to hit me. Mrs. Zhang had never suffered such a loss before, and she stretched out her hand to grab Yi Xinran's hair. But Yi Xinran would never let her take advantage of this. Although she was not good at fighting, she had the foundation of Sonda in the past. Seeing Mrs. Zhang rushing up, she kicked her in the stomach. Mrs. Zhang was kicked and lay on the ground with her legs spread out. Ouch, ouch, someone is killed, someone is killed. Mrs. Zhang suffered a loss and lay on the ground shouting. Everyone come and see, the new daughter-in-law of the Shao family has killed someone. She closed her eyes and yelled, intending to throw a tantrum to the end, but suddenly she felt a chill on her neck. When she opened her eyes, she saw a rusty kitchen knife across her neck. Changsheng, that kid, was staring at her viciously, as if he was going to kill her with a knife the next moment. Changsheng, why are you back? What are you going to do? Mrs. Zhang was so scared that her voice changed. Put the knife away, keep it away. Yi Xinran didn't expect Changsheng to come back. She held Changsheng's trembling hand and said coldly, Changsheng, don't dirty your hands. Changsheng stared at Mrs. Zhang with red eyes. You bullied my brothers and insulted my family. You deserve to die. Mrs. Zhang was scared to death. She didn't even dare to shout. She was afraid that if she made a sound, Changsheng would really kill her. After a while, she opened her eyes a little and saw Changsheng's hand being held by Yi Xinran. She quickly got up from the ground and ran away. After running a few steps unwillingly, he turned back and shouted, You are a heartless family. When you need me, you ask me for help in a nice way, but when you don't need me, you beat and scold me. I will let everyone in the village know your character. I wonder who will dare to help your family in the future. Yi Xinran was impatient and kicked a stone, hitting Mrs. Zhang's ankle. When she got up again, her nose was bleeding. She heard Yi Xinran's voice from behind. Aunt Zhang, why are you running? We haven't settled our accounts yet. Mrs. Zhang didn't dare to answer at this moment and ran out while rolling and crawling. Seeing the miserable state of Mrs. Zhang, Chang'an stretched out his short legs and kicked at her back. Bad guy. Bad guy. Changsheng glared at him and looked at his two younger brothers angrily. Why didn't you two tell me about this earlier? Chang'an saw that his eldest brother was angry and immediately lowered his head and dared not speak. Brother, I didn't let Chang'an tell you. Chongping answered quickly. I was afraid of causing trouble for my second uncle, and I was also afraid that you would dislike me. He lowered his head. Fool, we are a family. How could I dislike you? Changsheng was a little sad. Just now, he came back to get the book he dropped and happened to hear Chongping crying. He lives with his two younger brothers every day, and if he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't believe that they still hid such grievances. Second brother, eldest brother said you are stupid. Changsheng was about to comfort his younger brother when he heard Chang'an shouting there. When the two brothers heard this, they all laughed. Chongping scratched his head in embarrassment. I'm just stupid. Changsheng also showed a rare childlike smile and pushed him. Why are you stupid? You are smart. Changsheng, are you going to leave or not? The three brothers laughed together, but Erden, who was waiting outside, was already anxious. Changsheng looked up at the sky and ran. Oh no, I must be late. Yi Xinran looked at Changsheng's back as he left. They were obviously children of the same age, but Changsheng's clothes were much more worn than Erden's. Looking at the yard again, there was nothing. Having enough food and clothes has become her biggest problem at the moment. After checking the space yesterday, she already had an idea to make money. Whether it is Shuiyan cream or Huxening, there will be a market in this era. As long as they are produced, they can make money with this thing. But finding herbs is not so easy. Before that, she has to find some other ways to make money. Chomping, do you usually go to the mountains? Yi Xinran asked when the three of them were eating. Chomping looked at the mountain not far away, shook his head and said, Uncle doesn't let us go to the mountain. We can only go to the foot of the mountain to dig wild vegetables. Then after dinner, take me to see. Yi Xinran suggested. She was not familiar with the way to the foot of the mountain, and since Chongping had been there, she asked him to show her the way first. And are you going to dig wild vegetables? Chongping asked with some concern. It's a severe drought now, and all the wild vegetables have been dug up. After saying this, he quickly added, Don't worry, Aunt, I know there is not much food at home, and I will eat less in the future. Chang'an also raised his head. Chang'an, eat less too. Yi Xinran looked at the two sensible children and smiled with relief. No one is allowed to eat less. Eating white and fat is cute. I will find a way to solve the problem of eating. After dinner, Yi Xinran and the two children set off. Now is the busy farming season, and the villagers complain all day long that God is blind, but they dare not delay the work in the fields at all. As soon as the three of them walked outside, they ran into several waves of people. What surprised Yi Xinran was that as soon as these people saw them, they immediately walked to the other side of the road and kept a distance. Yi Xinran raised his head. Although these people were far away, they were still pointing at him. Look, the eldest daughter of the official family is alive again. She was dying yesterday. Why did she bring the child with her today? Who knows? Maybe she was attracted by Xiao Huayan's looks. Although Xiao Huayan is poor, he is handsome. There is no such handsome man in our village. Another woman said, What's the use of being good-looking? He has a lame leg, and he may not be good in that aspect. That's right. If you want to find a man, you have to find someone like Yurju, who is honest and capable. If you ask me, it's only 2.5 days of freshness. After these few days, the eldest daughter might make trouble again.
Oh.
Really restless. Several people thought they spoke in a low voice, but in fact their voices could be heard 5 or 6 meters away in the wind. Naturally, it also reached the ears of Yi Xinran and the other two. Chongping frowned after hearing this. Chang'an looked at Yi Xinran with a puzzled look and asked, Aunt, do you think second uncle is good-looking? Yi Xinran thought about it and realized that Xiao Huayan was indeed not ugly and was 1 in a million, so she nodded and said, Good-looking. Oh, Aunt likes second uncle. Chang'an clapped her hands and said to herself, Aunt said second uncle is good-looking, which means she likes second uncle. Aunt likes second uncle, and Aunt will not leave. Yi Xinran looked up at the sky speechlessly. Who did this child learn this from? Does admitting that Xiao Huayan is good-looking mean liking him? Then, the people she liked in her previous life can form a football team. However, these words could not be explained clearly to Chang'an anyway. Children have their own logic. The three of them quickly walked to the foot of the mountain and found several women bending over to look for wild vegetables there. Last year's harvest was very poor, and the new grain had not yet come down. Some people's families were almost unable to open the pot. Yi Xinran observed carefully and found the leaves of Pinellia ternata in the grass. Although there were only a few scattered ones, it also gave her a lot of confidence. There must be the herbs she wants on this mountain. You two stay here and don't move. I'll go into the mountain to see if there are any edible wild vegetables. Yi Xinran said to the two children. But Annie, there are snakes and wolves in the mountain, and they will bite people. Chang'an was a little worried. Annie won't go far. She will be back soon. Chongping, take good care of your brother. After Yi Xinran finished speaking, she couldn't wait to walk into the mountain. The mountain was cool and the situation was not as optimistic as Yi Shinran imagined. This place has been almost turned over by people. There are remaining fern roots and wood ear fragments on the ground, and almost all edible things have been dug up. Yi Shinran walked up for a while and found that she couldn't find anything useful, so she prepared to go down the mountain. When she turned her head, a few heart-shaped leaves attracted her attention. The leaves grew on thin vines, and the thin vines were wrapped around a small tree, swaying alone in the wind. Purple yam? Yi Shinran recognized it at a glance. She really didn't expect to see purple yam here, and she didn't expect that this thing had not been dug up by anyone. Without any tools at hand, Yi Shinran found a wooden stick as thick as a finger, pulled up the purple yam seedlings, and started digging. The seedlings were very thin, but the yam below was very thick. Yi Shinran took a long time to finally dig out the broken purple yam. The skin and core of the purple yam are purple-red, which is somewhat similar to ordinary yam, but the nutritional value and taste are much higher than ordinary yam. Moreover, purple yam can be eaten raw, with a sweet and crisp taste, and it has the effects of nourishing the lungs and kidneys, strengthening the spleen and stopping diarrhea. These yams are enough for them to eat for several days, but they are too heavy and some of them can't be carried. Yi Shinran tried to put them into the space, but couldn't put them in. In desperation, she had to pull up the hem of her skirt, put the yams into her skirt, and slowly walked down the mountain. The two children were very anxious at the foot of the mountain. When they saw Yi Shinran coming out, they all greeted her. "Aunt, you finally came out. We are all going to look for you. Aunt, what are you holding in your pocket? Why are there so many?" Yi Shinran was also tired, so she loosened the hem of her skirt, and several pieces of yam all rolled to the ground. Chang'an curiously leaned over to see. "What is this? It's purple, can it be eaten?" "Of course it can be eaten, try it." Yi Shinran wiped a piece of yam with leaves, peeled it, and let Chang'an take a bite. "Sweet." Chang'an squinted happily. Chongping saw it, leaned over to take a bite, and showed the same happy expression as Chang'an. Several women who were looking for wild vegetables in the mountains were originally quite far away. When they heard that they had found food here, they all came to see. When they saw the large rhizome on the ground, several women all had question marks on their faces. "What is this? Can this thing really be eaten?" "Of course it can be eaten. It tastes very good."
Yerinden replied.
"Hey, isn't this the newly married young lady of the Shao family? Does the young lady know about wild vegetables?" "Who says young ladies can't recognize wild vegetables? Maybe she is knowledgeable and knows more than us." A round-faced woman looked at Yi Shinran with a smile on her face. "Madam Yi, what is this thing?" Yi Shinran did not hide anything and told them frankly. "This is purple yam, which can be used in cooking or eaten raw." "Is it non-toxic?" Another woman also came up to ask. "If it is poisonous, would I let the children eat it?" Yi Shinran glanced at her, picked up the purple yam with the children, and walked down the mountain. "Hey, why is she unhappy when she just asked? You saw the child eating it, and you still asked if it is poisonous. Who would be happy?" "That's right. Okay, stop talking. I didn't expect that there are such good things in our mountains. Let's go and find them. Let's go, let's go." Several women all went into the mountains. On the way back to the village, Chang'an and Chongping each held a piece of purple yam. Chongping was strong and held the biggest piece. Yi Shinran was worried at first, but later, when she saw that he walked easily, she did not stop him. She looked at the mountains in the distance as she walked, thinking that she would walk farther to check next time. When she was almost at the door of her house, she found a group of people standing in front of her, and there were cries coming from the crowd. Yi Shinran took a few quick steps and saw that everyone was not surrounding her family, but a family above her. The one crying was the little daughter of this family. "It's Xiaohua." Chang'an pulled Yi Shinran's collar and said,
"Yeah."
Yi Shinran nodded. "Let's send the things back first, and then come out to take a look." They sent the purple yam home, and when they came out, they saw a fat woman in yellow-green silk pulling the little girl's hand and dragging her out. The little girl cried and sat on the ground, looking very resistant. The woman was tired of dragging and finally let go of her hand, took out a towel, and wiped her face as pale as a steamed bun. Zhang Dali, your daughter won't leave. If she continues like this, we can't do this deal. I tell you, 2 taels of silver is a sky-high price. If your family is unwilling, many people will come to me. Yes, Mrs. Luo, don't be angry. I will talk to the child. Zhang Dali looked honest, and he kept rubbing his pants with his hands while talking, looking at a loss. Xiaohua. Zhang Dali picked up Xiaohua and said with a sob, Dad doesn't want to sell you, but our family really has no food. Dad can't watch you starve to death. This lady said that she can take you to enjoy a good life, with endless white rice and meat. After you leave, the family can also get 2 taels of silver. With this 2 taels of silver, your mother will have money to treat her illness, and your brothers and sisters will not have to go hungry. Dad, can't Xiaohua eat less? I will only eat 1 meal in the next 2 days. Xiaohua stretched out her hand and wiped away the tears from the corners of her father's eyes. Dad, I will go to the mountains to dig more wild vegetables. When the new grain comes down, we will have food. Can you not sell Xiaohua? Xiaohua's brothers and sisters also begged bitterly. Master, don't sell the child. My disease is incurable. Xiaohua's mother was even more in tears. Looking at everything in front of him, Chang'an blinked, looking at a loss. Aunt, Xiaohua is so pitiful. She will never see her parents again.
Well.
Yi Xinran felt her eyes swelling. She lived in an era of material abundance, and what she could not stand the most was this kind of life and death separation scene. The fat woman was getting impatient and urged, All right, this is a good thing. Don't look so crying. You guys talk to the child and let her go with me obediently. If not, tie a rope to her hand and I will lead her all the way back. Don't worry, as long as she has 2 days of good life, I guarantee she won't want to come back. Seeing that Zhang Dali and Chun were still hesitating, the fat woman gave a wink to her servants, and the man with a hunched back immediately stepped forward and snatched the person out of Zhang Dali's arms.
Dad.
Mom, I don't want to go. Xiaohua was carried over and screamed in fear. Chun took 2 quick steps and held her daughter's hand and refused to let go. The onlookers shook their heads. It's so difficult. Aren't Zhang Dali and his wife very capable? How did it come to this? Alas. Did his wife get sick last year? These days, getting sick can almost kill the whole family.
Oh.
Life is so hard. The family of 5 cried miserably. Yi Xinran couldn't bear to watch. Just as she was about to speak, she heard a steady voice coming from outside the crowd. You're not at the end of your rope yet. Why sell the child? The head of the village is here. Uncle Head of the village is finally here. Someone shouted in surprise. Yi Xinran looked over at the sound and saw an energetic old man walking in from outside the crowd. The old man had gray hair, a dark and thin face, and bright eyes, but he looked like a philanthropic person. He stared at Zhang Dali for a few times and said sternly, a man with all his limbs, relying on selling his wife and children to make a living. Aren't you ashamed? Uncle Head of the village. Zhang Dali lowered his head. His tanned face didn't look red, but just a little darker. After the head of the village taught Zhang Dali a lesson, he turned and glared at Luo Go, who was holding Xiaohua. Luo Go was so scared that he immediately let go of his hand and put Xiaohua down. As soon as Xiaohua's feet touched the ground, she immediately threw herself into Chen's arms. The fat woman looked at this scene. Her nose was crooked with anger. She put one hand on her waist, pointed at the head of the village, and said, I say, Zhang Yasuo, what kind of private business are you meddling in? We handed over the money and the people. We didn't steal or rob. What has it to do with you? Luo Ernyang, don't you know what you're doing? You keep saying that you are taking your child to enjoy a good life, but in fact, you are sending your child to the brothels. You are also a mother. Why don't you know to do more good deeds for your child? When the fat woman heard this, her expression changed immediately. Who do you say is not doing good deeds? Who is not doing good deeds? I gave them 2 taels of silver. How much food can they buy with 2 taels of silver? Zhang Yasuo. Zhang Lijing. Don't talk without any hesitation. You're a good person, so can you give them money or food? I tell you, I can save their lives by giving them 2 taels of silver today. If you stop this today, their whole family will starve to death in the future. It's all your fault. After hearing the words brothels, Chun hugged the child tighter. Luo Ernyang saw it and simply spat. Bah. You can't even eat and you still think money is dirty. My money can be spent everywhere. You all just wait to starve to death. After saying that, she turned around, twisted her hips, and walked away arrogantly. As soon as Luo Ernyang left, the onlookers slowly dispersed. Yi Xinran stood there, looked at the head of the village, patted Zhang Dali on the shoulder, and said, I'll ask your wife to go to my house to get 2 buckets of rice later, and hold on for a few days. I'll ask someone to measure a piece of land for you in Dongshan. Isn't it encouraged to open up wasteland now? Although the mountain land is difficult to open up, you can get some harvest if you dig it out. People, be diligent. You will never starve to death. Uncle head of the village, am I not diligent enough? Zhang Dali's simple face was full of confusion. For so many years, he has been busy all year round. His wife is in poor health, and he still has to do housework. But even so, he has reached the point where he has to sell his daughter. It's hard work, but people always have bad luck. As long as you hold on, you will turn over sooner or later. The head of the village patted him on the shoulder.
Well.
Zhang Dali nodded heavily, as if he saw a little hope in the words of the headman. After he finished speaking, the headman walked out. Looking at Yi Xinran, who was hugging 2 children at the door, he paused and then asked, Are you Xiao Huayan's new wife? Yi Xinran did not speak. Chang'an answered for her. This is my aunt. Okay. The headman bent down, touched Chang'an's head, and said, Since you are married, you should live a good life. After that, he put his hands behind his back and left slowly. Yi Xinran looked at the back of the headman and felt that it was a blessing for the villagers to have such a headman. When they got home, they found that the 2 children were unhappy. What's wrong with you? Yi Xinran asked. Changping kept his head down and refused to speak, while Chang'an looked up and asked, Aunt, when the food at home is gone, will you sell Chang'an? Yi Xinran finally knew what the 2 children were worried about and said with a smile, How could it be? Chang'an is so cute, and he can't bear to let her go. Second uncle can make money, and he will support us. Chang'an seemed to have figured it out suddenly and became happy again. When Xiaohua's family runs out of food, will her father still sell her? Changping was still a little worried. Yi Xinran also sighed when she heard it. Throughout the dynasties, farmers have had the hardest life. They rely on digging for food in the soil. Once the year is bad, they will face not only famine, but even greater disasters. Otherwise, there will be no such thing as exchanging children for food. Xiaohua's mother said that she will not sell children anymore.
Yevinden komfortet Changping.
I don't know if they keep their word. Changping's eyes blinked, and her little eyes were full of deep worry. Yi Xinran smiled slightly, turned and left, and when she came back, she had a bucket of rice in her hand. This is the food that your second uncle bought for you. If you 2 are willing, we will lend a bucket to Xiaohua's family. But Xiaohua's family is poor, and I don't know if they can pay it back. What do you think? Do you want to lend it? Changping and Chang'an looked at each other and said in unison, Borrow it. In order to make his reasons more tenable, Chang'an added, The children in the village don't play with us. Only Xiaohua and Yufeng play with us, so we want to borrow it from her family.
Who is Yufeng?
Yufeng is the granddaughter of the village head. This time it was Changping who answered. Then, you 2 should quietly deliver the rice and tell Xiaohua's father to return it to us when his family has rice. Changping scratched his head and smiled embarrassedly. Aunt, you are so kind. You 2 too. Yi Xinran scratched the nose of each child. Go quickly, come back after delivering the rice and make a fire. We will cook lunch. Eat at noon too? Changping opened his eyes wide. Don't eat at noon? Yi Xinran asked back. Grandma Zhang said that eating at noon is a waste of food, and no one in the village eats at noon. Yi Xinran looked up and found that, as Changping said, there were so many households in the village and no one's chimney was smoking. If they don't want to eat, then don't eat, but you are still growing up. We won't compare with them. Not only are the two children growing, Shinran feels that her own small body can also grow taller. For children, there is nothing more joyful than eating delicious food. The two happily went to deliver rice, and when they came back, they took a bundle of firewood. Changping was greedy and his arms could hardly hold it all. Seeing this, Shinran hurriedly said, "Changping, you are small, take less." After hearing this, Changping picked up 2 more pieces of firewood from the ground and put them on his arms. "Aunt, don't worry, I'm very strong." Shinran remembered that when Changping took the purple yam just now, he also took the biggest piece, so she asked, "Have you always been very strong?"
Yeah.
Changping put down the firewood, smiled, and said, "I was born with great strength. My second uncle said that I could pick up a sheep when I was very young." Shinran was also happy to hear that. At first, she thought Changping was not good at speaking, but it turned out that this was the advantage of other people's children. Changping started a fire, and Shinran cooked a pot of rice with new and old rice, and took out the remaining meat. The weather in May was not too hot, but the meat would have a smell if it was left for a long time. If it went bad, even meat would be difficult to swallow, which would not be worth the loss. She cut the meat into small pieces, heated oil in a pan, took out a bag of rock sugar from the space, boiled the sugar color, added the meat and stir-fried it, and when the fat burst out, added water and boiled it over high heat. Add an appropriate amount of salt in the middle. When there was only a little bit of thick soup left, a plate of delicious and simple braised pork came out of the pot. Then Shinran fried some cabbage slices and mixed a plate of cold dishes with the purple yam she dug up, and lunch was ready. Changping and Chang'an's eyes were all on the meat. The meat looked bright red, and from time to time there was thick soup dripping from the meat into the plate, which made people want to drool. In the past, it was not easy for Grandma Zhang to have a little meat in the dishes she cooked, so how could she put so much meat in at once? Shinran served 3 bowls of rice, looked at the 2 stunned children and smiled. "Eat. What are you doing?" "Aunt, is this meat really for us?" Changping was even a little bit unbelievable. Chang'an had already climbed onto the stool, shaking his 2 feet. "Aunt is cooking for us, and is the best. Eat quickly, it will get cold soon." Shinran picked up a piece of meat and put it in the bowl. When the 2 children saw it, they no longer hesitated and immediately reached out to pick up a piece of meat. The pork stewed over a high fire melted in the mouth, and the soup mixed with the aroma of meat exploded on the tip of the tongue. Changping swallowed the meat in one gulp, licked his lips, and savored it. "It smells so good." Chang'an didn't even raise his head, swallowed a piece of meat, and quickly picked up another piece. "If it tastes good, eat more. I saved a bowl for your eldest brother." Hearing that his aunt had saved food for his eldest brother again, Changping felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. His eldest brother didn't eat the noodles that his aunt had saved for him yesterday, but his aunt was not angry. Today, his aunt saved food for his eldest brother again. His aunt really treats them well. When his eldest brother comes back, he must tell his eldest brother. As a result, he waited and waited, and until the evening, his eldest brother still didn't come home. "Changping, what time does Changxing usually come back?" Seeing that it was getting dark, Shinran began to get anxious. "Usually, my brother would have come back by this time, and he has never come back so late." Changxing stared outside with anxiety in his eyes. Shinran decided not to wait any longer. "Didn't Erden go with your brother? Let's go to Erden's house to ask about the situation." "Okay." The 2 were about to leave when they suddenly saw Erden running in from outside, panting. "No, it's bad. Changxing ran into the Mila Mountain and can't get out." "What?" Shinran was shocked. "What do you mean he can't get out?" Erden said quickly. "On the way back, we saw a rabbit, and Changxing insisted on chasing the rabbit and ended up going into the mountain, and hasn't come out yet. I heard from the adults that there are wolves and wild boars in the mountain. Well, Changxing." Erden didn't dare to say the following words. "Where is it? Take me with you to have a look." Shinran picked up an axe from the wall and said immediately, "I'm going to." "I'll go too." Chang'an and Changping followed. "Don't go, you two. Go to Erden's house right now to report that you are safe." Tell them that Erden went out with me to look for someone so that his parents can rest assured. Yi Shinran gave the order neatly. At this moment, she realized how powerless she was. She was unfamiliar with the place and didn't know who to ask for help when she encountered problems. The two walked to the door of Zhang Dali's house and saw Zhang Dali's son Zhang Chuanqi running out of the yard. Aunt Xiao, my mother heard that you were going to look for Chongsheng, so she asked my father and me to go with you. It turned out that their conversation just now was heard by the neighbors. When it comes to looking for someone, one more person means one more strength. Yi Shinran happily responded, "Thank you very much." While speaking, Zhang Dali also walked out of the yard. He had an axe on his waist and a torch in his hand. Seeing Yi Shinran, the tall man felt a little embarrassed. "Let's set off now." The four of them set off together. The moon in the mountains was exceptionally bright. There was no one on the road, and occasionally one or two birds could be heard singing. Chongsheng went up from here. After arriving at the place, Erden stopped and pointed to an intersection. "Erden, you are the youngest here.
It is not safe to go up the mountain.
You wait here. If anything happens, you shout at the bottom of the mountain. Do you understand?" "Yes." Erden nodded obediently. Yi Shinran and Zhang's father and son went into the mountain together. Zhang Dali lit a torch to illuminate the path in the mountain. Yi Shinran put her hands on her face and shouted loudly, "Chongsheng, are you there? Are you there? Are you?" The echo echoed in the mountains and forests. But no one answered. "The three of us go separately. I'll go to the east, you go to the west, and let Chuanqi go in the middle," Zhang Dali suggested. "Okay." The three people distanced themselves from each other. After walking for a while, Yi Shinran's voice was almost hoarse, and suddenly she heard a response. "Chongsheng, is that you?" Yi Shinran shouted again quickly. "I'm here." Another reply came from the woods. Yi Shinran recognized it this time. It was indeed Chongsheng's voice. She identified the direction from which the voice came. It was the call in front. She pushed aside the branches and walked over. She called Chongsheng's name as she climbed. She determined the exact location by his voice. After passing through a dense forest, they finally saw a flat place. There was a deep pit there, and the voice came from the pit. Yi Shinran quickly approached. 2 hours had passed since Chongsheng fell into the trap. The trap was damp and cold. When he fell, he seemed to have twisted his ankle. Now his ankle was in excruciating pain, and his body was cold and hungry. He had to hold the furry thing in his arms tighter. He hoped to survive the night with this little warmth and think of a way when it was daybreak. Just when he was about to fall asleep, someone suddenly called his name. The woman's voice was full of anxiety. Chongsheng's eyes were sore, and he responded loudly, "I'm here." He kept responding to the other party's shouts, staring at the direction of the cave entrance without blinking. Suddenly, the light above his head dimmed, the moon in front of him was blocked, and a slender figure appeared above his head. She stood by the trap, shining brightly, like a fairy walking on the moon. "Chongsheng, are you okay?" Yi Shinran bent down and asked. Chongsheng clenched his fists, raised them up, and wiped his eyes. He replied, "I'm fine." As soon as he opened his mouth, he found that his voice was hoarse. "I'm glad that you're okay." Seeing Chongsheng, Yi Shinran finally felt relieved. It was not until this moment that she realized that she was so scared and tired that her legs were weak. "Aunt, I'm sorry, I made you worry." Chongsheng's voice was sobbing. He didn't expect that he was so useless that he fell into the hunter's trap. He originally wanted to catch a rabbit and go back to thank Yi Shinran, but now he has to let her come up the mountain to find him. It's really embarrassing. "You did something wrong today, but I won't teach you a lesson at this time." Yi Shinran sat down beside the trap. "I'll settle the score with you slowly after we get back." The soil around the trap was a little loose, as if it would collapse at any time. Yi Shinran observed it carefully while taking a break and then said, "Wait a minute, I'll go find some vines nearby." She got up and left, and soon she dragged a bundle of vines. "These vines are quite strong. You hold on to the bottom, and I'll slowly pull you up," Yi Shinran said, putting the vines down. "Aunt, is this okay?" "I'm afraid of pulling you down." Chongsheng was a little worried. Don't talk nonsense, just pull it if I tell you to, and remember to put the rabbit in the bookcase to prevent it from falling halfway. Changxing did as Yi Xinran instructed. A moment later, he was indeed pulled up by Yi Xinran. Aunt, you have great strength. Changsheng was very excited after climbing up, but he sat down on the ground again with a cry because of the pain in his ankle. Yi Xinran took a quick look at his injury, pointed to the vines that she had wrapped around the tree twice, and said to Changsheng, "It's just a little trick. You twisted your foot. Don't use force anymore." At this moment, the Zhang family's father and son also came over. Zhang Dali looked at Changsheng's ankle that was swollen like a pig's hoof and immediately squatted down. "Come up, I'll carry you back." Changsheng was a little embarrassed, looked at Yi Xinran's face, and had to climb on Zhang Dali's back. Several people lined up to go down the mountain. Zhang Chuanqi led the way with a torch in front. Zhang Dali walked in the middle with Changsheng on his back, and Yi Xinran walked at the end. No one noticed that Yi Xinran plucked a leaf on the side of the road with a surprised expression on his face. When they got home, Erden picked up his school bag and ran home quickly. Zhang Dali put Changsheng down and immediately said goodbye to Yi Xinran. "I think Changsheng's foot injury is serious. Let's take him to see a doctor tomorrow." "I'll see to it." Yi Xinran agreed and asked Changping to get a large piece of purple yam from the kitchen. "This is the purple yam I dug from the mountain today, Brother Zhang. You can take a piece back." No, that won't work." Zhang Dali waved his hands again and again. "The two children have already sent a bucket of rice to our family this afternoon. I don't know when I can return this bucket of rice, but I dare not borrow anything from your family again." "Who said I would lend it to you? This is a gift for you." No. The honest man didn't know what to say. He just felt his face getting hot. "Help me carry Changsheng back from the mountain. This is a thank you gift from my family. It's not a good thing. I hope Brother Zhang won't despise it." Yi Xinran continued. "I dare not despise it." Zhang Dali was very happy when he saw the purple yam, which was as big as 3 or 4 heads. Such a big piece was enough for their whole family to eat for 2 days. He wanted to take it, but felt embarrassed. "Brother Chuanqi, please take it quickly. It's too heavy for me to hold." Changping, who was holding the yam, stuffed the yam into Chuanqi's arms without saying anything. Chuanqi cried ouch and didn't catch it, and was bent over. Dad. Chuanqi called Zhang Dali for help, and Zhang Dali had to take the heavy lump of purple yam. "Madam Yi, I know you are willing to help our family. I, Zhang Dali, don't have much ability, but I will always remember Madam Yi's kindness, and I will definitely pay you back what I owe." Zhang Dali held the yam, his face shiny black. "Don't worry about it." Yi Xinran said, "Now God is not giving us food, and everyone is having a hard time. We can pay it back after this difficult time." After the Zhang family father and son left, Yi Xinran rechecked Changsheng's foot injury. She had seen it when she went up the mountain just now. Changsheng's ankle bone was dislocated and needed to be straightened before applying medicine. There was no time to find a doctor late at night, so Yi Xinran decided to do it herself. Changsheng bear with it. Yi Xinran held his calf with her right hand and slowly turned his foot with her left hand, looking for the most suitable position. Changsheng didn't know what Yi Xinran was doing, and just when he was about to say okay, he suddenly heard a click. "Okay.
예빈랑 클레프트 had hands.
Try to turn your ankle." Changsheng tried to turn his ankle, and it didn't hurt anymore. This is incredible. "And do you know medicine?" "Only a little bit."
예빈랑 responded suavely.
Who knew that after hearing this, the 3 children all came over, and Six Eyes looked at her brightly. "Aunt, you are so awesome. Can you help second uncle heal his leg? Your uncle's condition is different from yours. You just sprained it, but your uncle's leg has been lame for a long time. How can it be cured so quickly?" Yi Xinran said to the children. She didn't know what was wrong with Xiao Huayan's leg, and as for whether it could be cured or not, that would have to be discussed later. After hearing what Yi Xinran said, the 3 children all lowered their heads. "Brother, don't be sad. When I grow up and study medicine, I will definitely cure your uncle's leg." Chang'an comforted his 2 brothers sensibly. "When you grow up, your uncle will be old. How can he go to war?" Changping refuted his younger brother, But before he finished speaking, he was retorted by Changsheng and immediately fell silent. Even if I can't cure him, there are so many doctors in the world, and someone can always cure him. Yi Xinran didn't want them to be too sad, so she comforted them. Really? The three children seemed to see hope again. Yes, I met a man before. His two leg bones were broken, and he was cured by a miracle doctor. If you have the chance to meet a miracle doctor, your second uncle will definitely recover. Wow, that miracle doctor is amazing. Second uncle is such a nice person. We will definitely meet one. Chang'an was full of hope for the future again. It should be. Yi Xinran replied with a smile. She returned to her room, crushed the leaves she brought back, took out the anti-inflammatory and analgesic medicine from the space, crushed it, put it in the medicine, and then took the medicine to Changsheng's room. This is the herb I found on the mountain. Apply these medicines on your legs, and the swelling should be gone tomorrow. But you have to rest well in the next few days. Let Erden ask for leave for you, and rest at home for 3 days. Yes. After going through all this, Changsheng has unconsciously regarded Yi Xinran as his backbone and feels that everything she says is right. I brought back 4 books today. You can read them at home by yourself. Speaking of reading, Changsheng remembered an important matter. Aunt, please open my bookcase. If Changsheng hadn't mentioned it, Yi Xinran would have almost forgotten it. The child went up the mountain to chase rabbits, and now the rabbit was lying in his bookcase. Yi Xinran went to get the bookcase in the corner, and while taking it, he muttered, I said I would settle accounts with you when I came back. Although rabbits are rare, if something like this happens again in the future, I will definitely.
Ah!
Yi Xinran, who opened the bookcase, suddenly shouted. Aunt, what's wrong? Changping and Chang'an both came over. Changsheng immediately showed a guilty expression. Yi Xinran looked at the small thing in his hand. There were black lines on the yellow fur, and there was an unformed word king on the head. It turned out to be a tiger. Is this a tiger? Changping also recognized it at once. Chang'an didn't know tigers, and when he heard his brother say that, he opened his mouth in surprise. Aunt, is this tiger alive? Yi Xinran's hands could still feel the tiger's body temperature and heartbeat. It's alive,
she said.
Then she looked at Changsheng. Didn't Erden say you were chasing a rabbit? How did you become a tiger? Changsheng hurriedly explained. Aunt, I was really chasing a rabbit, but the rabbit ran too fast, and I couldn't catch it for a long time. Seeing the rabbit disappear, I almost gave up, and suddenly I saw the rabbit running back. I was so excited at the time that I didn't pay attention to my feet, and I stepped into the trap, and as a result, the tiger fell into the trap with me. Then I know the rabbit must have encountered a tiger, so it ran back, but the rabbit was not caught, and you and the tiger fell into the trap together. Changping's analysis was very logical. Yi Xinran carefully observed the little tiger in her hand. It closed its eyes, and there was a piece of flesh missing from its right ear. There were bloodstains on its striped fur. When she turned it over, she saw the scars of being bitten by a sharp-toothed animal. This tiger didn't look big, and it must have been attacked by other animals when its mother was away. Yi Xinran immediately realized a very serious problem. There are not only tigers on the mountain but also other dangerous animals. Milla Mountain is not far from the village, which is actually a very dangerous thing. This tiger must be sent back. Yi Xinran said. Aunt, can we keep it? Chang'an touched the tiger's tail reluctantly. Of course not. The tiger's parents are still in the mountain, and they must be anxious if the child is lost. If it is not sent back, the tiger's parents will come to the village, and the price will be high then. Yi Xinran said, and looked at Changsheng. Aunt, I was wrong. Changsheng's eyes immediately turned red when he heard Yi Xinran say this. What's wrong? Yi Xinran's tone also became serious. Since she chose to stay, she had to take care of these 3 children. But taking care does not mean unlimited pampering. It is necessary to establish good rules at home to let them know what is more important. I shouldn't go to the mountains to chase rabbits, regardless of danger. Changsheng answered in a low voice. What else? Yi Xinran obviously did not intend to let it go easily. Also, I shouldn't have secretly brought the tiger home without telling my aunt. Since you know you are wrong, What should you do in the future? Changsheng's face flushed. Although he found it difficult to say, he still said it. In the future, whether I go home or go to school, I will take the main road and never go up the mountain. When I encounter something, I will ask my aunt first if it is okay. Yi Xinran did not expect that Changsheng, who looked like a very stubborn child, could change so quickly. It seems that her previous idea was right. To gain the obedience and trust of children, it is not to meet their demands blindly, but to gain their recognition and admiration. When you become a strong person, the children will naturally obey. For Yi Xinran, who has never raised a child, tolerance and pampering are really difficult to achieve all the time, so the opposite operation, making the children trust or even fear themselves, makes it easier for each other to get along. In this family, Changsheng is the leader of the 3 children, and Changbing and Chang'an listen to him when they encounter problems. Dealing with Changsheng means that she has firmly sat in the first position in the family. Of course, this is when Xiao Huaiyan is not around. Okay, we are all tired today. Let's rest early. Chang'an, you and I go back to sleep. Yi Xinran ordered. Yes.
Aunt.
Chang'an moved quickly, took his short legs, and ran back. After getting on the bed, he immediately shrank into a corner against the wall. Aunt, I will sleep well tonight. Well, go to sleep. Yi Xinran watched him fall asleep. She had to wait until Chang'an fell asleep before she could treat the tiger's wound. After Chang'an fell asleep, she immediately entered the space, took out hydrogen peroxide and needle and thread, and helped the little tiger sew up the wound. The wound was a little deep. Fortunately, the internal organs were not injured, but judging from the appearance of the little tiger, it should be bleeding too much. Yi Xinran also gave the tiger anti-inflammatory and blood-replenishing medicine. Perhaps the medicine worked. The little tiger opened his eyes soon. Yi Xinran looked at his light blue eyes and liked him. It's a pity that this thing is wild and difficult to tame. The tigress may follow the smell to find it, so Yi Xinran must send it back as soon as possible. The little tiger woke up for a while and began to sniff around, as if he was a little hungry. Yi Xinran then remembered that Changsheng hadn't eaten yet. She planned to go to the kitchen to heat up the meal, but when she got there, she found that the fire in the stove pit had not been completely extinguished. It seemed that Changbing had already heated up the meal for Changsheng. Yi Xinran felt relieved. The 3 brothers are very loving. Changsheng cares about his 2 younger brothers and will stand up for them when something happens. Changbing is like an old mother, caring for his younger brothers and then his older brother. Although Chang'an is young, he also knows how to think about others. They are all sensible children. She looked at the food she left for Changsheng. The rice was all eaten, but only half of the dishes were eaten. Yi Xinran happened to be carrying the remaining meat and took it into the house to give it to the little tiger. The tiger seemed to have really recovered at this moment, staring at Yi Xinran with big blue eyes. It was not until Yi Xinran pushed the bowl of meat in front of it that it smelled the fragrance and its eyes changed. The happiness of animals is very intuitive. Yi Xinran watched the little tiger eat a piece of meat, and its eyes, which were originally wide open, became wider, and its 2 ears stood up straight. It seemed to be very surprised by the food in front of it. It ate up the meat in no time, and even licked the bottom of the bowl clean. After eating my meat, don't come to trouble my family in the future. Yi Xinran lifted its round ears and couldn't help but said, after returning to the mountains, you must learn to protect yourself. Don't run around if you have nothing to do you hear me? The little tiger looked at Yi Xinran in a daze, as if he knew nothing, but also as if he really understood what she said. The next day, Yi Xinran got up early to make pancakes, picked a few cabbages, and cooked a pot of soup. Changsheng no longer resisted eating and slurped the soup in the bowl. Changbing and Chang'an were disturbed by the sound of their brother drinking soup, and they stopped and looked at him. Changsheng drank half a bowl, and then he noticed the silence in the air, raised his head and looked at his 2 younger brothers. Why don't you eat? Why are you looking at me? Brother, the sound of you drinking soup is too loud. Changbing said. Chang'an quickly agreed. Yes, brother. You taught us before that we should pay attention to etiquette when eating. I also pay attention to etiquette. Changsheng tried to explain. But Chang'an pointed at his face and said, "Brother, there are still cabbage leaves at the corners of your mouth. Stop talking." Chang'an and Changping both laughed, and Changping even deliberately angered Changsheng. "What do you think, big brother? I just said that aunt's cooking is delicious. You said last night that pork is delicious no matter who cooks it. Aunt's cabbage soup is also delicious, right?" Changsheng blushed when he heard this, and secretly glanced at Yixinran's face with the corner of his eye, then nodded slightly. "Yeah, it smells really good." After dinner, Yixinran asked Changping and Chang'an to clean up the dishes, and she was going to go into the mountains to send the tiger away. And by the way, take a look at the herbs she found yesterday. Before she went out, she found Chun from next door peeking at the door. "Mrs. Chun, is there anything wrong?"
Yixinran asked.
Chun was still hesitating and was startled when she heard Yixinran calling her name. She turned around quickly and replied with a smile, "It's okay, it's okay. Mrs. Chun, just tell me if you have anything to say. Don't be embarrassed." Yixinran spoke quickly.
This.
Chun hesitated and said, "Actually, I just want to ask how to eat the purple yam you gave my family yesterday. I have never eaten this thing. I cut a piece this morning and found it very sweet, so I came to ask for fear of wasting a good thing." This. Yixinran smiled. "You can eat it raw, cooked in vegetables, or made into porridge. You can eat it anyway." "Is that so?" Chun rubbed her hands. "Then I know what's going on." Seeing that Chun didn't leave, Yixinran was a little confused. "Anything else?" Chun seemed to have decided on something and said frankly, "The head of the family told me yesterday that your family is unfamiliar with this place and asked me to talk to you more. If you need any help, just tell me." Yixinran breathed a sigh of relief. She helped Zhang Dali's family yesterday on a whim and didn't want any reward. Unexpectedly, she accidentally made friends with this family.
It was a good thing.
Since Chin took the initiative to say it, Yixinran pulled Chin to her yard, sat down on a stool, and asked, "Does Mrs. Chun know why people in the village avoid us when they see us?" Chang'an had said before that there were only 2 children in the village who were willing to play with them, so Yixinran knew that these people did this, and it was definitely not because of her. Speaking of this, Chin sighed. "Don't you know, Madame Yi? It is said that Xiao Huaiyan was exiled here because he killed someone. We are all honest country people. Who dares to associate with such a family? Is that so?"
Yixinran pondered.
She only knew that Xiao Huaiyan was exiled here before, but she didn't know that it was because he killed someone. But Xiao Huaiyan looked cold and ruthless, but he didn't seem like a bad person who took human life lightly. "Then does Sister Chen know why he killed people?" Chen waved her hand. "I don't know. I also heard it from others. It is said that a group of exiled prisoners came to the county town and were to be assigned to various villages to settle down. The headmen of other villages picked capable people. When they came to our headmen, they saw Xiao Huaiyan sitting in the corner with 3 children and no one was willing to take them in, so they took the initiative to bring them back. Because of this, the villagers complained about him for a long time." After saying this, Chen quickly looked at Yixinran as if she was afraid that she would be unhappy and explained, "Everyone wants to live a good life and doesn't want to cause trouble. There is no other intention." "I know."
Yixinran nodded.
For those who farm honestly, they can't bear any accidents at all. So they instinctively reject people who can bring accidents, which is also human nature. But humans are social species. If you want to live well here, you have to have a good relationship with the head of the village. "Thank you, Sister Chin. The children also told me that during the time they came to the village, only Xiaohua was willing to play with them. Hey, they are neighbors. Let the children make their own decisions on their own. Not only us, but also Aunt Zhang is helping to take care of the children."
"She?"
Yixinran sneered. "She is different from you, Sister Chen. The children know what's going on." After seeing Chen off, Yixinran did not delay any longer. She found a bamboo basket with a hole in it from the foot of the wall, covered it with an old bed sheet, put the little tiger in the basket, picked some leaves to cover it, and then put a piece of cake in her pocket and told Chongping, "Chongping, there are still 3 pancakes baked in the morning. If you're hungry at noon, just heat them up and eat them. I will definitely be back before dark. Aunt, please take me with you. I am strong and can protect you." Chongping was worried. It's daytime now. There will be no danger on the mountain. You stay at home and take care of your brother and younger brother." After saying that, Yi Shinran set off. She walked along yesterday's road all the way out of the village, and only when she reached the intersection where she went up the mountain yesterday did she stop and look up the mountain. It was on this mountain that she discovered the ice spirit flower last night. She did not expect that the herb, which had long been extinct in later generations, could be found here so quickly. The little tiger in the backpack seemed to smell a familiar scent and began to look out uneasily by grabbing the edge of the basket. Yi Shinran walked into the mountain, found a flat place to sit down, and then let the tiger out of the backpack. You should recognize the road carefully and then go home quickly, and don't let other beasts find you again. Yi Shinran touched its injured little ear. Although she couldn't afford to raise this tiger, but having petted a tiger, she was at least better than half of the living people. The little tiger was really cooperative. After Yi Shinran let go, it refused to leave and kept rubbing its head against Yi Shinran's trouser legs. It didn't look like the king of beasts at all. Seeing that it didn't leave, Yi Shinran simply took out 2 blood-replenishing pills from the space and stuffed them into its mouth. "I worked hard to research this. Each pill costs several $1,000s. You ate 2 pills yesterday and 2 pills today. I'll give you 12,000 taels of silver. I don't think you can pay it back. When you grow up, remember to hunt and pay me back. Do you hear me?" How could the little tiger understand? And he didn't know that he had already owed a huge debt at such a young age. He just felt that the 2 pills that were forced into his mouth were too bitter. The tiger shook his head to get rid of control and finally ran away as if escaping for his life. Watching the tiger run away, Yi Shinran put on the backpack again and began to look for herbs. She remembered that she came across a plant by chance when she went to cut vines last night, so she followed the road she took yesterday to find it. Milla Mountain is between Yunbian Village and Donggo Village. Because the scene is shrouded in fog and there are wild beasts on the mountain, few people come here. However, in the past 6 months, almost all the edible things in the surrounding mountains have been found, so villagers from both sides will come here to find food one after another. Yi Shinran climbed halfway up the mountain and saw 2 women coming down the mountain. The basket was filled with half a basket of wild vegetables and a yellow lump. Liangzi's mother, "What is this in your basket? Is it edible?" "I don't know. I plan to go back and find someone to take a look." The speaker may not mean it, but the listener may take it seriously. Although they didn't know what it was, Yi Shinran knew that what they had in their baskets was Pueraria root. Not only was it edible, it also had medicinal effects. But Yi Shinran didn't say anything. She looked away, avoided the 2 people, and continued to walk up the mountain. When she walked to the trap of yesterday, she finally saw the ice spirit flower she was looking for. The stamens of the 3 ice spirit flowers were still filled with crystal water droplets, swaying slightly in the wind. Yi Shinran thought she had discovered the base camp of the ice spirit flower and immediately scanned the surroundings with her eyes. But after turning around twice, she saw the ice spirit flower. Only these 3 ice spirit flowers were found on this piece of land. Yi Shinran sighed with a little disappointment. However, although it was a little less, 3 flowers could produce 2 bottles of snow face cream. Scars of her degree would not be completely healed, but they could be half healed. It was better to have it than not. Moreover, the appearance of these flowers also proved that ice spirit flowers existed in this era. When she breeds the ice spirit flowers, she can produce endless snow face cream. Such a good thing. She can sell 1 bottle for 10 taels of silver, and 100 bottles will be more than 1,000 taels. I'm rich. Yi Shinran's heart was pounding. If she had money, she could buy all kinds of clothes, all kinds of jewelry, all kinds of cakes, and then buy a few shops, lie at home and collect rent, and live a life like a salted fish. Yi Shinran was dreaming when she was suddenly interrupted by a shout. She looked at the backpack in her hand, and then she realized that her family couldn't even afford meat, let alone a shop. The road is made step by step, and money is earned bit by bit. She has to find a way to fill her family's stomach first. The shouting came from the front. Yi Shinran took 2 steps forward and found a middle-aged scholar lying in the trap where Changsheng had lay yesterday, and he was crying non-stop. This trap is specially for hunters, right? Why don't animals fall into it, but people can be found at the bottom of the pit every day? Yi Shinran crawled out of the bushes and shouted to the people below. Hey, do you need help? The middle-aged scholar didn't expect that there were people in the mountain. When he saw Yi Shinran, his eyes were filled with tears. Yes, 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 please give me a hand and pull me up. 2 taels of silver. Yi Shinran said. What? He thought he had heard wrong and asked again. I said, I can pull you up, but it will cost you 2 taels of silver.
Yi Shinran said.
She had done a lot of things to help others in the first half of her life, but that was when she was well off. Now the scholar's clothes were made of fine materials, so it was a fair price to ask him to spend 2 taels of silver and pull him out of the pit herself.
Okay.
The scholar answered straightforwardly, pull me up and go home with me to get it, and I'll give you 10 taels.
No.
Yi Shinran refused. What if you cheat me if I go back with you? Let's pay with one hand and save people with the other. The scholar touched his waist and felt a little embarrassed. It's not that Wei wants to default on the debt, but his purse was scraped off in the mountains just now, and now he is penniless. Adhering to the principle of safety first, Yi Shinran had to say, then you can use the hairpin on your head. Although the hairpin on the scholar's head is simple in style, it is made of pure white jade, and it is obviously a good thing at first glance. Wei Jingji went into the mountains to look for medicine, but he didn't expect to find the medicine. As soon as he entered the mountain, he was bitten by a poisonous snake. When he stumbled down the mountain, he accidentally fell into a trap. Now he is a little dazed and can only pin all his hopes on the young lady in front of him. Okay, let alone the jade hairpin, you can take away everything I have. I only ask you to pull me up and send me to a nearby clinic. I was bitten by a poisonous snake. If I delay, my life will be in danger.
Deal.
Yi Shinran agreed. It seems that her trip was not in vain. The scholar's clothes should be worth 2 taels of silver. It happened that the vine that pulled Chongqing yesterday was still there. Yi Shinran let the vine down and let the scholar wrap around her body. According to the method of yesterday, she pulled the scholar up again. The scholar was exhausted all over. This activity made the poison in his body dissipate faster. When he climbed up, he was already at the end of his strength. He saw that the young lady who saved him had half of her face destroyed, and she fainted the next moment. Yi Shinran pinched his pulse and saw that the snake venom in his body was about to enter his heart. She immediately took out the antidote serum from the space and injected it into the scholar. You are lucky to meet me. If it were someone else, even if they sent you to a nearby clinic, they couldn't save your life. So it is reasonable for you to pay me more. As he spoke, the medicine had been injected. To ensure safety, Yi Shinran took 2 pills of Ririan and fed them to him. After waiting for a while, the scholar still did not wake up. Yi Shinran had to do it herself and pulled out the hairpin on his head. This is the reward you promised me. It doesn't count as something I stole. After pulling out the hairpin, Yi Shinran checked again and took off the jade pendant from his waist. Seeing that he had no other valuable things on him, Yi Shinran thought about it and took off his coat. The clothes were soft in texture, and the embroidery on them was exquisite. It happened that Chongqing didn't have a decent long gown, so she took it back and altered it so that Chongqing could wear it. After taking off the clothes, Yi Shinran took a fancy to the scholar's shoes. The shoes were made of exquisite materials and with a cushion. Chongqing should be able to wear them. But thinking that it would be difficult for the scholar to go down the mountain without shoes when he woke up, Yi Shinran was merciful and let the shoes go. She stood up, looked at the scholar with disheveled hair and disheveled clothes, and said apologetically, I just promised to take you to the clinic, but I, a woman, can't drag you. But I helped you detoxify, which is considered to be an over-fulfillment of my promise. I will take the reward. You'd better wake up early. If you encounter a wild beast later, it will not be my responsibility. After saying that, Yi Shinran walked away to pick her ice spirit flowers. After leaving this area, Yi Shinran walked a little higher in the direction the 2 women had just come down, and indeed found a large patch of kudzu vines. Kudzu vines are strong and can be used to weave baskets, but looking at the expressions of the 2 women just now, it is obvious that they don't know that kudzu vines are also edible. This large patch of kudzu vines is more than 10 square meters, and the kudzu vines below must be dug out, weighing more than 1,000 kilograms. With more than 1,000 kilograms of kudzu vines, do you still have to worry about being hungry? You must not let others get the upper hand. Having made up her mind, Shinran dug a small piece of kudzu root on the side and went down the mountain. When she returned home, Changbing and Chang'an immediately came up to greet her, and they were amazed at the clothes in Shinran's basket. "Aunt, where did this come from? This dress looks very beautiful," Chang'an said. "Aunt just rescued a man who fell into a trap on the mountain. The man had no silver, so he had to take off his coat as a thank you gift. I think this dress is good, so I brought it back and altered it for your eldest brother to wear." "That's great." Chang'an's eyes sparkled as he gently stroked the soft clothes. "Brother finally has beautiful clothes to wear. I'll take them to show you." Changshen was reading in the room and saw Chang'an coming in with a bunch of clothes. When he stepped over the threshold, he almost tripped over his hanging sleeves. He hurried over to help him up. "Why are you running so fast?" Changshen scolded. "Brother, look, your aunt brought you beautiful clothes. You can wear them when you go to school in the future." Changshen then took a closer look at the clothes in his hands. The clothes were indeed made of fine material, and even the embroidery was carefully crafted. But Changshen didn't know why he always felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had seen them somewhere. "These clothes are so nice. I will feel uncomfortable wearing them. It would be better for my aunt to sell them and buy some food," Changshen said. His words happened to be heard by Shinran, who was walking over. Shinran felt that there was some truth in it. Now the family conditions are limited, and it seems that it is not very useful to rely on a piece of clothing to keep up appearances, so she said, "Okay, I will sell the clothes later and buy new clothes for all three of you."
Wow. Thank you, Aunt.
In Chang'an's memory, he had never worn new clothes, so when his aunt said that he had new clothes to wear, he immediately clapped his hands. "Aunt, you just buy new clothes for your brother. I can still wear this one." Changshen hid the hole on his coat behind his back again. "You are a scholar, you still have to have basic decency, and Anne is not a calculating person. I will arrange the new clothes." "But Aunt," Changshen still had a strange feeling. "Did the person who gave you the clothes say who he was? I always feel like I have seen him before."
예빈이랑 길이를 잘 들어왔.
It was not that she did not ask, but the other party had no chance to say who he was. "Just an ordinary passerby," she replied. "Since you don't want to wear them, I'll put them away first and sell them together when I go to the county town next time. Together with the hairpin and jade pendant."
Shinran didn't say it.
She took the clothes and went back to the house, stuffed the clothes casually, and began to check the ice spirit flowers she had picked. Things cannot be brought into the space. Even if there are ice spirit flowers, how can medicine be made? Shinran was worrying, but found that the ice spirit flowers in her hand disappeared out of thin air, and they all appeared in the space. It turns out that it's not that the space can't store things, but that it can't store irrelevant things. That's easy. Shinran was very happy. She took all 3 ice spirit flowers into the space, and then found other herbs in the warehouse according to the ingredient list. After matching, there was still 1 flower left. Shinran put the remaining ice spirit flower into the cold storage room, and then started the instrument to start the program. The system showed that it would take half a month for the finished product to come out. She exited the space, looked at the small piece of Puraria root in the frame, and began to think. Such a large piece of Puraria root, she would definitely not be able to finish it at home, and judging from today's situation, if those women found that Puraria root was edible, they would soon go up the mountain to dig it. Then she needed to hurry up. Thinking of this, she went outside to wash the Puraria root, then peeled it, cut it into small pieces, and put it in a bowl. "Chang'an, take me to the headman's house. I have something to tell him,"
she said.
"Okay. It just so happens that I miss Sister Yufeng too." Chang'an took Shinran's hand and skipped towards the headman's house. When he saw others on the way, Chang'an would greet them as uncles and aunts. The villagers called Chang'an happily, but when they looked up and saw Shinran, they turned their heads away awkwardly, pretending not to see her. It was awkward to want to get close but also keep a distance. Yi Shinran didn't take it to heart and followed Chang'an all the way to the headman's house. The headman's house was at the easternmost end of the village. There were 5 mud houses, and the yard was more than twice as big as that of the Shao family. As soon as Yi Shinran walked to the door, she heard a woman's voice from inside. You only know how to give away the food at home every day. Those who know you know that you are the headman, and those who don't know you think you are the clay Buddha of the village. As soon as this voice fell, the headman's unhurried voice was heard again. Hey, these younger generations in the village, who is not related to you. As an elder, can I just watch them sell their children and do nothing? That depends on whether your family is rich. The woman went on to say, the porridge in our house is so thin that you can almost see a person's reflection in it. You can tolerate it, but my baby Yufeng is still growing. She can't eat enough and is as thin as a stick. As a grandfather, you also feel sorry for your granddaughter. Mom, Dad is kind-hearted. I will go to the mountain tomorrow to see if there are any wild fruits and bring them back for Yufeng to eat. The headman's son consoled her. Okay, you two are the good guys.
I'm the only bad guy.
I'm selfish, and I don't care about the younger generation. The headman's wife, Li, became more and more excited as she spoke. Yi Shinran was a little embarrassed. She stood at the door and didn't know whether to go in or not. Yufeng ran out of the house, saw Chang'an, waved for him to come in, and whispered, Grandma is angry again. Are you afraid? Chang'an asked with a blink of an eye. No, Grandma just has a bad temper. She forgets it after scolding. While the 2 children were talking, Li also walked out of the house. Seeing Yi Shinran and Chang'an, she turned her head, then turned back and said to the head of the village in a bad mood, Another debt collector is here at the door. I want to see what you have to pity others, otherwise you can just cut my neck and take out my stomach. The head of the village felt guilty towards his wife and did not retort. He just walked out of the house happily. When he saw Yi Shinran, he was stunned for a moment. Huaiyan wife, why are you here? Seeing Yi Shinran holding a bowl in her hand, the head of the village thought that her family had run out of food and took the initiative to ask, Did Shao Huaiyan not leave enough food for you when he left? Yi Shinran hurriedly said, No, I still have food at home. I came to see the head of the village today, for other things. Then come in quickly, don't stand at the door. Yi Shinran walked into the yard. Chang'an and Yufeng had already run to the corner, chattering and playing together. You don't want to lend me food. Are you in trouble? The head of the village asked again, completely forgetting that he had just been scolded by his wife. Yi Shinran handed the bowl in his hand forward. I found this in the mountain, and brought it specially for Uncle Head to try. Oh? The head of the village was very surprised. This year has been a bad year, and none of the more than 200 households in the village has brought him food. Instead, it was the Shao family, an outsider, who came to bring him food first. He looked into the bowl and saw yellow and white food cut into pieces, a bit like sweet potato chips, but different from sweet potato chips. What is this? The head of the village picked up a piece and looked at it carefully, and Yi Shinran also gave him an answer. It is the root of kudzu vine, which can be eaten raw. Uncle Head, try it. Can this thing be eaten? The village head was very surprised. He knew about kudzu vines. Sometimes when the baskets at home were broken, they would go to the mountains to cut some and bring them back to weave baskets. But he had never heard that the roots of this thing could be eaten. He put the piece of kudzu root into his mouth and chewed it. It was crisp and a little sweet. Well, it's quite delicious. He put the whole piece of kudzu root into his mouth, his face showing joy. With this thing, we can dig one more kind of food. Huaiyan wife, you have helped a lot. I will tell everyone now that if you see kudzu vines in the mountains in the future, dig up the roots below and eat them. Uncle Village Head, it's not later. We have to go to the mountains to dig now.
Why?
The village head showed a confused look. I saw a large area of kudzu vines on the mountain yesterday. It must be at least a few acres of land. So I came to tell Uncle Village Head and take everyone to dig together. A few acres? So much? Why haven't I seen it before? The head of the village couldn't believe it. He might not understand other things, but when it comes to what is in this village and the mountains around the village, no one knows better than him. He must have an impression of such a large area of kudzu vines. It's in Milla Mountain. Yi Shinran said, I heard from Brother Zhang that people in the village don't go to that mountain very often. Milla Mountain. Now the head of the village knew why he didn't see it. Milla Mountain is between Yunbian village and Donggo village. The mountain is often shrouded in mist. It is said that there are monsters in the mountain. In the early years, several villagers lost their traces in the mountain. Since then, few people have gone to the mountain. Later, someone heard the howling of wolves at the foot of the mountain, and no one dared to go into the mountain. Changsheng is too brave. He actually dared to go to Milla Mountain. What if something happened? The head of the village reacted immediately, but it's a good thing that happened. Otherwise, we wouldn't have found this good thing. Huayan wife, are there really so many kudzu roots on the mountain? Absolutely true. Yi Shinran said, and I met a few women when I went up the mountain just now. They seem to be from the next village. Although now is not the time to dig kudzu roots, if we don't dig them, they might be dug up by other villages. Of course not. The head of the village became anxious when he heard that someone else had found kudzu roots. I will gather the villagers, and we will go dig them this afternoon. With this good thing, people in our village will not starve to death. The head of the village happily went into the house to look for the bronze gong. The head of the village's wife had been secretly listening to the two people talking in the back room. She became excited when she heard it and ran out from the back and asked, Huayan wife, are you telling the truth? How could it be false? Yi Shinran asked the head of the village's wife to taste a piece. I saw that everyone's life was not easy, and with this good thing, I quickly came to tell the head of the village. Oh, that's good. Li's eyebrows were overjoyed. Our Yunbian village is so lucky. Ding, ding, ding. After 3 gongs sounded, the villagers gathered at the door of the headman's house one after another. Uncle Headman, what happened? Yeah, why is the gong ringing? I was weeding in the field, and I hurried over when I heard the gong. Could it be that the higher-ups have increased taxes again? If that's the case, we'll really have trouble living like this. Seeing that most people had arrived, the headman shouted, Quiet. Everyone, be quiet. Everyone shut up. The headman then said, It's a good thing that we're gathering everyone here today. Xiao Huayan's wife just told me that she found food in the mountains. There are several acres of kudzu root on Milla Mountain. All of you put down your work, and all the young and old in the village, as long as you can work, follow me up the mountain to dig kudzu root. Uncle Headman, can that stuff really be eaten? Some villagers raised doubts. That's right, Uncle Li Zheng. We have lived here for generations. If that thing is edible, we would have discovered it long ago. Why do we have to wait until now? Why can't we eat it? I just tasted it. It tastes sweet, almost like sweet potatoes. The Li Zheng waved his hand to suppress the doubts in the crowd. You just said that we have lived here for generations. The whole village, including myself, has never even been to the capital. We are narrow-minded and have limited knowledge. Isn't it normal that we don't know that this thing is edible? Now that Huayan's wife has kindly told us about this edible thing, think about it yourself. How much rice is left in your rice jar? How much more food can the family buy with the money? There are people in my Yunbian village who will die of exhaustion, but no one will starve to death. Those who can walk will follow me up the mountain. Although everyone had doubts in their hearts, since the head of the village said so, no one dared not go. If they went, and the thing didn't taste good or was not available, at most they would have wasted half a day. If they didn't go, when the neighbors around them had food at home, their own family would have none, and they would regret it and have no place to cry. Uncle Head of the village, does that mean that whatever you dig up belongs to you? Someone asked. Yes, everything you dig belongs to you, and each family will hand over 2 kilograms, which will be placed in the public warehouse in our village. Okay, we'll listen to Uncle Head of the village. The villagers went home to get their stuff, and Yi Shinran also took Chang'an home and asked Changping to go up the mountain with her. Changxing felt very sorry and struggled to go, but Yi Shinran quickly stopped him and said, Okay, your foot isn't healed yet, so stay home and wait for our good news. She and Changping each carried a backpack, a machete and followed the large group from Yunbian village, heading towards Milla Mountain. When they reached the foot of the mountain, everyone stopped and waited for Yi Shinran to lead the way. There are wolves on this mountain. It's very dangerous. There are so many of us. What are we afraid of? That's right, we have so many strong men here. If there is a wolf, we can kill it. Besides, the young wife of the Shao family is not afraid of herself. Are you worse than a woman? Everyone joked with each other, but they didn't really let Yi Xinran walk in front. Erden's father and Zhang Dali led the way in front, and according to Yi Xinran's instructions, they walked all the way to where the kudzu root was. A large area of kudzu vines appeared in front of everyone. The head of the village looked at the kudzu vines entangled with each other in front of him, and his heart beat faster. The scene imagined in the mind was not as shocking as seeing it in person. The head of the village immediately ordered, "Divide the work. Women will be responsible for cutting the vines. Children will drag the vines farther away, and men will be responsible for digging. Everyone must act quickly. People from Dongo village have discovered this place today." Hearing that people from other villages have also discovered this place, the food protecting blood in everyone's body awakens immediately. The vines of kudzu are very strong. Especially the old vines. If you cut them, your arm will bounce back immediately, and you need to keep cutting the same place before you can cut them off. Some men are strong, and they will just pull out the tiny vines first and let the children put the kudzu roots they brought out into the basket. I heard that this thing can be eaten raw, so after someone dug out a piece, he immediately put it in his mouth to chew on it.
Ooh.
Except for the sand on the skin being a bit gritty, it's really sweet. Suddenly, the harvesting scene became bustling. Yi Xinran asked Chongping to cut some vines first, and she quietly walked away to check on the scholar he had thrown next to the trap. If he hadn't woken up yet, Yi Xinran decided to do something good and let the head of the village arrange for someone to move him back. But when she got there, she saw that the scholar was no longer there. There were no signs of dragging around, but there was a trail of footprints leading down the mountain. It looked like the scholar went down the mountain by himself after waking up. Yi Xinran was relieved. She returned to the place where she dug kudzu vines, ready to ask Chongping to help her, but she saw that Chongping had dug out a large piece by himself, cutting and digging.
Chongping,
"You're too fast." Yi Xinran squatted down and helped Chongping pull out a large piece of kudzu root. Chongping wiped his nose with his little muddy hands and immediately turned into a little clown face. "Aunt, I can do this kind of small job by myself. You don't have to do it. You just watch from the side." "That won't work. You are still a child. Go and rest for a while," Yi Xinran said. "No need to rest," Chongping said. "Then let's fill the baskets quickly, send them down the mountain, and come back to dig again." "Okay." Seeing Chongping so enthusiastic, Yi Xinran was also full of motivation. The 3 children of Zhang Dali's family next to them also worked hard. There were only 2 machetes in the family. Chen and her son chopped the vines, and the 2 daughters dragged the cut vines aside. Zhang Dali swung his pickaxe, and a large piece of kudzu root was dug out. Tao Hua and Xiao Hua went up together, picked up the dug kudzu root, and put it into the bamboo basket. "Mom, look how big this piece of kudzu root is." Xiao Hua smiled brightly and held it up for Chen to see. Chen looked at her daughter and nodded gently. "Dad, put it in the basket quickly. Your dad has dug out new ones."
Hey.
Xiao Hua put this piece in and picked up another one. "Mom, let's dig some more and cook a big piece tonight, okay?"
Why not?
The head of the village said that everything dug belongs to us. If we dig more, we can eat it for a long time. When the 3 children heard this, they felt that they had endless strength in their bodies, and even their palms, which were sore from being shaken by the vines, did not hurt at all. Since the beginning of spring, they dared not eat too much sweet potato at a time. After digging so many kudzu roots back, they could finally have a full meal. Not only Zhang Dali's family, but all the people who went up the mountain to dig kudzu roots were full of energy at this moment. The root system of kudzu roots is well developed, and each pile dug out has more than 10 to 20 kilograms. At this rate, each of their families can store hundreds of kilograms and take them back. In such a famine year, their village can rely on these kudzu roots to survive. Everyone was working hard, and in a corner, 2 women started arguing. "I say, Mrs. Zhang, you have your own hands and feet. Can't you dig the kudzu roots growing on the ground by yourself?" Why did you touch the ones I dug out? Mrs. Lee, I didn't mean to, you see, I thought I dug this pile out. Mrs. Zhang explained to herself, but she held a large piece of kudzu roots in her hand and refused to let go. Did you dig it out? Don't you know how many vines you have cut off since you came up the mountain? And you still say you didn't do it on purpose? Oh, aren't they just a few kudzu roots? Look at how large they are all over the mountain. Why are you fussing with me about it? Mrs. Zhang took the initiative, but Mrs. Lee was no pushover. She stepped forward and snatched the kudzu roots from Mrs. Zhang's hand and continued to curse. You are so shameless that you don't even throw them away after being scalded with boiling water. The kudzu roots all over the mountain are in front of you, but you go ahead and dig them. You are so shameless to take other people's vines. Aren't you afraid of getting a rotten stomach? Don't go too far, Zhang Er. Mrs. Zhang felt a little embarrassed and wanted to go up and fight with Li, but Zhang Er stepped forward. Mrs. Zhang, move aside and don't delay my work. Mrs. Zhang is quite good at dealing with women, but when it comes to strong men, she immediately gives in. Others come out to dig kudzu roots with their families, but if she comes out alone and starts fighting, she will definitely not gain any advantage. Don't bully others by relying on your numbers. I'll tell the head of the village and ask him to judge for me. Even if you complain to the emperor, it's you who stole from me today. I advise you not to waste your energy. Use this time to dig more roots and give your son more to eat when you get home. As soon as these words came out, all the people working nearby laughed. Everyone knew that Mrs. Zhang and her husband had raised a useless son. Zhang Dashan was lazy and gluttonous since he was a child. When people in the surrounding villages talked about marriage, no one would not shake their heads when his family was mentioned. Chomping looked at this scene, frowned, turned around and said to Yi Xinran, Aunt, I have never stolen anything. She is the thief. Yi Xinran knew that Chomping still cared about this matter, so she said, Yes, she is a thief who likes to take advantage of others and steal other people's things. Sooner or later, someone will deal with her. Yeah. Chomping nodded. Mrs. Zhang was already embarrassed and took the few pieces of kudzu root she dug out and went to another place to dig. By the evening, a large area of kudzu root was almost dug out. The villagers carried the kudzu root home on their backs. Yi Xinran and Chomping had already made one trip back, and this time they dug a little more. Fortunately, Zhang Dali's family pushed a cart over, put their kudzu root on the cart, and pulled it back together. Mrs. Chen, have you loaded all the kudzu roots back? Yi Xinran asked on the way. Mrs. Chen looked at the full cart and smiled. All loaded back. The child's father said that he would go to the mountains to find the remaining kudzu roots tomorrow morning. It is estimated that he can get about 200 kilograms. This is enough for us to eat for a long time. That's good. Life will be better if we can hold out until the new grain arrives. Yi Xinran agreed. Who says not? Chen smiled. When I go back later, I will cook a big pot of yesterday's purple yam and this kudzu root together so that the children can have a full meal. Well, when I go back later, I will also use kudzu root to make a soup. Yi Xinran originally wanted to make a kudzu root bone soup, but then she thought, where are the bones at home? She had cooked the only meat. Now, there are only vegetarian dishes left at home. By the way, Aunt Chen, how do you usually go to the city? Yi Xinran felt that she should go to the city to buy some things. Chen immediately replied, the Nyo Air family in the village goes to the city every other day. The travel fee is 3 cents per person. If you want to go, follow the car in the morning and come back with the car in the evening. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow to see. Yi Xinran thanked him. When they got home, Chomping and Yi Xinran put the kudzu roots they dug up in the corner of the kitchen. Then Yi Xinran washed her hands and began to prepare dinner. With the rice taken out from the space and the noodles stored in the space, the family didn't have to worry about food for the time being. What needed to be improved urgently was the meat and eggs at home. Yi Xinran made plans while cooking. It was not realistic to go to the city to buy meat every few days, and it would be difficult to store too much at one time. So she had to buy a few chickens, ducks, and geese. These poultry could lay eggs when they grew up. The meat can be eaten even if the eggs are not laid, which can perfectly solve the problem of nutritional meal matching. If the place is large, it is actually okay to raise a pig. But if a pig is brought into this yard now, I will have to live with the smell of pig manure every day. Let's wait until the house is bigger. In the evening, I made white rice, boiled soup with kudzu root, and stir-fried a plate of purple yam. Although it was not as good as the food in the previous 2 days, the children were very happy to eat it. Even Chongqing talked and laughed with his brothers and became more cheerful. After dinner, Chongqing discussed with Yi Xinran, "Aunt, I feel that my leg is healed, and I can go to school tomorrow. How can it be healed after only 1 day of rest? Stay at home for 2 more days."
Yi Xinran disagreed.
"I have finished all the homework I brought back, and I want to go to school to learn something new from the teacher." Chang'an tried to persuade. "Doesn't Erden go to school every day? Wait for him to come back in the evening, and let him come home to explain to you."
Got it.
Chongqing hesitated to speak, but seeing Yi Xinran insisted, he had to agree. As night fell, the originally lively village immediately became quiet. No one was willing to light the lights these days, so as soon as it got dark, everyone packed up and went to bed. Yi Xinran waited until the children fell asleep, and then entered her own space again. The rice and flour that appeared yesterday gave Yi Xinran great confidence. It seemed that the more she integrated into her current life, the more things in the space would appear. She first checked the snow cream in production. The machine was running normally. After all the processes were completed, she can get the finished product. Next, it's time to try her luck. Now she always wants to come in from time to check how much of the thick fog in the space has dissipated. The fact is just as she expected. The thick fog in the cafeteria has indeed dissipated a little, revealing the stove. There are all kinds of seasonings such as oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar. There are also kitchen knives, spoons, and various kitchen utensils. Utensils are easy to say, but seasonings are what Yi Xinran needs very much now. With these seasonings, she can make the braised pork taste better, and she doesn't have to put only salt in the soup. Woohoo! One day, the day really came. The weather is getting better. She first took out a bag of salt and a bag of sugar, ready to pour them into the jar tomorrow. As for the other seasonings, she would have to wait until she bought some from the market before letting them appear legitimately. After inspecting the space, Yi Xinran went upstairs contentedly to wash up and go to bed. While taking a shower, she greedily admired her figure in front of the mirror. There were water droplets on her snow-white skin, and her hair was black and thick, which made her face look very petite. White skin and soft hair, these were what Yi Xinran longed for in her previous life. In her previous life, her hair was dry and hard, and even had a points for natural curls. After straightening, it sticks to the scalp. Without straightening, it looks like a frizzy lion. It has never been so soft and smooth. She really likes the way she looks now. Even if half of her face is ruined, she still likes it. Just as she was admiring it, there was a knock on the door outside the space. Who is knocking at the door so late? She can't let anyone discover her secret. Yi Xinran's brain got hot, and she threw the skirt she was wearing on her body and retreated from the space. She just returned to the room, and the door of the room was already opened from the outside, and a tall figure also appeared at the door. Who? Yi Xinran turned around and saw Xiao Huaiyan with a shocked look on his face. The man turned his head immediately after seeing Yi Xinran clearly. "You, put on your clothes." Yi Xinran lowered her head and realized that she had come out too hastily just now, and the belt of her clothes was not fastened properly, leaving a space in front of her chest, with half of her 2 round halves exposed. Further down, because of the water droplet still on, the thin corners of her skirt stuck to her thighs, and her 2 white and slender calves were also exposed to the air.
Yi Xinran lamented.
How could she be taken advantage of as soon as they met? But with such a good man in front of her, she didn't get any benefit at all. Why did you come back so early? Yi Xinran found another skirt to put on and asked calmly. Xiao Huaiyan stood outside the door and looked up at the moon, trying to get the snow-white figure out of his mind. But the color of the moon was too close to the figure just now, and his mind became even more confused. It was not until Yi Xinran spoke that he retracted his gaze, and his voice returned to his previous coldness. "I'm sorry, I didn't know you were in the room. I got a big prey by chance, so I came back early." I also came back to see if the children were affected by the marriage. He thought to himself. Before pushing the door, he never thought that Yi Shinran would stay here. Although Yi Shinran's clothes were neatly dressed at this moment, in Xiao Huayan's eyes, she was not wearing any makeup, with a slender waist and beautiful hair draped behind her head, which made her skin whiter than snow. She seemed to be a spirit walking out of the night, the most fascinating. Didn't she prefer to die than to get married? Why hasn't she left yet? The poison in your body should have been cured. Why are you still here? Xiao Huayan asked coldly. Yi Shinran stepped forward and said in a light voice, "You ask a strange question. I was carried in by the sedan chair, your formerly married wife. Where else could I be if I'm not here?" The man came back late at night, with the coolness of dew and the faint scent of grass on his body. He had a cold and handsome face, and the look in his eyes was still inquiring. Yi Shinran didn't know why she remembered the time when he knocked his forehead that day, and she wanted to tease him. "What's more, you have taken advantage of me time and time again, and how can I bear to leave when I haven't even paid you back?" Xiao Huayan never expected that she would bring up this matter again. The situation on that day, and the scene he just saw merged in his mind. His face became colder. "If you don't mind, girl, then stay. You can live in this room, and I'll let the child live in another one. Thank you for your hard work." Yi Shinran was not polite either. After she finished speaking, she clasped her hands together, and with a click, she locked Xiao Huayan outside the door. At dawn, the villagers began to work. Yi Shinran also got up very early, but when she got up, Xiao Huayan was already in the kitchen. According to previous practice, Aunt Zhang did not come to cook on the day he came back, so he lit a fire and prepared to cook some porridge. When Yi Shinran went out, he smelled a burnt smell. Chongping happened to get up too. He smelled the familiar burnt smell, and then looked at Yi Shinran, who was in a daze in the yard. An idea flashed in his mind. "Second uncle. It's second uncle who is back." After speaking, he ran over and saw that Xiao Huayan was indeed cooking in the kitchen. Xiao Huayan has a strong posture, long arms and legs, and he took up a large space in the kitchen by himself. But his expression was a little ugly at this time. When he saw Chongping coming, his eyes, which were used to being cold, actually showed a little apology. "Do you smell it?" Xiao Huayan looked at Chongping. "I think I mushy the rice again." "It's okay, second uncle, we're used to it anyway." Chongping tried to comfort, but it didn't seem to work. "Forget it, you can eat less, I'll go to the market and bring you meat buns." Xiao Huayan coaxed Chongping in return. Usually when he said this, the children would jump for joy, but this time Chongping was very calm. He looked behind him, turned around and whispered, "Second uncle, there is no need to buy meat buns. Auntie's cooking is delicious." Yi Shinran also walked in from outside. Looking at the mess made by Xiao Huayan in the kitchen, she frowned. The white porridge in the pot has turned yellow, and it is unknown how long Xiao Huayan has been burning the fire for this to happen. "Next time you cook porridge, you can add more water. This way it won't be mushy," Yi Shinran kindly reminded, but Chongping pulled her clothes and whispered, "Auntie, adding more water is not good. Last time, second uncle put too much water in the porridge, and we drank it for a day before we finished it." Yi Shinran imagined the scene and burst out laughing. "You were asked to cook porridge but not rice or tea. If you add half a pot of water to such a big pot, it would be full of water." It can be seen that Xiao Huayan has no talent for cooking. Seeing Yi Shinran smile, Xiao Huayan's expression was no longer tense, but seemed to have a sense of giving up. "I'm really not good at this. If you can cook, I'll trouble you. It's a small matter." Yi Shinran rolled up his sleeves and walked into the kitchen. "First, take out the food in the pot, clean the pot, and then turn down the fire on the stove." Yi Shinran gave instructions while taking the noodles. Xiao Huayan had no objection and started working according to Yi Shinran's instructions. Chongping was stunned watching from outside. That was their second uncle. The second uncle, who once made the enemy tremble with fear. Now he was willing to help in the kitchen? But what was going on when he saw the two people cooperating with each other tacitly? Chongping immediately ran back to the house and called out Chang'an, who was still sleeping, and Changsheng, who was reading. "Brother, Chang'an, come out and see quickly." Chang'an rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked ignorantly, "What are you looking at?" Changxing also had a face full of doubts. "What are you doing so crazy so early in the morning?" "Oh, it's hard to explain. You will know when you come and see for yourself." Chomping dragged the two brothers to the outside of the kitchen, and the three little heads lined up to look inside. They saw their stern and indifferent second uncle sitting in front of the stove watching the fire, and the petite aunt was standing next to the stove, putting pancakes into the pot. "Did you see it?" Chomping asked the two brothers in a low voice. Chongqing nodded silently. "I saw it." Chang'an looked back at his two brothers happily. "I told you, Aunt will not leave. Aunt likes second uncle the most." Yi Xinran made scallion pancakes in the morning. The dough board was 2 steps away from the stove. After she pressed a pancake, she threw it directly into the pan. When she heard Chang'an say that she liked Xiao Huaiyan, Yi Xinran suddenly became nervous, and the pancake in her hand lost its aim and flew towards Xiao Huaiyan's face. Xiao Huaiyan was quick-eyed and quick-handed. When he saw something flying over, he immediately stretched out his hand to block it. Unexpectedly, the pancake was very soft. Although he caught a piece, the rest continued to fly towards him, covering his head and face. The 3 children were all startled. Yi Xinran was also very embarrassed, and hurriedly went up to pick up the dough stuck on Xiao Huaiyan's face. Sorry, I lost my hand for a moment." "It doesn't matter." Xiao Huaiyan stood up expressionlessly. "I'll wash it myself." After saying that, he turned and walked out. When he reached the door, he glanced at the 3 children. Changsheng and the others immediately lowered their heads guiltily, and no one dared to say a word. Chang'an took a deep breath only after Xiao Huaiyan walked away. He came to Yi Xinran and asked in a milky voice, "Aunt, what did you make today? Why does it smell so good?" "Today, Auntie made scallion pancakes for you. They smell so good." "The pancakes made by Auntie must be delicious." Chang'an started to flatter again. Fortunately, Yi Xinran already has antibodies and will not get carried away by being praised. "I just agreed with your second uncle that after dinner, we will go to the market together. Chang'an will go with us to see a doctor. Changsheng and Chomping will stay at home and eat pancakes when they are hungry at noon." "Okay, Auntie." Hearing that Yi Xinran had made clear arrangements for them, the 3 children all nodded in agreement. After Yi Xinran had baked more than a dozen pancakes, fried a plate of shredded yam, and cooked a simple soup with cabbage, she called the children to come for dinner. Chang'an also ran to the front yard and pulled his second uncle over. The scallion pancakes that had just come out of the pot were steaming hot. Yi Xinran took a bite first, and then the children started to eat. "It smells so good. Aunt's cooking is so good." Chang'an took a bite and couldn't stop praising him. Seeing that his second uncle was sitting aside and hadn't started yet, he grabbed a pancake from the plate and stuffed it into Xiao Huaiyan's hand. "Second uncle, come and eat this. It smells so good." This was the first time that Xiao Huaiyan had eaten at the same table with people other than the 3 children since he came to Yunbian village. He always felt a little awkward. He took the pancake handed over by Chang'an and finished it in 2 or 3 bites. Chang'an quickly asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Xiao Huaiyan nodded. It's easy to swallow." Hearing this, Chongqing Chongping also picked up a pancake for his second uncle. Xiao Huaiyan silently finished 3 pancakes and drank a bowl of soup before putting down his chopsticks. The expression on his face seemed to be melted by the warm food and was not so cold anymore. "I'm done. We'll go to the county town later. Chang'an, come find me after you finish your meal." After saying that, he was the first to leave the table. The 3 children looked at their second uncle's back and all looked at Yi Xinran. "Aunt, did you hear that? Second uncle praised your cooking for being delicious." "Yi Xinran, I'm not deaf. He clearly said it was easy to swallow. Can this be called praising? When your second uncle commented on the food being delicious, he said it was easy to swallow." Yi Xinran looked at the 3 children with a puzzled look.
"No."
Chongqing shook his head repeatedly. Second uncle never comments on the quality of food. Chang'an nodded in agreement after hearing what his eldest brother said. Yes. When Chomping saw the atmosphere was getting like this, he also said, Second uncle is never picky about food. He can eat even pig food, but he never says whether it tastes good or not. As soon as these words came out, the other two brothers all looked at Chongping. Keep your voice down. Don't let second uncle hear it. Chongping immediately covered his mouth with both hands and looked outside guiltily. Chongqing concluded. Anyway, second uncle doesn't care much about food. In the past, the porridge he cooked was so bad, but second uncle could still eat it without changing his expression. We can only eat with him. After hearing these descriptions, Yi Xinran roughly knew what kind of life the three children had lived in the past. No wonder they were won over by simple food. Yi Xinran immediately decided to make the food taste better in the future. Today, Anne is going to the city to buy meat, and she will come back to make you something better. That's great. Hearing this, the three children began to guess what they would eat in the evening. After dinner, Yi Xinran went to the room to pack her small bag. When she came out, Xiao Huaiyan was already waiting for her at the door with Chang'an. The three of them walked to the entrance of the village together and found that the ox cart that should have been waiting there was not there. I've asked around before, there should be an ox cart today? Yi Xinran said to herself. The head of the village happened to pass by and saw the three people and asked, Are you going to take a car to the city?
Yes. 예빈란 replied.
The head of the village waved his hand. Don't wait any longer. Everyone has to go to the mountains to dig kudzu root today. I just saw Nyoer's family go there too. There is no ox cart today. Yi Xinran then remembered that the kudzu roots had not been dug out clean yesterday, and everyone wanted to look for the remaining ones today. Xiao Huaiyan had been silent. He was a little surprised at Yi Xinran's adaptability. In just a few days, she could become so familiar with the head of the village. But the head of the village's enthusiasm was obviously far more than that. Seeing the regretful look on Yi Xinran's face, he took the initiative to say, Do you have any urgent business to go to the county town? If you are in a hurry, I have a cart at home, and Xiao Huaiyan can take you to there. That's too troublesome. Yi Xinran was also a little embarrassed. What's the trouble? They are all my own things. After the head of the village finished speaking, he led the three people to his home to get a cart. The cart was very heavy, and the wooden wheels were as big as millstones, but the space on the cart was spacious. After putting Xiao Huaiyan's backpack and sitting down Yi Xinran and Chang'an, there was still a lot of space left on the cart. Looking at the body of the car made of solid wood, Yi Xinran became a little worried. Isn't this thing too heavy? Can it be used for a round trip of more than 10 miles? Okay. Xiao Huaiyan spoke concisely, lifted the handlebars, and walked forward. He walked not slowly, but his steps were limping, and it was hard for people to believe that he really had no problems. Or forget it, we can wait until we have an ox cart tomorrow.
예빈란 advised.
It doesn't matter. The road I took when I went to the mountains in the past was much more difficult than this. The prey will be worthless if it is left for a day, and we must go to the city today. Chang'an felt a little sad when he saw his second uncle's look. Second uncle, Chang'an doesn't want to take medicine anymore. Leave the money for your leg treatment. Xiao Huaiyan turned his head and glanced at Chang'an. When will it be your turn to decide whether to treat your illness? Chang'an lowered his head again and refused to speak. Yi Xinran patted his hands and prepared to get out of the car. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huaiyan said again, You are so thin. Not even as heavy as my prey. What effect will it have on you going up and down? Yi Xinran had no choice but to sit in the car. While chatting with Chang'an, she admired Xiao Huaiyan's back. He had broad shoulders, a narrow waist, a perky ace, long legs, and a perfect body. His fingers holding the handlebars were slender, and when going uphill, veins would appear on the back of his hands. With such a good figure, what did he do before he was exiled? Was he also a hunter? Yi Xinran suddenly became interested in this man's past. It took Xiao Huaiyan almost an hour to walk the 7 or 8 miles. When he arrived at the county town, he had to go to a familiar shop to sell his hunted prey. Yi Xinran also happened to be selling something, so she made an appointment with Xiao Huaiyan. After finishing the business, they would meet at the Yonggultang Medical Clinic on the street. In Yi Xinran's package were the clothes, hairpins, and jade pendants she got from the scholar yesterday. These things can be pawned together in a pawn shop. She walked along the main street, looked at the big red flag with the word quality written on it inserted at the door, and walked in. Clothes or embroidery? Yi Shinran opened her bag and took out the scholar's clothes. Please show me, shopkeeper. How much can this dress be pawned for? The clerk picked up the clothes and saw that it was just an ordinary brocade dress, so he said lazily, 50 coins. 50 coins? This is too little, Yi Shinran thought. She put the clothes into the bag, took out the jade hairpin, and asked, what about this? The clerk was impatient at first, but after seeing the jade hairpin, he immediately became interested. The jade hairpin is crystal clear, and the jade is warm. It is obviously a good thing, at first glance. He took the jade hairpin and observed it carefully, and then looked at it in the sun for a long time, and then said, this jade is good jade, but the workmanship is a bit rough. I'll give you 15 taels of silver. 15 taels of silver is not a small amount. According to my previous experience of reading books, these 15 taels of silver are enough for an ordinary farmer's living expenses for a year. The clerk asked hurriedly, you don't want to sell it? Then you think it's too little? How about you give me a price? How did Yi Shinran know how much it would be sold for? She originally wanted to compare prices from 3 different stores to see how much other stores would offer, but seeing the clerk's expression, it seemed like there was a chance, so she tried to ask, 100 taels? 100 taels. Has this been worn by the emperor or the empress? You dare to ask for 100 taels for such a small hairpin? The clerk was obviously angry. Yi Shinran felt that he was angry for no reason. Didn't I leave room for you to bargain? Go ahead and bargain. Cut it in half first to see if I can accept it, and then we can bargain. You are a clerk, you can't ask me to teach you such things. Okay. We don't have time to deal with you. We don't want to accept this hairpin. You can send it wherever you want. The waiter waved his hands at her. Yi Shinran was too lazy to talk to him anymore. Just as she was about to leave, another waiter suddenly ran out and shouted, Miss, please stay. Our young master said he wants to see your hairpin. Can he afford 100 taels? It's not a problem to show it to him. Please give me the hairpin, young lady. I'll take it to the inner room for our young master to appreciate it. No, the hairpin cannot leave my sight. Yi Shinran disagreed with this. He took the hairpin in. What if it was switched? The clerk was in a dilemma and suddenly heard a shout from inside. Then let her come in with you. The clerk immediately nodded and bowed, pointed the way for Yi Shinran, and took her into the inner room. The space was several times larger than the counter. It was decorated in an antique style. The incense in the incense burner was rising, which looked very charming. Yi Shinran was admiring it and suddenly heard a male voice behind him. Missy, you really tried your best to see me. Yi Shinran turned around and saw a handsome man with a jade face standing behind him. He was wearing a white brocade robe embroidered with cloud patterns and a white marble belt around his waist. He had thin red lips and dark eyebrows and looked handsome. But he looked superior, and there was a hint of disgust in his eyes when he looked at Yi Shinran. Yi Shinran found that he knew this person. This was the brother Ziyu that the original owner had been thinking about all the time, but she didn't expect to see him here. Is this your pawn shop? Yi Shinran reacted immediately. You ask even though you know it. Haven't you already inquired about it? Otherwise, there are so many pawn shops on the street. Why did you choose to go into this one? Yi Shinran felt that he had to defend himself on this point. I really didn't know.
Lie.
Xiao Ziyu raised his head and didn't even look at Yi Shinran. The jade hairpin in your hand is obviously only worth 15 taels of silver, but you deliberately asked for 100 taels, and you were also making trouble with the clerk in front of the counter. Isn't your purpose just to attract my attention? Yi Shinran, is this guy sick? Before she finished complaining, she heard something even more incredible. If you want to give me the hairpin, you don't have to use such means.
Ah?
Yi Shinran was shocked. He is so narcissistic. Has he not suffered from the beatings of society? Forget it. Seeing that Yi Shinran didn't speak, Xiao Ziyu continued to talk to himself. I know you have feelings for me, but now the engagement has been cancelled, and you are already married. I will accept your feelings for the last time. Put down the hairpin and don't come to me in the future. Put down the hairpin. Okay, will you give me 100 taels? Yi Shinran automatically skipped the other words and only heard the sentence of putting down the hairpin. You? Xiao Ziyu didn't expect Yi Xinran to ask for money from him. How come you have become so mercenary in just a few days? He said with disgust. Brother, you want my hairpin and don't want to pay. Do you want to get it for free? Yi Xinran then realized what Xiao Ziyu meant. It's not that she was slow to react. It's just that she had never seen such a shameless person in her life. How rude! Xiao Ziyu seemed to be unable to tolerate Yi Xinran any longer and just waved at her and said, "Go away and don't come again."
Ye Vinran laf et angrili.
Although you are the son of the county magistrate, you can't just come when you are summoned and waved away. She thought of the original owner and regarded this young master as a god. Every time she carefully prepared small items such as purses and embroidered handkerchiefs, she couldn't wait to give them to him. Although they are not worth much, they are the best the original owner can come up with. I didn't want to ask Mr. Chiao for it, but since I have seen it today, Mr. Chiao, please return all the things I gave you before. I am already married, and I am afraid that my husband will be angry when I see these things in the future. Xiao Ziyu sneered. I don't know where those things have been thrown away a long time ago. Madam Yi, please rest assured that there is no possibility that others will see them. Lost it? Yi Xinran pretended to be shocked. Mr. Chiao, I spent several nights and almost went blind to make it. Since you don't want to return it, just give me some silver. Even if I see it in the future, I will think you bought it outside. You beat around the bush, still want money? Xiao Ziyu despised Yi Xinran even more. He used to think that Yi Xinran was ugly, so he didn't even want to look at her. But no matter what, her temperament was still gentle. His mother once said that since it was a nobleman who arranged the marriage, he couldn't refuse the engagement, so he should look at the good parts of Yi Xinran more, and it would be good to be able to respect each other in the future. How much do you want? Xiao Ziyu said with disgust. Since we are acquaintances, I will give you a discount. Including this hairpin and the things I gave you before, I will count it as 100 taels of silver. How about it? Xiao Ziyu was furious. Another 100 taels. It turned out that Yi Xinran attached so much importance to this 100 taels of silver that she even turned against him. You said before that every stitch and thread was a token of your love for me, and you hoped that I would not dislike the things you gave me. Now you keep asking me for it. What am I in your heart? He couldn't help but ask. Yi Xinran curled the corners of his mouth and said lightly, It's my bad luck. If I was unlucky, how could I be so blind as to fall in love with you? If I wasn't unlucky, how could I have such parents? Okay, it's just 100 taels. Even if it's 1,000 taels, this young master can afford it. Waiter, go to the counter and get 100 taels of silver note. We will take this hairpin. When the shopkeeper heard this, he hurried up to persuade. Young master, this hairpin is not worth 100 taels of silver. After this money is spent, Madam will ask me to check the account. I said 100 taels, so it's 100 taels. I will explain to my mother. As for Madam Yi, please leave Yuanxing after you give her the money, and never allow her to step into the door of Yuanxing pawn shop again. Xiao Ziyu said with a cold face. Seeing Xiao Ziyu's insistence, the shopkeeper had to shake his head and took out a silver note of 100 taels from the account. In order to spend more conveniently, Yi Xinran asked the shopkeeper to change the silver note into one of 10 taels, and one of them was changed into small change. After walking out of the pawn shop, Yi Xinran felt her back straightened, and even the sky outside was a little bluer. It feels good to have money. She stretched her arms, found an embroidery workshop along the street, and exchanged the dress for 50 coins. As for the jade pendant, she would talk about it after the money in her hand was spent. After collecting the money, Yi Xinran went straight to the clinic, and just at the door of Yongla Hall, she saw Xiao Huaiyan and Chang'an. Chang'an was holding a piece of osmanthus cake in his hand, which should be what Xiao Huaiyan just bought for him. Seeing Yi Xinran, Chang'an happily waved his hand. Aunt, here. We are here. Yi Xinran immediately walked over and asked, Have you finished seeing the doctor? One more, we will be the next one.
Xiao Huaiyan said.
Yi Xinran nodded. When the guy in the clinic called them, Yi Xinran went in with the two of them. The doctor in the clinic was a young man with a round face, small eyes, a smiling face, and seemed to have a good temper. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan and the other two coming in, he immediately greeted them. Chang'an is here. Come, and let me see if you're feeling better. Chang'an seemed to be familiar with him as well. He took the initiative to climb onto the stool in front of the case and said, Uncle Lee, I feel much better. Yeah, that's for sure. Your Uncle Lee's medical skills are impeccable. As he spoke, he examined Chang'an's wrist. After a moment, the smile that seemed to be growing on his face suddenly disappeared. Didn't I tell you that the medicine this time is very important? You need to boil it before going to bed every day and take it while it's hot. Did you ignore my words? He looked at Xiao Huaiyan. Xiao Huaiyan lowered his eyes and looked at Chang'an. Second uncle, Chang'an takes medicine obediently every day. Chang'an felt a huge pressure, biting his fingers and explaining pitifully. Then why did the doctor say that there was something wrong with the medicine you took? Xiao Huaiyan asked further. He seemed very angry about this matter. Seeing that Chang'an was about to cry out of grievance, Yi Xinran opened her mouth to help him explain. I have watched him take medicine every day during the past few days I have been at Zhao's house. The child did not lie.
Aunt.
Chang'an called out with red eyes, but he had been holding back his tears. Doctor, please take another look to see if there is something wrong. Although Yi Xinran had diagnosed Chang'an's problem before, due to the lack of medicinal materials and the fact that Chang'an's illness was not serious, he had not been given any other medicine. Hearing what the doctor said, Yi Xinran became a little nervous. She was careless, and she should check Chang'an carefully again. Hearing what Yi Xinran said, the doctor put his hand on Chang'an's arm again and diagnosed for a long time with his eyes closed. Until he opened his eyes again, he spoke. He did take the medicine and the stagnation phenomenon has improved, but the degree of tonic is much worse. Could it be that the medicine is not effective enough? Xiao Huaiyan guessed. The round-faced doctor was furious after hearing this. Impossible.
Absolutely impossible.
The medicines I prescribe are all based on the most accurate combination. How can the effect be insufficient? You must not have taken them as I said. Yi Xinran frowned. Then please rewrite the prescription you wrote before. What? Do you understand medicine? The doctor looked at Yi Xinran with some disdain. Can you understand what I wrote? Simple prescriptions can be understood. Doctors are young, and it is inevitable that there will be omissions. One more person to see is one more guarantee. Yi Xinran said this to the interns before. Because she talked about the part she was best at, she almost forgot that she was only 17 or 18 years old. I'm young? You are so arrogant. This sentence touched the pain point of the round-faced doctor. Without saying a word, the young doctor took the paper and pen and quickly wrote down the prescription and handed it to Yi Xinran. Here, take a look. I want to see if you can find any flaws. Yi Xinran looked at the prescription carefully. 15 cents of purple Salvia miltiariza, 6 cents of white cardamom, 8 cents of pusidanum, 12 cents of red scutellaria, 8 cents of Allium macrostemon, 10 cents of Polygonum multiflorum. First adjust the blood stasis, then replenish the heart qi. It is a good prescription. Follow this prescription for half a month, and there will be obvious changes in the pulse. Is your prescription really like this? Yi Xinran asked. The round-faced doctor was very impatient with other people's doubts and immediately said, Of course, can my Lu Zhenyan's medicine be fake? In that case, then prescribe another one. This time I will watch the child take it. Yi Xinran said, however, although this prescription is good, it lacks a medicine guide. If 3 cents of Ganoderma lucidum is used as a guide, the effect will be better. After listening to Yi Xinran's words, Lu Zhenyan was stunned for a moment and then seemed to have an epiphany. Yes. Ganoderma lucidum and Allium macrostemon complement each other, which can make the medicine better absorbed. It is indeed a good prescription. He immediately picked up the pen, wrote quickly wrote a new prescription, handed it to the waiter, and said, Go and get the medicine for Mr. Xiao according to this prescription. Xiao Huaiyan and Yi Xinran got up to leave, and Lu Zhenyan suddenly stretched out his hand. Wait a minute. May I ask, Madam Yi, have you ever studied medicine? He looked at Yi Xinran eagerly. Yi Xinran just said lightly, No, because someone in my family is in poor health, I have only read a few medical books, but nothing has been achieved. Hearing this, Lu Xinyan looked at Yi Xinran with a strange expression. I'm just young, not stupid. You even said the medicine guide so accurately, but you told me that you have only read a few medical books? Yi Xinran shrugged. Indeed, I have only read a little. Lu Xinyan snorted and was about to argue with her, but Xiao Huaiyan stepped forward and stood in front of Yi Xinran. Dr. Lu, aren't you asking too many questions? Even if she has really learned medical skills, so what? Lu Xinyan was very angry. I just want to ask where she learned it from. I don't want to do anything. You two are really stingy. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. I'm too lazy to know. At this time, the waiter had packed the medicine and brought it to Xiao Huaiyan. Mr. Xiao, the total is 2 taels and 8 cents. Xiao Huaiyan nodded, took the medicine with one hand, and took out a handful of silver from the purse on his waist with the other hand. Yi Xinran turned her head to look over and found that the silver in his purse was very small and there were a few copper coins mixed in it. It seems that the income from selling prey was not much. Xiao Huaiyan paid the bill and noticed Yi Xinran's gaze. He didn't say anything, but after walking out of the clinic, he took off the purse from his waist and handed it to Yi Xinran. I got 4 taels and 1 qian of silver from selling prey today. After buying medicine, I have 1 tael and 3 qian left. It's all here. Yi Xinran didn't take it, but looked at Xiao Huaiyan. What are you doing for me? Xiao Huaiyan's expression did not change. I don't know about the food, clothing, and expenses of the family. All this silver is with you. See if you need to buy anything. All given to me? Yi Xinran was a little surprised. Xiao Huaiyan had been telling him to leave before, so why did he give all his fortune to himself now?
Well.
Xiao Huaiyan spit out one word concisely. Yi Xinran. Okay, I'm going to buy some things later and spend all this money. You can't have any objections. Xiao Huaiyan. Okay, but Aunt Zhang's wages need to be set aside. If Xiao Huaiyan didn't mention it, Yi Xinran didn't think of this person for a while. You are still thinking about that Aunt Zhang. Do you know what she did in your house?
Yevin it.
Xiao Huaiyan frowned. What did she do? He looked at Chang'an. Chang'an respected and feared Xiao Huaiyan. There were some things he didn't ask, and Chang'an didn't dare to bring them up. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan looking at him, he hurriedly told him everything that had happened before, and even exaggerated the miserable appearance of Aunt Zhang's fall. Aunt is very powerful. Thanks to Aunt. Why didn't you tell me these things earlier? Xiao Huaiyan's face obviously turned cold. Chang'an was frightened and quickly hid behind Yi Xinran, daring to show only half of his face, and whispered, We were afraid that you would be angry, so we dared not say it. Seeing that Xiao Huaiyan still had an ugly face, Yi Xinran also protected Chang'an and said, You are so fierce. Of course the children are afraid of you. Xiao Huaiyan held back his temper, covered Chang'an's head with his big hands, and whispered, Why haven't you thought about it? If you don't say it, I will be even more angry. Chang'an lowered his head, afraid that others would see his tears, so he had to hold his clothes hard. Second uncle. We were wrong. I will tell second uncle if I have anything in the future. Forget it this time. I don't want there to be a next time. Chang'an raised his head, with crystal tears still on his eyelashes. There will be no future. We have an aunt, and my aunt will not let anyone bully us. Xiao Huaiyan's expression was a little unnatural. The 3 children had obviously been with him for a longer time, but why did they believe Yi Xinran so easily and get along with her better? Is there something different about her that makes her different from ordinary people? Xiao Huaiyan looked at Yi Xinran again. He didn't see it. Okay, the kids know they are wrong, and this matter has come to an end. However, I suspect that there was something wrong with Chang'an's medicine, and it was that old lady Zhang who did it. We have to investigate it carefully after we go back. If she dares to do such an immoral thing, we must not let her off easily. Xiao Huaiyan nodded. I will settle this account with his family. Then let's go to the market to buy things. Yi Xinran suggested happily. This time, what she was most looking forward to was going to the market to buy things. Crystal elbow, braised beef, spicy rabbit meat, roasted native chicken. Each one is extremely tempting to her. But the money can't be spent all at once. You have to have long-term calculations. You can't buy too much meat at one time, but you can buy a few chickens and ducks to raise. When they grow up, they can lay eggs and you can eat meat when you are greedy. Forget about piglets. Pigs eat too much and their feces smell strong. Their small yard can't keep them at all. In addition, you need to buy some rice, flour, oil, and seasonings. All kinds of seasonings are needed. I need some more. Yi Shinran was looking at the things on the street while making plans in her mind. Finally, she bought all the oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar at the grain and oil store and also bought 8 porcelain bowls, 2 big pots, a bag of rice, a bag of noodles, 5 pounds of fat and lean pork, a set of pig offal, and went to the easternmost end of the market to buy 3 old hens and 2 geese. Yi Shinran was in charge of buying, and Xiao Huaiyan was in charge of constantly moving the things Yi Shinran bought to the car. Seeing that Yi Shinran had spent all the 1 tael and 1 penny of silver and took out other money from his pocket to spend a lot, Xiao Huaiyan had to stop her and said, "You can buy things for the house slowly and keep your own money for emergencies." By the time she finished buying the noodles, all the money Xiao Huaiyan had given her was spent. But buying these little household items was really addictive. After buying this, she wanted to buy that. She always wanted to get everything for the house at once. It wasn't until Xiao Huaiyan spoke that Yi Shinran stopped. In fact, there were still many things she hadn't bought. Osmanthus cake, walnut cake, freshly cooked glutinous rice dumplings, new quilts for the family, new clothes and shoes for the children, and other utensils. Thinking of this, Yi Shinran felt that the 100 taels of silver in her pocket was not enough. Buy these first and buy the rest next time. Xiao Huaiyan persuaded again. Yi Shinran said reluctantly, "Okay, then let us go back." The empty car was filled up in an instant. Xiao Huaiyan finally put the pot on the rice bag, and then he moved out the place where Yi Shinran and Chang'an sat. Next to them were the newly bought hens and goslings. The hen stared at the 2 people in front of her with her bean-sized eyes in horror, while the geese had dull faces. The yellow fluff on their bodies had not faded yet, and even the corners of their mouths were yellow. Chang'an was very happy. "Aunt, are we going to raise chickens at home?" "Yes. In the future, you will have to go cut grass every day to feed the chickens and goslings." "Are you afraid of being tired?" Chang'an shook his head quickly. "No. Yufeng's family also raises chickens, and I will go with her every day in the future." "Take your second brother with you."
예빈란 remindet.
"Yes, and my second brother." Chang'an had a hopeful expression on his face. "I will feed the chickens fat, so that we will have eggs to eat in the future." As he said this, he couldn't help smacking his lips. "Well, with eggs, we can make egg custard, egg pancakes, sugared eggs, and scrambled eggs. I promise you will have enough to eat in the future." Yi Shinran also swallowed her saliva. She used to think that she was a picky eater, but she didn't expect that after coming here, even eggs would become a delicacy. The weight of a cart of things was not light, but Xiao Huaiyan's speed of returning was not affected at all. Yi Shinran observed carefully that when Xiao Huaiyan walked, the heel of his left foot did not touch the ground, and the whole foot relied on the sole and toes to exert force. It seemed that there was a problem with the Achilles tendon. If it was an old injury, I'm afraid it would take surgery to recover. But the operating room and storage room on the 3rd floor of the space are not open now. Even if you want to treat it, it will not be achieved in a short time. The sun was right overhead, and the sweat on Xiao Huaiyan's face rolled down like beans, passing through his slender neck and slowly disappearing into his clothes. Yi Shinran used her hand as a fan to fan the wind, but she didn't feel too hot because the feeling of hunger in her stomach was more obvious. Just now, she was so busy buying things in the market that she forgot to fill her stomach. The family of 3 walked back hungry. She was too obsessed with shopping and forgot to eat. What about Xiao Huaiyan? Can't remember either? Yi Shinran looked at Chang'an. "Are you hungry?" Chang'an shook his head. "Chang'an is not hungry." "Is Aunt hungry?" "Chang'an, give the osmanthus cake to Aunt." As he said, he took out the osmanthus cake from his clothes pocket. It was the piece he had gnawed before, with 2 obvious teeth marks on it. "You eat it." Yi Shinran touched his head. "We'll make something delicious when we get back later." Chang'an's piece has been bitten. Xiao Huaiyan heard what the 2 people said, stopped the car, and took out an oil paper bag from the backpack. Open the oil paper bag. There are 4 pieces of osmanthus cake inside. Xiao Huaiyan took out a piece and handed it to Yi Xinran. Eat this. Thank you. Yi Xinran took it over embarrassedly, not expecting that her words were heard by him. After an incense stick of time, they finally reached the entrance of the village. There they met several villagers who were returning to the village, all of them carrying kudzu root on their backs or in their arms. Xiao Huaiyan did not intend to pay attention to them. He had long been accustomed to being alone here. Who knew that one of the villagers took the initiative to say hello? Your family of 3 went to the market and bought so many things. Yi Xinran saw that it was Zhang Dali's wife who spoke, so she replied, Yes, I just sold the prey and bought some food. Sister-in-law, how was your harvest today? Chen pushed the backpack on her body forward and said with a little disappointment, Look, that's all. People from Donggo village also came today, following us to dig kudzu root. This mountain has no owner, and we can't drive them away, but they didn't get much. We brought the big ones back home yesterday. Fortunately, we acted quickly yesterday. Sister-in-law, why don't you put the backpack on the car, and we will take it back for you. Yi Xinran still remembered that the Zhang family brought them Pueraria root yesterday. No, your car is full. Go back quickly. Chen waved at them. Xiao Huaiyan drove the car away. Seeing the 2 people walking farther and farther away, the 2 women who followed Chen immediately said, Did you see it? There is rice and noodles in the car and there are 3 hens.
How could you not see it?
Those 2 iron pots look worth a lot of money. This young lady has spent all of Xiao Huaiyan's family assets. I heard that the youngest in their family needs to take medicine all the time. Wouldn't the money for the child's medicine be spent as well? Chen listened to the 2 people talking more and more outrageously, and said, I think this Madame Yi is a good person. She will not refuse to take the child to see a doctor. How do you know? Although you live close, you can't know everything about other people's families, right? Anyway, this woman still has to know how to live. Although Xiao Huaiyan has some skills in hunting, no matter how good a man is at making money, he can't stand a woman who can ruin the family. It takes someone like us who knows how to live. If you 2 live together again, there must be something for you to live on. If it weren't for Madame Yi, you wouldn't be able to eat this Pueraria root. Chen couldn't stand it anymore, so she quickened her pace and left the 2 of them. On the other side, Yi Xinran and the other 2 arrived home, and Xiao Huaiyan immediately unloaded the things in the car. I'll go return the car to the head of the village.
Xiao Huaiyan said.
Wait a minute. Yi Xinran said, We use someone else's car. How can we return it empty-handed? I'll steam some buns and bring some to the head of the village. Xiao Huaiyan was immediately reminded. He only thought about returning the things he borrowed as soon as possible, but forgot that he should express his gratitude after using other people's things. Thinking of the people who gave gifts in the past lined up outside the mansion, as long as they had a little relationship with him, they would be happy and grateful. Xiao Huaiyan had long forgotten that reciprocity is the key to interacting with others. Okay, then I'll return it later. He took a knife and went out. I'll go cut some bamboos to make a fence. Xiao Huaiyan went to put the chickens and geese he bought back, and Yi Xinran focused on cooking. It was neither too late nor too late, and it would be a bit awkward to eat at this time, so Yi Xinran decided to make buns. This way, if you are hungry at night, you can just heat them up a little. There is self-raising flour in the space kitchen, which is very convenient to cook. Yi Xinran put the bought noodles and rice into the jar, took out most of the basin of self-raising flour from the space, mixed it with water, covered the basin, and placed it on the stove. Chongping and Chongsheng watched the chickens and geese outside for a long time and only came over now. Seeing Yi Xinran kneading the dough, they immediately asked, Aunt, do you need to light a fire? Sheng, I'll cook the soup first.
Yevinden replied.
There is kudzu root at home, which is just right for making soup with the bought marrow bones. Okay, I'll light a fire right away. Chongping agreed happily. Aunt, what should I do? Chongsheng asked quickly. Go outside and pull a cabbage, wash the cabbage, and I'll spread it in the pot later. What about me? Chang'an was not to be outdone. You and your brother go wash the cabbage together. Let your 2 brothers chop the meat, and you will be responsible for serving them the dishes. Okay. Chang'an was also immediately interested. All 3 children took action. Yi Shinran also peeled the kudzu root, cut it into pieces, rinsed it with water several times to remove the starch on the surface, and blanched the bones to remove the blood foam. The noodles have not yet risen, so taking advantage of this gap, she cleaned all the seasoning jars in the kitchen, turned them upside down to let the water dry, and after the jars were completely dry, she put all the purchased salt, sugar, pepper, star anise, and other seasonings into the jars.
No one was paying attention at this time.
While Yi Shinran was filling it, she took out the seasoning from the space and put it together. Anyway, the seasoning was bought in front of Xiao Huaiyan. As for how to use it in the future and how much to use, it was up to her. The seasoning in the space could be continuously replenished, and the seafood soy sauce and chicken essence that could not be bought could be used to fish in troubled waters. Appeared in their kitchen. After a while, all the fillings were chopped. Looking at the noodles in the basin, small holes appeared one after another. Yi Shinran cut the tofu into bean-sized pieces and began to mix the fillings and make dumplings. There are 2 fillings for the dumplings this time. One is pork and green onion filling, and the other is tofu filling. In fact, she prefers spicy cabbage filling. But now the conditions are limited, so she has to settle for the second best. The tofu-filled dumplings are also very good. Yi Shinran is very good at making dumplings. Each dumpling has a thin skin and a large filling with 18 folds. The water in the pot boiled quickly, and Chongsheng was asked to put the curtain into the pot and cover it with cabbage leaves. She put the pork-filled buns into the pot first. The fire at the bottom of the pot was very strong. After a while, wisps of hot steam came out along the edge of the pot. The hot steam was wrapped in the aroma of flour and pork, and it emanated little by little. Chongsheng and the other 3 were all attracted by the aroma, and they all stared at the lid of the pot intently. "Aunt, when will the buns be ready?" Chang'an couldn't help swallowing. "It will take a while." Yi Shinran calculated the time in her mind. About 15 minutes later, she stood up from the stool. "It's done." She lifted the lid of the pot, and the hot steam trapped in the pot suddenly came out. A richer fragrance immediately spread in the air, and the 3 children all focused their eyes on the buns in the pot. Each bun was about the size of a fist, next to each other, white and plump. After encountering the cold air, their swollen bodies quickly shrank a little bit, and there were gaps between each other. When the heat was almost dissipated, Yi Shinran immediately picked the buns out of the pot. The buns were filled with a lot of stuffing. During the steaming process, the soup and the stuffing had seeped out along the dough and soaked the surface of the buns. After encountering the cold air, their swollen bodies quickly shrank a little bit, and there were gaps between each other. When the heat was almost dissipated, Yi Shinran immediately picked the buns out of the pot. The buns were filled with a lot of stuffing. During the steaming process, the soup and the stuffing had seeped out along the dough and soaked the surface of the buns. Seeing that the children couldn't wait, "Let me see." As she said this, she picked up a bun and took a bite. The filling was very oily, a large piece of fur meat filling mixed with scattered chopped green onions. After taking a bite, the aroma of meat mixed with the wheat aroma of the bun skin spread in the mouth, and the fragrance made people want to swallow their tongues together. "Well, delicious." Yi Shinran nodded, and then said to the 3 children, "Eat it. Fill your stomach first, and when the next pot is ready, we will start eating." The children couldn't help it a long time ago. At Yi Shinran's command, they immediately took a bun each and took a big bite. The satisfaction brought by the taste buds makes people feel happy. Chang'an was scalded and grinned and even couldn't help stamping his feet, but he still couldn't wait to take the next bite. Seeing that the 3 children had their mouths full of oil, Yi Shinran smiled and reminded them, "Slow down." But who can resist such delicious buns? Chongping ate the second one quickly. "Aunt, these buns are so delicious. I have never eaten such delicious buns," he said while eating. Chongsheng also said, "These buns are much more delicious than the ones in our school. After eating this bun, I feel that all the ones I have eaten before are nothing. It's better than osmanthus cake." Chang'an also added. Yi Shinran smiled and said, "It's not that exaggerated. It's just an ordinary bun. If you like it, Aunt can make it for you often in the future." "Thank you, Aunt." They said in unison. You eat first, I'll go to the front yard to see if your second uncle is back. Yi Shinran remembered that there was still a living person at home who had not been fed, so she picked up 2 buns and walked to the front yard. It's been so long, it's time to go back, Yi Shinran thought as she walked. When she reached the front yard, she saw Xiao Huaiyan had taken off his upper body and was standing in the sun to wipe his body. The man had broad shoulders and an upright posture, and his wheat-colored skin glowed gently in the sun. The soft cloth in his hand wiped the honey-colored neck, and the crystal water droplets immediately slid down from the shoulders, along the sculpted muscles, gradually moving down, and across the thin waist slid deeper. What kind of picture of a handsome man emerging from the bath is this? Yi Shinran found it very pleasing to the eyes. After suffering 2 losses, she finally made up for half of it. She moved her feet and was about to change the angle to continue watching when Xiao Huaiyan suddenly turned around, and his cold eyes looked at her like a sharp sword, which scared Yi Shinran and made her shiver. Seeing that the person coming was Yi Shinran, Xiao Huaiyan's expression suddenly changed, from cold to panic. Before Yi Shinran could speak, he grabbed the clothes placed aside and wrapped himself tightly. Why are you here? He asked. I came to bring you buns. Yi Shinran handed the bowl in her hand forward. I'll eat later. Xiao Huaiyan's expression was still a little unnatural. Yi Shinran said indifferently, Okay, let's eat together later. After saying that, she raised her foot to leave. Just after taking a step, she seemed to remember something and turned around. Seeing this, Xiao Huaiyan wrapped his clothes tighter. Yi Shinran finally couldn't help laughing. Why are you nervous? I just remind you that if you want to take a shower, you can go back to your room. Otherwise, if you are seen outside, I will suffer. She returned to the backyard with a smile. The 3 children saw that she was so happy, and they all came up to ask, Aunt, what's wrong? Nothing. Yi Shinran put down the buns in her hand. The tofu in the pot was ready, so she opened the pot and picked out the buns. The tofu buns have a purely vegetarian filling, with chopped black fungus and seasoned with bean paste. At this time, the chili oil has soaked the bun skin, and it looks spicy and fragrant. She took a large bamboo plate. Half of it was filled with pork buns, the other half was filled with tofu buns and 5 bowls of kudzu bone soup, and then called the children to eat. Dinner is ready, come and eat. I'll go call my second uncle. Chang'an was about to call his second uncle when he saw that his second uncle had changed his clothes and walked out of the house. Second uncle, come quickly. The buns made by my aunt are especially delicious, Changping shouted. Yi Shinran deliberately looked him up and down, her eyes hovering around his waist for a while, and then said, Let's eat. The bone soup is very fresh. The sweetness of the kudzu root itself is stewed out, and without the influence of other seasonings, the freshness of the food itself is more obvious. Yi Shinran picked up a bun stuffed with tofu. After taking a bite, the red chili oil seeped out along the bun skin, which was spicy and fragrant. She swallowed the bun before saying, The buns with tofu filling are a little spicy. If you can't eat spicy food, eat the ones with meat filling. I like spicy food. I want to try it. Changsheng finished the meat bun in his hand and picked up a tofu-filled bun from the plate. Xiao Huaiyan frowned. Changsheng, this child, has always been very polite. Although he is only 2 years older than Changping, he has always acted like a little adult. Looking at the way he eats today, why does he seem to have become childish? Changsheng did not notice the gaze of his second uncle. All his attention was on the buns. The spicy taste mixed with the aroma of beans and noodles spread in his mouth, constantly stimulating the tongue. It was spicy and tempting to take another bite. Second uncle, you eat. Chang'an stuffed a meat bun into Xiao Huaiyan's hand. Xiao Huaiyan took a bite casually, and the next moment, he opened his eyes unconsciously. This is the most delicious bun he has ever eaten. The buns baked with mutton he had eaten at the border back then were not as fragrant as this one. Second uncle, is it delicious? Chang'an shook his head and asked happily. Yeah. Xiao Huaiyan nodded, and the next moment reminded, Be polite. Chang'an was so scared that he immediately sat down properly. No one spoke after that, and the only remaining sounds were the sound of shavings being spicy and the sound of gulping down soup. After Yi Shinran ate 4 buns herself, she stood up and picked up a plate, which contained 4 meat buns and 4 tofu buns, and instructed, Chang'an and second uncle will take these buns to the headman's house later. I'm going back to my room to rest. As she said that, she stood up and left the kitchen. Just now when she was eating, Yi Shinran seemed to see that the thick fog in the space had thinned a little, and she hurried back to check if there was any change in the space. After closing the door, she immediately entered the space. Walking down the stairs, she found that the fog in the kitchen had dissipated. The chef's most precious refrigerator was also revealed. Yi Shinran knew that there were many delicious ingredients stored in it. There was caviar airlifted from abroad, the largest sea cucumbers that were freshly stored, and their chef's most precious hot pot base and barbecue sauce. In the past, she wanted to ask the chef for the base for hot pot, but the chef they were only willing to cut a piece for her. Now, all these things are neatly stacked in the refrigerator, just like they were carefully prepared. At this time, Yi Shinran began to appreciate the chef's stinginess. If he hadn't been reluctant to give things away, how could she have the opportunity to enjoy so many ingredients? Thinking of this, she stood there and turned around happily. She took a bucket of scallion oil carefully brewed by the chef, went upstairs to check the equipment, and then retreated. Chang'an and the second uncle had already returned after delivering the things. Yu Feng from the head of the village was still chasing behind, holding a small basin in her hand. When she reached the door, she was already out of breath. Chang'an, Grandpa told me to send the fish to you. Why didn't you wait for me? Second uncle told me not to accept other people's things. Such big buns were given to 8. Why don't you let others return the gift? If you don't accept it, we dare not accept it. Yi Shinran thought Yu Feng was very cute and walked over to take the basin from her hand. Thank you, Yu Feng. There are still buns at home. Do you want to eat one before leaving? Yu Feng shook her head quickly. No, I'm going home to eat. After saying that, she ran away. Hey, basin. Yi Shinran called her with the basin, but Yu Feng had already run away. This child, really? She lowered her head and smiled, but heard Xiao Huayan asked, I heard that you helped the villagers find Pureria root? Yes. Yi Shinran replied, I found it occasionally. There are tigers on Milla Mountain, it's better not to go there. Xiao Huayan said, Are you concerned about me? Yi Shinran asked back, Don't worry, I will be careful, but don't you go hunting on Milla Mountain? Yi Shinran asked curiously. Among the several mountains nearby, it seems that Milla Mountain is larger and deeper. If you want to hunt, it must be the best choice. Yes. Xiao Huayan checked the sturdiness of the chicken fence and answered, I had to go to the mountains, but I don't want you to take risks. Okay. Yi Shinran said with a smile, Then I will go with you when I want to go to the mountain in the future. What are you going to do with me? Xiao Huayan frowned. He looked up at Yi Shinran, who was standing. She was petite, and even if he squatted, he was not much shorter than her. Such a little woman wanted to go into the mountains. If she encountered a wild beast, wouldn't she be going to die? Haven't you heard of a saying? Yi Shinran smiled. Danger and opportunity coexist. The more deserted a place is, the more likely you are to find good things. Are you talking about medicinal herbs? After experiencing the incident in the clinic, Xiao Huayan was sure that Yi Shinran must know a little about medicine. She didn't have the ability to hunt, so she must go to the mountains to find medicinal herbs. Yes. Yi Shinran didn't intend to hide it. If it's convenient, I want to go into the mountains with you next time. After checking the fence, Xiao Huayan stood up and left. After taking a few steps, he turned back and replied, Let's talk about it later. Besides, even if there was a chance, Yi Shinran had not expected him to agree immediately. The fish Yu Feng sent were a few small white fish, which had been cleaned up. It looked like they were going to cook them, and since they had the buns, they were going to give them as a return gift. The things were not important. What was important was that they had established a good relationship with the village head. In the future, they would not be afraid of being bullied in the village, and no one would judge them. After all, they were outsiders, so they had to do something to gain a foothold. Yi Shinran slightly salted the small fish, and after a while, Heat the oil in the pan and bake it on low heat so that the small fish will slowly harden and become crispy in the pan until both sides turn golden brown. A small dish of fried crispy fish is ready. The smell of fried fish spread out, drifted along the wind to the lower yard, and drifted into Zhang Dashen's nose. Zhang Dashen has smelled the aroma of food several times while sitting in the yard today. There is the aroma of meat at noon and the aroma of fish at night. He just doesn't understand why Xiao Huaiyan, an exiled prisoner from outside, lives so well. Is there no one to take care of this kind of thing? Mom, when will my dad come back? I want to eat meat and fish. Mrs. Zhang is putting the dug kudzu root into the cellar. She is the only one in her family who went up the mountain and she only dug 10 pounds, but these 10 pounds are enough to eat for a few days. Hearing Zhang Dashen howling again, Mrs. Zhang also got angry. You want to eat meat every day? Eat meat. Does God give us meat to eat? I don't care. Why does Xiao Huaiyan have meat to eat at home, but we don't? Zhang Dashen continued to howl. It's all because of that bad boy from the Yi family. After he came, he cooked meat every other day. If they didn't cook, there wouldn't be any meat to tempt people. Mrs. Zhang climbed up the ladder from the cellar and shook off the dirt on her body. Son, do you think that her family always eats meat these days? How much money can Xiao Huaiyan earn at a time? How much money is left after buying medicine? This must be because the ugly woman he just married spent all the money he saved. They have no food to eat. In 2 days, his family can't even drink porridge. I don't care. They have meat, so why don't we? That meat was what we ate before. Mother, you have to find a way to get the meat. How can I get it? Xiao Huaiyan is still at home. Then you find a way. Mrs. Zhang looked at her son, who weighed 170 to 180 kilograms, with eyes full of heartache. In the past few days, her son refused to eat well and became thin due to hunger. It was all Yi Xinran's fault. We must find a way to drive her out. Having made up her mind, Mrs. Zhang got up and walked out the door, just in time to see Xiao Huaiyan coming out. She immediately greeted him with a smile on her face. Mr. Xiao, you didn't rush into the mountains when you came back this time. Xiao Huaiyan nodded with a cold face. He looked at Mrs. Zhang, and he didn't think her face was so ugly before. It was a pity that Mrs. Zhang was only concerned with eating meat and didn't notice Xiao Huaiyan's expression at the moment. She deliberately sighed and continued to act. Mr. Xiao, it stands to reason that I, an outsider, shouldn't interfere in your family's affairs, but as a farmer who doesn't value a long-term life. This year is not a good year. Everyone is tightening their belts to make ends meet. You have a patient named Chang'an in your family, so you should live frugally. I think Madame Yi has no intention of living a good life with you. Otherwise, why would she eat meat one day and fish the next? Is she planning to spend all your money and then run away? Everyone knows that Yi Xinran refused to marry. Mrs. Zhang thought that if she said that, Xiao Huaiyan would definitely find out Yi Xinran's bad intentions. She raised her head and saw Xiao Huaiyan's gloomy face. She quickly continued, I heard that her former lover was the son of the county magistrate's family. He was handsome, so it's normal for her to keep thinking about him. It's just a pity for your family. Xiao Huaiyan looked at his mouth that kept opening and closing, and gradually no sound came into his ears. He now had only one thought, which was to pinch her wrinkled neck in half, so that she could shut up. Finally, he rubbed his fingers and raised the tail of his eyebrows slightly. You don't need to worry about my family's affairs. I'm doing this for the good of the children. Mrs. Zhang followed with a sentence. Hearing this, Xiao Huaiyan's expression finally changed again. He stared at Mrs. Zhang with gloomy eyes. Are you doing this for the good of the children? Mrs. Zhang felt a chill on her back, and the hairs on her body stood up. I'm not. I'm really doing this for the good of the children. She was incoherent and didn't know what to say, for fear that if Xiao Huaiyan took action, she would lose her life. I'm really doing this for the good of your family. Just when her legs went weak and she was about to kneel down, Zhang Dashen heard the noise and walked out of the yard. Mom, what are you doing? He shouted and called back Mrs. Zhang's mind. Mrs. Zhang suddenly remembered that Xiao Huaiyan was a criminal exiled here. How dare he, a man who had committed a crime, Fight with the locals like them. Thinking of this, Mrs. Zhang's tone hardened again. Xiao Huaiyan, I think you can't tell right from wrong. After listening to the provocative words of that woman, you start to doubt me, right? It's a pity that I have worked so hard to help you take care of the children for a year, but in the end I ended up like this. I'm so unlucky. As she spoke, her voice became louder and louder, and her crying became heavier. Ever since Xiao Huaiyan came here, the child has always been taken care of by Mrs. Zhang, and for this reason, Xiao Huaiyan was somewhat grateful to her. However, after this incident, that gratitude has completely disappeared. I will make a note of what you did to Chang'an and Changping. I hope you will behave yourself in the future. If you dare to gossip about my family outside again, I will never let you off easily,
Xiao Huaiyan said.
Seeing that he dared to threaten his mother, Zhang Dashan immediately supported the old lady and shouted, Xiao Huaiyan, you are such a mean person. My mother has done so much for your family, and you still want to beat her? People like you must not stay in our village. Don't you agree? At this moment, several villagers who had gathered to watch the fun had gathered around, and Zhang Dashan immediately spoke to those around him. This was the time when the benefits of being from the same clan came into play. An outsider like Xiao Huaiyan wanted to show off his power in the village, but he was dreaming. He wanted to live in their village, but he had to keep his tail between his legs. After listening to her son, Mrs. Zhang became bolder. Anyway, there were other people around, and Xiao Huaiyan didn't dare to fight with her. Everyone look, I've been helping Xiao Huaiyan take care of the children for so long, and they treat an old woman like this to me. Was the head of the village blind? How could he accept such a family of poisonous snakes? They're going to harm our village. Everyone had objections to Xiao Huaiyan's identity in the first place, and when they heard what Mrs. Zhang said, they all talked about it. I said it at the beginning, this is a murderer, and it will be a problem for him to stay here sooner or later. Who wouldn't say that? The head of the village is a goody-goody. Look at him, he's so tall. If a fight really breaks out, how many people in our village can beat him? Oh, why don't we find the head of the village and drive them out as soon as possible? At this moment, someone with quick legs had come to find the head of the village. When the head of the village heard the discussion of the crowd, his goatee immediately stood up. You guys are really greedy and forgetful. Have you forgotten who found the Pureria root you ate yesterday and who took you to dig it? They are living well here. Why do they want to harm you? They can't even take out a bag of rice from their home. How can I accumulate merit by harming you? The old man is really kind and has a really hot temper. When he said this, the few people who were talking immediately shut up. Uncle head of the village is right. I see that the Xiao family has been here for more than a year and has always been doing their duty. They don't seem like the kind of people who would cause trouble. Erden's father spoke first. Yes, I think so too. Someone else echoed. Who made them so soft-hearted? Seeing that more and more people were gathering, the head of the village simply said, I see that many people have come today, so let me tell you, the Xiao family has lived in our village for more than a year. After my observation of them, the Xiao family will officially become villagers of our Yunbian village. Officially become villagers of our village. Will the head of the village not investigate again? Although the villagers did not object to them staying here, they were still skeptical about this matter. I have seen countless people with my eyes. How can I be wrong? Besides, the lady of the Xiao family discovered good gen and made great contributions. Just for this matter, we have to give her a formal identity. Okay, the head of the village has the final say. Although they had some opinions on the head of the village on small matters, they still listened to the head of the village on big matters. And what's going on with the Zhang family? Head of the village, listen to me. When Mrs. Zhang heard the headman's question, she immediately said, Everyone knows that I have been cooking for Xiao Huaiyan's children for such a long time. Even if I have no credit, I have worked hard. As a result, I don't know what kind of pillow talk that the bride said, and now Xiao Huaiyan wants to beat me for no reason. Tell me, we can't do things this way, right? What do you think? The headman was going to listen to Xiao Huaiyan's opinion. Xiao Huaiyan didn't speak. Yi Xinran walked out of the yard and said, Mrs. Zhang, why do you only say half of the words? Xiao Huaiyan hired you to cook for the children, But why didn't you mention the monthly salary of 500 coins? Don't always mention the credit and hard work. If you don't want to do this job, I believe many people in the village will compete to do it.
What?
500 coins a month? Such a high salary? Mrs. Zhang always said that it was troublesome to cook for the Xiao family's children. I even scolded her for meddling in other people's business, but she never mentioned the 500 coins.
How can I tell you?
Your cooking is not much better than hers. What if I tell you, and you take the job away from me? Madam Yi is right. As long as Mr. Xiao tells us about this, we will all want to do it. A man only earns 1 or 2 taels of silver for carrying heavy bags in the city for a month. This means he can cook 2 meals for the children and still have to do housework. Everyone's eyes turned red when they heard this. Mrs. Zhang, you're so mean. That's right. Why didn't you tell us about this good thing? Seeing that everyone started to blame her, Mrs. Zhang sneered angrily. Now that you hear that you are rich, you all get jealous. When the Xiao family first came, everyone avoided you one by one. Have you forgotten it? After being rebuked by Mrs. Zhang, no one spoke. What she said was the truth. At that time, they were avoiding Xiao Huayan's family of 4. But they didn't hear about the money. If they knew it was so much money, they would have agreed at that time. Seeing that Mrs. Zhang was stunned again, Yi Xinran continued. In fact, it doesn't matter whether it's money or not. Mrs. Zhang should do her job well after receiving the money, and we have nothing to complain about. But she took the money and didn't do anything. Not only did the children become skinny from hunger, she even slandered the children for stealing. Such a young child. What does he know? He can be called a thief for eating a bite of the family's food. He watched the bad guys take away the food in the house and didn't dare to say anything. Who can bear this? We outsiders know how to do our duty, but people of your clan can't always pick on the weak. As Yi Xinran spoke, everyone looked at the 3 children. The children were all wearing patched clothes, and each one was thinner than the other. They were really, as Yi Xinran said, 3 poor little things. He, Xiao Huayan, only buys so little food every time. Of course, the 3 children in the family can't have enough to eat. Can I be blamed for this? Whoever saw me stealing their food can't slander me with empty words. There is a God above my head. If I stole the Xiao family's food, let me die a miserable death. Mrs. Zhang said with spit flying, raising her right hand and cursing and swearing. Everyone sneered when they saw it. In fact, everyone in the village knew that Zhang Zong and his wife loved to take advantage of others, but this matter had to be caught on the spot to count. Now that it was said, there was no way to confirm it. Yi Xinran didn't expect Mrs. Zhang to admit it. Anyway, the matter was exposed, and it was not a bad thing for everyone to know. We admit this loss, she said, but I would like to kindly remind you that if you eat the food, just eat it. I will just think of it as feeding the dog. But if you also eat the child's medicine, it will be a big trouble. The doctors in the clinic prescribe medicine based on symptoms. Sick people can be cured by taking it, but healthy people will die of intestinal perforation and stomach rupture within half a year after taking it.
Ah?
So serious. You are talking nonsense. Zhang Dashan immediately retorted after hearing Yi Xinran's words and the discussions of the crowd. That's obviously Polygonum multiflorum. It won't kill people at all. Really? Did you only take Polygonum multiflorum? Yi Xinran asked. But Mrs. Zhang immediately realized that something was wrong and covered her son's mouth with her hand. Don't listen to her nonsense. Doctors prescribe medicine to save people. How can they hurt people? What intestinal perforation and stomach rupture? It's obviously made up by her. Zhang Dashan also woke up immediately. Yes, we didn't eat it at all. Who cares what medicine it is? Mom, let's go home and stay away from this family in the future. As they said this, the 2 of them supported each other and returned to the yard. However, the villagers heard a clue from the conversation just now. This family is too shameless to steal even the child's medicine. That's right. Isn't this embarrassing for our Yunbian village? In the future, you should have less contact with their family. This family is taking advantage of you. This Xiao Huayan is so unlucky. How could he find such a family? Amid the discussions, everyone retreated. The head of the village also called Xiao Huayan to discuss with him about allocating land to him. Chang'an stared at Yi Shinran with wide eyes and asked worriedly, "Aunt, that medicine, will it really kill people?"
No.
Yi Shinran touched Chang'an's head. She said it deliberately to scare them, but she didn't expect Zhang Dashan to reveal his true colors all of a sudden. Although she couldn't do anything to them for the time being, it would be good to plant a seed of doubt in their hearts. In the future, whenever Zhang Dashan feels uncomfortable, he will think of what happened today, making him suspect day and night that he has been poisoned. This is Yi Shinran's purpose. Cutting meat with a knife, their days of suffering are still ahead. After sending the 3 children into the yard, Yi Shinran came to the side of the head of the village and Xiao Huaiyan. The head of the village pointed to the west and said, "There is a thin field over there, which is considered to be the better one in our village. It is about 2 acres. I will take you to see it later. Although it is not a good field, if you plant something, it will always grow, right?" Xiao Huaiyan didn't care about the field. He didn't know how to farm, and the field was of little use to him. But with the land and becoming a formal villager, at least it will be much more convenient for the children to study in the future, and they can also go to a better academy. Yi Shinran heard what the two said and came up to say, "Uncle Headman, I don't want this piece of land. Can you give me the mountain in the east?" The headman was shocked when he heard this. East Mountain? The wasteland on the mountain is not easy to open up. The soil on the mountain is fertile, and things grow fast. Yi Shinran said. The headman looked like he knew nothing. "Have you ever thought that the mountain is full of tree roots, and just digging the tree roots can be exhausting? What if I insist on taking that mountain?" Yi Shinran asked. The headman's goatee stood up again. "It won't work even if you insist. That mountain is worth 200 taels of silver. I can't just give it away. Forget it, I'll take that piece of land first." When Yi Shinran heard that it would cost 200 taels of silver, she immediately relaxed. "But Uncle Headman, you have to keep that mountain for me, and I'll buy it when I have money." The headman looked at Yi Shinran inexplicably. This girl is also stubborn. What is she going to do with the money to buy a mountain? "After breakfast tomorrow, remember to find me to measure the land." After saying that, he walked away slowly with his hands behind his back. It was already completely dark. It was quiet all around. Yi Shinran walked back to the yard and saw that the chickens and geese were all asleep inside the fence. Xiao Huaiyan was very careful and built a simple shack for them. The 5 little things huddled together to keep warm. Yi Shinran returned to the room and found that Chang'an had not come back. She immediately went out and shouted, "Chang'an, have you finished taking the medicine? Come back and sleep after taking the medicine." After a long while, Chang'an came out of another room awkwardly. "I'm here." Back in the room, Yi Shinran noticed that Chang'an was unhappy and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you unhappy?" Chang'an climbed onto the bed and said, "My brother said that I want to sleep with them. This is the room of my second uncle and aunt, but I like this room. It smells good here. Then tomorrow my aunt will tell them that you will sleep with my aunt in the future. Aunt is the best." Chang'an smiled, his eyes curved into crescents. Yi Shinran covered Chang'an with a quilt, watched him fall asleep, and entered the space again. The medicine in the reactor was still fermenting. Yi Shinran opened the medicine box and found a few pieces of prepared Polygonum multiflorum. This time when she went to the pharmacy, she roughly observed their traditional Chinese medicine and found that the preparation methods of traditional Chinese medicine were not as sophisticated as those in later generations. These pieces of Polygonum multiflorum should be able to sell at a high price. However, she will need this Polygonum multiflorum in the future. If she sells it now, she is afraid that she will not be able to find such a good one. Yi Shinran was also in a dilemma for a while. She still has to study another way to make money. She exited the space and tried to put a bun into the kitchen on the first floor. Unexpectedly, it really succeeded this time. In other words, her space is also divided into functional areas. The second floor can store medicinal materials and other things, but not food. However, the first floor can store food normally. But what about other things? She took out the silver bills under the quilt and put them in the space, but found that it was useless and could not be put in at all. This is a bit useless. She also needs a place to store valuables. Yi Shinran fell asleep while thinking about it. Unexpectedly, Chang'an began to toss and turn again in the middle of the night. She entered the space in a daze and slept until dawn. After getting up the next day, Xiao Huaiyan had already started chopping wood in the yard. The first ray of sunlight in the morning shone on his face, making his eyebrows and eyes more charming. Yi Shinran looked at the firewood as high as a hill beside him and couldn't help but open her mouth. You didn't sleep all night? Why did you chop so much firewood? I saw that there was not much firewood at home, so I prepared more so that you wouldn't have trouble using firewood when I left. Xiao Huaiyan said as he brought down the axe again. His axe was aimed very accurately and landed right in the middle of the wood, splitting the wood neatly in the middle and splitting it into two halves. Yi Shinran was surprised at her strength. For such a piece of wood, she would have to chop it at least 4 or 5 times before she succeeded. Are you going into the mountains again today? Yi Shinran asked. If according to what Changsheng and the others said, he should sleep for a night and then leave. Sure enough, Xiao Huaiyan replied, Well, I'll leave after I finish checking the fields with the head of the village.
Oh, Yi Shinran responded.
It was good to leave so that there would be no room to sleep at home. Then I'll make some pancakes for you later. Yi Shinran said kindly. After eating pancakes for several days, she planned to eat rice this morning. However, rice is not convenient to carry, and after thinking about it, it is faster to make pancakes. Thank you very much. Xiao Huaiyan also nodded. After spending these 2 days together, he found that Yi Shinran was not the same as he had imagined. Although she was small, she didn't look spoiled at all. She had a bad temper, but she was also very reasonable. In particular, she was able to change the children and the head of the village's views of her in such a short time, which was really admirable. Yi Shinran mixed a large bowl of dough and made sugar cakes, salt and pepper cakes, scallion cakes, and sesame cakes. The various cakes were piled high on the plate, and when the children got up, they couldn't wait to pick their favorite ones to taste. This sugar cake is so delicious. Mine is delicious too. The sesame one is so fragrant. That's not as good as mine. It's salty and fragrant. You haven't eaten it before. Aunt, your cooking skills are better than the chef in the restaurant. Changsheng racked his brains and finally came up with a new compliment. Yi Shinran smiled and asked, What do the cakes made by the chef in the restaurant taste like? I haven't eaten it. I haven't eaten it either. Chang'an said in a low voice.
And me.
Changping also agreed. Changsheng scratched his head. I don't remember what it tastes like. Eat quickly, and let your second uncle take the rest away later.
Ah?
The 3 children looked at Yi Shinran. What's wrong? Changsheng said then. Aunt, second uncle didn't bring food when he went up the mountain before. That's right, no one made such delicious cakes for second uncle before. Changping also said. But now we have Aunt. Chang'an laughed happily, and before he swallowed the sugar cake in his mouth, he hurriedly said, Aunt is the best to second uncle. Because Aunt likes second uncle. Do Aunt talk nonsense? Yi Shinran was about to correct them when she saw Xiao Huaiyan walking in from outside. Thinking that he had heard what she said just now, Yi Shinran blushed suddenly, for some reason. He wouldn't take it seriously, right? She glanced at Xiao Huaiyan's expression, and the latter looked normal. I just measured the land with the head of the village. The land is also good, but there are a few more stones. When I have time to clean it up, I can grow some vegetables. Okay. Yi Shinran also calmed down and pushed the bowl to Xiao Huaiyan. Let us eat first. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huaiyan did not sit down, but stared at Yi Shinran's ears and asked, Why are your ears red? Yi Shinran's face turned even redder. That's right. Why should I blush? Xiao Huaiyan is also annoying. Why does he stare at me and ask such boring questions? Oh, maybe the pan was too hot just now and it was baked. She answered angrily. Thank you for your hard work. Xiao Huaiyan comforted. Several children seemed to notice the awkwardness between the two and ran out one by one. Yi Shinran wrapped up the remaining cakes and handed them to Xiao Huaiyan. I'll make breakfast for you with the 2 on the plate and take the rest with you to the mountain to eat. I have to go next door to learn sewing with Mrs. Chen later, so I won't send you off. Okay. I'll thank you for the hard work at home. Xiao Huaiyan said, hard work again. If you really feel bad, I have something to ask of you.
Oh. Tell me.
Yi Xinran immediately took out a piece of ice spirit flower left over from making medicine last time. She had kept this flower in the refrigerator, and she took it out just now when she thought of using it. You often run in the mountains. Help me see if there are such flowers and plants. If so, help me pick some back. She didn't dare to go too deep into the mountains, so she could only ask Xiao Huaiyan for help temporarily. It's a small matter. Xiao Huaiyan didn't ask her what she was going to do, and agreed readily. He took the ice spirit flower and stuffed it into his arms, which made Yi Xinran feel heartbroken. She had found it with great difficulty. If Xiao Huaiyan couldn't find the flower, and she lost this one, it would be a big loss. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a baby. Yi Xinran had to comfort herself. It's just a flower. Why do you feel so sad? I see your face is red again. Xiao Huaiyan interrupted her thoughts and said playfully, You blush a lot. Yi Xinran almost couldn't breathe. Who blushes? Your whole family blushes. She ignored Xiao Huaiyan and turned around and left the kitchen. Xiao Huaiyan bit a piece of sugar cake in his mouth, looked at Yi Xinran's hurried back, and couldn't help but curled the corners of his mouth. You are angry. Why are you so angry? It is true that Yi Xinran was shy, but the reason for leaving was not made up casually. She went back to the house, took a piece of cloth from the box, and really went to Zhang Dali's house next door. Mrs. Chen was already waiting for her in the yard. When she saw Yi Xinran, she immediately went to greet her. Come on, I'm ready. Yi Xinran followed Mrs. Chen's line of sight and saw a thread basket on the table with several colored threads in the basket. Mrs. Chen pulled Yi Xinran to sit down together, and then she said, After you told me yesterday, I found all these things overnight, but I haven't made clothes for a long time, so my hands are a little rusty. Yi Xinran also heard someone mention it by accident. Mrs. Chen used to be a good clothes maker. Everyone thought the clothes she made for the children were beautiful. Some people asked her to cut clothes before, but the harvest in the past 2 years was not good, and no one was willing to make new clothes to wear. Do you think my material is okay? Yi Xinran said as she handed over the material she brought. Mrs. Chen looked at the whole piece of material with envy. Oh, such a large piece of material can make several clothes. Although the color is a bit dark, it is not easy to get dirty and is suitable for children to wear. Then I'll trouble you, Mrs. Chen. I'll ask the children to come over to measure the size later, and you can make it according to your instructions. I just don't know how much it costs to make one. Chen was a little embarrassed when she mentioned money. Her family was not well off, and she wanted to help out. But Madame Yi had helped their family before, so how could she feel embarrassed to charge her? She calculated in her mind and said, If Madame Yi doesn't mind my poor craftsmanship, I will take care of making clothes, and I won't charge you. I'll just use the bucket of rice that your family lent me at the beginning to pay for it. Is that okay?
This is too cheap.
Yi Xinran thought.
No. Then.
Chen felt embarrassed when she heard Yi Xinran say no. She was a little greedy. How could she charge money for helping to make clothes when people respected her? Then half a bucket of food? She asked tentatively. I mean, too cheap, not too expensive. Yi Xinran said, How about this? After you make the clothes, if the children like them, in addition to the bucket of rice, I will give you 2 more buckets. How about that? Yi Xinran knew that rice was not cheap at this time. Instead of giving her copper coins and letting her buy it herself, it would be better to exchange the rice for food directly. 2 more buckets? Chen was so excited that she immediately coughed. After a long while, her cough finally subsided. She said to Yi Xinran embarrassedly, I have this old problem. Madame Yi, don't mind. You just said, can you give me 2 more buckets of rice? Yes. Yi Xinran replied, but his finger reached out and felt Chen's pulse. Chen was surprised. You can also treat diseases? A little bit. It was obvious that she had a cough caused by phlegm, heat, and stagnation in her body. Seeing Chen's expectant eyes, Yi Xinran comforted her. It's not a big problem, it's just that you are depressed. If you think positively about everything, your body will be half better. Go to the clinic to buy some mulberry whites another day. Drink more mulberry white water on weekdays to help recovery. Chen nodded repeatedly. The doctor said so before. I will definitely think positively in the future and live a good life. Okay. Yi Shinran replied. Then I'll call the children over. When the three children heard that they were going to make new clothes, they were a little bit unbelievable. Aunt, why don't you make it for the eldest brother? The eldest brother is studying and needs to wear good clothes. My second brother, and I can just wear the worn-out ones. Chaman was still calculating carefully. But Yi Shinran drove all three children over without saying anything. Just do it when I tell you to. Don't talk so much nonsense. After sending the children to the next door, she herself carried a backpack and a machete on her waist and went towards the Mila Mountain. It is said that there are many dangers on the Mila Mountain, but in Yi Shinran's view, wealth has always coexisted with risks. If it is like the surrounding mountains where anyone can go, there must be nothing left on it. On the contrary, it is possible to find good things in places like Mila Mountain where there are few people. On the way, she met villagers going to the fields to work, and everyone was a little listless. Some squatted on the ground, looking at the rice seedlings in the fields, and sighed. It was not easy to plant the rice. It hasn't rained for half a month, and the water in the river is almost dry. If this goes on, this year's harvest will be ruined again. Yi Shinran also knows the difficulties of farmers, but she also knows that she is powerless. When she was about to reach the entrance of the village, Yi Shinran saw the head of the village coming here with a dozen people. The head of the village saw Yi Shinran and asked first, Madam Yi, are you going up the mountain again?
예빈란 어땠?
The head of the village was so angry that his goatee trembled. You little girl, I told you that it was dangerous in the mountains. Why didn't you believe it? When Xiao Huaiyan went up the mountain, he was 9 feet tall and full of strength. Look at yourself. You are not even as tall as his neck, and you are so thin. What will you do if you encounter something? Uncle head of the village, don't be angry, I know what to do. Yi Shinran quickly advised, you are old, and anger is harmful to your health. Humph. The head of the village turned his face away proudly. Who wants to be angry with you? I just don't want the villagers in my village to get lost for no reason, and then I have to take a group of people to look for them. No, I won't go to the mountains, I'll just take a look near the place where the kudzu root is dug.
예빈란 에이플라이넷.
The head of the village, don't blame me, an old man, for meddling in other people's business. I'm just afraid that you young people don't know the limits. Yi Shinran smiled happily. I know. Uncle head of the village, I will pay attention. She saw that the head of the village was followed by young and strong men, holding pickaxes and hoes in their hands, and all of them had angry faces, so she asked, Uncle head of the village, what are you going to do with so many people? Are you going to fight? The head of the village immediately raised his voice when he heard it. What fight? Why should I fight at my age? The Dongo village blocked our water source upstream, and I am going to reason with them. He brought so many thugs to reason? Is it to maintain order? Yi Shinran thought. Uncle Zheng, you guys should be careful too. I'm leaving first. Yi Shinran said and continued to go in the direction of Mila Mountain. After the previous 2 days of sweeping, Mila Mountain was no longer as mysterious and scary as before. Yi Shinran met several people at the foot of the mountain who were still looking for Pureria root. However, with the strong fighting power of the villagers, they wanted to dig all the grandchildren of Pureria root back home. Now, they couldn't find anything. She walked around the foot of the mountain and found that there were many people and feet. The ground had been trampled into a mess. There was no trace of half a herb, so she had to go deeper. This time, she chose the opposite direction of the trap. Just after walking a few hundred meters away, she made a new discovery. But it was not a herb, but a big and fat ox branch mushroom. It's really a case of the brave dying of fullness and the timid dying of starvation. Such a good mushroom has no one to pick up, so I have to take advantage of it. Yi Shinran squatted down and put pieces of ox branch mushrooms into the basket. Because it hasn't rained for a long time, the umbrella of the mushroom is a little dry.
But this is just right.
If there is enough rain, such a large mushroom will probably rot. Boletus mushrooms grow in patches. Yi Shinran's attention is completely attracted by the mushrooms. She didn't notice that she was going deeper and deeper, until she picked up all the mushrooms on the ground and filled the basket half full. She stood up, but found that she couldn't see anything. Why is there such a thick fog? When the eyes can't see clearly, the ears become particularly sensitive. In this thick fog, Yi Shinran suddenly heard the sound of gurgling water. Although the sound of water is not loud, it seems particularly abrupt in this quiet forest. Yi Shinran is sure that she didn't hear it wrong. Is there a spring on the mountain? Yi Shinran walked slowly along the sound. She walked very carefully, and she would step on each step after trying it out. After walking for about 20 minutes, she suddenly felt that the upper of her shoes was a little wet, and she knew that she had arrived. She squatted down and found a small tributary. The tributary meandered down along the ground and rushed out a shallow ditch. Yi Shinran was a little surprised. Generally, when such a tributary appears on the mountain, it means that there must be an underground water source on the mountain. Now she finally figured out why the fog on the mountain is so thick. It's all because of the underground water source. She continued to walk up along the tributary. She didn't stop until she reached a large rock. The water came out of the rock. According to Yi Shinran's experience, water flows out of the cracks in the rock, which means that the source of water is likely to be under the rock. Judging from the thickness of the fog, the underground water storage in this mountain should be very large. If the water on the mountain can be led underwater, will it solve the villagers' water problem? Thinking of this, she didn't care about picking mushrooms and walked down the mountain with a backpack on her back. As the sun rose little by little, the fog on the mountain became lighter and lighter. When Yi Shinran walked to the foot of the mountain, the fog on the mountain had completely dissipated. She looked back at the verdant Mila mountain and felt that this mountain had lost its mysterious color in front of her eyes. It turns out that everything has a trace. She went directly to the headman's house, but heard the headman's wife cursing again. "Look at you, how old are you, and you still dare to fight with those young people? Fortunately, your ancestors have accumulated virtues and blessed you in this life. If the pickaxe had not been digging crookedly, your head would have been completely split open. I wonder if you can still be a headman here." Hearing that the headman was injured, Yi Shinran immediately pushed the door and walked in. "Auntie Headman, what happened to Uncle Headman?" When Li saw Yi Shinran, she felt like she saw a savior. She grabbed Yi Shinran's hand and pulled him into the inner room. Look, he is an old man injured like this, like a blood gourd. I was almost scared to death when he came home. I have told him so many times that his temper is older than his age. He doesn't know how to restrain himself when encountering things." Yi Shinran looked at the head of the headman and saw that his head was wrapped with several layers of fine cloth, and there was still blood on his face and neck that had not been wiped dry. But he didn't seem to care and kept smiling. "I brought these children with me. How could I watch them get hurt? Fortunately, I was quick and helped him to stop them." Li was so angry that she stretched out her hand and tapped the head of the village twice on the forehead. You care about this and that. Don't you know how to care about yourself? I tell you, my injury is not in vain." The head of the village grabbed his wife's hand and said soothingly, "The old guy Zhao Fuxing wanted to hide behind the young man and didn't show up, but he didn't dare to hide after I was injured. With my injury, if I stood in front of a county magistrate, Zhao Fuxing would have to kneel down and admit his mistake to me. Now, in order to prevent me from going to the county magistrate to complain, he had to promise me that he would never block our water upstream again. At least the village still has water to use, right?" Yi Shinran saw that although Li was angry, she was more distressed. Now that the headman had given in and explained, she immediately lost her temper. She only took a soft cloth to help the headman wipe the blood off his face and neck. Even if he doesn't stop it, the water in the river is getting less and less. In another month, it will naturally dry up. What should we do then? Li was also worried about the village's water supply and couldn't help saying, "Let's take it one step at a time." The headman sighed. "There will always be a way when you reach the mountain. If God has mercy on us, he may send us a savior." "Humph, you really think you're blessed. There are more than a dozen villages in Yuntong County without water. Why did you meet a savior?" Li couldn't help but sarcastically. The headman didn't get angry. "Don't let people dream." Seeing that the two of them were discussing seriously, Yi Shinran didn't interrupt for a while. The headman asked Yi Shinran only after he had coaxed his wife to death. "Huayan, Why did you come to see me? Did you find something edible on the mountain again? When he said this, a gleam appeared in the headman's eyes. Yi Shinran couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Headman, you really think I'm a lucky star? I can find food as soon as I go up the mountain.
Ah,
The headman's expression remained unchanged, and he comforted Yi Shinran. It's okay. It doesn't matter if you didn't find anything. The pureria root we got last time is enough for everyone to eat for a while. So tell me about your story. Yi Shinran straightened his expression and said, although I didn't find anything to eat, I found a water source on the mountain. Uncle Headman, there may be a mountain spring on Milla Mountain. When the headman heard this, he stood up from the bed. Are you serious? Yi Shinran was shocked. Li also slapped the head of the village on the back and complained, why are you so startled? Look how scared Madame Yi is. The head of the village apologized immediately. Huayan, don't be afraid. I am just like this. Tell me carefully, how big is the spring on the mountain? Is it enough for the people in our village? Yi Shinran smiled apologetically. I don't know how big the spring is. The water source is hidden behind the rocks. We have to dig up the rocks to find out. But Uncle Head of the village, you have also seen that the Milla Mountain is always shrouded in fog, especially in the morning and evening. The fog on the mountain is particularly thick, which is a manifestation of sufficient underground water sources. Is there such a saying? The head of the village rubbed his hands excitedly. I said that there must be a savior in our village, but you still don't believe it. He said to Li, isn't the savior right in front of us? Li was also very happy to hear this, and even a little bit unbelievable. Madame Yi, are you telling the truth? Whether it is true or not, we will know if the village head sends someone to dig. Oh, that's great. If we can dig water from the mountain, we don't have to compete with Dongo village for water sources, and we don't have to worry about the river drying up. Li looked at the village head with expectation. Needless to say, without further ado, I will take people to the mountain to have a look. The village head went out for a walk and came back with 7 or 8 young men. They all carried hoes and pickaxes in their hands and were dressed the same as in the morning. Uncle Village Head, if there is another fight this time, you should not go forward and hide behind us. That's right, if you get hurt again, we will have to kneel in the ancestral hall. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? I, Zhang Yasuo, have always convinced people with virtue, and I hate fighting and killing the most. The village head straightened his back. Ha! Several young men were dissatisfied in their hearts, but they didn't dare to say anything. The fact that he had been shouting that he wanted to fight the other party to the death in the morning was forgotten so quickly. The group hurriedly walked up the mountain. The fog in Milla Mountain was not so thick in the afternoon. Yi Shinran walked in front, and a few strong guys walked behind, but they were getting more and more guilty. Uncle Head of the village, aren't we going to find a water source? Why are we going to the mountain? The tigers on this mountain won't listen to reason, Uncle Village Chief. If you really meet one, don't rush forward. I'll carry you on my back. Since I was a child, my mother told me not to go up this mountain. Uncle Village Chief, if my mother beats me when I get home, you must plead for me. Seeing that the young men had backed out, the village chief laughed and said, you guys have grown so big in vain. Look at Madame Yi. Such a weak woman dares to come up the mountain alone, and you feel scared following me. How can it be the same, Uncle Village Chief? Sister-in-law of the Shao family must not have heard of the legends of Milla Mountain. I guarantee she wouldn't dare to come up after hearing them.
so what did I say?
People still have to read more books. Only by reading more can they understand things. Madam, Yi must have read a lot of books when she was at home. Otherwise, how would she know that the fog on this mountain is a sign of water underground? Yi Shinran was walking quietly in front, but when she heard the head of the village suddenly mention her name, she quickly explained, Uncle Head of the village, actually I didn't read much. Look, you are so impressive after only reading a little. What if you read a lot? After hearing what the head of the village said, the young man couldn't help but retorted. We also want to go to school, but Uncle Head of the village, the school is so far away, and we will be bullied if we go there. The books are not easy to read. The headman was speechless after hearing this. There was nothing wrong with what the children said. There has never been a teacher in the village, and all the children have to go to Dongo village to study. Over the years, he has given gifts to the headman of Dongo village every year, hoping that he would agree to let the children in his village go to their school. As a result, the old guy agreed on the surface, but in fact he always treated them differently. There were quite a few people who went to study in the first 2 years, but this year, only Chongsheng and Erden were left. Forget it. You don't have to worry. After Erden and Chongsheng have learned well, I will let them be teachers in the village and teach you everything they have learned. Uncle Headman still has a way. I heard from Erden that he has learned a lot too. As they spoke, they had arrived at the rock where the water was flowing. Having just been ridiculed by the head of the village, several young men were holding back their energy. After hearing what Yi Shinran said, they immediately found a place to display their energy and walked forward and said, "Uncle head of the village, sister-in-law Xiao, you stand back. Leave this to us." The young people had endless energy, especially after having eaten a few full meals recently, so they had more energy to work. The cracks in the big rock, which was bigger than 2 millstones, quickly became bigger and bigger under their hammering. When the rubble on top was cleared away, everyone found that the water below was gushing faster. It really is a water source. That's great. There is a spring water on this mountain. Quick, quick, clean this place again. I'll dig deeper. Yi Shinran watched the 5 of them work together to completely move the big rock away, and a large stream of water immediately gushed out from below and flowed down the mountain. That's great. This pit is very deep, and the water source looks very abundant. With this water, do we not have to compete with Dongo village for water? If they dare to show off in front of us again, I will go up and beat them until their heads are broken and bloody. But this place is still far away from our village. How can we transport water there? We can't carry it bucket by bucket, right? How is that possible? We have to find a way to let the water flow by itself. At this point, several people stopped and began to study how to dig ditches to divert water. However, Wang, the smallest one, rubbed his nose and said, "No, Uncle Head, have you forgotten? This mountain is not in our village. With this water source, Dongo village will come to grab water from us again." Yes. The head of the village was still immersed in the excitement of finding water. When he heard this, he immediately gave Wang a slap on the head. "You are not usually that smart, but you're smart now." Wang immediately put his hands on his head. "Uncle Head, are you praising me for being smart or disliking me for being stupid? This beating hurts too much." The head of the village pointed to his head. "No matter how much it hurts, can it be as painful as mine? But what you said is indeed a bit difficult to handle. Once other people know that the water source has been found, several nearby villages will all come to join in the fun. By then, that old guy Zhao Fuxing will come to make me unhappy again, and I can't let him be happy this time. Then, let's buy this mountain," Yi Shinran suggested. "Buy it?" The head of the village turned green when he heard this. "You girl, do you know how much this mountain costs? Just buy it?" After complaining, the head of the village suddenly remembered that Yi Shinran had said before that she wanted to buy Dongshan, so he looked at her with a smile on his face. "How about you buy Dongshan, and I'll use that money to buy this mountain?" "I don't have it." Yi Shinran's face was full of rejection. "I can't afford that much money right now." Then there's really no other way. The excitement that the headman had felt for finding a water source disappeared completely. In fact, digging canals and diverting water down the mountain are not a problem. There are so many people in their village, and if everyone works hard, they can always get it done. They are just afraid that someone will make trouble. After all, the mountain has no owner now. If Zhao Fuxing sees the benefits and buys the mountain first, they will get nothing. I'll think of a way. Didn't Zhao Fuxing take a fancy to the large piece of land at the entrance of our village a few years ago? I will sell that land to him, and then raise some money to buy this Milla mountain. Uncle Headman, that won't work. That is the most fertile land in our village. If we sell it to Dongo village, how will we produce food in the future? That's right. The people in Dongo village look down on us and say we are poor. If we sell them even that piece of land, they will be even more excessive. Then what do you say we should do? The head of the village frowned with worry. Why don't we go back to the village and ask everyone to collect some money? After all, Everyone will get a share of the water once it's brought down the mountain. Someone suggested.
Oh.
The head of the village sighed. How could he not know the situation of the villagers? The fields have not produced food in recent years, and everyone has been tightening their belts, going hungry one day and eating half the time. It's hard to raise 50 taels of silver, so how can we raise 200 taels? So he had to say, I can't think of any good idea at the moment, so let's go back first. Erju, you guys move the stones back and don't let others see it. When I think of a solution, we'll continue digging. The group came here with high hopes, but returned disappointed. Before they even got home, the head of the village had already made up his mind. If it really didn't work, they would just go and dig. If someone really bought the mountain, they would negotiate the price of water with the buyer. Even if he risked his old face to default on the debt, he couldn't just watch the water in front of him and let the crops die of drought. Yi Shinran didn't know what the head of the village was thinking. She had her own ideas when she returned home. She knew that the village was very poor, but she didn't expect it to be this poor. If the money couldn't be taken out, the water use in the village would have to be controlled by others in the future. Wouldn't it be very inconvenient for her to grow something in the future? The best way would be for her to give up her original target, Dongshan, and buy Milla Mountain directly. But in such an era, it might not be safe for her to hold such an eye-catching place as Milla Mountain. She still had to lean on a big tree. The strength of more than 300 households in Yunbian village was much greater than hers alone. Having made up her mind, Yi Shinran entered the space after the child fell asleep. The herbs in the warehouse were cut into smaller pieces, and the valuable ginseng was ground into powder. The only thing that could still be sold was the few Polygonum multiflorum that had not been processed yet. She had thought about selling these Polygonum multiflorum a few days ago, but she was reluctant to sell them at that time. Now it seems that she has to sell them. She took the Polygonum multiflorum out of the space and put it in the dowry box, thinking that if the head of the village really couldn't think of a solution in a few days, she would sell the Polygonum multiflorum to raise money. Having made up her mind, she was no longer in a hurry. She asked a few children to wash mushrooms with her and prepare to stir-fry mushroom slices and meat in the evening. The 3 little ones had never eaten morels before. They drooled at the sight of the plum mushrooms and asked worriedly, "Aunt, I heard that mushrooms are poisonous and can kill people if eaten. Is this mushroom not poisonous?" Of course, Annie knows which mushrooms are poisonous and which are not. If you follow me and eat them, nothing will go wrong. Auntie is so smart. Yes, how come Annie knows everything? More than the teachers in the school. Speaking of teachers, Yi Shinran looked at Changsheng's feet. Changsheng, your feet are almost healed. You can go to school tomorrow. Really? Changsheng was very happy. That's great. I didn't understand what Erden told me at all. There are still several things I don't understand. I want to ask the teacher tomorrow. Well, be careful not to jump. Yi Shinran reminded. Okay. The fried mushrooms in the evening were very delicious. Yi Shinran fried a whole plate of them, but they were all eaten up. At the end, there was a small piece left stuck to the edge of the plate which was also picked up by Chongping. And are you going up the mountain tomorrow? Take me with you, and we will go pick mushrooms together. Okay. Yi Shinran agreed immediately. After discovering that the mountain was not so dangerous, Yi Shinran became a little bolder. Today's children are not greenhouse flowers, and there is no need for her to lock them up at home. She took them to the mountain to learn more about herbs and plants, just in case they can be used in the future. In the remaining few days, Changshen went to school every day, while Chang'an and Changping followed Yi Shinran to the mountain to pick mushrooms. While picking mushrooms, Yi Shinran was always paying attention to finding the herbs she wanted. As a result, there was no trace of ice spirit flowers on the mountain except for some worthless herbs such as 7-leaf clover. Soon, 5 days passed. The head of the village couldn't think of any good way to raise money. The water shortage in the village became more and more obvious, so he made up his mind and planned to take everyone directly to the mountain to dig. Yi Shinran dissuaded him at this time. Uncle head of the village, if you really can't raise the money, I can sell my dowry to help everyone buy this mountain. Really? The gauze on the head of the village chief has been removed, and the wound on his head is still scabbed, looking both pitiful and funny. Really, but I have conditions. Do you want to listen to them, Uncle Village Chief?
Yi Shinran said.
Listen, of course I would. As long as you bring this matter to our village, I will agree to any conditions you ask. The village chief responded quickly. I want to pay to buy Dongshan in our village, and then Uncle Village Chief will use the money to buy Melushan. However, Uncle Village Chief has to give me a discount and give me a cheaper price for Dongshan. How much cheaper? The village chief looked at Yi Shinran. 100 taels of silver.
Yi Shinran said. This is too cheap.
How can it be cheaper? Isn't it half the price? The village chief pinched his beard with a look of heartache. Forget it. Yi Shinran turned around and made a gesture to leave. The village chief quickly stretched out his hand to stop him. Wait. He looked at Yi Shinran with an embarrassed look. In fact, it's not that I can't sell it to you for 100 taels of silver, but 100 taels is not enough to buy Milla Mountain. Then I will pay another 100 taels of silver as a share. I want to get 30% of the income from Milla Mountain in the future.
Yi Shinran said.
Really? The headman's eyes lit up. No matter how you look at it, he was being manipulated by this girl. She wanted to buy Dongshan, which could originally be sold for 200 taels, for 100 taels. But who made the village anxious? If he is not manipulated by her now, he will be manipulated by others in the future. The headman didn't need to think too much and immediately analyze the importance of it. Just do as you say. 100 taels is 100 taels. When do you pay the silver? I can ask someone to go to the county government to make a land deed for you. I will go to the county town to exchange silver and bring the money back in the afternoon. Yi Shinran knew that the head of the village was anxious, so she also planned to solve the matter quickly. If the money from the sale of Polygonum multiflorum was not enough, she would sell the jade pendant as well and add the little money she had saved, and 200 taels could be made up. Just when she was about to go out, Xiao Huaiyan suddenly came back from the mountain. On the way back, he had heard about this matter from the villagers. Everyone said that Yi Shinran was going back to her parents to get money to buy the mountain. She was indeed the daughter of a wealthy family. Only Xiao Huaiyan was a little strange. Because he knew that Yi Shinran had broken up with her family. Even if she went back, how could she get the money? Are you going to the county town? Xiao Huaiyan asked. Yi Shinran didn't expect Xiao Huaiyan to come back at this time. She was going to say something to conceal it, but Xiao Huaiyan said the next sentence. I heard that you need money? I have 200 taels here. I'll give it to you. 200 taels? So much? Where did you get so much money? Yi Shinran asked in surprise. Didn't he say last time that he would give her all the money? Selling prey only made a few taels of silver, but now he had 200 taels? It was the money from the sale of the prey this time. I was lucky enough to hunt a silver fox. As soon as I got down the mountain, a wealthy man took a fancy to it and gave me 200 taels of silver. Xiao Huaiyan explained. Yi Shinran listened to him with a skeptical attitude. No matter whether what he said was true or not, the 200 taels of silver just solved her urgent problem. You said before that I can do whatever I want with the silver you give me. I want to use 200 taels of silver to buy a mountain. Will you object?
No objection.
Xiao Huaiyan didn't have too many emotions, but was a little surprised at Yi Shinran's frankness, spending so much money without blinking an eye. In fact, the reason why Yi Shinran didn't feel bad was, on the one hand, because it was really useful for her to buy Dongshan, and on the other hand, she was new here and the concept of silver was not very clear in her mind. She only knew that 200 taels of silver was a lot, but she had no idea what the money could be used for. Okay, then I'll give you some when I make money from buying the mountain. After Yi Shinran finished speaking, he went to find the head of the village, without looking back. Xiao Huaiyan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. He was too impatient to think about making money before doing anything. He looked around the yard and saw that the yard was full of mushrooms dried by Yi Shinran. It seemed that she really planned to stay. On the other side, Yi Shinran found the head of the village and slapped the 200 tael silver note on the head of the village table. Uncle head of the village, I have the silver. Let's sign the land transfer deed now. The head of the village was a little worried at first, afraid that Yi Shinran would not be able to bring back the money, and what should he do next? But when he turned around, Yi Shinran slapped the banknote in front of him. This girl really does what she says. Okay, Madam Yi is really straightforward. You have helped us so much. So, without further ado, you come with me to the county government office now, and we will go through the formalities directly in the county government office, and I can also buy Milla Mountain. Okay. Uncle Zheng, let us go now. The head of the village called for Ernie's ox cart and took him and Yi Shinran to the county government office. The county magistrate of Yuntong County usually handles cases in the morning and handles paperwork or arrests in the back hall in the afternoon. When the head of the village brought Yi Shinran there, County Magistrate Xiao Jingshan had just finished drinking health tea and was resting with his eyes closed. When he heard that the head of Yunbian village was coming, County Magistrate Xiao frowned. He governed more than a dozen villages, and the poorest was Yunbian village. Every time taxes and grain were collected, Yunbian village would always lag behind. But the head of Yunbian village was still a tough guy, and the grain could not be collected, so he asked all the villagers to come to his house to work to pay off the debts. County Magistrate Xiao did not agree to let them in. He once brought dozens of people to rub the stone bricks in front of his house and the government office until they were reflective. County Magistrate Xiao still remembered this clearly. It was really difficult for them to see that when the difference was small, he simply paid out of his own pocket to make up for them. Therefore, when he heard that the head of Yunbian village was coming, County Magistrate Xiao immediately became alert. Why is he here again? The county magistrate asked the lawyer beside him, has Yunbian village suffered any disaster recently?
No disaster.
The lawyer worked his brain quickly, but recently several village heads have come to report that the village is about to run out of water. I guess the Yunbian village should have come for this matter. I asked you to find some capable people who know the 5 elements in gossip and can read feng shui. Have you found them? The county magistrate asked. If it doesn't rain, they can't just wait. Finding a few people who know witchcraft to pray for rain is considered to be doing their best. He had no other choice, so he came up with this trick. The lawyer's ears were hot, and he immediately replied, Not yet. Hurry up, the drought can't wait. I don't want a large number of refugees to appear in the area under my jurisdiction. After that, the county magistrate also knew that it was useless to blame the lawyer, so he softened his tone and said, Let Zhang Yasuo come in. The master immediately went to call someone in when he heard that. In the side hall, he saw not only Zhang Yasuo, but also an unexpected person. Isn't this the eldest son's former fiancée? Why is she here? The master pretended not to see Shinran and directly called the village head to the inner hall. However, while the village head was talking to the county magistrate, he secretly called the servant beside the county magistrate. Go and inform the eldest young master and tell him that the eldest daughter of the Yi family has come to the county government. I don't know what she is going to do, so let him be careful. The servant immediately went to report the news. Yi Shinran, who was sitting in the house, was bored and began to think about where Xiao Huaiyan got the money. Logically speaking, if Xiao Huaiyan had this ability, he would not have come to the village for a year, but his family was so poor. At least he should wear better clothes. It can't be that he didn't hunt valuable animals before, but he hunted them this time. That's too coincidental. Just when he was puzzled, footsteps suddenly came from outside the door. Yi Shinran thought that the village head had finished his work so quickly and stood up happily to greet him. Who knew that when he looked up, he saw Qiao Ziyu's unlucky face. According to Yi Shinran's previous aesthetics, she also liked the white and thin type like Qiao Ziyu. But since she witnessed Xiao Huaiyan's perfect muscles and the blue veins on the back of his hands last time, Qiao Ziyu, a weakling, could no longer catch her eye. Moreover, Qiao Ziyu was not only a weakling, but also always looked down on people. She really didn't want to see 2 nostrils when she looked up. Seeing Qiao Ziyu, the smile on Yi Shinran's face disappeared immediately. Qiao Ziyu saw that Yi Shinran's face suddenly changed, and her steps could not help but pause. This woman dared to be cold to herself now. What are you doing here? Qiao Ziyu's voice also became cold. Yi Shinran looked around and said in disbelief, Isn't this the county government? Why can't I come?
Yibinran.
Xiao Ziyu shouted. Don't pester me endlessly, okay? You are already married, and I have an engagement with your sister. You deliberately approach me again and again. What on earth do you want to do? Xiao Ziyu. This time, Yi Xinran was mentally prepared for Xiao Ziyu's shamelessness and reacted quickly. Can you please stop being so narcissistic? I come to the government office to do business.
Who has time to get close to you? Just you?
Xiao Ziyu sneered. The useless young lady of the Yi family actually has business to do. What else? Yi Xinran also sneered. The eldest son of the county magistrate's family. Doesn't he have a mirror or water at home?
Xiao Ziyu. What do you mean?
Yi Xinran, I mean, you should take a good look at yourself. Do you really think you are as handsome as Panin? In my opinion, you are not even as handsome as my husband. Please don't come and make trouble again in the future. Facing someone like Xiao Ziyu, there is no need to care about face. Anyway, he will not understand if you don't say it clearly. You. Xiao Ziyu was furious. Yi Xinran actually compared him with an exiled prisoner. It was really vicious. You two are nothing but trash, not even as good as ants. You are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. What qualifications do you have to compare with me? Xiao Ziyu was about to get angry, but the door was pushed open and the head of the village came in excitedly. Madam Yi, it's done, it's done. He had a happy look on his face. Seeing Xiao Ziyu in the room, the head of the village was shocked. Who are you? The lawyer following him hurriedly explained. This is the eldest son of the county magistrate's family. Hearing that it was the county magistrate's son, the head of the village immediately understood. Isn't this Yi Xinran's previous fiancé? But how did the two of them get together, and they looked a little ugly? Did they quarrel? No, what is there for them to quarrel about? Is it because of their old love?
You are.
The head of the village felt as if he had discovered some great secret. Seeing the head of the village's meaningful expression, Xiao Ziyu stamped his feet in anger. You Yi Xinran, this is your purpose, right? Deliberately let people see me, and you stay together. Yi Xinran. Why is he here to die again? Where on earth did this ordinary man get his confidence from? It was all because the original owner was too attentive to him. Men can be spoiled. They won't be grateful to you for spoiling them. Instead, they will think that they deserve it. I really want to knock his head open and brainwash him. Seeing Xiao Ziyu leave the room angrily, Yi Xinran turned to ask the head of the village. Uncle head of the village, what's going on? You just said it's all done? Yes. The head of the village was diverted by her question. The transfer document of Dongshan has been stamped with the official seal. This is for you. From now on, Dongshan in our village will be yours. The head of the village handed Yi Xinran a document. The document was made of craft paper. The left side stated the transfer situation, and the right side had the signatures of the head of the village and Yi Xinran. Now, the official seal of the county government was stamped on the name, and the mountain officially belonged to Yi Xinran. Seeing Yi Xinran carefully putting away the deed, the head of the village couldn't help but say, if you can't grow crops in the future, don't say I'm cheating you. I've advised you before. Yi Xinran looked up and smiled happily. Don't worry, Uncle head of the village, I won't blame you. What about Milu? It's also sold. The head of the village smiled and showed Yi Xinran another document. It stated that from today on, Mila Mountain belongs to Yunbian Village, and the materials on the mountain are also controlled by Yunbian Village. How much taels of silver? Yi Xinran asked the most concerned question. The head of the village held out 5 fingers. 500 taels? Yi Xinran was shocked. Uncle head of the village, you are so rich. The head of the village waved his hand quickly. Where did I get the money? The money in our village has been spent a long time ago. I have the 200 taels of silver you gave me, and the other 300 taels were borrowed from the county magistrate. Is the county magistrate so generous? Yi Xinran was not very impressed by this. He has no money either, so I owe him first. I owe him, and he owes the public. Anyway, he can't be promoted for a while. I told him that I must make up the money before he is promoted. Uncle Lijing, are you so sure that you can earn this money back? She reminded the head of the village. All investments have risks. If you invest with the mentality of making money, there will inevitably be gaps. Besides, what has been discovered so far is just a water source. You don't know this. The head of the village chuckled. Among the villages nearby, our Yunbian village is the poorest.
Why?
One reason is that our land is scarce and not as fertile as the land in Donggo village and Shigo village. Another reason is that they are upstream of us, so what fertilizer and water do they have? When they take all of it, we will have nothing. Over the years, I have been angry with them for this matter. Now, with the water source on Mila Mountain, I, Zhang Yasuo, can finally be proud of myself. Yi Shinran suddenly realized that this was what the village chief was thinking. But if it starts to rain in a few days, your plan will fail. It's okay. No one has been on Mila Mountain for so many years. Who knows what good things are stored on it? It won't be lost. The village chief was full of confidence. Yi Shinran agreed with this. It is said that you can make money by relying on the mountain. With such a big mountain behind you, you can always find a way to make money. Even if the village really can't use it in the end, she has other uses. After finishing the work, the two planned to go back to the village quickly. Just after walking out of the side hall, the county magistrate came over again. Zhang Yasuo, don't fool me this time. You can pay the money back after the new year. Before he finished speaking, the county magistrate saw Yi Shinran next to the head of the village. Girl of the Yi family, why are you here? Xiao Jingshan can be said to have watched Yi Shinran grow up. When Yi Shinran was disfigured, his wife complained to him, saying that they were obviously not a good match. So why did Lord Lu arrange this marriage for them? It was too unfair for her son, who is so handsome, to be with a disfigured woman in the future. However, Xiao Jingshan felt that Yi Shinran had a good character and had the words of his mentor, so he never thought of canceling the engagement. Who knew that his family did not dislike Yi Shinran, but Yi Shinran disliked his family. When they were about to reach the age of marriage, Mrs. Yi suddenly said that Yi Shinran had fallen in love with a hunter in the countryside and had an affair with him. The Yi family felt sorry for the county magistrate's family. In order to fulfill the marriage contract, the Yi family was willing to marry their youngest daughter. Madame and Ziyu both agreed to this matter, so the county magistrate did not ask too much. But when he saw Yi Shinran, the county magistrate suddenly had an irresistible thought. He wanted to ask Yi Shinran, is his son not as good as a hunter? He couldn't ask such a question, so Xiao Jingshan had to ask, Yi family girl, are you doing well now? Unexpectedly, when Yi Shinran heard the question, her eyes immediately turned red. Uncle Xiao, my parents forced me to remarry. They were too cruel to me, their daughter. In just one sentence, Yi Shinran neither said whether she was living well or not, nor why she wanted to break off the engagement, but left County Magistrate Xiao with a lot of room for thinking. It turned out that Yi Shinran did not marry voluntarily, so why did the Yi family say that? Is there any hidden story in it? Seeing the hesitation in the eyes of the county magistrate, Yi Shinran knew that her goal had been achieved, so she pulled the head of the village and said to the county magistrate, Uncle Qiao will say goodbye first, otherwise there will be no car to go back to the village later. The head of the village walked out with her, and he had learned a lot from the few words just now. Looking at Yi Shinran's appearance, I thought she was willing to marry Xiao Huaiyan, but I didn't expect that she was still thinking about the past.
Oh.
The head of the village sighed. He turned his head to look at Yi Shinran, only to find that her eyebrows were raised, the corners of her mouth were curled up, and she looked smug, which was completely different from her previous appearance. Madam Yi, you are. What are you happy about? Wasn't she the one who was heartbroken just now?
We have bought Milla Mountain.
Isn't it worth our joy? Yi Shinran looked at the head of the village with a smile on her lips. No, I just don't understand. Weren't you crying just now? I'm not meddling in other people's business, Madam Yi. You are a married woman now, and you should be more cautious about people from the past. Yi Shinran knew what the head of the village had misunderstood, so she said, Uncle head of the village, it's not that I don't remember the old feelings. I said that just now purely to make my parents unhappy. They treated me like that, so I have to give something in return. At this age, how could the headman not understand what she meant? It turned out that she wanted to use the county magistrate to take revenge on her parents. This child is really cunning, and she must not be offended in the future. As they were talking, the two had found Nyo Air's ox cart. Yi Shinran asked the headman to wait for him there. She went to buy some pork, a rooster, and a hen, and then took the car back. The headman looked at the chickens bought by Yi Shinran, and his doubts were reduced. The villagers raise hens for laying eggs. If it were not for hatching chicks, no one likes to raise roosters. The Huayan daughter-in-law bought a rooster, which means she is going to hatch chicks. It seems that she wants to live a good life. Back to the village, a group of people were waiting at the entrance of the village. Some people had already inquired about the news and knew that the headman was going to buy Milla Mountain. Now everyone is anxiously waiting for the result, and they don't know whether the headman has bought it or not. Seeing the ox cart, a group of people immediately surrounded it, and Nyo Air had to stop the ox cart. Headman, have you really bought Milla Mountain? Where does our village get the money from? Uncle Village Head, it must have cost a lot of silver to buy Milla Mountain. It would be great if we could distribute that silver to everyone so that we would have money to buy food. Uncle Village Head, the river has dried up again today. If it continues like this, my family will have no harvest this year. How are we going to live? Listening to the voices coming one after another, the village head waved his hand and stood up from the car. Why are you in such a hurry? I can still tell you about this when I get home. But since everyone is here, I will tell you one thing at a time. He looked around and continued. I did buy Mill Mountain. I spent 200 taels of silver, and I still owe the county government 300 taels.
Ah?
Everyone gasped. So much money. This silver seems to be a lot, but think about it, there are more than 300 households in the village. If 200 taels of silver are distributed, how much can each person get? I can't calculate this. Erju, can you? Daju asked quietly.
How can I do that?
I can only count within 10 big coins. Then you are not as good as me. I can count within 12 big coins. Seeing that no one answered, the head of the village answered himself. I have calculated that each household will be allocated more than 600 coins. Think about it. How much rice can you buy with this 600 coins? How long will this rice last for your family? That can't buy much. Now a dough of rice costs 23 coins. It's not much, but it can last for a while. What's the use of buying a mountain? Everyone was still discussing in a low voice. The head of the village continued. The water in the river will soon dry up, and the rice in the field will soon be out of water. If you can't find a new water source at this time, how much money will you lose this year? Have you calculated this account? Uncle Head of the village. Erwang's father in the crowd said, I heard Erwang say that he found a water source on the mountain, but Milla Mountain is so far away. How can we lead the water down? For so many years, we have never seen water flowing down from the mountain. That water disappears before it flows down the mountain. How can we use it? Yes. Erwang's father's words were immediately agreed by everyone. It is said that a water source was found on Milla Mountain, but it is not certain whether that water is enough for drinking, so how can we expect to use it to irrigate the fields? You don't understand, the so-called groundwater on Milla Mountain can be supplied to us continuously. As for why it didn't flow down the mountain before, well, Huayan wife, you tell everyone. Yi Shinran didn't expect that the headman would suddenly mention her while talking. Fortunately, she had been listening to everyone's discussion and knew what the topic was now. She also stood up from the ox cart. Although she was relatively small, she was still half a body taller than the villagers when standing on the cart. This was the first time she had seen so many stupid people. Everyone looked at this thin and small woman. She was originally an ordinary or even ugly person, but because the sunlight shone from behind, it seemed as if she was inlaid with a layer of gold. It made her whole body shine. The reason why the headman bought this mountain must be for everyone's sake. Yi Shinran said with a gentle voice. We know that the headman is thinking about everyone, but the water on the mountain can't flow down at all. Even if there is water, it's useless. Erwang's father continued to ask. Yi Shinran explained slowly. The reason why the water can't flow down is because it is too scattered. It is difficult to form a flow without gathering. Everyone can take a look. Yi Shinran said as she borrowed a water bag from Nyo Air, got off the car, and came to the crowd with the water bag. I sprinkle the water on the ground like this, and it will disappear soon. As she said, she opened the water bag and sprinkled it out. The water fell on the dry land and soon disappeared. But if I dig a hole in the ground and pour the same water into it, the water will form a shallow pit. As she said, she dug a hole in the ground and poured the water into it. Sure enough, a small puddle appeared on the ground. Yi Shinran stood up. This is the difference between gathering and dispersion. Although there was water on Milla Mountain before, there were no ditches and the water flow was dispersed, making it difficult to flow down the mountain. As long as we dig a ditch along the spring on the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, we can let the spring water flow along the ditch all the way down the mountain and into our fields. It makes some sense. It seems to be the case. Everyone nodded. But digging a canal on the mountain is a huge project, and it takes a lot of time. Someone else raised an objection. Although it is time-consuming, it is the best way we can find now. Yi Shinran said firmly. The head of the village also said, if anyone doesn't want to waste time, you can tell me now. When the water comes down from the mountain, his field will be blocked, and he won't be able to use any water. How can that be possible? That won't work. Without water, all the rice this year will be ruined. Since everyone has no objection, then starting tomorrow, all the young and strong men in the village will follow me to the mountain to dig canals. If you can't go, come to me to ask for leave. Huayan wife, please help me keep an account and record who comes to work every day. Okay. Uncle head of the village. Yi Shinran agreed. Then the head of the village announced, the Dongshan mountain in the village has been sold to the Shao family by me. When this Milla mountain was bought, Madam Yi also invested 100 taels of silver. So, no matter when in the future, half of this Milla mountain belongs to the Shao family. I hope you can remember this. I will issue a document to Madam Yi later, and keep one in our ancestral hall. For the villagers of Yunbian village, no outsider has ever enjoyed such a high status in the village, occupying half a mountain by himself. However, Madam Yi helped the village find water, and everyone is grateful to her. Uncle Lijing, when can the water from the mountain be brought down? Don't you think it depends on how fast you work? The head of the village replied. As long as everyone remembers, if we work together, the water will be used soon. After deciding with the head of the village what to do tomorrow, Yi Shinran returned home with her things. She first put the 2 chickens into the fence, and then carried the meat to the backyard. Xiao Huayan was repairing the kitchen window. When he saw Yi Shinran coming back, he took the initiative to greet her for the first time. You're back. Yi Shinran was a little surprised and just nodded. Yeah. Are you going to the mountains tomorrow?
Yi Shinran asked.
Xiao Huayan was stunned for a moment and asked. Something?
Yeah.
Yi Shinran thought about it and said, the village is going to repair a ditch to draw water from the mountain tomorrow. I thought that if you have time, you can stay and work with everyone. Xiao Huayan knew what Yi Shinran meant. They had just become official villagers in the village, and they should have good relations with everyone. He was not very good at this. He only knew how to order others before. But since Yi Shinran mentioned it, he nodded and said, okay. Yi Shinran did not expect him to agree so readily, and the words of persuasion that she had prepared were stuck on her lips. That's good.
Yerinran similet sweetly.
In the evening, Yi Shinran made braised pork again. In the previous meal, she did not perform well because of incomplete seasonings. This time she decided to get her own place back. The pork was cut into pieces of uniform size, sugar was fried with rock sugar, and seasonings such as pepper and aniseed were added, and a little cooking wine was poured to remove the fishy smell. After Yi Shinran's smooth movements, the smell of meat emanated from the kitchen and slowly blended into the air. Zhang Dali's family, who lived in the upper courtyard, and Zhang Pozi's family, who lived in the lower courtyard, all smelled the aroma of meat. Zhang Chuanchi sat in the yard and swallowed his saliva. Mom, the meat in Chang'an's house smells so good. Mrs. Chin pinched her son's shriveled face. When mother recovers, I will use the money to buy you meat. Zhang Dashan threw the chopsticks in his hand again after smelling the meat. Mother, why is the Shao family eating meat again? You said you wanted to drive that young lady away, but how is it now? I think the uncle head of the village is treating her better and better.
Son.
Mrs. Zhang picked up the chopsticks and smiled mysteriously. Do you think that Yi is pretty? Zhang Dashan thought for a while. She is thin and small, with a scar on her face. What's so good about her? If you were to marry a woman like this, would you want her? Mother, are you senile? Zhang Dashan was very angry. Mother is not senile. Mrs. Zhang took her son's hand and said earnestly, I know you look down on that Yi, and she is not worthy of you. But Mother thinks that Yi is capable, and she is such a good in-law family. Since she came to the Xiao family, has the Xiao family not eaten meat every day? If we bring such a person to our family, you won't have to worry about eating meat in the future. Zhang Dashan immediately became excited when he heard that there was meat to eat. But Mother, isn't she Xiao Huayan's wife? Mrs. Zhang curled her lips. Mother, you can see clearly that this woman doesn't like Xiao Huayan at all. Although she entered the Xiao family, the two of them have never had a wedding night. As long as you take the initiative and succeed, this woman will definitely not have the face to stay in the Xiao family. When the time comes, our family will take her in, and she will be grateful. Then Mother, I can marry her, but she is too ugly. I will have to marry a beautiful one in the future. Zhang Dashan said reluctantly. Of course, she is a second marriage in our family. How can she be worthy of you? In the future, let her parents' family subsidize more, and Mother will decide to marry you a beautiful one. Okay. Zhang Dashan chuckled. The next day, Yunbian village began to bustle at daybreak. The women lit fires and cooked, while the men went to the fields in the dew to do some farm work. Because soon, they would go to the mountains to dig stones together. Chongqing took a steamed bun from the kitchen to eat on the way. Before leaving, he deliberately stuck his head back and asked Yi Xinran, Aunt, our village has really found a new water source. Yi Xinran answered while cooking. Yes, there is a lot of water in the mountains. Chongqing's eyes lit up. That's good. Let's see how those guys in Donggo village can still show off. Eat some vegetables before you leave. There's still time. Yi Xinran neatly served the braised pork and purple yam in the pot. No, I'm happy with the steamed buns, Chongqing said, and was about to leave again. Yi Xinran snatched the steamed bun from his hand. What's the point of eating only steamed buns? She broke the steamed bun in half, picked up the meat and vegetables with chopsticks and put them in the middle of the bun, and then put the bun back together. Eat it, it tastes better this way. Chongqing looked at the steamed buns and vegetables made by Yi Xinran with a smile in his eyes. Aunt is still the one who has a way. After seeing Chongqing off, Chang'an and Chongping also got up. They went outside to cut grass and came back to feed the chickens and geese, and then washed their hands and prepared to eat breakfast. Xiao Huayan cut 2 bamboos and separated the chicken coop and the goose coop a little in the middle. I see they are always fighting. It would be better if they were separated, he explained. Although Xiao Huayan's cooking skills are not good, he does other housework well. Let's make a nest for the chickens to lay eggs tomorrow, Yi Xinran suggested. The hen laid 3 eggs yesterday. Okay. Xiao Huayan doesn't know how to do this job, but he still agreed. After breakfast, the head of the village gathered the villagers to go to the mountain to work. Before leaving, he asked Yi Xinran to help him write down for people from the Xiao family, for people from Zhang Xuanju's family, 3 people from Zhang Ernia's family. The head of the village recorded all the people in the book. The more effort you put in, the more preferential treatment you will enjoy. I will not only record who works harder in the notebook, but also in my heart. Uncle head of the village, don't worry. Although I came alone, I can use the strength of 2 people. Uncle head of the village, my father didn't come, so I took out his share of the work. With the water source, everyone was in a good mood, and they were particularly motivated when climbing up the mountain. When they reached the edge of the rock last time, the head of the village gave an order. Let's start digging. The sooner we dig to the village head, the sooner we can have water in our fields. Okay. Everyone gathered together. You dug yours, I dug mine, and soon, from the mountain down, the ditch was crooked into an 8-character shape. Stop, 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 the head of the village shouted. These people were indeed enthusiastic, but their work level was a little poor. You can't dig like this. The head of the village wanted to say something and heard a deep male voice saying, There must be rules for doing things. Establish the rules first, and there will be no chaos. The head of the village looked up and saw that it was Xiao Huaiyan. He immediately said, "Come on, Huaiyan, tell everyone how to establish this rule." Xiao Huaiyan just couldn't stand this messy scene and mentioned it casually. He didn't expect that the head of the village would bring this matter to himself. He didn't want to speak, but when he looked up and saw Yi Xinran looking at him expectantly, he had to continue. Digging a canal cannot be carried out blindly. You must first study the route and divide it into several sections according to the route. Everyone is responsible for a section. After each person digs the section they are responsible for, it will naturally become a canal. Yes, that's what I mean. Who asked you to get together? The head of the village said immediately. Then I will go and study the route with Huaiyan first. After we have drawn the route, you can dig it. Xiao Huaiyan and the head of the village walked again, marked the appropriate positions, and walked all the way up again. Now everyone pick up their tools and line up one by one. Each person digs 10 feet away and then walks down after digging. Do as the head of the village says. With a commander, the job is easier. The mountain is covered with lush vegetation and many stones. It is not easy to dig a section of the canal. Each section is worked together by the whole family. The men cut trees and dug ditches, while the women and children helped to clean up the dug things and tidy up the ditches. Xiao Huaiyan held A, although it was not very convenient, but he dug much faster than others. Yi Xinran and Chomping Chang'an helped him to clean up the broken stones and grass roots. When they finished digging 10 feet, the people on both sides had only dug less than half. Xiao Huaiyan packed up his things and continued to dig the next section. Yi Xinran led the two children and walked slowly down. After going around a big tree, she suddenly found a familiar plant was hidden behind a big tree. Yi Xinran rubbed her eyes. A little bit unbelievable. It was luosatsi. Luosatsi is an annual herb with 3 forks on a thin stem, and 3 heart-shaped leaves grow on each fork. Luosatsi is the name of the fruit. It usually blooms in May and matures in August. This luosatsi is hidden behind a big tree. The purple buds are about to bloom and sway gently in the wind. This is really a case of searching for something in vain, but it comes to you without any effort. She came here specifically to look for it before, but she couldn't even see the trace of luosatsi. Now she stumbled upon it. Yi Xinran didn't bother to chase Xiao Huaiyan. She squatted down and started digging. "Aunt, do you like purple flowers?" Chang'an asked, puzzled. Yi Xinran: "Yes, but Aunt only likes this kind of purple flowers. There is another one over there. I'll dig it for Aunt." Chang'an saw a similar flower not far away and ran over immediately. Chongping followed him and started digging with him. The surrounding villagers saw Yi Xinran digging grass on the mountain and were immediately attracted to ask, "Madam Yi, what are you digging this for? Is this edible?" Yi Xinran did not hide it and said, "This is not edible. It is a medicinal material. Chang'an is in poor health and I want to dig it to treat Chang'an."
To treat the child.
"Let me see what it looks like. If I see it later, I will dig it for you." Erden's mother took the initiative to come forward to have a look. "Thank you, that's great." Yi Xinran was very happy. She handed the luoshazi in her hand to Erden's mother. Erden's mother looked at it over and over again and nodded. "Okay, I remember it." Dongzi's father on the left heard what they said, came forward to take a look, and then said, "I saw one when I went up the mountain just now. If you don't have enough, I will help you find it later." "Thank you, Brother Zhang-san." Yi Xinran also thanked him repeatedly. At this time, she suddenly realized that she could ask the villagers to help find herbs in the future so that the speed would be much faster. People worked hard, and the fog in the mountains dissipated unknowingly, and it began to get stuffy. The men were sweating profusely, and the women began to wipe the sweat from their faces with handkerchiefs. "Zhuzi Dongzi, you guys go to the spring to get 2 buckets of water and distribute them to everyone so that everyone can take a break, drink some water, and eat some dry food before continuing to work." The head of the village wiped the sweat from his head and said. Some people in the crowd couldn't hold on any longer. Hearing what the head of the village said, they sat down on the ground. "Oh, I'm so tired. Uncle head of the village, when will this ditch be dug?" As long as you don't be lazy, it will be finished soon, said the head of the village. No laziness, no laziness. I dare not be lazy. Zhu Zi and others carried 4 buckets of water down the mountain. Everyone scooped some and drank it up. Although Yi Xinran was used to drinking boiled water, she was really thirsty at this moment. She took out 2 bowls, gave one to the 2 Chongping brothers, and scooped a bowl of water from the other one and drank it herself. The mountain spring water was cold at the mouth, which dispelled the heat from the body very well. After drinking half a bowl, Yi Xinran handed the bowl to Xiao Huaiyan. It was not so particular to work outside, so only 2 people could use 1 bowl. Yi Xinran did not expect that Xiao Huaiyan took the bowl and did not pour it out and scoop it again, but drank the remaining half bowl of water directly. Yi Xinran choked when she saw this action. Cough, cough. Xiao Huaiyan raised his head as if nothing had happened. What's wrong? No, nothing. Yi Xinran felt that she was overthinking. Xiao Huaiyan was just too lazy to refill the water, and he didn't intend to drink a bowl with her. She lowered her head to take the steamed buns from the bamboo basket, and did not see Xiao Huaiyan's mouth slightly raised with a smile. The steamed buns were made of pure white flour, but in order not to make her own food so eye-catching, Yi Xinran took pumpkin juice in the space and kneaded it into the flour, so that from the outside, her steamed buns were the same color as cornmeal. She gave everyone a steamed bun, and Chang'an and Chongping were surprised to find that there was a large piece of meat in their steamed buns. They stared at Yi Xinran with their round little eyes, and Yi Xinran smiled. Eat. The 2 of them wolfed down the steamed buns, and it seemed that they were eating very deliciously. Several women noticed this side and whispered, "Look, the young lady of the Xiao family seems to be very good at cooking. Look at the 2 children eating very deliciously. Who said that they wouldn't live long? The eldest daughter is rich and can cook, so the Xiao family's father and son are enjoying a good life." The women were gossiping, but the men were envious. Xiao Huaiyan was so lucky to marry the eldest daughter of a wealthy family, and the most important thing was that the eldest daughter didn't put on airs. So why didn't they have such a good life? Mrs. Zhang, who was outside the crowd, saw the children eating deliciously, and she felt angry and hateful. If it weren't for this woman, the benefits of the Xiao family would belong to her. At this moment, she took a bite of the cooked kudzu root and drank half a bowl of water. She couldn't help thinking, I have to discuss it with my son when I go back, and started earlier. After a short rest, everyone started repetitive work again. The roots and stones were relatively easy to clean up, but the most difficult thing was actually the big tree blocking the road. The roots were tangled, and it was impossible to get around them. It took a lot of effort to clear the roots before digging a ditch. Although this job was more tiring than farming, no one had any complaints. This was life-saving water. It wasn't until the sun was setting that the head of the village shouted on the top of the hill, "Okay, everyone pack up and stop here today." Oh, it's finally done. That's right. This is much more tiring than farming. My waist is almost broken. The head of the village laughed when he heard these words. You can't have a broken waist. You have to continue working tomorrow. Then everyone go home and have a good sleep today. Don't toss and turn at night. Zhang Fenlin, are you shameless?
You are still thinking about that.
What can I think as a bachelor? I am just reminding you who have families. Everyone burst into laughter. Yi Xinran was infected by the cheerful mood and smiled slightly, but happened to meet Xiao Huaiyan's inexplicable eyes. What does he mean?
Why are you looking at me?
Yi Xinran put away her smile, glared back, picked up the backpack, and took the 2 children down the mountain. The group talked and laughed to the foot of the mountain, and found that there was a carriage parked on the side of the road. The horse was looking for tender grass in the grass on the side of the road, but the people in the car were staring at the side, as if they had been waiting for a long time. The villagers walking in front didn't dare to talk, until the head of the village came down from the mountain, walked to the front of the carriage, and asked, "This young man is waiting here, but who are you waiting for?" "We live in the village in front. If there is anything we can help, just say it." The young man in the car saw someone talking, and immediately jumped off the car, clasped his hands together. "Uncle, I want to find a girl, about 16 or 17 years old, not tall, with a big scar on her left cheek. Other features are difficult to identify, but when it comes to a big scar on the left cheek, the head of the village immediately thinks of Yi Shinran. Do you have something to do with her? Uncle knows her? The young man showed a hint of joy. At this point, the head of the village suddenly became cautious. The young man only said that he was looking for someone, but did not say what he was looking for. What if it was a bad thing? Wouldn't it cause trouble for Madame Yi?
Well,
I don't think I've seen him. Before the word over was finished, Yi Shinran and the two children had already walked up from behind. The young man immediately spotted Yi Shinran in the crowd. He walked around the head of the village who was talking, walked in front of Yi Shinran, and saluted Yi Shinran with a fist. Excuse me, young lady, did you save someone in the mountain a few days ago? The man was unfamiliar, and Yi Shinran immediately shook her head and denied. No. The young man was stunned when he heard this. Was he wrong? The master was talking about a big scar on his left cheek, and he lived nearby. It seems that he is right. He took a step forward and wanted to confirm it, but a tall figure suddenly appeared and blocked him. The young man had no choice but to ask loudly. The girl met a scholar in the mountains, stripped him of his clothes, and gave him 2 needles. What? The villagers seemed to have heard a shocking news. Their eyes immediately looked over. Yi Shinran's heart choked. Young man, do you want to listen to what you said? Do you remember what the girl said to me? Seeing that Yi Shinran didn't say anything, the boy asked. No impression at all. Yi Shinran denied it bluntly. You must have recognized the wrong person. No way. The boy was stunned. The girl, thin, with a scar on the left face, is exactly the same as the master described. Please get out of the way. Seeing that Yi Shinran denied it, Xiao Huaiyan stepped forward and separated Yi Shinran and the boy. Seeing that Yi Shinran was walking farther and farther with the 2 children, the boy wanted to catch up anxiously, but the man stood in front of him and refused to give way. Please don't disturb my family. She has already said that you have the wrong person. That shouldn't be the case. The young man saw that Xiao Huaiyan was tall and strong, and his momentum weakened. But my master clearly said, Xiao Huaiyan, if you move forward, don't blame me for being rude. Xiao Huaiyan's expression obviously did not change, but the young man suddenly felt a chill on his back, and the hair on his back stood up. He swallowed the words that were about to come to his mouth. The excitement ended just like that. Everyone went back to the village. Those who could still work hurried to light the fire and cook before it got dark. Those who were too tired simply cooked some kudzu root and potatoes in the pot and made a fool of themselves. Yi Shinran was also tired all day. She didn't feel it when she was working during the day, but when she washed her hands, she found that there were several cuts on her fingertips. She took out iodine from the space and wiped the wounds and wiped the 2 children again. She thought about eating some steamed buns and made a fool of herself. When she walked to the kitchen, she found that there was porridge that had just been cooked in the pot. Oh, where did this snail girl come from? She has cooked the rice. Changsheng blushed when he heard it, and I cooked it. Changsheng is so capable. Changsheng rubbed his feet on the ground. I just cooked it casually. I came back early today and didn't go to the mountain to work. Naturally, I should do the cooking. Brother is really awesome. The porridge cooked by brother is better than that cooked by second uncle. Chang'an is used to flattering. Chomping also echoed. Second uncle cooks it. Even dogs don't like it. Chang'an. Changsheng. With the porridge and the steamed buns left over from the morning, Yi Shinran took out the 8 treasure pickles made by the chef from the kitchen in the space, put them on a plate, and invited everyone to eat together. And this pickle is delicious. Did you buy it in the city? Xiao Huaiyan recalled silently when was the last time he bought pickles. As soon as it got dark, the village fell into silence. Everyone slept very deeply that night. The body was tired, but the heart was happy. Before dawn the next day, smoke began to come out of the chimney. Yi Shinran was responsible for recording before going up the mountain as usual, and unexpectedly found that there was one more person going up the mountain today, Zhang Dashan from Mrs. Zhang's family. Seeing Zhang Dashan coming out, the villagers whispered, "This is really the sun rising from the west. Zhang Dashan has come out to work." Mrs. Zhang finally let her precious son go out. Look at his flesh, I don't know if he can crawl for a while. Everyone talked a lot along the way, but when they got to the mountain, they all devoted themselves to digging canals and didn't care about anything else. Opening the mountain is more difficult than they thought before. According to the current situation, they will need 2 days to finish digging. Xiao Huaiyan dug faster than others as usual. When Yi Xinran was walking down the mountain with tools, she suddenly heard someone calling her from behind.
Madame Ye, Madame Ye.
Yi Xinran looked back and saw that it was Zhang Dashan. She hadn't noticed for a long time when he ran behind her. Zhang Dashan didn't care about Yi Xinran's cold eyes, but raised the raspberry in his hand with a smirk on his face. Madame Yi, do you like this purple flower the most? I just found it over there, and deliberately brought it to you. Thank you, but no thanks. Yi Xinran said coldly, turned around and left. Don't you want it? They said you like this flower. Zhang Dashan persevered and followed her for another 2 steps. Yi Xinran sneered. The flower is a good flower, but it has been touched by dirty hands, so it's too dirty. You. Zhang Dashan has never been scolded like this by others. Who do you think you are? He threw the flowers on the ground, crushed them with his feet, looked at Yi Xinran's back with hatred, and turned away. Some people noticed the movement here, but they didn't take it to heart when they saw Zhang Dashan leaving. After all, everyone's heart was on digging the canal. Today's digging was a little harder than yesterday's. In one morning, 7 or 8 big trees had been knocked down. Everyone worked together to cut the roots of the trees in half, and then a passage was opened. Everyone was working hard here, and suddenly someone shouted, "Uncle Lijing, come and see." There was some panic in the voice. Everyone who heard the shouting looked in that direction and saw a deep hole under Wang Tieshu's pickaxe. Where did this hole come from? Dig to the side. Under everyone's chatter, Wang Tieshu dug to the side again, and there was still a hole. Impossible! How can there be such a big hole? Others dug on the left and right sides and found a deep pit below. The pit was 2 feet wide, 7 or 8 feet deep, and extended for dozens of feet. This is bad. If we want to bypass this hole, we have to change the canal. How far do we have to change it? It may not work even if we change it. Maybe the hole has gone around the back of the mountain. Can we dig shallower? Someone suggested. Yes, we didn't find this hole when we came up just now. We just need to dig shallower and not let the hole show. It's useless to dig shallower. Once the water comes down, it will immediately wash away the thin soil below and flow into this hole. I was wondering why there is no water at the foot of the mountain. It all flows into the deep pit. Then we worked in vain? For a moment, confusion, panic, grievance, and all kinds of emotions surged in my heart. They spent 2 days, but the water on the mountain couldn't go down at all? Uncle Head of the Village, did you waste your 200 taels of silver? Yes, that's 200 taels of silver. We can't save that much money even if we grow crops for a year. We shouldn't have listened to the eldest lady. The eldest lady has never even planted the land. How can she understand these things? Uncle Head of the Village, in this situation, you decide what to do. Just when the scene was in chaos, a deep and steady male voice came over. What happened? Seeing Xiao Huaiyan, all the people who had been complaining fell silent. The head of the village pointed to the hole in front and showed it to Xiao Huaiyan. Huaiyan, you often go up the mountain and have a lot of experience. Come and take a look at this hole. What's the situation? Xiao Huaiyan stepped forward, first stretched the handle down to measure the depth of the pit, and then walked 70 or 80 meters along the direction of the pit, then stood in a place and said, "Come on, a few people, dig here and dig deeper." What are you doing? Don't you think this pit is not deep enough? That's right. This job is confusing. The women in the village talked about it, but several young people jumped down immediately and dug according to Xiao Huaiyan's instructions. It was not until the pit was dug 5 or 6 feet deeper that Xiao Huaiyan called them to stop. He ordered several people to climb up and cover the previous holes with stones. He found a place according to the terrain and dug a new hole with A. A group of people looked at it in confusion, not knowing what Xiao Huaiyan was up to. Xiao Huaiyan ignored everyone's questions and told the guys to keep an eye on the deep pit they dug. You guys stay here for a while. Don't be afraid no matter what comes out. Just use the tools in your hands to deal with it. Brother Xiao, what can come out? Zhu asked. Xiao Huaiyan patted his shoulder. Good stuff. As he said that, Xiao Huaiyan found the head of the village in the crowd and said to him, Uncle head of the village, let everyone step back. The head of the village was watching curiously and was anxious to know what would run out of the cave in a while, so he quickly called out to the villagers, Everyone step back, stay away. Xiao Huaiyan found a handful of dry firewood from the side and gathered a pile of leaves and threw them all into the pit he had dug, then took out the fire starter he brought with him, opened it with a pop, blew it, and threw it in. The flames jumped up all of a sudden. The dry branches and leaves burned crackling, and watching the fire burning more and more vigorously, Yi Xinran thought he was going to burn something with fire, but then saw Xiao Huaiyan pull a bundle of branches with green leaves, throw them in to cover the flames, and thick smoke instantly came out of the cave entrance. Xiao Huaiyan quickly blocked the entrance of the cave with stones and slowly, thick smoke spread in the cave. The villagers were still confused. What are you doing? Who knows? Don't talk, just watch. The villagers stretched their necks to look over here, and suddenly heard a snapping sound coming from the ground. The sound was not loud at first, but later it gradually became a roar. People looked at each other, and before they could react, they saw an animal with thick limbs and short stature falling out of the hole they had just dug. It has a flat nose, small eyes, and a coat of short hair mixed with brown and white. After falling into the hole, it made a sound from its mouth. Zhu, who was guarding in the front, remembered Xiao Huaiyan's instructions, and without waiting for the guy to struggle, he used a pickaxe to dig it open directly. Badger, badger. The villagers who knew it shouted excitedly. They didn't expect that they could dig out badgers while digging a canal. But before they could take a closer look, the second, third, fourth, a total of 9 badgers fell into the hole and were neatly picked up by several young men. Brother Xiao, it's really a good thing. Zhu shouted excitedly to Xiao Huaiyan, but he slipped and fell down without noticing. At this moment, a huge monster ran out of the cave and rushed towards Zhu. Zhu's mother screamed. Seeing that Zhu couldn't dodge in time, a big rock suddenly flew from the sky and hit the beast on the head. Zhu also sat down on the ground, sweating coldly. I'm scared to death. Everyone then realized that it was a wild boar that fell to the ground. The wild boar had thick skin and flesh. After being hit by the stone, it turned over and tried to escape. Its fangs were sharp and pointed, and it was about to hit Zhu's head. At this time, the guys standing with Zhu reacted. Stone was the fastest and jumped into the pit and grabbed the wild boar's tail. The wild boar felt pain and turned around to aim its fangs at the stone, but was hit on the ear by Dazhuang's pickaxe. The wild boar went crazy and howled with its head raised. Just as the wild boar was about to charge without knowing the direction, a suddenly stretched out from the side, aiming at the wild boar's neck and digging down. To everyone's surprise, the thick and hard skin of the wild boar was actually scratched by and then dug deeper into the wound, and a stream of hot blood spurted out, splashing all over the stone's face. The wild boar that was struggling just now fell in front of several people with a plop. Things developed too fast. The villagers' attention was all on the wild boar, and no one noticed when Xiao Huaiyan came over. After they reacted, they realized how he could come here in an instant from a distance of 70 or 80 meters. Come up first and stay away from the cave entrance. Xiao Huaiyan instructed several young people. After the scene just now, everyone had unconsciously regarded Xiao Huaiyan as the commander, so as soon as he said this, several people immediately left there and came to the front of Xiao Huaiyan. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and the scene was weirdly quiet. Xiao Huaiyan did not speak, and no one dared to speak. After another stick of incense, Xiao Huaiyan waved his hand to make sure that there was no movement in the pit. Everyone carried the things below. The crowd suddenly became noisy. Wild boar. This is the first time I've seen such a big wild boar. Who wouldn't say it? I always heard people say there were wild boars, and I didn't expect to finally see it today. How did Xiao Huaiyan get here just now? Did you see it? No, but did you pay attention just now? He killed a wild boar with his speed. Who will dare to say that he has bad legs and feet in the future? The head of the village was so scared just now, but now he finally calmed down. He secretly wiped the sweat off his head and directed everyone calmly. Now that we're done watching the fun, don't just stand there. Go and lift up all the prey from below. After giving the order, the head of the village looked at Xiao Huaiyan again. Huaiyan, what do you think we should do with this? Since we all hunted it together, of course we should share it together. Xiao Huaiyan said in a flat tone. Okay. The head of the village happily agreed. Xiao Huaiyan was the one who contributed the most to this matter. He didn't expect Xiao Huaiyan to agree to share the prey with everyone so readily. You guys, put the prey aside first and remember the number for me. If there's a hair missing when you go back, I'll hold you responsible. The head of the village ordered the people around him. Several men were happy to start carrying it, but when they heard this, they immediately stopped. Uncle Head of the village, we can't afford to lose the hair. That's right, Uncle Headman, there are trees and grass here. It's normal to shave off the hair, and the hair is useless anyway. The headman's nose twisted with anger. I was just making an analogy. Don't you understand? Who told you that the hair is useful? Forget it, you haven't been to school. You don't understand what I'm saying. Just move quickly. Everyone's eyes are on it. Nothing can go wrong. After solving this problem, the headman temporarily put aside his attention on the badgers and wild boars and brought everyone's attention back. You all saw that this hole was made by these badgers and wild boars. Before it was dug up, no one would have thought that there was such a thing underground. Now that things have come to this, we have to think of a way to cross this hole and let the water flow down the mountain. Didn't you all say that you have a lot of experience? Who can come up with a solution? After hearing what the head of the village said, the villagers who were so excited just now fell silent. This hole is so deep and so long, and it is invisible. No one knows where it leads to. If the water flows down to fill the hole, it is not known how much water will be needed. Even if you use a bamboo to block it, it will be useless. The bamboo can only hold out for a while. How can it withstand the long term? This matter is not easy to deal with. Just when everyone was at a loss, Yishinran said, Uncle Head of the village, I have an idea. What idea? The head of the village asked immediately. Xiao Huaiyan had been listening to everyone's discussion. When he heard what Yishinran said, a trace of curiosity flashed in his eyes, and he looked over. We can build a bridge to let the water flow through. Build a bridge? Hearing this, the head of the village was puzzled. I have only heard of building a bridge over the water to let people pass, but I have never heard of building a bridge for water. How do you build this bridge? It's actually simple. I'll draw a picture later, and the head of the village will know it at a glance.
Yishinran said.
That's great. The headman smiled happily while pinching his beard. Then we'll study the bridge later and finish digging the rest of the canals today. All depends on what the headman says. Hearing that there was a solution to the hole, everyone became motivated again. They rolled up their sleeves and worked hard. They finally dug the ditch to the river ditch at the foot of the mountain a little late. All the prey harvested today was also brought down from the mountain. However, no one was in a hurry to go home this time, but waited patiently for the village head to speak. Seeing that the villagers' eyes were glowing green, the village had asked everyone to light torches, skin the badgers and wild boars overnight, cut the meat, and distributed it to everyone. The fattest badger weighed 30 kilograms, and the thinnest one weighed only 10 kilograms. The wild boar weighed nearly 200 kilograms, including bones and meat, and each family could get about 2 kilograms of meat. For the villagers who had not eaten meat for a long time, such days were just like the new year. You have worked hard to dig the ditch today. Take this meat back and cook it to replenish your body. The village head shouted. Thank you, Grandpa Village Head. I haven't eaten meat for a long time. Hohat said while holding the meat. Village Head, old lady, this is the first time I have eaten pork in my life. You are much more capable than your father. The old lady Li from the village opened her toothless mouth and laughed happily. This is not my fault. It's all thanks to the Xiao family. The head of the village looked at Xiao Huaiyan and Yishinran. The more he looked, the more satisfied he was, and the more he felt that they were a perfect match. While you eat the meat, don't forget the kindness of this family. And the Xiao family, which had made the greatest contribution, did not ask for much. After the meat was divided, Yi Xinran only asked for some badger oil. That night, smoke rose above Yunbian village for the first time in the evening. The aroma of meat wafted from the kitchens of every household. There were spicy, stir-fried, and boiled meat. Different from these aromas was the aroma of barbecue coming from the Xiao family's yard. Yi Xinran had wanted to eat barbecue for a long time, and she took advantage of this opportunity to ask Xiao Huaiyan to cut all the wild boar meat and badger meat into thin slices, and then took out 2 boxes of marbled beef slices from the refrigerator from the space, and mixed them all together while they were not paying attention. Xiao Huaiyan had good knife skills, and the slices of meat he cut were evenly thick and thin. The tool they used to barbecue was a thin piece of stone. The stone was burned hot on the fire, and the meat slices were placed on it. With a sizzle, it rolled up, and then the meat slices were turned over, and the other side was also cooked. The barbecue dipping sauce is a sauce made of sesame paste, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar. Yi Xinran also took out cumin powder, peanut powder, sesame seeds, cumin seeds, and chili powder to make a dry sauce. She likes to eat dry sauces, and the children like sesame sauce more. Dip the roasted meat slices in a little sauce and put them in your mouth. The aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of sesame immediately explodes in your mouth, making you unable to stop. The skin of the meat has become hard and crisp, but the inside is still soft and filled with gravy. The gravy overflowed at the moment when the teeth bit it open, and people couldn't help but want to eat a piece even if it burned their tongues. Several children ate heartily, and Yi Xinran went to prepare yam skewers, mushroom skewers, and wild vegetable rolls, filling a small half-pot. While grilling the meat, there were vegetables on the side to relieve the greasiness. At the end of the meal, several people were half full, and there was still half of the meat left in the pot. Now, not to mention Xiao Huaiyan. Even the children felt strange. And I remember there wasn't much meat. How come there is still so much after eating for so long? Yi Xinran was too lazy to find excuses, so she just gave up. I don't know. Why can't I finish this meat? Aunt, do you have some magic that can make the meat more abundant and fragrant? Chang'an said seriously with his eyes wide open. Changsheng and Changping echoed. It should be like this. Aunt is the best. The moon slowly climbed up the treetops, and the fire in the yard was finally about to go out. The 3 children had round bellies after eating, and they patted their bellies while admiring the moon in the sky. Yi Xinran dug out the roasted potatoes from the fire and gave one to each of them. Xiao Huaiyan didn't eat them, but peeled the potatoes and handed them to Yi Xinran. He wanted to say something but didn't say it in the end. He just said, "Thank you for your hard work." Yi Xinran thought to herself that it was a bit hard, but she was quite satisfied with her life now. It's okay if it's a bit hard, and I hope we can live a good life in the future,
she said.
Xiao Huaiyan looked up at the sky. Don't worry, I will. As soon as the next day dawned, Yi Xinran took the map she had drawn to find the head of the village. Yesterday, she said that she wanted to build a bridge for the mountain's spring water. She simply drew a map according to the shape of the canal in her mind. We can use stones to pad the bottom and cover it with bamboo strips. It is best to reinforce the canal on the mountain with bamboo strips, otherwise it will collapse easily due to the erosion of the stream. Stones can also be used for this part. After Yi Xinran finished speaking, the head of the village suddenly understood. What my niece said is right, just do as my niece said. Yi Xinran didn't react at first, and when she reacted, she pointed to her nose with her finger. Niece?
Me?
The head of the village smiled. Yes, shouldn't you also call me uncle? Then I will call you niece. This is reasonable. Okay. Uncle head of the village, I won't be polite if I have something in the future. Why are you still polite to me? I don't know how to thank you for this matter. After the plan was finalized, the head of the village began to arrange people to work. The villagers were divided into 3 parts. Erju led a team of young people to the mountains to cut bamboo and trim bamboo strips. Xiao Huaiyan led a team of people to reinforce the channel. The head of the village himself took a few people to fill the pit and build a small bridge. In order to prevent any more animals from digging it up, they moved several large stones to block the passages on both sides of the bridge. After what happened yesterday, many people have witnessed Xiao Huayan's ability. The young people who worked with him kept coming up to him, "Brother Xiao, you are so capable. Yesterday you killed a wild boar with just one."
Can you teach me?
"Yes, Brother Xiao, how did you run so fast yesterday?" "Brother Xiao is so capable. Can you teach us something?" Xiao Huayan has not interacted with the villagers much since he came here. Faced with so many questions, he only replied with a cold face, "Let's talk about it later." Yi Xinran agreed on behalf of Xiao Huayan. "My head of the family will teach you when she has time in the future." Head of the family. The word sounds fresh and fun. After Yi Xinran finished speaking, Xiao Huayan couldn't help but look at her. "Just do as my wife says,"
he said.
Everyone worked very hard. Before the sun was about to set, all the channels had been paved with bamboo strips and the water bridges had been built. At the order of the head of the village, the people on the mountain moved away the big rocks that blocked the spring, and the water in the spring immediately gushed out. The water flowed like a silver dragon, roaring all the way to the foot of the mountain. Changping, Chang'an, and other children saw the water flow and ran as fast as they could, wanting to bring good news to the adults before the spring arrived. After going down the mountain, the water flow began to slow down. The sun reflected the sunset on the water, on the smiling faces, and on the rice fields that had been dry for many days and finally had water. The land that had been thirsty for a long time was like a bottomless pit. After a long time, the water in the field slowly accumulated and flowed into another field from the gap left. Seeing that the rice in the field had drunk the water, people seemed to have eaten delicious food, and their faces were filled with happy smiles. "Great, there is finally water this time. The head of the village really has a solution." Or it's Huayan's family that has a solution. "Mom, when we have new rice this year, can you make me some dry rice?" "Yes, we'll have enough to eat when the rice comes down." No one noticed that just as everyone was enjoying the joy of this moment, a figure hurried away and ran out of the village. The affairs in the village finally came to an end. Xiao Huayan packed up his things and went to the mountain the next day. On the night before departure, Xiao Huayan hesitated for a long time and finally found Yi Xinran and said hesitantly, "Thank you. Can you make me some of the cakes you made last time this time? Like it?" Yi Xinran was a little surprised. Didn't Chang'an say that he didn't care about food?
Yeah.
Xiao Huayan turned sideways and nodded. Yi Xinran found his slightly embarrassed look a little funny. It seemed that he had thought about it for a long time before saying it. Although it was funny, Yi Xinran still got up early the next day and made more than 20 pancakes for him, including scallion pancakes, sesame sauce pancakes, and beef pancakes. In order to express her gratitude for the 200 taels of silver, Yi Xinran generously took out abalone and prawns from the space and made him a seafood pie. After breakfast, Xiao Huayan did not go directly to the mountain with these pancakes, but walked a few more miles to the Wang family pancake shop in the town and bought 10 Zhou donkey meat hotcakes. When he arrived at the wooden house on the mountain, a man was waiting there early. Lin Shu saw Xiao Huayan coming, grabbed his package, and started to look through it. "I say, Uncle Xiao, why are you here just now? It's been 3 days. Do you know how I spent these 3 days? The dry food I brought was eaten up at noon the next day. If you don't come again, you will see my shriveled corpse. Don't worry, you won't die if you starve for another 3 days." Xiao Huayan expressionlessly snatched the scallion pancake from Lin Shu's hand and handed the bag of donkey meat hot buns to Lin Shu. Lin Shu took a bite of the hot bun, his eyes still staring at the scallion pancake in Xiao Huayan's hand. "Huayan, how about I exchange the meat pie in my hand with you?"
"No."
Xiao Huayan refused without hesitation. "You gave me half of it last time. Why are you so stingy this time? If you don't like what you have, I won't bring it next time." Xiao Huayan took a bite of the scallion pancake and said calmly. When Lin Shu heard this, he quickly put the pancake in his hand into his arms. "Forget it. I'll just eat mine." "But why did you take so long to come up this time?" "I thought something happened to you. Helping the village find water." "You really think you are a villager?" Lin Shu was shocked.
It's just a piece of cake.
Xiao Huaiyan obviously didn't want to explain more. Did you bring the things I asked you to bring? Brought it. Lin Shu said as he took out a few banknotes from his pocket. Brother, don't blame me for not reminding you. You said before that the money couldn't be touched. Now you've just gotten married and you've forgotten what you said before. You're not a henpecked man, are you? Lin Shu had an expression of watching a good show. Xiao Huaiyan was not moved at all when he heard this. You said at the beginning that you would marry a virtuous wife. If she is not virtuous, you should divorce her. Why are you wandering outside now, and dare not even go home? Lin Shu had an expression as if he had eaten a fly, and the donkey meat hot pot in his hand didn't smell good anymore. Don't mention the tigress in my family. No, you did it on purpose, I just mentioned it, do you have to? Xiao Huaiyan finished the cake in his hand and clapped his hands. The things have been delivered. You can go back, I still have to go to the mountains to take a look. What's the hurry? Lin Shu stretched out his hand to stop him. Let me see how your leg is. This time Xiao Huaiyan did not object. He sat down again and asked Lin Shu to check his legs. Lin Shu rolled up his trouser legs and kept pressing the acupuncture points on his legs. After the examination, he showed a worried look. Why does it look worse than last time? This is not a solution. It seems that the trip to southern Xinjiang should be planned early. Seeing Xiao Huaiyan lowered his head and said nothing, he said, Didn't you say last time that your sister-in-law is very reliable? You were worried about the 3 children before, but now that the children are taken care of, what else do you have to worry about? Xiao Huaiyan sighed and said indifferently, It's an old illness that even you can't cure, so why bother?
What are you talking about?
Lin Shu heard this and his eyes suddenly turned red. I told you a long time ago that there is a secret technique in southern Xinjiang that can connect broken bones and repair tendons. I'll take you there, and I'll definitely find someone to take care of your legs. General Long Yuan, who galloped on the battlefield back then, should not be like this today, no matter what. Xiao Huaiyan. I'll consider it. Lin Shu suddenly lost his temper. Those who accomplish great things must make decisions when necessary. Have you been taking care of children for so long that you've become fussy? Xiao Huaiyan was not angry. Why is it that Dr. Lin is starting to belittle himself? Don't you call yourself the best doctor in the world? Why do you think that what you can't cure can be cured by others? Lin Shu laughed angrily. Of course I'm the best doctor in the world, but whoever can cure your legs, I'd like to call him my ancestor. I know my legs well. Even if it stays like this, I'll do what I should do. Xiao Huaiyan put down his trouser legs, tidied his clothes, and then asked, Any letter from Mabe?
Not yet.
Lin Shu shook his head. It's been so long, and there's still no news.
Willi Montag. No.
Xiao Huaiyan knew what he was going to say and rejected it flatly. Li Mo is not that kind of person. The human heart is hard to predict. Lin Shu was still worried. If he is really fine, why hasn't there been any news from there for so long? Xiao Huaiyan said, Unless he died in the battle, he would have sent me news. After that, he stood up again. I'm going hunting. If you are okay, go back first. Lin Mo, that's enough. The mice in the mountains will avoid you when they see you. Are you really going to kill all of them? There's no other way. I have to support my family. This is the only way. After Xiao Huaiyan finished speaking, he walked out of the wooden house without stopping. The hunting he mentioned was not to deal with Lin Shu. Since he came to Yunbian village, he has indeed been relying on hunting for a living. It's just that because his legs and feet are not so convenient, he rarely chases wild animals but digs more than a dozen traps in places where wild animals often appear. In addition to traps, there are noose and clamps. Fortunately, this place is relatively remote, otherwise it would be difficult for someone to get an advantage if they break in here. Today's harvest is average. Xiao Huaiyan checked several traps, and there was not even a hair of an animal in them. When he returned to the wooden house again, Lin Shu had left. He rested in the wooden house and prepared to go deeper into the forest tomorrow. However, after he left, a group of uninvited guests came to Yunbian village. In the morning, under the command of the head of the village, the villagers dug a dam to store the water flowing down from the mountain first, and then adjust the size of the water flow as needed. Just when the work was halfway done, A group of people rushed in. The leader was a short and fat old man. Seeing the head of the village from a distance, he shouted, "Zhang Yasuo, I was wondering why you didn't go to the village to beg from me. It turns out that you found a source of water secretly. Why don't you share this good thing with me?" He spoke in a very loud voice, and it had been a long time since his voice fell before he came to the front. The head of the village didn't need to look up. He knew from the voice that the speaker was Zhao Fuxing, the head of Donggo village. He put down the pickaxe in his hand and greeted him with a fake smile. "Hey, what kind of wind is blowing today? How did you, Zhao, the head of the village, come to our Yunbian village?" Zhao Fuxing looked arrogant. "The world is not good now. It must be an evil wind. Otherwise, how could you take such a big advantage? I heard that you found a source of water from Milla Mountain." As he said that, he looked at the rice fields in the distance. The water in the fields was sparkling, which was completely different from the half-dry rice fields in their village. The head of the village followed his gaze and said with a smile, "That's right. Thanks to this life-saving water. Otherwise the rice in the fields would have dried up. How can you eat such a good thing alone? This Milla Mountain is between our two villages. If there is something good, our two villages should share it together. Well, don't bother the people in your village. I will bring people to dig a branch from the side of the canal you dug and share your water with us in half. We found the water. Why should we share it with you in half?" Wang Taizhu was immediately furious when he heard this. He slammed the pickaxe on the ground and glared at the newcomer. The people in Donggo village were obviously prepared. As soon as Wang Taizhu made this move, they immediately picked up their pickaxes and got ready. Zhao Fuxing waved his hand with a fake smile. "Hey, you young people, why are you so bad-tempered? We can discuss it if we have something to talk about. Zhang Lijing is not a difficult person to talk to, don't you think, Zhang Lijing?" Zhang Yasuo glanced at Zhao Fuxing, squinted his eyes and smiled. "Of course, we have been friends for many years, so I will give you a discount. You can use our water and pay 5 taels of silver per month. It is very reasonable, right?" When Zhao Fuxing heard that he had to charge money, his face changed immediately. "Zhang Yasuo, don't push your luck. Although this canal was dug by you, this Milla Mountain does not belong to your village. You can use the water on the mountain, and naturally we can use it too. I think highly of you, so I came to inform you. Otherwise I would directly bring all the water to our village. What can you do to me? Don't forget, it has always been you who asked me for help, not me asking you for help." After saying this, Zhao Fuxing winked at the few people he brought with him. "Get started." Several people were about to start digging the ditch. Seeing that the other party had torn their faces, Zhang Lijing no longer responded hypocritically. "Let's see who dares to do it." His goatee stood up again. "Zhao Fuxing, you are so old, but you don't even go and ask, when did I, Zhang Yasuo, do things like you do? I can dig this canal. That's because I bought this Milla Mountain a long time ago." "What?" Zhao Fuxing was surprised. "You really bought it?" "Of course." Zhang Yasuo smiled proudly, feeling very happy. After so many years, he finally got the upper hand in front of Zhao Fuxing. "If you don't believe me, go and ask the county magistrate. Don't blame me for not reminding you. If you dare to touch the water in our village today, I will immediately go to the county magistrate to sue you for leading people to rob." "Zhang Yasuo, you. Don't be so ruthless." Zhao Fuxing's face turned pale. Zhang Yasuo chuckled. "It's not that I want to be ruthless. It's obviously you who are a good head of the village, and you insist on robbing people. Okay." Zhao Fuxing raised his trembling fingers. "In that case, the children in your village, forget about going to the school in my village." Zhao Fuxing. Now it was Zhang Yasuo's turn to change his face. "Why don't you have martial ethics? We were talking about water use. Why did you bring up the children? Besides, the county magistrate set up the school in your village and clearly said that everyone can go there to study. So what? The school was built by the order of the county magistrate, but I invited the teacher. I spent a lot of money to invite the teacher from Qingshan Academy in the city to give lectures in the school, so I naturally have the right to select students. Can the county magistrate still blame me? Good for you." Zhang Yasuo didn't expect Zhao Fuxing to be so mean and was speechless for a moment. But considering that there were 2 children studying in the school in their village, the head of the village didn't dare to say too harshly. Is it really necessary to give half of the water that the village has worked so hard to bring down the mountain to Dongo village? Just when Zhang Yasuo was embarrassed, he suddenly heard a clear voice. The teachers of my Qingshan Academy have always been free of charge when they go to various places to give lectures. I don't know, this head of the village, how much did you spend to invite the people from Qingshan Academy? Hearing the voices, everyone realized that 2 men dressed as scholars had stood outside the crowd at some point. The older man was suave, handsome, and elegant, and the younger one looked like his servant. A few dozen meters behind them, there was a plain carriage parked.
Who are you?
How do you know that the teachers at Qingshan Academy give lectures for free? Zhao Fusheng's heart sank when he heard the scholar's words, but he still asked with a stiff upper lip. I am Wei Jingji, the dean of Qingshan Academy. The gentleman answered calmly. What? The dean of Qingshan Academy? The largest Qingshan Academy in Yuntong County? Why is he here? That's right. Why did he come to our village? Could he have lost his way? No. Does the servant next to the dean look familiar? Hiss, I seem to have seen him somewhere. Hey, isn't that the young man who came to see Madame Xiao a few days ago? While the villagers of Yunbian village were talking about it, Zhao Fusheng broke out in a cold sweat. He never thought that he would meet the dean of Qingshan Academy here. It is said that the dean passed the imperial examination at the age of 17 and became a bachelor of the Hanlin Academy at the age of 20. He has been a favorite of the emperor for a long time. However, he is upright and does not like flattery or forming cliques for personal gain, so he has offended many officials in the capital. However, he does not care about these things and is not very concerned about his official career. Later, his wife fell ill after giving birth and was bedridden for many years. He resigned from his official position and took his wife back to his hometown to recuperate. When the county magistrate learned that such a big man had come to the territory under his jurisdiction, he came to his door every few days and invited him to run an academy to cultivate talents for the county. Wei Jingji did not refuse. He agreed very happily. In response to the county magistrate's request, he gathered a group of scholars and set up an academy. However, Wei Jingji did not teach in person, but talked with the teachers in the academy on a daily basis, and then the teachers spread what they learned. There were once wealthy families who came to ask for advice with several carts of gifts, wanting their children to become his disciples, but they were all rejected by the dean. Some people who didn't get the benefits spoke ill of Wei Jingji behind his back, saying that he was seeking fame and reputation and didn't really want to teach. However, Dean Wei didn't care about these gossips. Every year, he would send 2 teachers from the academy to give lectures in the countryside. The expenses were paid by the academy, and the amount was higher than that of the teachers teaching in the academy. Therefore, when he heard Zhao Fusheng say that he had spent a lot of money to invite a teacher from Qingshan Academy in the city, he immediately couldn't help asking who he had invited. I may have remembered it wrong. Zhao Fusheng sweated profusely. I'll go back to the village to ask. Having said that, he fled in panic. Although the dean had no power, he could not afford to offend him. It was very difficult to find a teacher in Qingshan Academy. If he offended Dean Wei, the academy would no longer send teachers to the village to teach, and he would become a sinner in the village. Now Zhao Fusheng only hoped that he could run fast enough. The dean had a big forgetfulness and would never know which village he was from. Who knew that when he turned around, Zhang Yasuo shouted, Zhao Fusheng, will your Dongo village accept our children?
No.
Zhao Fu was so angry that his teeth were about to break. If you don't want to accept us, then don't accept us. At most, let the children go farther away and go to other villages to study. The head of the village muttered softly and suddenly remembered that the person in front of him was the dean of Qingshan Academy. This dean, can your academy accept our children to study and charge us less tuition? Zhang Yasuo was used to bargaining. Anyway, no matter whether it was the county magistrate or the dean in front of him, they were all rich people, so it would not have much impact on them if they charged less money. Don't the children in your village have a place to study? Wei Jingji asked. The head of the village took the opportunity to play the victim. Yes. Our village is poor, and we can't afford to build a school, but the children in our village are all smart and studious. It is said that Bol and Qianlima are indispensable. There are many Qianlima in our village, but we lack a Bol who can appreciate them. Wei Jingji, if there are indeed talented people, you can let them go to the academy to study. But what? The head of the village asked quickly. He didn't dare to hold too much hope when he said it just now. He didn't expect Dean Wei to agree so easily. But you need to pass my assessment. Examination.
Assessment? Then, just take the exam.
The headman's voice became smaller. Few children in the village have ever been to school. Once the exam comes, all his boasting will be exposed. But since the other party has brought it up, he will surely not be able to fool around. The headman thought, let's give it a try. Even if there is one student who can enter the academy, it will be a win for the village. Master, it was this young lady I saw that day. Wei Jingji was talking to the headman, and the little servant beside him suddenly pointed at Yi Xinran, who was walking in the distance, and reminded him. Wei Jingji looked in the direction the servant pointed, and it was indeed the person who helped him detoxify that day. At this time, she was talking to the old lady in the village with a kind face. Only Wei Jingji knew that she was not as kind as she looked. It's her. Wei Jingji ignored the headman who was talking and hurriedly took a few steps forward. Madam, Wei is polite. Wei Jingji raised his hands and saluted deeply, stunned the onlookers. Why did the dean salute Madam Yi? That's right. Could it be that they knew each other before? No, have you forgotten? Last time, the little book boy beside the dean asked Yi Xinran if she had stripped someone's clothes and gave the person 2 injections. Could he be talking about this dean? Yes, last time I heard it, I thought it was some kind of romantic affair, but now it seems that it is not the case.
Yi Xinran was startled by this bow.
When she saw the person in front of her clearly, she became even more nervous. Isn't this the person she was thrown on the mountain that day? How did he find this place? Wait, is it because he charged too much and came to settle accounts with her? But I sold all the clothes and hairpins. Ahem. Yi Xinran coughed twice, stabilized her emotions, and then asked, Sir, I wonder what you want to talk to me about? Does this young lady still remember me? Wei Jingji was very happy.
No.
I remember it very well. Yi Xinran pretended to be confused. The young lady really makes it difficult for me to find her. Wei Jingji ignored Yi Xinran's refusal and continued happily. I came to see you, young lady, to ask for something. What is it? Hearing that he was not here to ask her for anything, Yi Xinran finally let go of her worries. This lady is a great doctor. My wife has been bedridden for a long time. I wonder if you could come to her house to help her. You must be mistaken. Madam Yi knows medicine? Yes, I didn't realize she has this ability. When Mrs. Zhang in the crowd heard the news, the look in her eyes turned gloomy. When Yi Xinran heard that she was going to help his wife with her illness, she hesitated for a moment. She didn't want to expose her medical skills too early, but now it seems that this matter can no longer be concealed. Moreover, the person in front of her seemed to be of high status. If she could use him to publicize the fact that she has medical skills, it would be helpful for her future plans. She was about to agree when she heard the head of the village say, although our Madam Yi is a great doctor, not everyone can cure her. Hearing this, Wei Jingji frowned and asked, what kind of person is needed? The head of the village thought for a while and deliberately used a literary word, a destined person. What is a destined person? The head of the village smiled and said, on the one hand, this fate is destined by heaven, and on the other hand, it also depends on your own efforts. For example, there is no fate between you and Madam Yi, but if you can help our village and let the children in the village have books to read, or simply build a school in the village, then this fate will exist, right? When the little book boy heard this, he immediately stepped forward and reprimanded, my master is of noble status. How can you invite him just by saying so? Wei Jingji stretched out his hand to stop him. He did not answer the head of the village. Instead, he looked at Yi Xinran. Do you mean the same thing? The head of the village was afraid that Yi Xinran did not have this idea, so he took Chang'an Changxing into his arms and blinked at Yi Xinran. Madam Yi, what do you think? Yi Xinran smiled and said to Wei Jingji, this is indeed what I mean. If I can cure your wife's illness, I also hope that Dean Wei will help our village solve the problem of children's education. Okay. Wei Jingji looked at Yi Xinran approvingly. He thought Yi Xinran would ask for money, but he didn't expect that the condition would be to open a school. Then I'll trouble you, madam. Without further ado, please come with me. Not today. The diagnosis can be a big deal, and there are 2 children at home who need to be taken care of. Dean Wei will send a car to pick me up tomorrow. I will go after I have arranged everything. Okay. Wei Jingji agreed immediately. After the 2 of them left, the villagers were still gathered at the entrance of the village. They looked at Yi Xinran as if they were meeting her for the first time. Madam Yi, are you really a master of medicine? A little bit. Yi Xinran said modestly. How is it possible? Dean Wei came back from the capital specifically to recuperate. If he knew a little, how could he cure his wife's illness? That's right. So, is Madame Ye's ability better than the doctors in the capital's clinic? Everyone was praising her, but the headman stretched out his hand to drive them away. All right, stop gathering around. Madame Yi has an important task now. She needs to go home and prepare for tomorrow's consultation. Everyone, go away, go away. After everyone had dispersed, the headman whispered, Madam Yi, do you really know medical skills? Yi Xinran smiled. Uncle Headman, isn't it a little late for you to ask me now? The headman rubbed his hands. Hey, wasn't I too excited just now? I was thinking about not missing this opportunity. But can you really do it? If you really can't, I'll go to the city to find a doctor and go with you tomorrow. Let's not force ourselves. Yi Xinran looked into the distance. No need, I'll go over there myself tomorrow. Okay. The headman said worriedly. Then you prepare well. Yi Xinran didn't have anything to prepare. However, this was her first time to see patients after coming to this world, so she was a little nervous. In Yi Xinran's plan, she would wait until the pills were produced, and then find an opportunity to make her name known. But things developed unexpectedly, and she had to seize this opportunity first. In the evening, the 3 children expressed their concern about Yi Xinran's medical treatment tomorrow. Aunt, can you really treat illnesses? Otherwise, you don't go tomorrow, and I will tell them that I was the one who gave Dean Wei the injection, and they can't do anything to me. Chang'an volunteered. Looking at their worried little eyes, Yi Xinran comforted them. Don't worry, Aunt knows what's going on. The next day, she got up early and steamed buns, enough for the 3 children for a day. After a simple packing, she went to the village entrance with a basket. There were only 2 buns in the basket. She didn't know whether the host would provide meals, so she brought her own food. Besides, doctors in this era carry medical boxes when they go out to see patients, and she thought it would be ugly to go empty-handed. When they arrived at the village entrance, the carriage from yesterday had already stopped there. The little servant jumped off the carriage as soon as he saw Yi Xinran. My master asked me to come here to wait for Madame Yi. Then let's go. After saying this, Yi Xinran got on the carriage and followed the servant to Wei Jingji's house. The Wei family's house is in the eastern suburbs of the county. It is surrounded by mountains and rivers, with open terrain and far away from the bustling crowd, which is very suitable for recuperation. After the carriage arrived, the servant asked Yi Xinran to get off. Only then did Yi Xinran see that the dean's house was decorated very elegantly. The entrance hall of the courtyard with 3 entrances and 3 exits is spacious. Plum blossoms are planted in the yard, goldfish are raised, and there are thin bamboos swaying in the corridor. The servant led her to the backyard, and a round-faced little maid immediately came out to greet her. Is this the miracle doctor that the gentleman mentioned? The little girl looked at Yi Xinran with disbelief on her face. At this time, Wei Jingji also came out of the house. Madame Yi is here, please come in. Yi Xinran carried her bamboo basket and walked into the inner room and found that the room was very clean. The windows of the front and back rooms were open for ventilation, and the room exuded a faint orange scent, without the dull scene of being bedridden for a long time. Wei Jingji seemed to see Xinran's surprise and explained, My wife has always liked brightness, so we don't allow us to hang curtains in the room. Yi Xinran listened to Wei Jingji's explanation, and there was a hint of pampering in her helpless tone. She responded casually, This is very good. It is conducive to the patient's physical recovery. Following Wei Jingji's footsteps, Yi Xinran walked to the inner room and saw the patient on the bed. "This is my wife. Her surname is Lung," Wei Jingji said. Madame Lung on the bed heard the movement and asked, "Is the doctor here?"
Yes,
Wei Jingji replied, leading Yi Xinran to the bed. Only then did Yi Xinran see Madame Lung's appearance. She had eyes and eyebrows like ink and was very beautiful, but such eyes and eyebrows made her complexion look sallow and her lips pale. After seeing Yi Xinran, Madame Lung showed a hint of surprise on her face, but she quickly hid the surprise in her eyes and took the initiative to stretch out her hand for Yi Xinran to treat. She said, "I didn't expect to see such a young female doctor. I have been ill for too long. If the doctor doesn't have any good way, don't blame yourself." Yi Xinran never thought that the patient would comfort her before she even saw the doctor. From this we can see that Madame Lung is a kind person. It's just that she has been ill for a long time, and she has no hope of recovering her health. "Madam, don't be too pessimistic," Yi Xinran said while taking her pulse. "Madam has metrorrhagia, plus uterine prolapse. It is not difficult to cure." As she said this, she raised her hand and put it into the basket she brought. When she took it out again, she had a pack of silver needles in her hand. Yi Xinran fiddled with the silver needles and said, "If you trust me, I will use the silver needles to help you stop your hemorrhage first, and then prescribe a few doses of medicine for you. After you recover, I will help you solve the problem of prolapse." Madame Lung looked up, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She had seen so many doctors, some of whom had diagnosed her symptoms correctly, but no one had ever said that hers was a minor problem. Especially when it came to things that prolapsed from the body, they were also helpless. But how come it became a simple matter in the mouth of this little girl? "Can you really cure it?" Seeing Yi Xinran skillfully fiddling with the silver needles, Madame Lung couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope. "Yes." Yi Xinran nodded, with an affirmative expression on her face. That's great." Mrs. Lung didn't know why, but the corners of her eyes suddenly felt hot. She had been disappointed too many times over the years. She was full of hope time and time again, and disappointed time and time again. She thought she had no more illusions. But seeing Yi Xinran's look, she suddenly felt that maybe she could try again. Wei Jingji, who was watching the whole process, was also a little excited. He knew that this little girl was unconventional and different from the doctors he had seen before. She must have a way to cure the lady. "Then please ask everyone else to go out first. I will give the lady acupuncture. After I'm done, everyone else can come in." Hearing what Yi Xinran said, Wei Jingji quickly winked at the maid and asked them to go out quickly. The maid hurriedly withdrew, and the next moment, Yi Xinran looked at Wei Jingji and said, "Why don't you leave?" "Wei Jingji, can I stay here too?" "Yi Xinran, I have a habit. When I'm giving acupuncture, I don't like other people around me." Wei Jingji had to withdraw. Yi Xinran spread out the silver needles, asked Madame Lung to take off her clothes, found the 36 acupuncture points on her back, and quickly pierced them. The tails of her silver needles were slender. After each acupuncture point was pierced, Yi Xinran reached out and stroked it, and the silver needles made a crisp sound in the air. Madame Lung had never heard such a sound of silver needles, and for a moment she found it very interesting. The girl's silver needle skills are superb. "I think she has been instructed by a master." Yi Xinran said and then said, "But my master has disappeared a few years ago." Madame Lung quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't know." "It's okay. If you're tired, madam, take a rest." Lung Qingxin didn't know why, but after hearing Yi Xinran's words, she suddenly felt sleepy and fell asleep instantly. While she was sleeping, Yi Xinran took out the gynecological medicine from the space, tore off the packaging, took a piece of rice paper on the table, and wrapped it up. Fortunately, it was Chinese medicine, so it didn't look too abrupt. Then, she took out the silver needle and waited for Madame Lung to wake up. Her needle can usually make people sleep for 2/4 of an hour, but it was almost half an hour, and Madame Lung hadn't woken up yet. Yi Xinran was bored and remembered that she still had 2 buns to eat, and she had to take them back later, so she simply sat there and ate the cold buns. As a result, Just after 2 bites, Madame Lung woke up. She smiled at Yi Xinran embarrassedly. Sorry, I actually fell asleep just now. It's nothing, I let you sleep. Yi Xinran didn't care. Although she had only slept for a short time, Lung Qingxin felt that she was in much better spirits. She put on her clothes and saw Yi Xinran finish the last bite of the bun. She asked mysteriously, "Did you make your buns yourself? They smell very fragrant." Yi Xinran generously picked up another bun in the basket and handed it to Mrs. Lung. "I made it myself. This is for you." Mrs. Lung took the bun and looked at the girl in front of her again. For some reason, she suddenly felt that she looked familiar. "Excuse me, young lady, have I seen you somewhere before?" Yi Xinran shook her head. "No, I seldom go out since I was a child."
No.
"Maybe I recognized you wrongly." Mrs. Lung looked at her familiar eyebrows and said disappointedly. Hearing the sound of conversation in the inner room, Wei Jingji and the maid immediately opened the door and came in. "Husband." Mrs. Lung smiled and waved to Wei Jingji. Seeing his wife smile, Wei Jingji immediately stepped forward and grabbed his wife's hand excitedly. "Madam, I haven't seen you smile like this for a long time. I just took a short nap, and now I feel pretty good." "That's great." Seeing that the two of them were separated for a while, they felt like they had been separated for a long time, and Yi Xinran decided that she would not be a light bulb anymore. "This is the medicine I prescribed for madam. Take it twice a day, 2 pills each time. Take it for half a month first. I will come back for a checkup after half a month." Yi Xinran instructed, "Don't get tired or catch a cold during this period. Keep a happy mood, which is conducive to your body's recovery." "Yes, yes." Wei Jingji quickly agreed. He turned around and wanted to say a few more words to madam, but saw her handing a bun to the maid and asking the maid to warm it up and send it over. "What is this bun?" Wei Jingji was full of surprise. "It's the doctor's lunch." Madam apologized a little. "I said it smelled a little fragrant, so Dr. Yi sent it to me." "Dr. Yi, let's have a simple meal at my humble home at noon." "No, I just ate a bun, and I'm full." Yi Xinran refused. She was not used to having meals with unfamiliar people. Seeing that he could not keep Yi Xinran, Wei Jingji sent her out. When they were almost at the door, Wei Jingji said, "Madam Yi, if you are free recently, can you come and see my wife more often? I think she likes you very much." Seeing his concerned look, Yi Xinran was happy for his wife. It is said that scholars are noble, but she did not expect that a famous scholar like Wei Jingji would place his wife in such a high position. She also comforted her kindly. "The wife's problem is not big. You don't need to visit her often. Once every half a month is enough." "Okay." Wei Jingji ordered the servant to send Yi Xinran back to the village. Before leaving, he took a reward of 50 taels of silver. "This is a little gift from me. If the wife recovers from her illness, Wei will definitely reward her handsomely." Yi Xinran did not refuse. Although it was agreed at the beginning that medical treatment would be exchanged for the children in the village to go to school, there was no agreement that the medical fee would not be paid. She put the silver away and walked out of the gate with the servant. Just as she was about to get on the carriage, the servant suddenly said that he had forgotten something and ran back to get it. Yi Xinran stood in front of the carriage waiting for the servant to come out. She looked around and found that although it was already past noon, there were 5 carriages parked in front of the Wei residence. These carriages were all very luxurious. The largest one was carved with intricate patterns, and even the decorative brocade was made of the finest material. There were people standing under each carriage, staring at the gate of the Wei residence with an eager look. Yi Xinran was looking over one by one when she heard someone calling her name. "Xinran, Xinran." Yi Xinran was a little confused and saw a woman on a carriage waving at her. She looked carefully for a long time, and then she realized that the person calling her was the original owner's mother, Zhou. At this moment, Zhou had come to Yi Xinran. Zhou didn't expect to see Xinran here, and asked, "Why are you here?" She looked at Yi Xinran with a puzzled look and stretched her neck to look inside, until she was sure that no one came out of the yard. Then she put her eyes on Yi Xinran again. "I came here to do something."
Yevinran ansveret laziri.
"What can you do here?" After asking this question, Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. "Do you know Wei Jingji?" Aran, if you know Dean Wei, you must help your brother. You should recommend Xing'er to Dean Wei and let him accept Xing'er as his disciple. Your brother is so smart, he needs a good teacher to teach him. Yi Xinran sneered. Mother, you think too highly of your daughter. Have you forgotten that I am just the wife of a hunter? The Wei family and I have ordered prey, and I am here to deliver the goods. She responded casually. When she heard that Yi Xinran was here to deliver the goods, the spirit in Zhou's eyes disappeared immediately, and the hand that had just grabbed Yi Xinran also loosened. Humph. I said, what great prospects can a straw bag have? How can he possibly climb up to a family like Wei Jingji? Yes, I am a useless person, Madam Yi. It is better for you to stay away from me. Yi Xinran said coldly. Zhou, stop being so sarcastic to me here. You are a fool, am I wrong? You are not as pretty as your sister, nor as smart as your brother. You are not worthy of being my daughter. Yi Xinran said nothing, just looked at Zhou and smiled coldly. If it was the original owner, she would be sad to hear such words. She is the child of the same parents, but she is not treated like this. It's a pity that she is not Zhou's child, so she is not sad at all, but she thinks Zhou's face is very hateful. Zhou seemed to be irritated by her cold attitude and said viciously, Don't come to deliver the Wei family's goods in the future, lest you make mistakes due to lack of etiquette and make Dean Wei dissatisfied with the Yi family. What does my own family affairs have to do with you? Yi Xinran said lightly, My family also needs to eat. It is not up to you to deliver goods or not. Who said it has nothing to do with me? Zhou raised her voice. This is related to Xing'er's future. I can't be careless unless you sever ties with my Yi family. Yi Xinran turned around. Didn't I sever ties with my family on the day I got married? Zhou put her hands on her hips. Okay. When you go out in the future, don't say that you are the daughter of the Yi family. Yi Xinran was too lazy to pay attention to her. She turned around to get on the carriage and saw the servant coming out of the yard. The book boy was in a hurry, and everyone rushed forward when they saw him. Manager Tong, what did Master Wei say? Is he free this afternoon? I've been waiting here for 3 days, Master Wei. Would you be so kind as to meet me? I got here first. I've been waiting for 5 days. The servant waved his hands impatiently. How many times have I told you that my master doesn't see guests? You were making loud noises outside just now, which is a big taboo for the master. Don't come here again. Don't disturb my lady's rest. It wasn't us who made the noise, it was her. Yes, it was her. Several people were implicated for no reason and pointed at Zhou at the same time. Zhou's face changed immediately. No, it wasn't me. I didn't make loud noises. It was obviously you. Yes, we saw it with so many eyes. It really wasn't me. It was her. Seeing Yi. Who are you calling a rude country woman? Hearing what Zhou said, the servant boy immediately got furious. This is my master's guest. It's okay for you to make a noise at the door of my master's house, but you are disrespectful to the guest of my master. For someone like you, don't even think about asking my master to summon you. What? Zhou was petrified on the spot. She is your guest? How can she be a guest? Isn't she here to deliver goods? Who said she is here to deliver goods? The servant boy turned around and asked Yi Xinran with his eyes. Seeing Yi Xinran nodded, he immediately turned back. Yes, she is here to deliver goods, so what? The person who delivers goods is also my master's guest. You must be joking. His wife is counting on Madam Yi to cure the disease. Although the book boy is usually a little arrogant, he sees this matter clearly. Madam Yi must not be offended. Not only must she not be offended, but she must also be treated well. When she heard that Yi Xinran was Wei Jingji's guest, Zhou immediately slapped her thigh. Oh, look at what this has caused. It's like a flood has flushed the Dragon King temple. Aren't family members recognized as family? I am Aran's mother. Since Aran is a guest, can my Xing'er also benefit from his sister? She is your mother? The book boy was shocked. How could she be her mother? Yi Xinran nodded. She was originally my mother, but just now we have broken off the relationship. No, we haven't broken off the relationship. Zoe waved her hands repeatedly. How can we break off the relationship? Arand, I raised you with so much hardship and effort, and now that you've married into a wealthy family, you don't even recognize your mother? It was you who said to break off the engagement just now, and your voice was so loud that we all heard it. That's right, that's right. You said to break off the engagement yourself. Several people nearby couldn't stand it and criticized her. What does it have to do with you? Zoe no longer cared about the image of the eldest lady that she had worked so hard to maintain and scolded everyone. This is our family affair. What does it have to do with you? If you have time, take care of yourselves. What a shrew. That's right. It's unfortunate to have a mother like this. Amid the discussions, the servant took down the horse stool himself and helped Shinran to get on the carriage. His respectful attitude made everyone envious. Although Dean Wei, as servant, is young, he has always been arrogant and has never paid any attention to people like them. The fact that she was so respectful to this woman showed that this woman was really a distinguished guest of Dean Wei. Thinking of this, everyone once again turned their attention to Zoe. This Zoe had been here several times. She had such a good relationship around her, but she didn't use it, and she was so stiff with her daughter. She really played a good hand of cards badly. Seeing the servant leave, everyone dispersed one by one. On the way, Shinran thought about how Zoe had been humiliated just now, and she still felt happy in her heart. She couldn't help but smile. The servant sat opposite Shinran, looked at her, and couldn't help asking, Madam Yi, was that woman just now really your mother?
Yes.
Shinran replied. Then did I offend her just now? The servant was still a little worried. It doesn't matter. She and I have no relationship for a long time. Remember, don't agree to anything for her sake. If you really agree to do it for my sake, you must make her unhappy. Of course. The servant looked like he was taking care of me. Hey, Shinran seemed to remember something and asked again, why did they call you Tong Steward just now? Because you're a servant, so they call you that? Shinran asked curiously. Of course not. The servant looked at Shinran with a strange look. They call me Tong Steward. Of course it's because my last name is Tong. Madam, you can call me Tong Jian. Oh, that's it. Shinran looked as if he had suddenly realized something. You are so amazing that you can be a steward at such a young age. Tong Jian's expression was awkward for a moment. It's not that I'm amazing, it's that the master doesn't want to use so many people, so he can only let me replace him. The carriage soon arrived at Yunbian village. After the servant sent Shinran home, he went back to report. When the children saw Shinran coming back, they all surrounded her. Aunt, how is it? Did that Wei guy make things difficult for you? Chongping asked. Aunt, are you scared? Chang'an also asked. Aunt, is the wife of Dean Wei seriously ill? Changsheng asked with concern. Shinran looked at the three children and nodded on their heads. Don't worry, Aunt's medical skills are still very good. Aunt is so good. Chang'an had an admiring expression on his face. Shinran casually took out a few candies from her sleeve and handed them to them. Aunt is a little tired. You go and have some candy. Aunt needs to rest. When Changsheng heard that Shinran was going to rest, he immediately took his two younger brothers away. Stop arguing. Brother will take you out to play. Let Aunt have a good rest. Then let's go and see them repair the dam. I heard that they caught fish in the water yesterday. Okay, then change your shoes. The three children quickly left the yard, and Shinran returned to the room alone. She didn't really want to rest, but wanted to check the situation in the space. Whether it was Xiao Huayan's leg or Mrs. Lung's uterine prolapse, they would need surgery later. But the operating room has not been opened yet. To this day, Shinran has not grasped the law of the opening of the space, and doesn't know which point to touch for the fog in the space to dissipate. Shinran entered the space, followed the stairs, and slowly walked up to the third floor. Today's situation is the same as before, and the fog in front of her is still thick. It seems that Mrs. Lung's illness can only be treated conservatively for the time being. Fortunately, it will take some time for her body to recover. Shinran retreated again. Second floor. Myocardial pills were just put into production yesterday. The snow face cream in the reactor has reached the final stage of production. 3 days later, She will be able to get the latest snow face cream to restore her appearance. Thinking of this, Yi Shinran couldn't help but touch the scar on her face. There is no problem with her own treatment. If she needs to produce more snow face cream, she needs to find more ice spirit flowers. But ice spirit flowers are not easy to find. At present, she has not found them in other places. This is a big problem for her. She bought Dongshan to grow medicinal herbs on the mountain. Now, a few medicinal herbs can't meet her needs at all. It seems that she has to find an opportunity to go to the deeper mountains with Xiao Huaiyan to take a look. When the children returned home, Yi Shinran had already prepared dinner. They handed a woven wreath to Yi Shinran. "Aunt, this wreath is for you to wear." Yi Shinran took it and saw that the wreath was woven with willow branches and filled with dandelion flowers.
Thank you.
She was very happy. But this wreath is not as beautiful as yours. Chang'an sighed. In the future, I will make a more beautiful wreath for my aunt. You are the best at coaxing people. Yi Shinran couldn't help but pinch Chang'an's increasingly rosy face. During dinner, Yi Shinran was always distracted, and even when Chang'an called her, she didn't react until after 2 calls. "Aunt, what's wrong with you? Is there something unhappy?" Chang'an asked. "Oh, nothing." Yi Shinran smiled and collected her thoughts. "Aunt, did something happen during the day that made you worried?" Changxing looked at Yi Shinran's face and asked tentatively. Yi Shinran didn't want to tell the children what happened during the day, but considering that the Yi family would not give up so easily, it is always good to make preparations early, so she said, "The Yi family may come to make trouble these days. I'm wondering how to drive them away." "Aunt, did your family beat you again?" Changping stood up excitedly, with the help of the table. Chang'an also grabbed Yi Shinran's hand and checked it carefully.
No.
Yi Shinran comforted them. "It's just that we met them again on the road today. They saw me go to Wei's house and wanted to use me to curry favor with Dean Wei, but I didn't want to pay attention to them. Not only did he not want to pay attention, he even wanted to beat them up to vent his anger. Just ignore them, aunt. Don't be afraid. We will protect you." Changxing said. "You don't have to worry too much. I just want to remind you that if someone comes over there, you just need to stay in the house and don't come out. That won't work. Aunt, I have a way to keep them out. Just don't feel that you have offended your family." Changping looked confident. "What do you have in mind?" "Changping is the best at making mechanical traps," Changxing said. Chang'an also clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Second brother and second uncle learned it. They are very good." "Is it complicated? Is it difficult?" Yi Shinran became interested as soon as he heard it. "Not difficult at all." Changping was full of confidence. Yi Shinran. "Okay, then we will set a trap, and as long as they dare to come, we will offend them severely."
Well.
The 3 children nodded hurriedly, their eyes sparkling. After dinner, several people started to work. The 3 children were the main force, and it could be seen that this was not the first time they had done such a thing. Yi Shinran couldn't think of when they had used traps before. After all, she had never seen them do this since she came to the village. "You bury this rope, I'll go get 2 buckets of manure water," Changping said to his younger brother and older brother. "Still doing that? That's too disgusting." Changxing objected. Changping clenched his fists. "It was them who bullied my aunt before. The manure water is light." She was shocked when she heard what the 3 people said. She always thought Changping was a well-behaved child, but she didn't expect that he would be so cruel. The arrangements for the evening were not completed. The 3 children got up before dawn the next morning and continued to do what they had not finished before. Yi Shinran made breakfast and called the 3 children to eat. But Changping pulled Yi Shinran to the front yard, and "Do you see this? You can't step on this. And here, you have to go around here." They marked the locations of several mechanisms for Yi Shinran to remember. They took her to walk around the yard several times, and after confirming that it was correct, they went to the backyard to eat with her. "Aunt, remember, as long as you don't touch those places, there will be no problem," Changping said. "Okay, I remember."
Yebinra nodded.
She only participated in a small part of this trap project, and she was really curious about its specific power. After breakfast, Yi Shinran took out the badger oil that she had asked the head of the village for before and slowly boiled it in the pot. This thing is very effective in treating frostbite, and the method of making it is also simple. Just let it cool after boiling and store it. While she was boiling the oil, she was waiting for the Yi family to come. Unexpectedly, the Yi family did not come, but the head of the village came. The head of the village was knocking on the door outside, and while knocking, he shouted, "Is Nisi at home? Why is the door locked in broad daylight? Changsheng, go see what the head of the village is doing." The oil in the pot was not boiled yet, and Yi Xinran could not leave for the time being, so she had to tell Changsheng. Changsheng walked to the door and asked through the door, "Grandpa, head of the village, what's the matter?" "I have something to discuss with your aunt." "No, my aunt is busy now and can't come out to see you," Changsheng replied. "It's okay. If she doesn't come out, then you open the door and I'll go in to find her." "You can't come in either." The head of the village. "Hey, kid, why are you so stubborn today? I really have something to talk to your aunt about. Don't you want to study?" "Grandpa, head of the village, let's put the study aside for now. We have to deal with the bad guys first and then we can open the door." "Bad guys? Where did the bad guys come from?" The head of the village was puzzled. "Are you confused?" "Grandpa, head of the village, I didn't lie to you. It's for your own good that I don't let you in." As soon as Changsheng finished speaking, a carriage came galloping from the entrance of the village. The carriage stopped on the road for a while, as if asking for directions, and then drove straight to the Xiao family. As soon as the carriage stopped in front of the door, the driver jumped off the carriage, pointed at the head of the village and asked, "Is this Xiao Huayan's home?" "Yes."
Who are you?
The head of the village was a little puzzled. When did Xiao Huayan have such a wealthy friend? After getting an affirmative answer, the driver ignored the head of the village and immediately returned to the side of the car and whispered to the inside of the curtain, "Master, this is the family." A sharp voice came from the car. "Go knock on the door and tell that unfilial daughter that her parents have come to see her in person. Why don't you come out to greet them?"
Yes.
The driver pushed the head of the village aside, knocked on the door with a whip, and shouted, "Miss Yi, Master and Madam Yi are here to see you. Please go out to greet them." After a few knocks, there was no response in the yard. The driver then looked at the head of the village. "Is there no one in this yard?" The head of the village sneered. "I didn't go in. How do I know if there is anyone?" Since no one answered, then they are not at home. The head of the village finally understood. Changsheng, that kid, was making some noise just now, but now he didn't make a sound. The bad guys he was talking about should be the parents of the Yi family. Judging from their appearance, they have come with bad intentions. Are they coming to the village to cause trouble for their daughter? No, there are only women and children in this family now, and they will definitely be bullied. He is to find someone to help. Seeing the head of the village with an expression of watching the fun, the driver waved his hand impatiently. "If you don't know anything, stay away and don't delay my master's business." Then the driver turned around and respectfully faced the carriage road. "Master, it seems that no one is at home. How can we wait for a while?" Zhou opened the curtain of the carriage. "What are you waiting for?" "My master is a dignified rich man. How can he wait for a pauper on the road?" Then, the driver was in trouble for a moment. "Knock the door open, and we will go in and wait," Zhou ordered. Isn't this trespassing, right?" As the driver spoke, his voice gradually became lower. Zhou snorted coldly. "I am her mother, and the master is her father. What kind of private house are we breaking into? Besides, this shabby house is not even as good as the toilet in the mansion. What valuable things can be inside? We are willing to go in and wait. That is to bring honor to her humble home." The driver was still thinking, is this how bringing honor to her humble home is used? The attendants behind the carriage had already stepped forward and kicked the wooden door open from the outside. "Master, please." The attendants stood by the door, waiting for the gentleman in the car to come in. Mr. Yi, who had been silent all this time, finally moved and lazily got out of the car. Mr. Yi had a dark face and no beard, and a big belly. He was wearing a silver gray double-breasted, narrow-sleeved robe with silver silk embroidered patterns of rising clouds on the lapels and cuffs, and a pair of gray high boots on his feet. The color combination and appearance made him look like a walking pig intestine. Yi Desheng raised his head to the sky, trying his best to put on the appearance of a rich master, who knew that things would not go smoothly. The slippery feeling under his feet made him stunned for a moment, and when he saw clearly what he was stepping on, his face immediately became as black as the bottom of a pot.
Yibai,
He shouted. The driver shuddered when he heard the master calling his name. Master, let me do it. Yibei picked up 2 branches from the ground, knelt on the ground and carefully scraped the soles of the master's shoes and wiped them hard with the corner of his long gown. Only then did Master Yi put his feet back on the ground with satisfaction. He stood in front of the dilapidated courtyard gate, looking at the adobe walls and thatched roofs in the courtyard, and looked back at his wife in disbelief. Are you sure you are not mistaken? With Shinran's current conditions, can she really become Master Wei's guest of honor? Absolutely true. Zhou leaned over and replied, I can recognize her face even if it turned into ashes. I just don't know what kind of foxy means she used to make Master Wei look at her differently. Even the arrogant Tong steward personally sent her out. In that case, let's go in and wait to see what kind of ability this girl has. Yi Desheng walked into the yard, looking around and saying with disdain, this place is too shabby. Shemer should come and ask his sister himself, instead of bothering me to go there in person. Zhou quickly comforted him. Now that the girl has grown up, how can she take Xing'e seriously if he comes by himself? The master's words are powerful, and she will do as he says. Yi Desheng looked at the largest room and was about to go in, but after taking 2 steps, his feet slipped again. This shabby place is so dirty. He had just said half of the word die when he saw something black on the roof opposite falling towards him. Master, be careful. The attendant was quick-witted and pushed Mr. Yi away, who had his eyes closed, to avoid a piece of wooden board coming towards him. The attendant was immediately dazzled by the slap, but he was still thankful in his heart. Fortunately, he was quick this time. Otherwise, his monthly salary would be deducted when he returned. Unexpectedly, just when he was halfway through, there was a loud shout from Mr. Yi, and a bucket of water fell from the sky and hit him right on the head. Master? Master?
Ah!
A sharp cry rang out in the yard, startling several chickens in the fence, flapping their wings and flying out. The attendants and the driver were dumbfounded. In the end, it was the driver who reacted quickly. He went up to support the master with one hand and grabbed the edge of the bottom of the barrel with the other hand, and finally took the barrel off the master's head. Master, this seems to be sewage. The driver answered cautiously. Throw it away, throw it away. While the fight was going on in front, the badger oil in Yi Shinran's pot was finally ready. She carefully poured the oil into the jar, then picked up it from the wall and walked to the front. Seeing the embarrassed Zhou and Yi Desheng, Yi Shinran showed surprise on her face. Dad, Mom, why are you here? Why did you just barge in without even calling me? Oh, my yard is full of traps to prevent thieves. It's easy to get caught if you break in like this.
Yerindan, schau was furious.
You actually treated your biological parents like this. You are unworthy of being a son. Yi Shinran dodged to the side and easily avoided Zhou's attack. But Zhou used too much force and couldn't stop leaning forward. She took a step forward and stepped into the pit. She immediately felt a sharp pain under her feet.
Ah!
The scream rang again. Aren't you the respected official in Yuntong County?
Dad, Mom is scolding you.
Zhou almost couldn't breathe. She stepped on a steel nail just now, and the driver helped her to pull out the nail under her feet. It was a big nail, and it was half a finger deep. Master, did you see it? I told you that this girl is no longer the same as before. She dares to disrespect us because she is married. Shut up. Yi Desheng glared at Zhou fiercely. Master, Zhou howled. If you don't teach her a lesson today, where will the face of our Yi family be? Yi Desheng was almost fainted by the stench on his body. In addition to Zhou's wailing, he didn't care about Yi Sheng's study and shouted to his followers, Why are you still standing there? What's the point of keeping a useless person like you? Why don't you go and tie up the eldest lady for me? Take her back to the mansion, and I will teach her a lesson. Yes. Yi Shinran also raised the vigilantly, ready to fight him. Don't touch my aunt. Don't bully my aunt. If you want to bully my aunt, You have to get past me first. Seeing that the situation was not right, the three children all ran out from the back of the house. Yi Shinran immediately scolded. What are you doing out here? Go back quickly. A few little kids, fists and feet have no eyes, stay away from me. The attendant also threatened. Why waste your words with them? Zhou shouted. They're just a few wild children. Just break their legs and throw them out. You dare. Yi Shinran swung The follower felt that the opportunity had come. Since today's task was not completed well, he could only hope to turn over now. He dodged and reached out to grab Yi Shinran's neck. Yi Shinran saw his movements clearly and turned the handle in a direction, just blocking his attacking hand. The follower turned around and pounced on Yi Shinran. Yi Shinran seized the opportunity and kicked the follower accurately in the vitals. The follower's forehead was in pain and veins bulged. He covered his lower body with his hands and stepped back several steps. Behind him was where the three children were standing. The follower had never suffered such a loss from a woman. Seeing that Yi Shinran was not easy to deal with, he decided to start with the children and force Yi Shinran to submit. It's a pity that he chose the wrong target. Seeing Changsheng grabbing Chang'an and retreating, Changping was still standing alone stupidly without moving. The follower immediately reached out to grab Changping's shoulder. Put down or I will be rude to this child. The attendant shouted at Yi Shinran. But Yi Shinran gave him a meaningful smile. The attendant thought it was not good. When he was about to retract his arm, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, followed by a strong force that pulled his arm and made him circle around Changping. 1 circle, 2 circles, 10 circles. After 20 circles, Changping swung hard, and the attendant staggered towards the courtyard wall. The attendant rolled his eyes and fainted. When the head of the village brought people over, they saw the scene. Yi Desheng and Zhou stood in the middle of the yard, soaked, with yellow-green, unknown objects on their heads. Zhou was trembling all over, standing on one leg, jumping around, and Yi Desheng kept covering his nose, looking like he was about to faint. Of the 2 people they brought, one had half of his body stuck in the wall, and the other had 1 foot in a pit and couldn't pull it out. Erju looked at the appearance of these people, turned his head, and asked the head of the village in surprise. Uncle head of the village, didn't you ask us to help the Xiao family beat up the bad guys?
This
doesn't seem like we need to do anything. The head of the village's face changed. He looked at these men with such a fierce momentum and thought that the Yi family and their children would definitely be bullied. Who would have thought that this would be the result? It seems like we really don't need to do anything. Seeing someone coming outside the yard, Yi Desheng finally regained some of his senses. He pointed at Yi Shinran and said, Yi Shinran, you disregard human ethics, beat our parents, and try to take our lives. I'm going to sue you at the county government. Then go ahead. Yi Shinran didn't care. It just so happens that I also want to file a complaint. In broad daylight, you brought people to break into a private house and tried to bully us, an orphan and a widow. If it weren't for the traps set up at home to prevent thieves, the 4 of us would be in danger now. You are committing such robbery. I want justice from the county magistrate. After hearing what Yi Shinran said, the villagers shouted, That's right. Who are you? You broke into our village and committed crimes. I'll report to the police and have you all arrested. Arrest them. Arrest them. What's the difference between this and robbery? Listening to the discussions of the crowd, Zhou pulled Yi Desheng's arm guiltily. Master, how can we go to see the officials in this state? Wouldn't that make our relatives laugh at us? These words pulled the angry Yi Desheng back to his senses. What he feared most in his life was embarrassment, especially embarrassment in front of acquaintances. So let this dead girl go? He still felt that it was difficult to get rid of the anger in his heart. How is it possible? She dared to do such a thing, which is disrespectful and unfilial. Next time, we will bring a few more servants and take her back to apologize in front of the ancestors of the Yi family. Let's go. Humph. Yi Desheng and Zhou stood up and walked out. The guard who had been unconscious in the wall also stood up with a flutter. He helped the coachman pull his feet out of the ground. Several people supported each other and were about to go out. But Yi Shinran shouted behind him, Who told you to leave? Yi Desheng turned around. What, in broad daylight? Do you dare to attack us? Who said I would attack you? Yi Xinran supported the handle with one hand and pointed at the broken wall with the other. You smashed my wall. Hurry up and give me some money to compensate me. You're dreaming. Zhou didn't care about the pain in her feet and jumped back. You hurt me so badly, and you haven't paid my medical expenses yet, and you dare to ask me for money? Zhou thought Yi Xinran must be crazy. I said, you broke into a private house and did it yourself. What does it have to do with me? If you are not satisfied, we will report to the police and see what the county magistrate says.
You.
Zhou was so angry that she was shaking all over. But she knew that she must not report to the police. The county magistrate's wife already despised them for their humble origins, and if she saw their current appearance, she would only be more disgusted. In this way, Xinyao and Mr. Qiao's marriage would be in danger. Yi Xinran, you're so cruel. Zhou pulled out a jade hairpin from her head and threw it on the ground. This hairpin is enough for you to repair the broken wall. How can this be possible? Yi Xinran stepped forward, picked up the hairpin on the ground with a handkerchief and raised it to Zhou's nose. Look, it's been soaked in manure. Who would want it? Zhou dodged with disgust, but felt pain in her heart when she looked at the hairpin in front of her. That was a jade hairpin that she bought with 10 taels of silver, and now it was given away like this. And it was given to Yi Xinran, the person she hated the most. Seeing Zhou dodging, Yi Xinran took the opportunity to pull out another hairpin from her head. You are so bold. Zhou covered her head with her hands. Yi Xinran looked at Yi Desheng. Dad, look, Mother is reluctant to compensate me, so I can only report to the police. Yi Desheng looked at Zhou angrily. What can a few broken jewelry be worth? You gave them all to her. How can they not be valuable? These are dozens of.
Huh?
Hearing this, Yi Desheng looked at Zhou. Before, Zhou said that her jewelry were just for show, which looked good but were actually very cheap. Yi Desheng believed it and always thought that Zhou was thrifty. Little did he know that Zhou's jewelry were all real goods bought at great prices. However, Zhou's image of a thrifty mistress has been maintained for so many years, and it must not be ruined. She temporarily changed her words and said, I spent dozens of dollars to buy this. A few dozen dollars worth of things are worth this to you? Is our huge family business just a decoration? Take it off and give it to her. Yi Desheng gave an order, and Zhou reluctantly took off the earrings on her ears. And this one. Yi Xinran pointed at the rings and bracelets on Zhou's hands. Yi Desheng didn't know, but Yi Xinran knew that everything on Zhou was good stuff. The original owner once heard Zhou and Yi Xinyao say that these things were all her own money saved, and when Yi Xinyao got married in the future, Zhou would give half of the jewelry to her as a dowry. Zhou's heart was bleeding, and under the gaze of Yi Desheng, she had to take off all the rings and bracelets on her hands. Yi Xinran caught them one by one with a silk handkerchief in her hand and said with disgust, Alas, things worth dozens of dollars are even less valuable after being soaked in sewage. I don't know if they are enough to repair the wall. If it weren't for the fact that you are my parents, this matter would never be let go. Yi Xinran, don't take advantage of me. Zhou's back teeth were almost broken. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get out of here. Yi Desheng couldn't stand so many people staring at his embarrassed look, so he got on the carriage as if escaping. The coachman climbed onto the carriage right after him, and Yi Desheng urged him repeatedly, Go, 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 hurry up. At this time, Zhou's feet were only halfway on the carriage. As soon as the carriage moved, she quickly rolled into the carriage like a ball. Her head hit the edge of the carriage, and her skirt hung on the edge of the carriage. She looked so embarrassed. They look so funny. That's right, like fools. The villagers pointed at the carriage in the distance, and the headman dismissed everyone, then looked at Yi Xinran. Are these two people really your parents? Yes. Yi Xinran nodded, but now they are my enemies too. Oh, we are all family. Why do we have to be like this? What if we meet again in the future? The headman tried to persuade them to reconcile. Unexpectedly, Yi Xinran replied, What can I do? I can only fight them every time I see them. You kid. The head of the village was helpless, and pointed at Yi Shinran with a smile. Based on his understanding of Yi Shinran, she was definitely not a cold-blooded person. The parents who could make her do this must be worse than pigs and dogs. Of course, he admitted that he thought so because he was partial. Seeing that the head of the village stopped talking, Yi Shinran took the initiative to ask, "Uncle head of the village, what do you want to talk to me about?" The head of the village then remembered the purpose of his coming here in the morning. "I just want to ask you, how is Dean Wei doing? Can he agree to set up a school here?" "Yi Shinran, Mrs. Lung's illness has not been cured yet, so I didn't ask further. If he keeps his word, there should be no problem." The head of the village nodded. That's good. I knew you were a powerful person. Niece, don't worry. As long as you take care of the matter of our village children's education, I will reserve a place in the ancestral hall for you in the future."
Yevinran.
"That's not necessary." "Why not?" The head of the village muttered softly. "This is a big event for our village, a big event that many of our ancestors could not accomplish." The head of the village walked away slowly with his hands behind his back. Chun in the upper courtyard lay on the wall and waved to Yi Shinran. "Madam Yi, come here and take a look at this dress. Is it okay? Is it ready?" Yi Shinran was surprised by Chen's speed and hurried to Zhang Dali's house. In the lower courtyard, Zhang Dashan dared to exhale heavily after seeing Yi Shinran leave. "Mom, this Madam Yi is too powerful. I dare not have any ideas about her." Zhang heard this and frowned at her son for a rare time. "Son, you don't know that the more such a woman is, the more she will be devoted to you after she is conquered. Have you seen the carriage of Yi Shinran's mother's family? As long as you can deal with her, the carriage will be yours in the future." Thinking of the gorgeous carriage just now, Zhang Dashan became excited again. "Mom, that carriage is good, but the color of the curtains is a bit ugly. I want to change the curtains to red in the future." "Red looks better." "Okay." Zhang smiled like a chrysanthemum. "You can make it 7 or 8 colors and change it every day." Zhang Dali's house. Yi Shinran held up a wide-sleeved robe and praised, "Sister-in-law, your hands are so skillful. I think this dress is better than the ones made in the store." Chun was a little embarrassed and scratched her head with the needle. "How can my craftsmanship compare with those in the city?" "It's fine as long as Madam Yi doesn't dislike it." "I like it so much. How could I dislike it?" Yi Shinran was so happy that she called the 3 children over the wall to try on clothes. The 3 children ran over quickly, and when they saw the new clothes in Yi Shinran's hands, they opened their eyes wide with curiosity. They had lived in the village for so long, but had never worn new clothes. Chongqing's clothes were made smaller by his second uncle after they were worn out. Chongping picked up Chongqing's clothes to wear. Chang'an could only pick up Chongping's clothes. Last year during the Chinese New Year, the second uncle said he wanted to buy them new clothes, but the 3 children were reluctant to do so and begged the second uncle to use the money for buying clothes to buy food. But in the end, the food that went into their stomachs was not as much as that of Mrs. Zhang's family. "Try on the clothes to see if they fit. If not, let Aunt Chen alter them for you,"
Yi Shinran said.
"Okay." The 3 children took off their old clothes and carefully put on their new clothes. Chongqing had 2 sets of clothes, a white close-fitting lining and a green robe on the outside. Chongping's clothes were a short top with narrow sleeves and a pair of trousers, which looked very neat and tidy. Chang'an also had a robe, but he was small, and the robe made him look like a little carrot head, without elegance, only cuteness. The 3 children looked at each other, praising each other's clothes, but also a little nervous. "The new clothes are so beautiful. There is not a single patch on it." The 3 children blushed. "I want to go to the river to take a picture. I will look good in this new dress." Looking up at Yi Shinran, the 2 brothers were also a little embarrassed. "Aunt, we also want to take a picture of the new clothes."
"Go." Yevinran similet.
The clothes of the 3 children were very suitable. It seemed that Chen had put a lot of thought into it. "I don't have much to thank you for. Didn't you say you had a severe cough last time? When I went to the city, I brought some Chinese medicine with me. I'll keep it for you." Yi Shinran took out the prepared pills. In fact, the medicine was not bought in the city, but made by Yi Shinran in the space. More than 20 Chinese herbal medicines such as Fritillaria serosa, Pinellia ternata, and white mustard seed were used. Chen knew that these medicinal materials must be very expensive and quickly retreated. How can I afford this? I don't have the money to pay you. Madam Yi, please take it. Yi Xinran insisted on stuffing the medicine bag into Chen's hand. This was originally bought for you. No one in my family has this problem. It would be a waste to keep it. You use it first. If it is useful, I will buy it for you next time. How can I thank you for this? Chen's eyes were filled with tears, and she was worried holding the medicine bag in her hand. Madam Yi, I will definitely remember your great kindness in my heart. Yi Xinran waved her hand. It's nothing. In fact, I also have something to discuss with Mrs. Chen. What's the matter? Chen asked quickly. Mrs. Chen may know that I have rented the Dongshan mountain in our village. I want to plant something on it, but there is no one in my family who knows how to farm. When the time comes, I hope that Brother Chen can help me. Of course, I will pay you daily wages. Chen waved her hand immediately after hearing this. What wages? It's just this little thing. Don't worry, as long as you have work on the mountain, your brother will definitely be there whenever you call. That's good. Yi Xinran said as he stood up. The children have all gone to the river. I'll go over there and take a look. Chen said quickly. Then you should go quickly. These children are really lucky to have such a caring aunt like you. Yi Xinran returned to the yard and put all the 4 pieces of jewelry that she had just wrapped with a silk handkerchief into the bamboo basket. This bamboo basket was woven very densely and only leaked water, but not things, which was just right for washing jewelry. When she walked to the river, several children were still standing there looking at the water obediently. Brother, you look like a top scholar in this dress. Chang'an looked to the left, then turned to the right. Second brother, you look like a knight in this dress. Is it as powerful as my second uncle? Changping looked at himself in the water and asked excitedly.
Well,
Chang'an thought for a while and said, not as powerful as my second uncle, but my second uncle is number 1, and you are number 2. You are the best. Changping was coaxed and happy, and also praised Chang'an. Your clothes look good too. Changsheng despised the two of them for being childish. He glanced at his reflection in the water reluctantly and turned to leave. Turning back, he saw Yi Xinran also coming here. He hurried over and took the bamboo basket from Yi Xinran's hand. Aunt, let me do it. Changsheng carefully put the bamboo basket into the water. Under the flushing of the running water, the jewelry in the basket was washed clean. Changsheng stood up and showed the bamboo basket to Yi Xinran. Aunt, look, it's all clean. Okay, I'll sell the jewelry in a few days. After I sell it, I'll take you to the market. Okay. Changsheng and Changping were happily circling around Yi Xinran. This scene happened to be seen by Xiao Huaiyan, who was returning home. The water was flowing lightly, and the 4 people stood by the water with bright smiles. The 3 little ones were all wearing clean and tidy clothes, with rosy complexions, and were in much better spirits than a month ago. There was also that delicate figure. From a distance, she was glowing white, and her willow-like waist could be held in one hand. But the most attractive thing was the smile on her face. That smile was like a warm spring breeze, which made people couldn't help but curl up their lips. Xiao Huaiyan suddenly felt his heart soften for a moment. As if she had noticed the gaze behind her, Yi Xinran suddenly turned around, and after seeing Xiao Huaiyan, she smiled at him. This smile was deeply imprinted in Xiao Huaiyan's mind, and he would remember it for the rest of his life. On the other side, in Mr. Ye's mansion, after Zhou and Yi Desheng arrived home, they immediately shouted for someone to boil water for them to take a bath. The maids held their breath, endured the stench, and served the master and the mistress. After Zhou came out of the bath, she rubbed half a bottle of osmanthus oil on her head and sprinkled half a box of perfume powder on her body, but she still felt that she stinked. She was furious, snatched the perfume powder from the maid's hand, and put it all on the maid's face, cursing, "What is this thing you gave me? This perfume powder was obviously fragrant when I bought it. Why is it not fragrant now? Did you traitors do something with it?" "Madam, I didn't. This is what you bought last time." The little maid was so scared that she trembled all over, and the tears in her eyes washed the perfume powder on her face into 2 small grooves. How dare you talk back? Zhou grabbed the maid's cheek and pinched it hard with her nails. Yi Xinyao heard the noise and ran in from outside. Mother, don't get angry over a maid, just beat her out. Yi Xinyao turned around and motioned to Kaiyun, the maid beside her. Kaiyun immediately stepped forward and dragged the little girl out with another old woman. When the room was quiet, Yi Xinyao grabbed Zhou's hand. Mother, what happened to you and Dad? Didn't you go to your sister to discuss Sheng'er schooling? How did you end up in such a mess? It's all your sister's fault. Zhou felt so angry when she mentioned Yi Xinran. If it weren't for her, how could we be in such a mess?
What?
Yi Xinyao covered her mouth in surprise. Mom, how dare my sister be so rude to you? Zhou snorted coldly, with viciousness in her eyes. Why doesn't she dare? She wants to make a big fuss by relying on someone to support her.
Mom.
Yi Xinyao laughed. Her man is nothing but a poor man. Zhou looked at her beautiful daughter in front of her, and the anger in her heart finally subsided a little. She touched Yi Xinyao's head and said, Mom was right at the beginning. Yi Xinran was just a little wolf cub who couldn't be tamed. Fortunately, Mom didn't waste her efforts on her over the years. Yao Yao is still the most caring. Yi Xinyao held Zhou's arm and leaned her head gently. Mom, you are too soft-hearted and even found a family for her to marry off. You should have listened to me and killed her directly so you wouldn't have to worry about it now. That's because. Zhou's face changed. It's because your father is blocking us. He said that the nobleman would ask about Yi Xinran's situation every 3 to 5 years. In my opinion, as long as she is alive, she will be a threat to our family sooner or later. Dad is just too timid. Yi Xinyao continued to lean on Zhou's arms. Dad only values the gold and silver in his hands, but does not understand the principle of seeking wealth and honor in danger. After that, she straightened up and looked at Zhou. When I marry into the Qiao family, I will definitely ask the county magistrate for our family so that my parents can rest assured from now on. I heard that Brother Ziyu is highly appreciated by Dean Wei. I will find an opportunity to discuss with Brother Ziyu and ask him to say a few good words for his younger brother in front of Dean Wei. Good boy. Yao Yao is really a good boy. Zhou's eyes were red with emotion. Xiao Huaiyan and Yi Xinran returned home with several children. Looking at the mess in the yard, Xiao Huaiyan couldn't help but frown. Did someone come to bully you? Yes. Chang'an nodded vigorously. It was my aunt's parents who came to bully my aunt. Xiao Huaiyan immediately looked at Yi Xinran when he heard it. Are you injured? Yi Xinran shook her head. It's okay. Changping said, Second uncle, we set a trap in the yard and chased them all away. Chang'an also echoed, Second brother's trap is powerful. He poured a bucket of water on this person and slapped that person with a board. They were beaten to a pulp and prostrated on the ground. Chang'an described it vividly, and Yi Xinran laughed again. Changsheng looked at Xiao Huaiyan's face and said, Don't be angry, uncle. We did these things in the yard to protect our aunt. I know. Xiao Huaiyan did not look angry, but said to the children, You clean up the yard and try to restore it to its original state. I know, uncle. Let's change clothes and do it right away. Several children went to work. Yi Xinran looked at the 3 rabbits in the basket brought back by Xiao Huaiyan and asked, Why did you come back so early this time? Is it not going well? Xiao Huaiyan shook his head. He lifted up another backpack and asked Yi Xinran to come and see. Yi Xinran was shocked to find that it was full of ice spirit flowers. This. So many. Yi Xinran was stunned. I saw it in a canyon yesterday. I remember you said you wanted to use it, so I dug it back with the roots. Xiao Huaiyan had a proud look on his face. Yi Xinran then noticed that the ice spirit flowers in the basket were indeed attached to the roots and soil. Great, so many flowers can all be planted on the mountain. Did you buy that Dongshan just to plant this kind of flower? Xiao Huaiyan asked. Yes, but it's just one of them. Yi Xinran explained to him, This flower looks inconspicuous, but it is a very important medicinal material. I want to use it to make a medicine to treat the scars on my face. So that's it. Xiao Huaiyan looked at the scars on Yi Xinran's face. When he saw it for the first time, it was a little shocking, but after so much time, he had gotten used to it. If Yi Xinran didn't say anything, he didn't think it was a big deal. Maybe it's because she doesn't care. She is open and honest, so people around her ignore her little shortcoming. Xiao Huaiyan didn't ask Yi Xinran how she knew medicine, but Chang'an hurriedly said, "Second uncle, do you know, Aunt is very powerful. Master Wei invited Aunt to his house to treat his wife." "Oh. Is everything going well?" Xiao Huaiyan looked at Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran shrugged. "It's okay. It's not a big problem. I will be fine after taking medicine for a period of time." "That's good." Xiao Huaiyan nodded. Yi Xinran noticed that Xiao Huaiyan's eyes were always on her, so she was a little embarrassed and made small talk. "So, will you stay at home for a few days this time? If there's nothing else, I'll stay for 1 day and leave." Xiao Huaiyan retracted his gaze. "Yi Xinran, it's nothing big. I just want to take a few kids to the county town for a stroll. They said they haven't been to the city for so long since they came here." "Yes, second uncle, let's go for a stroll together," Chang'an begged in a low voice. Although Changping and Changxing didn't speak, they looked at him with expectant eyes. Xiao Huaiyan had to say, "Okay, then let's go for a stroll in the city together."
Oh.
"That's great." The 3 children happily turned in circles. They felt that today was the happiest day. Their aunt had made new clothes for them, and even their second uncle, who always had a cold face, agreed to take them to the market. They had never dared to think of such a day before. Several children ran into the yard, and Xiao Huaiyan took out 2 silver notes from his arms. "This is 200 taels of silver. Didn't you use the silver to buy the mountain last time? Keep this silver and use it as household expenses." Yi Xinran was shocked. "Is Xiao Huaiyan so rich?" He said that the silver was obtained by selling prey last time, but this time there was obviously no prey sold. Could he be a hidden rich man who brought the children to the countryside to experience life? Yi Xinran quickly shook her head and drove the unrealistic idea out of her mind. Thinking of the reason why Xiao Huaiyan was exiled, she suddenly thought of another possibility. Could it be that he robbed it? Xiao Huaiyan looked at Yi Xinran's changing expression and took the initiative to explain. "It was not stolen or robbed. You can understand it as what I saved before the accident." "That's good. That's good." Yi Xinran smiled with relief. Who doesn't love money? With this money, she can buy some things for the family. All the beddings should be replaced with new ones, and 2 sets of summer clothes should be prepared. The kitchen can also be supplemented with some things. After thinking for a while, Yi Xinran looked at the wall with a hole outside and decided to save the money first. "Let's find a way to build a house first. The current house looks like it will collapse at any time." The rabbits were not sold this time. Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan confirmed that the 3 rabbits were kept for themselves. For the children, it is really rare to be able to eat the prey of the second uncle. They all have an illusion that after their aunt got married, the second uncle has become gentler than before. The 3 rabbits are not big. Xiao Huaiyan peeled the rabbit skin, washed off the blood, and then looked at Yi Xinran. "Do you know how to cook this rabbit?" If Yi Xinran doesn't know how to cook, he can only roast a few rabbits. But Yi Xinran has his own ideas. He must not let a kitchen killer like him ruin the food. Rabbit meat is a good thing. The meat on the rabbit legs and chest can be used to make spicy rabbit cubes, and the remaining meat and bones can be stewed into a soup, which is just right. Thinking of this, she instructed Xiao Huaiyan to chop the rabbit into small pieces. Then wash it with clean water to float out the blood and meat. Changping had already started a fire here. She washed the rice first and put the rice in the pot. Then she boiled water in the small pot inside and poured all the meat with bones into the pot. After mixing them with her hands, she put them aside to marinate for a while. Today she is going to make spicy rabbit meat. Spicy and fragrant, it is delicious and appetizing to eat with rice. Just thinking about it makes you drool. Half an hour later, when the rabbit meat was marinated, Yi Xinran put oil in the pot outside, boiled the oil, and put the rabbit meat in it, and kept stir-frying. The aroma of the seasoning mixed with the meat burst out the moment it was put into the pot, constantly filling people's taste buds. Xiao Huaiyan, who was standing outside the door, couldn't help coughing twice when he smelled it. After frying for a while, the rabbit meat began to stick to the pot a little, and Yi Xinran quickly added the peppers that had just been cut. After continuing to stir-fry for a while, she took the colander and scooped out all the rabbit meat in the pot. The rabbit meat, which was originally cut into large pieces, shrunk into small pieces, and the surface of the rabbit meat became golden and crispy. Then she waited for the rabbit meat to cool down. After it cooled down, she added a little chicken essence, pepper powder, and sesame oil, and a plate of spicy rabbit cubes with good color, aroma, and taste was ready. Xiao Huaiyan has been standing outside the kitchen, watching Yi Xinran do this, and that in an orderly manner. Unconsciously, he has seen it until now. He never thought that one day he would actually regard watching others cook as a kind of enjoyment. Yi Xinran picked up a small piece of rabbit cubes and tasted it. The delicious taste was almost the same as what the chef made at the beginning. She couldn't help but give herself a thumbs up in her heart. After tasting the rabbit meat, she turned around and saw Xiao Huaiyan standing outside. She easily picked up a piece of rabbit meat with the chopsticks just now and handed it to Xiao Huaiyan. Do you want to try it? Looking at Yi Xinran's smiling face, Xiao Huaiyan opened his mouth involuntarily. After he ate a piece of meat, they both remembered at the same time. These seemed to be the chopsticks that Yi Xinran had used just now. It's a bit ambiguous, Yi Xinran thought. Xiao Huaiyan's face and neck turned red. Not only was he red, he also kept coughing. Cough, cough, cough. Isn't it just using the same pair of chopsticks? I haven't done anything. Why are you so sensitive? Yi Xinran rolled her eyes. Xiao Huaiyan shook his head and finally squeezed out a word in between coughs. Water. Water? Yi Xinran looked back and saw that veins on Xiao Huaiyan's head began to pop. Was it spicy? Only then did she react, and hurriedly took a bowl to get a large bowl of cold water, handed it to Xiao Huaiyan, and watched him take a few big gulps and gulp it down. After drinking the water, Xiao Huaiyan finally stopped coughing, and the redness on his face also subsided a little. Yi Xinran was a little embarrassed. She asked uncertainly, "You can't eat spicy food? Remember when I made tofu buns before, I didn't find this problem?" After thinking about it, Yi Xinran was a little uncertain again. There were not enough tofu buns. Maybe he didn't eat it. Xiao Huaiyan, who recovered, said, "Sorry, I can't eat spicy food very well." "If you can't eat it, you can't eat it." "What do you mean you can't eat it very well?" "In order to take care of the children, I didn't make it very spicy at all." Yi Xinran didn't give him any face. "Well, it's true that I haven't eaten spicy food before." Xiao Huaiyan also admitted honestly. "That's a pity. If you can't eat spicy food, you can't enjoy many delicacies in this world," Yi Xinran said with regret. At dinner, Xiao Huaiyan found that Yi Xinran did not lie to him, and the rabbit meat was indeed not very spicy. Because the three children ate very fragrantly, Chang'an's mouth was full of oil. After eating a bowl of rice, he immediately added another bowl. Xiao Huaiyan slowly drank the rabbit meat and yam soup. The sweet and fresh soup was very appetizing, but he was still greedy when he saw Yi Xinran and the others eating. He hesitated for a moment and slowly stretched his chopsticks towards the plate of spicy rabbit meat, but chomping pulled the plate a little further away before his chopsticks touched the rabbit meat. "Second uncle, you forgot that you can't eat spicy food." Ahem. Xiao Huaiyan coughed twice with a cold face. "It's okay to eat a little occasionally." "Really?" Chomping paused. Yi Xinran pulled the plate further away. "Why is it okay? You obviously can't stand spicy food today, so don't eat this."
Oh.
Xiao Huaiyan took back his chopsticks and silently picked up the rice in the bowl. The three children inexplicably felt that the second uncle seemed to be wronged. Second uncle was wronged? He was unhappy because of a piece of rabbit meat? This is really strange. It is said that the little boy is eating too much. There are 3 boys and 1 man in the family, and they all have big appetites. All the spicy rabbit meat was eaten up, and only half a basin of rabbit soup was left. After the meal, Changping and Changsheng cleaned up the dishes, and Yi Xinran had already started to urge Chang'an to wash up so that he could go to bed early. After Chang'an climbed into the bed, he opened his bright eyes and asked, Aunt, my brothers told me today that they can't sleep with you. Can Chang'an really not sleep with Aunt? Yi Shinran touched his head. Chang'an is still young now, of course, but when Chang'an grows up a little, he can't sleep with Aunt. Then Chang'an doesn't want to grow up. Little Chang'an blinked. It seems that it's not possible. They said that if I keep sleeping with Aunt and second uncle can't have their own children.
Who told him this?
Although I want to sleep with Aunt, I also want Aunt to give me a little sister. I want to protect her well and play with her every day. Child, you think too far. Even if I sleep with your second uncle, we can't have a child because your second uncle can't do it at all. Chang'an said something, and Yi Shinran complained in her heart. After a while, he fell asleep. Yi Shinran watched him fall asleep and entered the space. The fog in the kitchen downstairs had all dissipated. There were dozens of bags of rice and more than a dozen bags of flour stored in the warehouse. Yi Shinran patted the solid grain bags, feeling infinite emotion in her heart. She had a really good life in the past and never thought that she would worry about food one day. But this is not the most important thing. She then went to the second floor and opened the reactor of the beauty cream. The beauty cream inside has finally been produced. The grass green paste exudes a faint fragrance. Yi Shinran was about to get her hands on it, but suddenly remembered that there was no suitable container in the laboratory to hold this thing. It should be held in the kind of commonly used containers that will not make people feel strange. Yi Shinran thought. Suddenly, she thought of the kitchen spice jars she bought last time, and two of them were empty. The spice jars are not large in size, just right for holding beauty cream. Thinking of this, Yi Shinran exited the space, crossed the yard, and walked towards the kitchen. Just after turning around the backyard, she suddenly heard a very oppressive voice. Who? Yi Shinran was startled. She hurriedly looked in the direction of the voice and saw another thrilling scene. His back was broad and thick, with clear grooves, and each muscle was just right. Yi Shinran's eyes moved from top to bottom, passing the waist without fat and finally fixed on the man's firm and perky buttocks. It turns out that a man's ace can be so perky. Yi Shinran looked at it politely for a few more times and suddenly saw something flash. Xiao Huaiyan quickly put a white cloth around his waist. Yi Shinran wanted to explain that she didn't see it on purpose, but Xiao Huaiyan spoke before she did. Sorry, I thought you were asleep. Oh, I was going to sleep, but suddenly I remembered that I had to go to the kitchen to get something. Yi Shinran looked at Xiao Huaiyan's strong arms while talking. This man is definitely the type who looks thin when dressed and has flesh when undressed. You can never see such a good figure when wearing clothes. Yi Shinran felt happy when she thought that only she could see such a good figure. It's just a pity that he has a hidden disease. Xiao Huaiyan noticed Yi Shinran's gaze, and he didn't continue to cover it, but asked, What do you want? I'll help you get it. I just want to get a small jar and put something in it. Okay, you wait here. After Xiao Huaiyan finished speaking, he took a long step and walked towards the kitchen. Looking at his back, Yi Shinran felt more and more satisfied. Although he can only look at it, he is a handsome man after all. Just as he was thinking, there was a rustling sound in the kitchen, as if something was knocked to the ground. What happened? Yi Shinran hurriedly took 2 steps forward. Xiao Huaiyan responded from inside. It's okay, don't come in. After a while, he walked out. Is this what you want? Xiao Huaiyan asked, holding up a porcelain bottle. Yes, this is it. Yi Shinran quickly took it. Thank you. Thank you for your trouble. Did you bump into something just now? Are you injured? She looked at Xiao Huaiyan from head to toe.
No.
Xiao Huaiyan said as he clenched his left fist. Yi Shinran immediately noticed his action, pulled his left hand over, and saw that blood was flowing out of the palm of his hand. How did this happen? Xiao Huaiyan. I was careless just now. It's just a small wound. It's bleeding. What's a small wound? Yi Shinran was a little anxious and subconsciously took out iodine and hemostatic gauze from the space. While helping Xiao Huaiyan deal with the wound, she said, Be more careful in the future. It's my fault this time. I shouldn't have gone to the kitchen to find something so late. At this point, Yi Shinran suddenly paused. No, I didn't put the knife away after cooking tonight. Did you touch the knife on the edge of the table? Yi Shinran remembered that she put the knife there when she was cooking and then forgot to put it away. It must be because the light in the kitchen was dim and Xiao Huaiyan didn't see it. I have thick skin and flesh. This little injury is nothing. Fortunately, you didn't go in to get it yourself,
Xiao Huaiyan said.
Hearing him say that, Yi Shinran felt even more guilty. She carefully helped Xiao Huaiyan deal with the wound and finally tied a beautiful bow on the back of Xiao Huaiyan's hand. Xiao Huaiyan lowered his head, watching her curled eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings in the moonlight, and unknowingly, he was fascinated. Well, these things I usually carry them with me. After dealing with it, Yi Shinran realized that she was too anxious just now, and she actually took out the things in the space casually. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huaiyan did not ask any more questions, but said, "Fortunately, you carry it with you. Otherwise, I can't deal with this wound." Yi Shinran was a little embarrassed, holding the jar in one hand and pointing to her room with the other. "Then, I'll go back first?" "Well, it's cold at night. You should go back soon." Xiao Huaiyan watched Yi Shinran return to the room. Only when he saw her close the door did Xiao Huaiyan raise his left hand and shine it at the moon. She was wearing pajamas just now. How could she carry these things inside her pajamas? But Yi Shinran didn't want to say it, and he didn't want to ask. They both have their own secrets, and it seems good not to interfere with each other now. Thinking of this, Xiao Huaiyan looked at the bow on his hand again. It seems a little cute. Yi Shinran returned to the room. She locked the door and entered the space again. Xiao Huaiyan must have noticed something wrong just now, but why didn't he ask? Yi Shinran couldn't figure it out. She shook her head and put the matter behind her. She came back to the reactor and poured out all the ointment without leaving a drop. The production last time was a bit small, and these ointments were put in, and they just covered the bottom of the jar. But these ointments are enough to restore half of her face. When the next batch is produced, and then use a little more, her face will be back to normal. After cleaning the production equipment, she took out half of the ice spirit flower that Xiao Huaiyan brought back today, remixed it, put it into the reactor, set the production time, pressed the switch, and the machine started running again. This time the materials are enough to produce 10 bottles of such snow face cream, which can treat her face for more than 20 times. This means that she can finally have a way to make money in this dynasty. Yi Shinran walked into her resting place, turned on the shower, took a good bath, and then applied a thin layer of snow face cream on her left cheek. The snow face cream has a delicate texture, a very fragrant smell, and a calming effect. Not long after Yi Shinran finished cleaning up, she fell asleep on her little bed. The next day, she was awakened by the alarm clock. She got up and walked out of the space quickly, just in time to see Chang'an somersaulting on the bed again, flipping from the end of the bed to the head of the bed, and hitting her head on the wooden railing beside the bed. "You kid, can't you sleep more honestly?" Yi Shinran pulled Chang'an over with heartache and placed him on the pillow, but Chang'an opened his sleepy eyes because of the pain just now. "Aunt, who bullied you?" He reached out and touched Yi Shinran's face in a daze. Then he retracted his hand and smelled it. "Huh? Nonsense." Yi Shinran slapped his hand away, pointed at her face and said, "This is obviously medicine." It turned out to be medicine. Chang'an breathed a sigh of relief. He just dreamed that he was using feces to make traps again. It was all because of this dream that he saw it wrong. "Aunt, are we going to the city today?" After this commotion, Chang'an couldn't sleep anymore. He asked Yi Shinran with his eyes wide open.
"Go."
Yi Shinran tapped his nose. "Then get up and wash up quickly." "Okay." Chang'an climbed up in a hurry. In another room, Chongping looked at his second uncle's tightly wrapped left hand, with horror in his eyes. "Second uncle, how did your hand break?"
"Huh?"
Xiao Huaiyan turned around and looked at him coldly. Chongsheng covered his mouth with his hand. "Don't talk nonsense. When did second uncle's hand break?" "But look at second uncle's hand. It's wrapped so tightly." Chongping pointed at Xiao Huaiyan's hand. Chongsheng was also a little surprised to see the gauze on his hand. "Second uncle, your hand is injured? Is it serious?" It's no wonder that the two children were worried. It was mainly in their eyes that second uncle was the kind of tough guy with iron bones. When he injured his arm before, he just applied some medicine casually and never wrapped it so tightly. It's okay. Faced with their worried eyes, Xiao Huaiyan had to pull open a slit in the injured gauze to show them. I said, "It's a small wound." "Uncle Yu." Chongqing looked at Xiao Huaiyan in confusion.
Does such a small wound need to be bandaged so tightly?
He thought to himself, but did not say it out loud, because he soon figured out who bandaged this hand. But Chongping did not react as quickly as his brother, and still kept asking, "Uncle, you must have lied to us. You are seriously injured, aren't you?"
Chongping.
Chongqing covered his mouth again and whispered in his ear, "Uncle is fine. This must be bandaged by Aunt." "Is that so?" Chongping wiped the tears that were about to flow out. Aunt's hands are so skillful, and it's wrapped very beautifully. To the surprise of the two children, Xiao Huaiyan actually replied, "Indeed." The two children looked at each other, communicating the weird feeling with their eyes. After breakfast, Xiao Huaiyan went to Niu Er's house. Today was not the day when Niu Er drove the cart to the market, so he discussed with Niu Er to make a special trip for them. "If it were someone else, I might not agree to this, but your Xiao family has solved such a big problem for our village. I must get this done." Niu Er agreed with a smile. This was the first time that the brothers went to the market together. In the past, Xiao Huaiyan often took Chang'an to buy medicine and occasionally took Chongqing to buy books, but he had never taken Chongping. So along the way, Chongping was curious about everything he saw and kept asking questions. As long as Chongqing knew, he answered them one by one. When they arrived in the city, they made an appointment with Niu Er to wait at a place, and Xiao Huaiyan and Yixinran took the three children to the market first. Although Chang'an came here many times, he always came and went in a hurry every time before, mainly to see a doctor. This time he had plenty of time, and with his aunt around, he could finally have a good stroll. After entering the market, he walked towards the clay figurine stall he had coveted for a long time. The old man who made clay figurines saw that there was business at the door and hurriedly greeted, "Young master, what do you want?" "I don't want it, I just came to take a look." Chang'an took 2 steps back. He bumped into Yi Xinran's leg. Yi Xinran lowered her head, smiled at him, and said gently, "Pick the one you like and your aunt will buy it for you." "Then I want that monkey. Is that okay?" Chang'an pointed to a clay figurine of a monkey and said, "How much is one?"
Yi Xinran asked.
"Not expensive, only 7 cents." The old man answered with a smile, "I'll buy 3, give you a lower price."
Yevinram bargainet.
"Then 20 cents. It's still expensive. Please charge us 18 cents.
Yi Xinran said.
It's not easy to make money now, and every cent saved counts. The old man looked at the 3 children in front of him, afraid that the business he had obtained would fly away again, and nodded in agreement. "Okay, 18 cents is 18 cents. Aunt, I don't want it." Chongqing frowned again. "This is for children to play with, I don't like it." Yi Xinran had noticed that Chongqing had been staring at a clay figurine of a little tiger for a long time. Although he said no, his eyes never left it. He must like it very much. So she deliberately whispered to Chongqing, "It's cheaper to buy 3. Buying 2 costs 14 cents, 7 cents for 1, 18 cents for 3, and 6 cents for 1. If we don't buy 3, we will lose money." Chongqing thought about it and had to say reluctantly, "Okay, I want this one." He pointed to the little tiger. "What about Chongping?" Yi Xinran asked another one. "I want the dragon one," Chongping said, pointing to the dragon-shaped clay figurine. "Okay, then we'll take these 3. The 3 children each held a clay figurine and competed to see whose was the better one. Soon, they were attracted by other toys on the roadside. Yi Xinran wanted to buy them all, but Xiao Huaiyan stopped her. Children like to play, so just buy 2 for them to play with. Finally, after discussion, the 3 children unanimously decided to buy the 9 linked rings and the ball. They could play with these 2 toys together, which were much more useful than buying a bamboo helicopter or a wooden sword. While the children were choosing toys, Yi Xinran's eyes were always fixed on the kitchen utensils. Before she got to the end, she bought a few more plates and bowls for the family. Improving a living place is too expensive, but improving the dining conditions is much simpler. In addition, Yi Xinran also liked to collect some beautiful tableware in the past, so she couldn't stop when she saw these things. Xiao Huaiyan didn't buy anything. He was only responsible for following Yi Xinran, silently taking the things she bought and putting them in the backpack behind him. Is this one good looking? Pretty good. How about this one? That's fine too. Then how should I choose?
Buy all.
Every time they picked a plate, they had to go through such a conversation. The three children followed obediently, only listening to Xiao Huaiyan saying several times that they would buy all of them. Chongping whispered to Chongsheng, "When we bought the 9 linked rings just now, second uncle didn't say that."
Well.
Chongsheng nodded expressionlessly. Chang'an also heard it and said to Chongping with a proud face, "I told you a long time ago that second uncle likes aunt, and aunt also likes second uncle. You still don't believe it. Then why are you still occupying second uncle's place?" Chongsheng glanced at his younger brother. "I just like aunt." Chang'an lowered his head and didn't respond. When passing by a clothing store, Yi Xinran suddenly pushed Xiao Huaiyan. "You should also buy a new dress to wear." Xiao Huaiyan shook his head. "I don't care what I wear. The clothes now are really not suitable for you." Yi Xinran looked at Xiao Huaiyan's clothes again, which were torn in several places. "The color is too earthy and too old. I have been in the mountains all year round, and new clothes will be scratched." Xiao Huaiyan reminded her. "That's true."
Yi Xinran thought about it.
"Then buy a sturdier one." Xiao Huaiyan was about to refuse, but a sarcastic voice suddenly came from the shop. "I say, isn't it just buying a piece of clothing? Is there any need to be so hesitant? Sister, you can't even afford a new piece of clothing worth a few dozen coins now." Yi Xinran felt a chill when she heard this voice. Her body is too sensitive to this voice now. When Yi Xinyao and the original owner boasted about snatching her fiancé, she used this tone. It's really a narrow road for enemies to meet. You can meet them just by visiting a shop. As soon as the voice fell, Yi Xinyao really walked out of the shop, and with her, Qiao Ziyu actually walked out. "Brother Ziyu, I told you that this person is my sister, but you didn't believe me just now." Yi Xinyao had a coquettish tone, as if she was complaining, and as if she was acting coquettishly. "Have you finished shopping? Let's go after you buy it." Qiao Ziyu's tone was very impatient. "Brother Ziyu, I saw a piece of clothing I want to buy just now. Can you accompany me to look at it again?" Qiao Ziyu wanted to refuse, looked up at Xiao Huaiyan and Yi Xinran, and followed him as if possessed by a ghost. Yi Xinran was too lazy to pay attention to the two of them and pointed to the clothes she had just chosen and said to Xiao Huaiyan, "This is it. It's strong and beautiful. What do you think?" Xiao Huaiyan changed his attitude and answered happily, "Not bad. Then buy this one." "Waiter, how much is this dress?" Yi Xinran asked. A round-faced young man immediately ran over. "Hello, sir. This dress is 80 cents. 80 cents, so expensive." Yi Xinran wanted to bargain again, but the young man immediately said, "It's not expensive. Not expensive. Look, although this fabric is made of cotton thread, it is finely made. It was made by the best tailor in our store. And this blue color matches your husband very well. It will look good on you." The waiter compared the dress to Xiao Huaiyan. It was indeed beautiful. She was so beautiful that she even forgot to bargain. "Then let him try it on. If it fits, we'll buy it." "Okay." The waiter took the dress and happily led Xiao Huaiyan into the inner hall. He also took the three children aside and asked them to sit on the stools and wait. When he came out and saw Yi Xinran looking at women's clothing, the waiter greeted her warmly. "Sir, I can see that you are a connoisseur of goods. Why don't you buy one for yourself? It will be a perfect match for your husband." Yi Xinran also happened to like a cherry red pleated skirt, so she said to the waiter, "Let me see this one. You have good taste. This dress is most suitable for the season. The red flowers match the green willows. You have fair skin, and this skirt can better show your temperament." The waiter took the skirt down. Yi Xinran was about to take it, but she heard Yi Xinyao say on the side, "I want this skirt." "Sir, this dress was chosen by this girl first. If it doesn't suit her, can you please take another look?" The waiter advised politely. "No, that won't work. How can I let others get their hands on something I like?
But what but?
A middle-aged waiter came down from the second floor. He was white and beardless, with rouge and powder on his face. Judging from the clothes he wore, they were obviously a notch higher than those of the young waiter downstairs. He pointed at the red dress and said, "This Missy is a frequent customer of ours upstairs. She is doing you a favor by choosing the clothes on the first floor. How dare you refuse?" After hearing what the middle-aged man said, the waiter quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Yi Shinran apologetically, "Girl, why don't you choose another one?" "Okay." Yi Shinran didn't want to embarrass the waiter, so she pointed to another lotus-colored dress and said, "Then let me take a look at this one." The waiter said quickly, "This one is also beautiful." The peonies on this skirt were embroidered one stitch at a time by the embroiderer. It looks very elegant when worn on the body. The girl has a dignified temperament, and this light-colored material is very suitable for her. "I want this one too." Without waiting for the waiter to reach out for the clothes, Yi Xinyao spoke again. "I'm sorry." The waiter bowed to Yi Shinran and said with some difficulty, "This is a guest on the second floor. We can't afford to offend him. Why don't you take a look at something else?" "Okay." Yi Shinran took the opportunity to turn around and ask the waiter, "Do you get a bonus for selling a piece of clothing?" "No, but if you buy enough 1 or 2 taels of silver every month, the boss will give you an extra 10 cents. Then, I will help you earn these 10 cents today." Yi Shinran's lips moved slightly, and she smiled gently. Before the waiter understood what was going on, he saw Yi Shinran pointing to a yuehua skirt with intricate workmanship at the highest point and said, "This one is very beautiful, and I think it suits me very well. The girl has a good eye. This is the most expensive piece of clothing on our first floor. It costs 1.5 taels of silver. Look, this skirt is covered with butterflies sewn by the embroiderer from top to bottom. When worn on the body, the butterfly wings will gently vibrate with the girl's footsteps, as if they were alive. The girl must be as graceful as a startled swan and floating in the air when wearing it." In fact, the workmanship of the skirt is not as good as the waiter said. The butterfly looks fake, and the pink color is a bit tacky. Otherwise, it would not be hung on the first floor. But Yi Shinran still pointed at the skirt and said, "Just this one. I want this one too." Before Yi Shinran finished speaking, Yi Xinyao proudly rushed to say, "Sister, don't you live in the village now? Wearing such good clothes, wouldn't it be a waste of the embroiderer's craftsmanship? What's more, your lame husband just now was reluctant to buy a 20-cent piece of clothing. Aren't you afraid of being beaten when you go back if you buy such an expensive skirt? Your man is so poor." After that, Yi Xinyao covered her mouth and giggled.
Yi Shinran, you.
She rolled up her sleeves and wanted to slap Yi Xinyao in the face. People with such bad mouths really deserve a beating. "Madam," a voice interrupted. Yi Shinran looked back and saw that it was Xiao Huaiyan who had changed his clothes. An ordinary green outfit looked noble on him. Even Xiao Ziyu, who was wearing shoe brocade, was eclipsed by him. He is indeed a clothes hanger, and he looks pleasing to the eye in anything he wears. Yi Shinran thought happily. "What's wrong?" Xiao Huaiyan asked. "Nothing." Yi Shinran smiled gently, as if she didn't care at all. "My sister doesn't know how to choose clothes. I just helped her choose 2 pieces. Now that we've chosen, let's go." She paid the money and was about to pull Xiao Huaiyan out. She didn't want Xiao Huaiyan to hear Yi Shinyao's vicious words. "I don't think that's the case." Before Xiao Huaiyan could speak, a woman walked in from outside the door. The woman was wearing a plain light blue dress. Standing at the door, she was quiet and elegant, with an extraordinary temperament. "I just happened to see something outside the door." The woman said, "This girl in the pink dress seems to have been snatching the clothes that another girl likes."
"Do you think I am right, Ziyu?"
"Master's wife." Xiao Ziyu shouted in panic. "Do you think I am right?" Madame Lin looked at him and asked seriously. Xiao Ziyu said respectfully, "Yes." "Then, did she come with you?"
Yes.
Xiao Ziyu stammered. He wanted to say no, but Yi Xinyao had already stood beside him provocatively in the face of Master's wife's questioning. "Master's wife, how come you have time to come out? Have you been feeling better recently?" Seeing that Madame Lung looked gloomy, Xiao Ziyu hurriedly asked about her health and tried to change the subject. Who knew that Madame Lung didn't buy his tricks at all? She continued, Ziyu, the master accepted you because you are smart and studious. Do you remember what the master said to you on the first day you entered the door? Xiao Ziyu felt as if he was on edge and clenched his fists full of sweat and answered, the teacher said that to study, you must first learn how to be a good person. Madame Lung, unpolished jade can be polished, but rotten wood cannot be carved. In broad daylight, you are with a rich lady and bully a girl from a poor family. Is this what your teacher taught you? Hearing this, Xiao Ziyu immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. Master's wife, I dare not.
Dare not?
Did I see it wrong just now? Xiao Ziyu regretted his decision at this moment. He should have just left instead of staying here with Yi Xinyao and watching her make trouble. At this time, Yi Xinyao finally realized the seriousness of the problem. She knelt beside Xiao Ziyu and pleaded tenderly, Master's wife, it's all my fault. Please don't blame Brother Ziyu. My teacher didn't accept you as a student, and I can't bear your name of Master's wife. Mrs. Lung said coldly. Xiao Ziyu pushed Yi Xinyao aside and took 2 steps forward on his knees. Master's wife, it was Miss Yi who acted arbitrarily just now. The student never asked for help. The student remembered the teacher's teachings and never dared to forget them.
Brother Ziyu.
Yi Xinyao's eyes were full of surprise. She hurriedly lowered her head to hide it. When she looked up again, there were tears in the corners of her eyes. The sad and self-blaming look was pitiful. Brother Ziyu, I'm sorry. But Xiao Ziyu didn't even look at him, but only bowed his head and admitted his mistake to Mrs. Lung. Hearing that the son of the county magistrate knelt down in his shop, the shop owner dropped his work and ran over in a hurry. Madam, please calm down. There are many clothes in our shop. If you like any of them, I will definitely give you a discount. I heard that the customers on the second floor of your shop are several times more distinguished than those on the first floor. Madame Lung looked up at the shop owner. The boss analyzed the situation and saw that Madame Lung was speaking up for the girl. He quickly waved his hands to deny, no. All the customers who come to the store are our gods of wealth. We dare not offend any of them. Really? Then I just heard that your guy didn't say that. Yes, madam. The shopkeeper smiled and said coldly to the middle-aged clerk who was arrogant just now, Tao Qian, you offended the customers in the store for no reason. Why don't you apologize to the customers quickly? You have been working for so many years, but you don't have any sense. From today on, let Xiaolu take your place.
Ah?
The clerk standing silently by the side was dumbfounded. What's going on? Did he get promoted to the second floor? You know, the monthly salary on the second floor is 500 won, but it is several times more than what he earns now.
Thank you, shopkeeper.
Xiao Lu immediately bowed to the shopkeeper, then turned around and bowed to Madame Lung and Yi Xinran respectively. Thank you, young lady. Thank you, madam. Madam, how about Xiao Lu accompany you 2 upstairs to choose clothes? The shopkeeper smiled, and Madame Lung nodded gently and said to Xiao Ziyu, Get up, today's matter ends here. I hope you can take care of yourself in the future. Then she took Yi Xinran's hand and turned to go upstairs. When they reached the second floor, Yi Xinran spoke. Thank you, madam, for helping me out just now. Madame Lung smiled. I'm not helping you out either. It's just that Xiao Ziyu is a student of my teacher, and I should take care of her. By the way, do you have any grudge against that girl just now? Otherwise, why does she always target you? Yi Xinran smiled bitterly. It's not a grudge. Maybe she has been used to snatching my things since she was a child. From childhood to adulthood? Madame Lung was shocked. She is my sister.
Yerinden replied.
We grew up together, and she was better than me in every way. In the end, she even snatched away Xiao Ziyu, whom I was engaged to since childhood. I didn't expect that she would be like this when I meet her now. Don't your parents care about her? Madame Lung was shocked. Parents? Yi Xinran sneered. My parents only help her bully me. Whenever I resist, I will be beaten or scolded. That's too much. Although it's difficult for parents to treat their children equally, they are their own children. How can they be so incompetent in distinguishing right from wrong? Such people are not worthy of being parents at all. Madam Lung held her chest and scolded. Madam, don't be angry, don't get yourself hurt. It's all over, I don't really care. Upon hearing this, Madam Lung immediately smiled. More than much better, I haven't been out for a long time, and this is the first time this year. Thanks to you. She looked at Yi Shinran gratefully. Yi Shinran immediately said, Madam, you are a lucky person, but you still have to be careful not to overwork. I know. Madam Lung replied, I just came out to relax and get some medicine by the way, and I'm going to go back soon. The maid beside Madam also quickly testified for her. My madam is indeed going back. She saw the girl in the drugstore opposite, so she said she wanted to come over to see. What medicine did Madam get? Yi Shinran asked. She remembered that it was less than half a month, and according to reason, Madam Lung did not need to take other medicines. Seeing Yi Shinran's doubts, Madam Lung explained, It's not the medicine I take. She stretched out her hand, pointed to Shunyi Tang across the window, and said to Yi Shinran, I don't know if Miss Yi knows that Shunyi Tang has an ancestral prescription called Double Star Tea, which is specially used to treat internal heat and poor appetite. This Double Star Tea is sweet and sour, and there is no taboo. My useless son would clamor to drink this tea every summer. This summer he is going to come here to escape the heat, so I prepared this tea early. Clear heat and digestion? Yi Shinran had an idea and looked at Madam Lung's medicine bag and said, Madam, can you show me this medicine? Why not, let me show you. Madam Lung signaled the maid to put the medicine bag on the table. Yi Shinran opened the medicine bag, which was full of medicinal materials. But after careful inspection, there were only tangerine peel, hawthorn, Uncaria rhynchophila, and light bamboo leaves. Seeing that Yi Shinran was looking at it seriously, Madam Lung said, If you like it, this bag will be given to you. After you go back, boil it in water for an hour, let it cool, add some sugar, and give it to the children. The children will definitely like it. Thank you, Madam Lung, but it's not necessary. This Double Star Tea is not easy to buy, so you should keep it for the children. But if I have other heat-clearing and summer heat-relieving teas in the future, I will definitely bring them to you to try. Looking at this Double Star Tea, Yi Shinran suddenly had an idea in her mind. Good. Madam Lung didn't know why, but she liked Yi Shinran more and more when she looked at this child. But as she looked at it, she also found a problem. She was too excited just now and didn't notice the changes on Yi Shinran's face. At this moment, she tilted her head, and Madam Lung suddenly found that the scar on Yi Shinran's left face was much lighter in color than the last time she saw it. Women love beauty the most, especially Yi Shinran's age. Last time they met, she didn't have the nerve to ask the girl what happened to her face. This time, Madam Lung couldn't help but ask, Missy, the scar on your face looks better than last time? Yes. To Madam Lung's surprise, Yi Shinran didn't shy away from the question. She even turned her face to show Madam Lung a closer look. Madam, look, is the color a little lighter? Yes. Madam Lung looked again and asked, Did the girl use any medicine? Yes. Yi Shinran nodded. It's the ointment I figured out myself. After confirming that it's useful, I'll bring a can for you. Oh, how can that work? Madam Lung waved her hand quickly. Why not? Madam, you helping me so much. This is nothing. Yi Shinran smiled at Madam Lung. Her big eyes narrowed like a crescent. Seeing her like this, not only Madam Lung, but even the maid beside her couldn't help but burst out laughing. After laughing for a while, Mrs. Lung asked hesitantly, Can I ask you how you got the scar on your face? Burns. The smile on Yi Shinran's face disappeared immediately. When I was 5 years old, my mother asked me to go to the kitchen to stew egg custard with Mother Chin. Mother Chin was boiling water. When she turned around, the scalding pot just hit my face. Hiss. After hearing this, Mrs. Lung felt a chill on her back, and her fingers unconsciously touched her cheek. That kind of scene, just thinking about it is painful. How painful it must be for a 5-year-old child. Seeing Mrs. Lung's eyes full of heartache, Yi Shinran comforted her kindly. It was very painful at the time, but it has been too long, and I have long forgotten it. Madam, don't feel sad for me. After all, I have left that home now, and my life is getting better and better. Okay. Mrs. Lung raised her hand and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She also asked with concern, "Good child, you have such a hard life at home. Who did you learn this medical skill from?" Yi Shinran was still immersed in cursing the Yi family from top to bottom, but she didn't expect that Mrs. Lung's question would make her stunned. Yes. Who did she learn this medical skill from? It is definitely impossible that her parents taught her. Did she learn it by studying medical books by herself? Humph. Such an amazing thing. Even she herself dared not believe it. Fortunately, Yi Shinran had seen a lot of strange stories, and her brain reacted quickly. She immediately thought of a perfect answer. It's a coincidence. She said, "When I was a child, no one was watching me, so I often sneaked out to play. Once when I climbed out of the dog hole to play, I happened to meet an unconscious old man outside. The old man fainted from hunger. I just went home to get him some dry food and water. After he woke up, he insisted on passing on his medical skills to me. I said I didn't want to learn, and he threatened to commit suicide." Alas. Yi Shinran sighed in a serious manner and continued. "Later, I followed him diligently for 3 years. 3 years later, he said that I had learned all his skills and disappeared the next day. TSK. There is such a bizarre thing." Mrs. Lung sighed after listening. This world is so big that there are really all kinds of strange things. However, this is also your good fortune. Now that you have this medical skill, you can not only treat others, but also solve your own problems. Maybe God feels sorry for you and compensates you. Yi Shinran curled her lips. My medical skills are different from orthodox medical skills. They are just some unorthodox methods. So forget about curing diseases and saving lives. Unless it is a destined person like Madam who can truly believe in me, I am willing to give it a try. Madam Lung understood. Yi Shinran's medical skills are indeed different from those of other doctors. However, medical skills are like knowledge. Shouldn't everyone have his own strengths? Even if there are masters, they're very rare. Everyone has their own aspirations. It's okay if you don't want to practice medicine. Madam Lung comforted her. Do something you like while you are young. If there is anything I can help with, just let me know. Thank you, madam. After the two of them talked, Madam Lung insisted on buying 2 sets of clothes upstairs for Yi Shinran. One is a light blue waist-length dress with gold embroidery, and the other is a floor-length dress with pink and white flowers. You have fair skin, and this dress is the best for your temperament. Madam Lung looked around and said happily, "It's a pity that I don't have a daughter, and my sister's daughter won't get close to me. If she could be as close to me as you are, I would buy her all the beautiful dresses in the world. But I won't accept these 2 dresses without merit." Yi Shinran refused. "How can it be useless? You cured my disease, which is equivalent to saving my life. Isn't it normal for me to express a little gratitude?" Mrs. Lung insisted that Yi Shinran accept it. She was so talkative, which was completely different from her previous taciturn appearance on the hospital bed. Yi Shinran also found Mrs. Lung's words very interesting. Although there was a generation difference between the two, they got along very well. Xiao Liuzi enthusiastically helped them pack the skirts and was very respectful to his 2 female sponsors. "If you two need anything in the future, just come to me. Xiao Lu will definitely keep the best clothes for you." Then, he followed the 2 and brought down the packed skirts. As soon as Yi Shinran turned the stairs, she saw Xiao Huaiyan, who was accompanying the 3 children in the corner. Mrs. Lung followed her gaze and nodded slightly. "Is this your husband?" "Yes." Yi Shinran's face unconsciously flushed. Mrs. Lung stopped teasing her and just said, "He looks dignified and upright. He should be a good man. Not bad."
Yi Shinran laughed.
After seeing Mrs. Lung off, Xiao Huaiyan took the skirt from Xiao Er and asked, "Where are we going next?" "Let's go to Shenyutang, across the street." Yi Shinran pointed across the street. "Let's go ask if there is double-star tea there, and buy some to bring back for the child to drink."
"Aunt, I'm not sick,"
Chang'an said with his head raised in confusion. "It's not bitter, it's sweet, and it can relieve internal heat."
Yi Shinran similed.
"Oh, second uncle may need to drink some." I once saw a second uncle bleeding from the nose at night. Changping said seriously. Really? Yi Xinran asked hurriedly. When did it happen? Xiao Huayan's face was weird for a moment, and he answered for Changping. It doesn't matter. It happened a long time ago. It doesn't seem that long ago. Changping tilted his head and thought about the time seriously. Xiao Huayan patted him on the head. Don't think about it. Go away.
Oh.
Changping had no choice but to follow him out in a daze. When they arrived at Shenyutang, Yi Xinran finally understood why Madame Lung said that Shuangxing tea was hard to buy. There were more than a dozen people queuing, and some people wanted to buy 2 or 3 packs. The people at the back stretched their necks to look forward, fearing that it would be sold out by the time it was their turn. Xiao Huayan asked Yi Xinran to sit and wait in the corridor outside the door with the 3 children while he stood in line. After queuing for a long time, when he came back, he was holding a pack of medicine in his hand and said, I'm lucky. This is the last pack of today. How much is it?
Yi Xinran asked.
200 won. Xiao Huayan replied. 200 won. So expensive. Yi Xinran complained silently in his heart. How can I be sick? Anything related to medical treatment is not cheap, no matter which dynasty. Besides, there are no precious medicinal materials in this Shuangxing tea. Selling it for 200 won should make a lot of money.
Then,
seeing that Yi Xinran thought it was too expensive, Xiao Huayan didn't know what to do for a while. He couldn't return it. Yi Xinran also saw his embarrassment. He hurriedly said, Sorry, it's not that you bought it too expensive, it's just that the medicine in Shenyutang is quite expensive. But it's better to be a little more expensive. With this foundation, I might be able to make more money in the future. Xiao Huayan didn't know what Yi Xinran was thinking, but when he heard Yi Xinran say that it didn't matter if the medicine was a little expensive, he finally let go of his worry. He was always confused about such things, but fortunately he knew how to follow the rules. Since Yi Xinran was in charge of all the family affairs, she had to make the decision on spending money. After buying the double star tea, Yi Xinran took the 3 children to buy new shoes, cloud cakes, and osmanthus candy. Then she accompanied Changxing to pick out 2 books, a clay pot stove, 2 thin quilts for summer, and a large bag of cotton. Originally, Xiao Huayan carried all the things, but later, Xiao Huayan's hands were full, so Yi Xinran had to carry the cotton on her own. We have almost bought everything for today. Let's go back quickly while it's still early. Yi Xinran looked at the sun that was moving to the center of the sky. Changping quickly reached out to take the cotton. Aunt, let me do it. I'm much stronger than you. But you are small, and you can't even see your figure under such a large bag of cotton. Yi Xinran refused. Changsheng and Chang'an both advised. Aunt, just listen to Changping. He is very strong. Yes, Aunt, second brother can carry cotton that is heavier than you. Then let him carry it. Xiao Huayan also spoke up and took the cotton off Yi Xinran's shoulder and handed it to Changping. Yi Xinran's worry was justified. Although Changping was strong, he was short. With such a large bag of cotton pressing on him, his small body was immediately invisible. People from a distance thought it was a bag walking on the ground by itself. Fortunately, the ox cart was not far away. They arrived at the place quickly. After putting the things on the ox cart, the family hurried back. Half of the ice spirit flowers that Xiao Huayan brought back yesterday were still there. Yi Xinran had to hurry up and plant them on the East Mountain. If they were left for a long time, she was afraid that they would have difficulty surviving. When the ox cart reached Milla Mountain, there was suddenly a noisy voice in front. Who allowed you to come to our mountain to dig canals? Yi Xinran recognized the voice of the head of the village. This Milla Mountain is originally between our 2 villages, and there is a lot of water on the mountain. What's wrong with giving us some? Zhao Fuxing also shouted confidently. And we don't need the canal you have dug. We can dig another one down the mountain ourselves. Is that not possible? You ask me if it's okay? The head of the village sneered. Then let me ask you, if your rice is left there and you can't finish it, can I go and get some? You don't have to do it, I will fill it myself, as much as I want. These are 2 completely different things. Zhao Fuxing said. The head of the village glanced at him. This is one thing. Then you tell me what to do. Zhao Fuxing also knew that he couldn't beat Zhang Yasuo, so he had to take a step back and said, "We are all from the same town. You can't be full and drinkful here, and let us starve to death here. That's not easy. Pay the money." The head of the village said sternly, "Do you know how much silver I spent to buy this mountain?" He stretched out a hand and shook it in front of Zhao Fuxing. 500 taels of silver. I spent 500 taels of silver just for this mouthful of water, and your village wants to use it for free? No way. Then tell me, how much do you want to charge for digging a canal to our place? Zhao Fuxing asked. 1 tael of silver a month. The head of the village seemed to have already calculated the account and said, "I know your village is rich. 1 tael of silver a month is only 12 taels a year. You use the water in this mountain for 30 years, and it is not enough for me to buy the mountain. Just be happy. 1 tael of silver is too expensive." The villagers following Zhao Fuxing said immediately, "It's okay for 1 or 2 months, but who can bear it for a long time? Hey, I don't think this price is expensive." The head of the village looked at him. "Why is it not expensive? Let me give you a detailed account." He looked at the man and said, "There are 200 households in your village. 1 tael of silver is distributed to each household. That is 5 cents, right?" The villagers nodded. 5 cents, use it for 30 days. You can calculate it yourself. How much money is needed per day? The villagers looked dazed. I can't calculate." The head of the village patted his shoulder and said, "It's right that you can't count. I can't count either, because the money allocated every day is really too little. That's why I said you guys are getting a great bargain. Uncle Head of the Village is so awesome. You still have to read more. Look, the head of the village has only studied for 2 years and knows a lot. That's right, such a large amount of money. I feel dizzy just hearing about it." The head of the village was enjoying one of the few highlights in his life, thinking happily in his heart, "I have calculated this for 7 or 8 days, working hard every day. How can it not be amazing?" Zhao Fuxing frowned and listened for a long time, but he couldn't figure it out. He simply stopped thinking about it. "Okay, it's just 1 or 2 taels of silver. I agree. But after I give you the money, you must allow us to go forward and dig the canal immediately. The farming season does not wait for anyone, and if we delay any further, this year's harvest will be over." "Okay." The head of the village also agreed very happily. That afternoon, Zhao Fuxing sent someone to deliver the money. However, when taking people up the mountain to dig the canal, problems arose. The people of Donggo village looked at Mila Mountain, 7 or 8 miles away from the village, and began to make their own calculations. "Head of the village, my family only has 2 acres of land. Can we use 1 less person when digging the canal?" "Village head, my fields are the last to use water, so let those who use water first do more work. The grass in the fields has grown taller than the seedlings. I am the only one in my family. How can I have the time to dig the canal? Uncle Village Head, please have pity on me and don't let me go." Zhao Fuxing didn't expect that the people in his own village would get back at him for the humiliation he had avoided in Yunbian village. You people at this time are still caring about these things, who works more, who works less, and can lose a piece of meat or something. Village head, everything must be fair. Since we want to use the water, we have to work, right? Why are there still people trying to fish in troubled waters? Touch your uncle's fish. I think you're asking for a beating. There was a lot of noise in Donggo village, and the canal digging matter had not been discussed until the sun went down. In Yunbian village, as soon as Yi Xinran and her friends arrived home, the headman came running over happily. "Niece, let me tell you, our village received 1 or 2 taels of silver today. Although it was said that you own half of the mountain, the division will have to wait until you pay off the money owed to the county magistrate. I'm telling you, don't worry." Yi Xinran smiled. "I know, Uncle Headman, I'm not in a hurry."
Hey.
The headman pinched his beard. "How can you not be in a hurry for such a good thing, to make money? Look at you, you bought so many things again. I'm not saying anything bad about you, niece, but you should be frugal in your life." "Okay." Yi Xinran smiled, and did not refute. She had never enjoyed the love of her parents in her 2 lives, and she felt that it was a very happy thing to have the nagging of the elders. Uncle Head of the Village, I have to go to the mountain to plant herbs in a while, so I won't have time to greet you. Plant herbs? The head of the village looked at Yi Shinran in confusion. In the past, I had only heard of people who made a living by collecting herbs, but I had never heard of people who planted herbs by themselves. Where do you plant these herbs? Plant them in Dongshan? The head of the village asked. Yes, otherwise why would I buy a mountain?
Yevinran similet.
Good girl, I thought, when I advised you not to buy it, you said you would do nothing. I really thought you were going to open up wasteland and plant crops. I'm not good at farming, but I can still plant herbs.
Yevinran repliet.
Uncle Head of the Village, how about you help me plant them? One person is paid 20 cents a day, but today there is only half a day left, so I will give 10 cents and I need 2 people. Are you going to do this job just this once, or will it be done frequently in the future? The head of the village became interested when he heard this. Common in the future? Yi Shinran replied, as long as I can dig up the herbs, I will plant them on the mountain. The head of the village, what kind of herbs? Let me see. Yi Shinran took out the ice spirit flower and showed it to the head of the village. It's like this. It must have roots and soil. Otherwise, it will be difficult to grow. If someone digs up such herbs, will you collect them? The head of the village's eyes flashed. Looking at his look, Yi Shinran couldn't help but complain. Uncle Head of the Village, you just told me to save money, and now you want to make money for me? The head of the village chuckled. Isn't this also to help you find a solution? Yi Shinran also smiled and said, then I'll collect them. 2 cents per plant, how about it? Okay. The head of the village clapped his hands. Since you said that, I'll find a way for you about today's matter. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Before Yi Shinran understood what the headman meant by satisfying her, she saw the headman summon the villagers to hold a village meeting. The village meeting was held in front of Xiao Huayan's house. The headman took out the medicine that Yi Shinran was going to plant and showed it to everyone. Everyone, take a look carefully. This kind of grass is a medicinal material. Now the Huayan family needs this kind of medicinal material. We are all from the same village. When you go up the mountain, please help to keep an eye out. If you see it, dig it up with the roots and soil. They want to plant it on the mountain for use. Okay, Uncle Headman, it's just a medicinal herb. It doesn't take up much space. We will bring it back if we see it. Several women who often go to the mountains to find food said. The others were absent-minded. Anyway, they didn't go to the mountains, so this kind of thing should have nothing to do with them. Who knew that the next moment the headman said, the Huayan family said that it's not for free. If you dig one, you'll get 2 cents.
What?
2 cents for one. If I dig 10, it will be 20 cents. Wouldn't it be convenient to look for it while you're picking up mountain products? Of course, that's great. Mrs. Zhang came forward to take a look at the ice spirit flower and sneered. I've never seen this grass before. If it was so easy to find, how could she give you 2 cents for one? She must not be able to find it herself, so she asked you for help. It's just 2 cents, and you're tempted by such a small benefit. You really haven't seen the world. Who can be more worldly wise than you? Not only do you steal people's meat, you also steal their medicine. Of course you don't think highly of these 2 cents. We, who live an honest life, dare not underestimate these 2 cents. I can buy 2 eggs with 3 cents and half a bushel of rice with 10 cents. Zhu Nyang said sarcastically. Someone immediately echoed. That's right. It's up to you to go or not. Uncle Headman, show me the grass again. I will take my daughter to the mountain to look for it tomorrow. Everyone moved forward again. They even deliberately pushed Mrs. Zhang out of the crowd. Everyone look carefully. If you dig the wrong one, you won't get paid. The headman held up the bingling flower for everyone to see again. When everyone had looked at it, he continued, in addition to making money from digging herbs, you can also make money from planting herbs. Madame Yi said that she wanted to hire 2 people to help plant the herbs on the mountain. The wages would be 10 cents a day. I have decided on the candidates. One is Zhang Dali, and the other is Zhang Erju. If you 2 are capable, go to the mountain to work this afternoon. If not, I will find someone else. Okay. The 2 answered in unison. Uncle Headman, why are they the 2? When will I get this good thing? Someone was anxious. The headman glanced at the crowd. Why choose them? As everyone saw when we were digging the canal last time, Zhang Dali and Erju were very capable and were always at the forefront of everything. Especially Erju, he was so brave when dealing with wild boars. So when this kind of good thing happened, I thought of them the first time. Of course, I also kept in mind the good work done by others, and when there is this opportunity next time, I will definitely think of the third most capable and the fourth most capable. Don't you think so? That's what I said, but I don't know when the opportunity will come. Someone complained in a low voice. This opportunity, it doesn't come when it comes. The head of the village rolled his eyes. For example, you all went to the mountains to dig herbs and dug back hundreds of them. At this time, Zhang Dali and Erju must be too busy to handle it, right? Then the Huayan family would have to increase the number of staff and spend more money to hire more people. In this way, wouldn't everyone have a chance? Yes. What the head of the village said makes sense. The more you dig, the more you earn. Maybe you can even earn enough money to grow herbs. Isn't it just like a snowball? The more it rolls, the more you earn? Then what are you waiting for? Let's go tomorrow. Then I won't wait for you. I'm going to go to the mountain to take a look today. Erden's father said, "Why are you in such a hurry? If you're not in a hurry to make money, then you have a problem with your brain." Ha 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 ha. One more thing. Looking at the smiling villagers, the head of the village said seriously, "Don't any of you have any crooked ideas? People have planted the herbs with great difficulty, and you dug them up and want to sell them for money. I tell you, the villagers Zhang Yasuo, brought out are not so wicked. But in order to prevent this from happening, from today on, everyone will supervise each other. Except for those who grow herbs, whoever goes to Dongshan will be fined by me. The fine money will be rewarded to the person who reported it. Uncle head of the village, then I will do nothing tomorrow and just circle around Dongshan. Count me in, I'll go too when I have nothing to do. Who will you make money from if you all go? Well, who knows? Ha ha ha. The laughter of the crowd rang out in the village and could be heard far away. Yi Xinran had never expected that the head of the village would make such a grand event for such a small matter. But the head of the village was indeed more thoughtful than she thought. It seems that this head of the village, Zhang Yasuo, has the potential to brainwash people. If he were put in the era when she lived, he might be a gold medal salesman. The crowd slowly dispersed, and only Erju and Zhang Dali stayed. They looked at Yi Xinran and Xiao Huayan and asked cautiously, "We have only grown crops before, not herbs. How do you grow this thing?" Actually, Yi Xinran thought for a while. "I haven't grown it either." Ah? Both of them were shocked. Yi Xinran continued, "But I have seen people grow it, and what we have is at most transplantation. The mountain is still its original growth environment. As long as the roots of the ice spirit flower are not damaged, there should be no problem. Okay, let's try it." Zhang Dali carried the herbs and went to the mountain with Erju and Yi Xinran. The soil on the East Mountain is not as fertile as that on the Mila Mountain, and the underground water source is insufficient, so the plants on the mountain are not as vibrant. However, Yi Xinran originally chose a valley on the mountain. The valley faces the sun, and because of a low terrain, it stores relatively more water, so it looks more lively. After Yi Xinran chose a place, he directed Zhang Dali and Erju to plant the half basket of ice spirit flowers they brought here. Don't dig the pit too deep, as long as it can cover its current roots. Before planting, you must first clear away some withered leaves on this piece of land and some short grasses. Only keep the taller trees. Mrs. Xiao, let's clear a piece of land first, and then plant the herbs. Anyway, there are only more than 30 herbs, and they will be planted in a while. Erju suggested. Okay. Yi Xinran nodded. Anyway, this piece of land belongs to you too. You can do whatever you want with it. Zhang Dali looked at the direction of the sun and said to Erju, "It's a little late today. Let's clean up a small piece first, and it won't be too late to come up and clean it up tomorrow when there is no work in the field." Okay. Erju answered happily, "I'll listen to Brother Dali." The two of them did what they said. First, they cut down all the waist-deep weeds and small trees, and then picked up the rake and cleared a large area of dead leaves on the ground. Under the dead leaves was all black fertile soil. When Zhang Dali saw it, he immediately praised Yi Xinran for her good vision. "Madam Yi is really good at choosing a place. The piece of land I opened at the foot of the mountain a few days ago was much worse than the soil here. This is a valley which is definitely different from the one at the foot of your mountain. Moreover, there is not enough light here, so it is not possible to grow food. Plants like Binglingwa, which like shade but need a little sunlight, are more suitable to be planted here. Madam Yi is right. Zhang Dali nodded in agreement. The two grown men worked quickly. By the time they had planted all the ice spirit flowers in the soil, the sun had not yet set. Thank you for your hard work. Come with me to my house to get today's wages, Yi Xinran said on the way down the mountain. Zhang Dali touched his head and said embarrassedly, "There's no need to be so anxious. You can save up and give it to me $1 a month." "How can that be possible?" Yi Xinran disagreed. "In that case, I still have to keep accounts, which is so troublesome." "That's true." Zhang Dali wanted to say that it was actually okay not to give. He stammered a few times, but couldn't say it out loud. His family really needed money, and even if he said it, it would be false politeness. When he got home, Yi Xinran went into the house and got the money and paid them 10 cents each as agreed. When he finished his work here and was about to go to the kitchen to cook, he found that Xiao Huaiyan had already brought the 3 children to wash all the vegetables bought today. Seeing Yi Xinran come back, the big and small children all looked at her eagerly. "Aunt, what is that hot pot you mentioned? You said before that you wanted to use meat slices, and I have already cut the meat." Xiao Huaiyan showed her his knife skills. Looking at the thin slices of meat and the small clay stove that had been brushed, Yi Xinran said to Xiao Huaiyan, "Light the charcoal fire and add water to the 2 clay stoves. I'll go and invite the head of the village to come for dinner." Inviting the village head and his wife to dinner was something they had discussed on the way. Because Yi Xinran wanted to go to the mountains with Xiao Huaiyan to look for medicinal herbs this time, and she was worried about the children staying at home alone, Yi Xinran wanted to simply entrust them to the person with the most say in the village. When Yi Xinran arrived, he heard the village head's wife scolding her old man again. "How many times have I told you not to kick stones with your feet? I'll go and invite the head of the village to come for dinner." Inviting the village head and his wife to dinner was, "In the future, you should go out wearing shoes with exposed toes. Anyway, I'm not the one who is embarrassed." "Oh, I didn't notice it either. Why is my foot not listening? I'll hit it twice, and you just have to work hard to fix it for me." Yi Xinran felt a little embarrassed for some reason when she heard what the two said. She just stood in the yard and shouted, "Uncle Village Head, you are at home." "Yes." The village head came out of the house with a smile. "Niece, what's the matter?" "It's nothing serious. Please invite you and your aunt to my house for dinner."
How can I do that?
"You have been here for so long and haven't come to my house for dinner. How can I, a village head, go to the house of the younger generation for dinner? I invite you to dinner to thank you for helping me solve a big problem. Besides, I have something to ask the village head uncle. Just tell me what's the matter. You don't have to go for dinner. Every family is having a hard time now." The village head's wife also came out of the house. She is now like the village head. Every time she sees Yi Xinran, her face is full of smiles. This girl is smart and capable. It would be great if she were her own daughter. "Aunt, I'm here now. Don't be polite. It's just a simple meal. It saves you the trouble of cooking. I want to go to Chang'an's house for dinner." The village head's granddaughter listened for a long time and suddenly said, "Chang'an said her aunt's cooking is delicious." "You kid, my cooking is not delicious?" The wife of the village had grabbed her granddaughter's pigtails. "You can't just go to other people's houses for dinner. Don't you remember what I told you?" Seeing the little girl grimacing, Yi Xinran pulled her over. "Auntie, the children usually play well, and they should move around more. I'll take Nyonya back first, and you two should come quickly later." The village head's son and daughter-in-law were not at home, and now only the village head and his wife were left at home. Seeing Yi Xinran kidnapping her granddaughter, the village head's wife looked at him in embarrassment. "What should we do?"
Go or not? Go.
The head of the village looked at Yi Xinran's back. His family is well off now, so he won't go broke from eating a meal. "Okay, I'll go into the house and change my clothes, and you take off your worn-out shoes and change into new ones." The head of the village and his wife tidied up a little at home before heading to Xiao Huaiyan's house. As soon as they entered the yard, they smelled the aroma of chicken. Chang'an and Changping were squatting in the corner, studying something. Each of them was holding a piece of yunpian paste in their hands, eating it carefully and with relish. "Uncle, Aunt, you're here." The head of the village saw Yi Xinran moving a pot from the kitchen and placing it on the small clay stove that was originally placed on the table. He immediately said, "I told you to live a frugal life. If you had known you would kill a chicken to entertain us, I would not have come." The head of the village turned around and was about to leave. But Yi Xinran stretched out his hand to stop him. "Uncle head of the village, this chicken was bought in the city. My chicken is still there."
Bought?
"Wouldn't it be more expensive?" "Oh, it's not expensive." Yi Xinran dragged the head of the village and pushed him onto a small stool beside the table, then said, "It's worth it even if it's a bit expensive. We don't eat it every day. It's mainly for the children to satisfy their cravings. Just wait." The head of the village had no choice but to sit still. After Yi Xinran asked Shen to sit down, she went to the backyard to serve the dishes. Soon, Xiao Huaiyan brought another pot. Red oil was floating in the pot, and there was a hint of spicy smell. The head of the village was dumbfounded. "What's going on? Why 2 pots? One chicken has 2 flavors." Xiao Huaiyan didn't answer, and something that made the head of the village even more dumbfounded was brought. Yi Xinran brought 3 plates at once, 3 plates, all full of meat. "Oh, you guys are really something, so much meat, it would be great to save it and eat it slowly." The village head's wife was also surprised. Her family had not eaten so much meat all year round. It seemed that the Xiao family's life was better than she thought. "Uncle village head, no matter how much you eat, at least you have never seen me eat this way before." Yi Xinran went to the back to serve the dishes again, and the village head was frightened. Fortunately, this time it was no longer meat that was served, but 2 pots of vegetarian dishes. There were cabbage, green bamboo shoots, potatoes, tofu, winter melon slices, and some pumpkin tips. "Why are they all raw?" The village head's wife was shocked. The meat was raw just now, and the dishes were also raw now. There were 2 pots on the table. Mrs. Yi would not let them cook it themselves. "It's raw, but it will be cooked after blanching. Children, come and eat." She called a few children to come to eat and then picked up a piece of meat and put it in the pot. When the meat slices rolled in the pot, she took the meat out of the pot. "You can eat the meat after it is blanched, and the same goes for the dishes. But potatoes and winter melon need to be cooked a little longer, so we can put those that are not easy to cook first." "Oh, I've learned a lot. There is such a way to eat." The head of the village and Mrs. Li were still immersed in shock, but the 4 children had already picked up their bowls, eager to try. "Here are 2 pots, 1 spicy and 1 non-spicy. Those who can eat spicy food can sit on the upper one, those who can't eat it can sit on the lower one, and those who can eat both can sit in the middle." Yi Xinran arranged the seats. Then he pointed to the seasoning and said, "Here are sesame paste and sesame oil. You can use whichever seasoning you like. Take the dishes out and dip them in the seasoning to make them delicious." The head of the village could eat some spicy food, so he sat on the upper one. Before Xiao Huaiyan could speak, Yi Xinran arranged him to sit on the lower one. The others sat around them. After they sat down, no one moved their chopsticks. 7 pairs of eyes looked at the head of the village. "Why aren't you eating? Why are you looking at me?" The head of the village was inexplicably nervous. "You are the most senior person here, and everyone is waiting for you to make a move before they are willing to pick up their chopsticks. Hurry up and take a bite."
Liurja.
Under the eager anticipation of everyone, the head of the village finally reached out and picked up a piece of meat with chopsticks. He imitated what Yi Xinran had done just now and put the meat into the pot. As a result, the meat disappeared as soon as he put it in. He hurriedly looked for it and took the meat out. When he took it out, the head of the village's hands trembled slightly. It was really awkward to have so many people staring at you while you were eating. If you eat the wrong thing, you will be laughed at. Nervous. His sauce dish was filled with sesame oil. He dipped the meat in it and then put it in his mouth. He signaled to everyone with his eyes, "I've eaten it all, let's start." As soon as everyone picked up their chopsticks, they heard the head of the village say him over there. When they looked over again, they saw the head of the village shaking his head and exclaiming, Delicious. Delicious. Looking at his expression, Mrs. Lee quickly smiled at Yi Shinran. You haven't eaten meat for a long time. You might be surprised by what you have eaten.
Don't laugh at me.
Yi Shinran also quickly said, It's okay, everyone, let's eat quickly. When Lee ate the dish herself, she found that the old man was not exaggerating. This thing is really delicious. Put the water celery in the pot, and the fresh soup runs through the leaves. It is slightly spicy and fragrant, and with the sauce, this taste is something they have never tasted before. It turns out that the dishes can be eaten like this. Yi Shinran took Chongqing and the head of the village to eat spicy pot. Xiao Huaiyan took the other 3 children to eat clear soup pot. The clear soup pot uses chicken soup as the soup base. Although it is not as fragrant as the spicy pot, it also has a unique taste. At first, the head of the village and Li were a little restrained and ate very slowly. Later, the pleasant atmosphere made everyone let go and started to eat and drink. The meal lasted from the sun setting to the moon rising above the willow branches. Later, everyone stopped eating because they really couldn't eat anymore. After the meal, several children ran to the side to play hide and seek, and Yi Shinran expressed his demands to the head of the village and his wife. Uncle head of the village, tomorrow I plan to go to the mountain with Huayan to look for medicinal herbs. These 3 children can't cook. Can they eat at your house for a few days, 2 meals a day, and let them go home to sleep at night? Okay, what's wrong with that? I thought it was something else. The head of the village agreed very readily. Uncle head of the village has agreed, so I feel relieved. If they don't behave in the next few days, you can deal with them. Hey, I think these children have always been more obedient, especially Chongqing, who is good at studying and sensible. I like him so much. Yi Shinran looked at Li again. Boys can eat. I plan to bring them 5 dough of rice. If it's not enough, I will make up for it when I come back. Aunt head of the village, do you think it's okay? Oh, how can I use so much? 2 dough of rice is enough. Li waved her hands repeatedly, but the head of the village poked her with his hand. What rice do you want? I have rice at home, just eat what's at my house. Li was a little embarrassed and quickly said, Yes, no need to bring it. No need to bring it.
How can that be?
Yi Shinran refused. I'm sorry to ask you to help take care of it. You must collect this rice. Uncle Li Zheng doesn't have to worry about us having a bad life. I'm still quite good at budgeting.
Ha!
The Li Zheng didn't want to say anything at first, but when he heard this, he couldn't help but raise his beard again. Anyway, I've never seen you live like this, Huayan. Do you think she is right? When Xiao Huayan heard this question, he didn't hesitate at all and immediately said, Yes. Okay. The Li Zheng completely lost his temper. Anyway, I can't interfere with your family affairs. You all should be careful when you go up the mountain and come back early, do you hear me? Don't worry, Uncle Li Zheng. Yi Shinran readily agreed. The next day, Yi Shinran got up early. She had fermented the dough before going to bed last night, and today was just the right time to steam buns. This way, she had both breakfast and dry food to bring to the mountains, which saved effort. There were 2 kinds of fillings for the buns, one was pork and cabbage, and the other was bamboo shoots and pork. Each bun was as big as a fist, and was white and plump after steaming, which was very cute. After the children got up, Yi Shinran asked them to collect the remaining vegetables and money at home, and put them into a backpack with 5 dough of rice, which Chongqing would carry to the head of the village. Facing their second uncle and aunt who were about to leave, the 3 children felt reluctant to leave. When their second uncle left alone before, they thought it was normal and didn't miss him very much. Now that their aunt has left, they feel like something is missing in their lives. Aunt, you must come back early. Chang'an sniffed in a baby voice. Chongqing also said, Aunt, don't worry, we will be obedient. Come back early. Although Xiao Huaiyan didn't say anything in the face of the children's sadness, he couldn't help feeling a little lost in his heart. It turns out that the children are reluctant to leave you, and they will show it. After finishing breakfast, Yi Shinran wrapped all the remaining buns with oil paper, and Xiao Huaiyan packed some rice and took the tools he would need to go to the mountain, and the 2 of them went out. Let us go to the village head's house for dinner in the evening. If you are hungry at noon, Chongqing will cook some porridge. I put pickles in the jar near the chopping board in the kitchen, and you can have it with the meal. Aunt, we got it, don't worry. Perhaps they were really used to separation, so when Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan left, the three children did not say anything to keep them. Yi Xinran was wearing an old set of clothes. She asked Shen to help shorten one of her skirts so that she could wear it with pants for easier walking. Xiao Huaiyan led her out of the village, and when they passed Dongshan, they found that there were really villagers hanging around there. Yi Xinran remembered what she had said to the head of the village yesterday. I've already talked to the head of the village and asked him to help me harvest the ice spirit flowers in the next 2 days. All the harvested and planted flowers will be recorded in the account first. But the head of the village is quite resourceful. He came up with the idea of having everyone supervise. Simple and effective. Xiao Huaiyan also looked towards Dongshan. The head of the village is an old fox. Yi Xinran nodded in agreement. The two of them were silent all the way. They walked for a long way before they started to climb the mountain. The way up the mountain was relatively easy to walk. Yi Xinran looked up and found a trampled path from the foot of the mountain to the top. There were sturdy plants on the side of the road, and when encountering steep places, Yi Xinran would pull on branches or grass roots to climb up. Xiao Huaiyan walked in front without looking back, like a piece of wood. Such a good opportunity to help each other and promote feelings, but he didn't seem to care at all, just going his own way. You are the only one who knows how to climb mountains. Yi Xinran complained as he walked, but his foot slipped, and the branch he had just grabbed couldn't bear the weight, and with a click, it broke.
Ah, you've been screaming.
Her body fell backwards. If she fell, she didn't know which would hit the ground first, her head or her hands, and she didn't know what would be where she fell. If it was a sharp branch, her little face might be in danger. In her haste, she didn't have time to think about it. She just struggled and stretched out her hands to grab, praying that she could grab a strong vine to save her life. As she was panicking, she suddenly felt something entangled around her waist. A strong force came and pulled her body back. She fell into a solid embrace. This embrace was warm. Xiao Huaiyan's muscles were strong and as hard as stone, and Yi Xinran's face was red from the impact. She didn't have time to cry out in pain, and she thanked Xiao Huaiyan first. Thank you. Thanks for your quick reaction. Xiao Huaiyan looked at her frightened expression, felt the softness against his body, cleared his throat, and said 2 words. Be careful. Okay. Yi Xinran stood up again, but found that her waist was still entangled by the vines in Xiao Huaiyan's hand, so she had to remind him. This, untie it for me.
Sorry.
Xiao Huaiyan hurriedly untied the vines and asked, Do you want to take a break? It was the first time for Yi Xinran to walk such a long distance, and her legs were indeed a little heavy, but when she looked around, there were only grass and trees around, and there was not even a clean and flat stone, so she shook her head and said, No, you can rest later. Xiao Huaiyan turned around and continued to move forward after hearing this. However, this time his pace slowed down significantly, and the distance between him and Yi Xinran was shortened a lot. The two walked for another hour. Xiao Huaiyan didn't stop until they came across a small wooden house. Go inside and rest. What is this place? Yi Xinran was a little curious. Judging from Xiao Huaiyan's attitude, he should be very familiar with this place. Did he also build this house on the mountain? Xiao Huaiyan walked into the house first, stretched out his hand to sweep the cobwebs on the door, then turned to Yi Xinran and said, No one is here, come in. He put the backpack on the ground, quickly started a fire, then took out 2 buns from the backpack, put them together with a stick, and put them on the fire to roast. Seeing that Yi Xinran was still looking around, he said, This is where hunters rest when they go up the mountain. But because this place is close to the foot of the mountain, not many people use it, so it looks rather shabby. Yi Xinran grasped the key point and immediately asked, You mean there are houses like this on the mountain? Well, there are several. Xiao Huaiyan nodded. Yi Xinran finally understood. No wonder they could live in the mountains for so long. It turned out that they were not living in the open air. Xiao Huaiyan handed a baked bun to Yi Xinran. After the two of them finished eating the buns and took a short rest, they continued to walk into the mountains. Yi Xinran's performance was a little beyond Xiao Huayan's expectations. He didn't expect that she, a weak woman who looked small, would not be at a disadvantage at all. Before dark, the two finally arrived at another place to stay. On the way, Xiao Huayan explained to Yi Xinran that these houses on the mountain were used by everyone. Sometimes, if several people arrived at the same time, they would stay together for one night and then separate the next day. Fortunately, when they arrived, there was no one else in the house, just the two of them this time. There was a spring behind the house. Xiao Huayan boiled water first, and the two of them simply washed up, ate some buns, and prepared to rest. After walking for a day, Yi Xinran gritted her teeth and persisted. When she really rested, she felt that her legs were not her own. The house on the mountain was simply furnished. The bed was just a single bed. Although the two were husband and wife, they had never slept in the same bed, and when it came time to sleep, they encountered a problem: how to sleep on such a bed. Xiao Huayan occasionally met other hunters in the past, and he would squeeze with them. Now with the petite Yi Xinran, he couldn't say such words as squeezing. You sleep on the bed, the mountain breeze is cool at night, he said. What about you? Yi Xinran asked. I'll just make do on the ground. How can that be? Your legs are not good to begin with. If you get cold, it will be even more difficult to recover. Yi Xinran said. Let's squeeze on the bed. Yi Xinran said this. Xiao Huayan did not answer. What? Are you afraid of being at a disadvantage? Seeing his hesitation, Yi Xinran could not help asking. In fact, the best solution is for Xiao Huayan to sleep on the bed, and she sleeps in the laboratory. But Xiao Huayan is not as easy to fool as Chang'an. If she disappeared in the middle of the night, Xiao Huayan would definitely notice it. I'm a man. Why should I be afraid of being at a disadvantage? Xiao Huayan said. Then you sleep inside, and I'll sleep outside. Okay. Yi Xinran said, took off her shoes, and got on the bed. The bed was really narrow, and after she got on the bed, she tried to lean towards the inside. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Xiao Huayan stretched out his hand. There is wind coming in from the side of the bed. Lift the quilt a little higher to block it. As he said this, he helped Yi Xinran lift up the quilt. After doing this, Xiao Huayan blocked the burning stove, and the room suddenly became dark. In the darkness, Yi Xinran opened her eyes wide and listened to the rustling sound. After a long time, someone suddenly approached her. Xiao Huayan also lay on the bed. From his movements, Yi Xinran guessed that he should be lying on his side and leaning against the edge of the bed. He tried his best to keep a distance from Yi Xinran. It was a narrow single bed, and there was still a distance between the two people. Even so, the temperature of Xiao Huayan's body came over the moment he got on the bed. This temperature dispelled Yi Xinran's fear of the darkness on the mountain. Unknowingly, she fell asleep. She never thought that she could sleep so soundly in such an unsafe environment with leaks everywhere. What's more, she was covered with a quilt that had been covered by countless people. But it was so magical that she didn't think about anything when she fell asleep and had a beautiful dream. In the dream, she was surrounded by a soft cloud, warm and safe. But she didn't know when the cloud seemed not so soft, and it was a little prickly. She struggled to change her posture and find the comfortable feeling before. When she stretched out her hand, she touched something prickly. Yi Xinran woke up suddenly. In front of her was the magnified, handsome face of Xiao Huayan. And the prickly thing was the stubble that had just appeared on Xiao Huayan's chin. Yi Xinran, who had just opened her eyes, was still a little confused. She didn't know how her hand touched someone else's face. She struggled to leave. Unexpectedly, she kicked an unidentified object. Well, Xiao Huayan groaned, and then rolled to the ground with a thump. Yi Xinran never expected such a change. In a hurry, she went to hold Xiao Huayan's hand, but forgot the height and weight difference between them. She grabbed Xiao Huayan's arm, but not only did she fail to hold him, but she was dragged down as well. She happened to fall on Xiao Huayan. Now Yi Xinran finally knew what the unidentified object she kicked just now was. Isn't that right? Isn't Xiao Huayan capable?
He said so himself.
Xiao Huaiyan obviously didn't expect this change. His back was against the cold ground, but his body was soft and hot. Under the double attack of ice and fire, his body had a more obvious reaction.
I didn't mean it just now.
Yi Xinran felt the changes in his body, her face flushed, and her voice of explanation became smaller and smaller. Xiao Huaiyan suddenly turned over and pressed Yi Xinran under him. Yi Xinran was still wrapped in a quilt, so she couldn't feel the coldness of the ground, but Xiao Huaiyan's eyes were a little scary, making her shiver all over.
You
get up first. She thought so, and she did so. Although she had no shell, she buried her head in Xiao Huaiyan's chest, trying to turn a blind eye. Xiao Huaiyan had been kicked in the vitals early in the morning, and now a furry head was rubbing against his chest. No matter how well he restrained himself, he couldn't help but lose control at this moment. "Don't move," he said hoarsely, and stretched out his hand to hold down Yi Xinran's little head that was constantly making trouble. The next moment, he stood up, wrapped Yi Xinran in a quilt, and put her on the bed. "I'm going to go outside to wash up, you take a rest, and then get up." Having said that, he turned and walked out of the room. The moment the door closed, Yi Xinran dared to stick her head out of the quilt. It was so embarrassing, so embarrassing. How could things develop to this point? How can the two of them get along peacefully in the future? Thinking of this, Yi Xinran suddenly realized, that's not right. Aren't we husband and wife? It would be normal for the situation just now to have a good morning kiss or other more in-depth communication, right? She is a typical giant in thought and a dwarf in action. She used to laugh at others for not knowing how to seize the opportunity, but when it came to her turn, she would only be a coward. But Xiao Huaiyan is really handsome. How come he doesn't even have eye boogers when he gets up in the morning? Thinking of this, Yi Xinran hurriedly touched her eyes with her hands. Fortunately, she didn't have any either. Soon, the sound of chopping wood came from outside. Xiao Huaiyan was preparing to make a fire again. After eating 2 meals of baked buns, Yi Xinran really didn't want to eat a third meal, so when Xiao Huaiyan came in, she asked, "Can I cook here? I see there are pots and bowls."
Sure.
Xiao Huaiyan replied, "But my cooking skills are not very good." "I'll do it," Yi Xinran said hurriedly. "I want to cook some porridge." "Okay." Xiao Huaiyan did not light a fire immediately, but looked at Yi Xinran, and after a while, he tentatively spoke. "Do you want to go out? To the bathroom?" He said it with some difficulty, but because it was Yi Xinran's first time in the mountains, he was afraid that she didn't know what to do. So he continued, "There are not many people on the mountain. Walk a little further." "Okay, I understand." A blush appeared on Yi Xinran's face, and she put on an expression that said, "Don't say any more, I understand." She walked out, and before she left, Xiao Huaiyan still warned her, "Don't go too far. It's dangerous in the mountains."
Ye Vinran stumbled.
She walked out of the house, escaped from the embarrassing place, breathed the fresh air in the mountains, walked to a place where the cabin could not see, and then suddenly entered the space. At this moment, she was extremely grateful that she had a portable space. Otherwise, she really didn't know what to do with her personal problems. After hurriedly going to the toilet, brushing her teeth, and washing her face, Yi Xinran came out of the space and walked back. Xiao Huaiyan was obviously waiting a little anxiously. When Yi Xinran came out of the woods, she saw him standing at the door looking around, and he breathed a sigh of relief when he saw her. Breakfast was hot porridge and buns, served with the food that Yi Xinran brought up from the mountain. Pickles. Pickles are made of cucumbers and yuzu root, crispy and refreshing. When Yi Xinran bought pickles, Xiao Huaiyan followed her in to see, and didn't know when she bought this. But the pickles tasted really good. Better than freshly fried dishes. Xiao Huaiyan has never been picky about food, and because of this refreshing pickle, he drank an extra bowl of porridge. After the two of them had their meal, they put out the fire in the stove with water and folded the quilt on the bed neatly. After checking around and making sure there was no problem, they continued to walk into the mountains. Xiao Huaiyan's destination is still far away, but Yi Xinran's destination actually started the moment they entered the mountain. "How long do we need to walk to get to the next stronghold?"
Yi Xinran asked.
At the speed of yesterday, we can reach the next one in the afternoon. If we go a little later, we can reach the farther one before dark. Xiao Huaiyan obviously wanted to get to the farther one earlier. But this time Yi Xinran expressed a different opinion. Can we walk slower today? I want to walk and see if there are any herbs I want to find in the mountains. Different herbs prefer different humidity and temperature. You don't have to go to the top of the mountain to find herbs. Okay. Xiao Huaiyan thought about it and agreed. With the purpose of finding herbs, the two of them walked slower this time. There are at least a dozen hunters hunting on this mountain. In order to prevent accidental injuries, hunters will leave marks in hidden places when setting traps. However, as an outsider, it is difficult to understand these marks. Xiao Huaiyan was not at ease with Yi Xinran going into the mountains by herself, so he led the way in front, and Yi Xinran followed behind. Not long after walking, Yi Xinran actually found a more valuable herb. She taught Xiao Huaiyan while digging. This is Polygonum multiflorum. Generally speaking, the thicker its branches and leaves, the longer it may be, but it also depends on the size of the dugout. Even if it is young, it has medicinal effects. Even if it is not sold, it is good for Chang'an to eat more. Xiao Huaiyan stepped forward to help. While digging the Polygonum multiflorum, he silently memorized the shape of its leaves. The Polygonum multiflorum they dug this time was not big, and it looked like it was less than 5 years old. Yi Xinran continued to walk forward with Xiao Huaiyan, and after a few steps, they had a bigger surprise. A plant with a red crown was very eye-catching among the grass and trees. Yi Xinran was delighted. When she got closer, she found that it was indeed a ginseng. The leaves of ginseng gradually increase with the increase of years. One stalk grows every year, and 5 leaves grow on each stalk. After 6 stalks are grown, the petioles will not increase, but the stems and leaves will gradually become thicker with the increase of years. The plant that Yi Xinran found has large leaves and dark color. It is estimated to be 20 years old. She called Xiao Huaiyan to come over and see. Didn't you find this ginseng when you were hunting before? Xiao Huaiyan took a look and couldn't believe it. Is this ginseng? He had seen ginseng before. Sliced, cut into sections, whole plant, made into soup, soaked in wine, and put into medicine, but he had never seen it growing in the soil. So he didn't recognize the leaves of ginseng. Yes. Yi Xinran now knew that the reason why this ginseng had not been discovered was because the hunters did not recognize it. If it had been seen by people picking herbs, it would have been gone long ago. The two squatted down to dig ginseng. The roots of wild ginseng are very long, especially those that are many years old. The roots below are even more intricate. You can't be too violent when digging. You have to peel off the soil layer by layer to avoid hurting the ginseng. The two people dug for almost half an hour before they finally dug it out. Yi Xinran picked up the ginseng and took a look. It had a long top and a body as thick as a finger. The 2 large whiskers below were separated to the left and right, forming a human shape with the upper part. Yes, it's a good ginseng. Yi Xinran peeled a piece of moss from the stone next to him and wrapped the ginseng in it, so that the freshness of the ginseng could be guaranteed to the greatest extent. After doing all this, Xiao Huaiyan looked at the sky. It's getting late. Let's speed up. Can you still hold on?
I'm fine. Yevinran vavet herhand.
Her legs still hurt when she got up in the morning, but not to the point where she couldn't bear it. The two of them sped up a little. Yi Xinran continued to check the surrounding plants while walking, hoping to find the medicinal materials she wanted in them. Expensive ones like ginseng and Polygonum multiflorum can be sold for money, but ice spirit flower and rhubarb are what she wants most now. Unfortunately, nothing was found on this road later. The two arrived at the place where Xiao Huaiyan mentioned before the sun set. With yesterday's experience, Yi Xinran was not surprised by what she saw now. As Xiao Huaiyan said, the wooden house below looks rather shabby, because there are not many people going there on weekdays. The one they arrived at today has much more complete things in it. There are rice jars, water jars, wooden basins, and even a little oil and seasoning. Xiao Huaiyan put down his backpack and went to the back to fetch water. After the two washed their hands and faces, Yi Xinran suggested, "It's still early. Let's go to the side to see if there are any wild vegetables." Although everything should be kept simple outside, she still hopes to make life more comfortable within limited conditions. Okay, I'll take you there. Xiao Huaiyan wiped his face covered with water droplets, then picked up a backpack and a machete, and walked to the back of the wooden house with Yi Xinran. There was a small bamboo forest not far away. Xiao Huaiyan had seen people digging bamboo shoots there. The two walked towards the bamboo forest. Yi Xinran walked and stopped, and before arriving at the bamboo forest, she had already got a lot of food. There were shepherd's purse, tune buds, and mugwort tips. These things are both medicine and food, and Yi Xinran has seen them in medical books. Xiao Huaiyan did not doubt the edibility of these things. Because Yi Xinran had already proved with her ability that if she said it was edible, it must be edible. After digging 2 bamboo shoots, Yi Xinran looked at the basket and suggested that they go back. There was only 1 iron pot in the wooden house. These dishes were very mixed. Yi Xinran thought about it and finally stewed some rice and made fried eggs with tune, shepherd's purse, and mugwort. Various dishes were mixed together, but they were unexpectedly delicious. Xiao Huaiyan had never eaten so well in the mountains and couldn't help but eat up. These dishes were very mixed. Yi Xinran thought about it and finally stewed some rice and made fried eggs with tune, shepherd's purse, and mugwort. Various dishes were mixed together, but they were unexpectedly delicious. Xiao Huaiyan had never eaten so well in the mountains. After a day of sharing hardships yesterday, the relationship between the two has been improved a lot. Yi Xinran talked about the topic a little more deeply. In fact, you have already found that I am a little strange, but you never asked, don't you think I am here to harm you? Harm me? A hint of sarcasm unconsciously appeared on Xiao Huaiyan's lips. Actually, you're not useless. Yi Xinran defended in a low voice. A trace of tenderness appeared in Xiao Huaiyan's eyes. I can see that you are sincere in your kindness to the children. If you have spent so much effort just to harm me, then I can only say that this is my life, and I am willing to accept it. Yi Xinran never thought that Xiao Huaiyan would say such a thing. Is this a disguised confession? She felt a little hot on her face. She hurriedly changed the subject and said, Don't you usually cook when you come to the mountain? Xiao Huaiyan nodded. Cooking is too troublesome, not to mention my cooking skills are really...
Yi Xinran understood.
His cooking skills are probably hard for him to swallow. Xiao Huaiyan, if you are hungry, there are wild fruits on the mountain, or you can roast the prey you caught and eat it for a few days. But with your conditions, you shouldn't have to work so hard. Yi Xinran thought of the 400 taels of silver that Xiao Huaiyan had given her. Someone who could come up with 400 taels of silver didn't need to hunt, and his life wouldn't be too bad, and he could even live better than most people in the village. Are you doing this to hide your identity? Based on Yi Xinran's current experience, all the things that seemed unreasonable had other hidden stories behind them. Xiao Huaiyan stammered, wanting to say something, but in the end, he said nothing. Yi Xinran waved his hand casually. Forget it if you don't want to say it. Anyway, we each have secrets. As long as we don't want to hurt each other, we don't have to say it. Xiao Huaiyan was a little moved. Does she really not care? If she knew the truth, would she be scared away? What if my secret might really hurt you one day? He hesitated. Are you doing this on purpose?
Yi Xinran asked. No.
That's good. Yi Xinran stroked the hair by her ears. As long as you don't want to hurt me, we can face other things together. He thought about how Yi Xinran would react after knowing the truth. Would she run away, or would she be willing to stay and share the joys and sorrows? He just didn't expect that she would be so indifferent, even. Fearless. She is so brave. Don't worry, I will try my best to handle my own affairs, and will not let them hurt you. Okay. Yi Xinran smiled slightly. Then, to reward you, I will teach you how to make a delicious bamboo tube rice. In the future, when you go up the mountain by yourself, you don't have to go hungry. Yi Xinran scooped out a ladle of rice, put it into the pot, and added water to soak it. If you want to make bamboo tube rice, remember to soak the rice a day in advance, otherwise the rice will not taste good. Xiao Huaiyan nodded. Then what?
Then.
Yi Xinran deliberately kept it a secret, and then said, Then rest, and wait until the rice is soaked the next day before cooking. Remember, it must be soaked for at least an hour. Xiao Huaiyan nodded obediently.
It was already dark at this time.
Xiao Huaiyan went out to relieve himself and washed himself. Yi Xinran took this opportunity to return to the laboratory, took a shower, and applied medicine on her face. When Xiao Huaiyan knocked on the door and came in, Yi Xinran had finished everything. Xiao Huaiyan only felt that there was a faint, pleasant fragrance in the room. For a moment, he didn't know whether it was emitted from the medicine on Yi Xinran's face or from Yi Xinran's body. Since the two have revealed the truth to each other, Yi Xinran no longer hides it so tightly. When she went to bed at night, she took out the small floral quilt in her laboratory and said to Xiao Huaiyan, "It's too crowded for two people to sleep on one quilt. I'd better sleep on my own quilt." He was not too shocked when he saw the eggs, but when he saw that Yi Xinran had conjured up such a big quilt like a magic, Xiao Huaiyan was completely dumbfounded. He used to think that Yi Xinran only knew a little bit of sleight of hand, hiding the small things on her body so that others could not see them. But no matter how powerful the sleight of hand is, it is impossible to hide such a big quilt. Xiao Huaiyan looked at Yi Xinran with an unfathomable look. He began to doubt in his heart that Yi Xinran was a monster coming down from the mountain. But if she was a monster, she neither absorbed people's yang energy nor was she so kind to the children. She even led the villagers to find water, which helped everyone a lot. Is she here to repay her gratitude? Xiao Huaiyan closed his eyes. He began to think about what prey he had let go of out of kindness over the years. He thought for a long time but couldn't remember. The conclusion is that no prey can escape his palm. Yi Xinran didn't know what Xiao Huaiyan was thinking. Seeing that his eyes were open and closed from time to time, he thought he was sleepy, so he urged him, "If you are sleepy, come to bed quickly. Why are you still standing there?" Xiao Huaiyan put out the fire and walked to the bed obediently. After last night, it seemed that it was not so awkward to sleep together again today. Yi Xinran had wiped off the medicine on her face and wrapped the quilt tightly around her body, like a big sandbag. The two fell asleep quickly. But in the middle of the night, Yi Xinran, who was covered with her own small flower quilt, felt the cold wind biting her bones. She kept looking for a heat source in her sleep. Not long after, she got out of her small flower quilt and got into Xiao Huaiyan's arms. Xiao Huaiyan opened his eyes the moment Yi Xinran moved. Last night, the little guy kept getting into his arms after falling asleep. After changing the quilt today, Xiao Huaiyan was a little disappointed, but looking at the person who was curled up in his arms obediently at this moment, he slightly curled up his mouth. Yi Xinran was like a kitten when she was asleep, weak and obedient, and liked to rub her head constantly. It melted Xiao Huaiyan's heart. Such a gentle and naughty Yi Xinran is completely different from the rational and capable her during the day. Is this what she really looks like? Xiao Huaiyan thought. Such a person, even if she is a monster, must be the most attractive one among all the monsters. Xiao Huaiyan rubbed Yi Xinran's head, helped her find the most comfortable position, and closed his eyes again. The next day, he woke up before Yi Xinran opened her eyes again. In order to avoid the same embarrassing situation as yesterday, Xiao Huaiyan withdrew his lower body in advance. Yi Xinran was disturbed, and her eyelashes slowly opened like butterfly wings. As soon as she opened her eyes, she was once again faced with that handsome face that made people's heart beat faster. Deep eye sockets, high nose bridge, and a small red mole under the left eye. So beautiful. After seeing it, you can be happy all day long. Yi Xinran secretly glanced at Xiao Huaiyan, and seeing that he had closed his eyes and had not woken up yet, she secretly leaned over and kissed him on the cheek. Kissing your own husband, this is not considered a good male beauty. Yi Xinran thought secretly after returning to her nest. God has a lustful nature, and everyone has a love for beauty. After thinking a lot, seeing that Xiao Huaiyan didn't wake up, she moved forward again. This time, she kissed the other's rosy lips. Yi Xinran was as cautious as a dragonfly touching the water and immediately retreated after touching. Unexpectedly, Xiao Huaiyan's lips were soft. Yi Xinran seemed like a child addicted to doing bad things. Seeing that Xiao Huaiyan still didn't move, she went up and pecked him again. This person is sleeping too deeply. I don't even know that someone is taking advantage of me. Yi Xinran thought to herself as she tried to pull back. but she was suddenly surrounded by a big hand on the back of her head. She couldn't pull back and was pushed back instead. The next moment, her little mouth that had just taken advantage of someone was held by someone else. Xiao Huaiyan was not someone who would just let go after a quick touch. He was greedy for the warmth on her lips, then pried open her pearly teeth and continued to attack the city. Yi Xinran's eyes widened in shock and a hum sound escaped from her lips. She wanted to turn around and run away, but Xiao Huaiyan held her neck with a big hand. After a long time, Xiao Huaiyan finally raised his head and looked at her with a dangerous look in his eyes. His voice was hoarse and unrecognizable. "Don't test me in this way. I will find it difficult to control myself." Yi Xinran was stunned and did not react. This man really can't stand the teasing. But his eyes now are so tempting, making people want to indulge in it. A bright smile bloomed on Yi Xinran's lips. She raised her head slightly and kissed the man's watery lips again. The two bodies hugged each other tightly. Xiao Huaiyan's rough big hands stroked Yi Xinran's neck, causing her to tremble. In a trance, she felt something hot again. Yi Xinran's face instantly became hotter. Xiao Huaiyan looked at Yi Xinran's intoxicated expression, and there seemed to be a fire burning in his pupils. Reason told him that the time was wrong, and the place was wrong. But the body was more honest. He put his arms around Yi Xinran's slender waist, and with a force, he pushed her against him. The woman's curves fit his body perfectly. At this moment, Xiao Huaiyan wanted time to stop forever. "Look, isn't there a place to rest in front? You were the one who led the way yesterday. If you had followed my instructions, you wouldn't have had to stay in the tree last night. You didn't tell us to go this way yesterday. Besides, if you hadn't wasted time, how could we still be wandering in the mountains so late?" Voices were heard outside the house. Xiao Huaiyan's face turned cold. He grabbed the small floral quilt that had fallen on the ground and wrapped Yi Xinran up. Yi Xinran's face was as red as an apple. She slowly calmed down in the quilt and heard someone pushing the door and walking in. "So someone is here." It was a young voice. "Isn't this Brother Xiao? You stayed here yesterday?" Xiao Huaiyan glanced at the two of them. "Yes, we got here from the mountain yesterday." "Oh, it's all Brother Li's fault. If he hadn't taken the wrong road, we could have come here and slept with you yesterday." As soon as he finished speaking, the one called Brother Li immediately pulled his sleeve and pointed to the small bulge on the bed with his chin. The young man immediately reacted. "Brother Xiao, did you bring someone with you when you went up the mountain this time?" His voice was full of surprise. Because Xiao Huaiyan used to keep to himself and never kept company with anyone. Xiao Huaiyan looked back at the motionless person on the bed, stretched out his hand to tuck the corner of the quilt. "It's my wife. She came here specially to accompany me." Wife. "Brother Xiao, are you married?" Young people have a lot of questions. Old Li next to him grabbed his arm and dragged him outside. "Okay, Xiao Chai, don't you see that my wife is shy? Let's go stand outside." After saying that, he dragged the man outside. Yi Xinran hid in the quilt. When she heard no movement outside, she opened the quilt a little and asked Xiao Huaiyan with her mouth, "Are they gone?" Xiao Huaiyan couldn't help but curled his eyebrows when he saw her like this. "It's okay. They're just hunters passing by. Get up." Yi Xinran felt a sense of resentment in her heart, but had no place to vent. How could she not know that they were hunters? It was just that these two people did not come earlier or later, but at this time, didn't this ruin her good fortune? Also, why wasn't Xiao Huaiyan angry? She got up reluctantly and put the quilt back into the space again. Then she got up and went to check the rice in the pot. She ignored Xiao Huaiyan the whole time. Xiao Huaiyan didn't know what was wrong with Yi Xinran, so he followed her wherever she went. When Yi Xinran washed her face, he handed her a towel. When Yi Xinran washed rice, he fetched water for her. The two of them walked around the room in silence, as if they had completely forgotten that there were two people outside. The two outside were not in a hurry either, until Yi Xinran walked out of the room with the washed rice. The young man Xiao Chai spoke. "Hello, sister-in-law. Brother Xiao is so lucky to marry such a beautiful sister-in-law. You're always so smooth-talking." Lao Li patted Xiao Chai's head and told him to behave himself. Yi Shinran looked over here and saw that the young man was only about 16 or 17 years old, and the other Laoli was more than 30 years old. The two squatted outside the room with the backpacks they brought beside them. Yi Shinran nodded at the two of them. She had already mixed the rice with soy sauce and other seasonings in the house. Now she brought them out to put them into the bamboo tubes. Xiao Huaiyan followed out and stood aside to watch Yi Shinran fill the first bamboo tube. After watching, he took the bamboo tube from Yi Shinran and said, "I'll do the rest." Yi Shinran didn't say anything, but handed the spoon in her hand to Xiao Huaiyan, watching him fill the bamboo tube little by little, and then reminded him, "It can be 70% full, otherwise the bamboo tube will be stretched when the rice is cooked." While Yi Shinran was teaching Xiao Huaiyan how to make bamboo tube rice, Lao Li and Xiao Chai were watching with great interest. Xiao Chai said, "What do you know?" Old Li looked at Yi Shinran's snow-white wrist, and then embarrassedly withdrew his gaze. This is called a tough man with a soft heart. Men's fierceness is directed at the outside world, and at home, they should know how to love women. You are still young and you don't understand these things. Take this opportunity to learn more, it will not do any harm. Xiao Chai disagreed, but seeing the tacit cooperation between the two, he couldn't help but feel envious. The rice soaked yesterday was filled with a total of 8 bamboo tubes. After all were filled, Xiao Huaiyan dug a shallow pit on the ground and then put the 8 bamboo tubes one by one into the pit. After burying the pit, he started a fire on it and added a lot of firewood to make the fire burn more vigorously. After finishing all the work, Yi Shinran went into the house, and Xiao Huaiyan had time to pay attention to the other two. "Did you just go up the mountain too?" Xiao Huaiyan asked. Old Li quickly retracted his gaze and replied, "Yes, we came up yesterday, but we couldn't find the way after dark, so we had to rest in the woods for a night. You guys leave later. We'll rest here for a while before we go." Xiao Huaiyan nodded. "We'll leave after breakfast." "Okay, then we'll use your fire to bake our cakes." Old Li took out 2 cakes made of mixed grains. String them together with a stick and bake them on the fire. This was the best dry food they had. He didn't plan to eat it now, but the bamboo tube rice in the fire kept emitting fragrance, which made him want to have a bite of the good food. The fire slowly went out. Xiao Huaiyan moved the still hot charcoal to one side and used a stick to dig out all the bamboo tubes that had been buried just now. The bamboo tubes were scalding hot, but the skin was still emerald green. Yi Shinran brought cold water. Xiao Huaiyan cooled all the bamboo tube rice with cold water before carefully opening one. As soon as the lid of the bamboo tube rice was opened, the aroma of rice mixed with the fragrance of bamboo floated out all at once. Fresh and tempting. Lao Li instantly felt that the pancake in his hand was no longer fragrant. Not only was it no longer fragrant, it was also a bit choking. He gulped down the last bite of the pancake and quickly picked up the water bag and drank it. Xiao Chai on the side was even more confused by the fragrance. He had never eaten such fragrant rice in his life. "Brother Xiao, sister-in-law, what is this made of? Why is it so fragrant?" "It's just white rice with a little salt and other seasonings." "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can rice have such a fragrance?" Xiao Chai shook his head repeatedly. "Don't believe it?" Yi Shinran smiled. "Do you have to taste it yourself before you believe it?" Yi Shinran had seen through his thoughts a long time ago. Xiao Chai was not embarrassed at all by being exposed. Scratching his head, he smiled and said, "Sister-in-law has seen through it." Unexpectedly, Yi Shinran actually gave him a bamboo tube rice. "Here, try it." "Sister-in-law, are you really giving it to me?" Xiao Chai looked at Yi Shinran in disbelief, and saw Yi Shinran handed another bamboo tube rice to Lao Li. "This is for you." "This? How can I be so embarrassed?" Lao Li was flattered, but the charm of the bamboo tube rice was so great that he finally accepted it reluctantly. "It's okay. It's fate that we met. I just happened to cook today, so I'll give it to you to try." Seeing that Yi Shinran was really willing to give it up, the two of them opened the bamboo tube and ate the bamboo tube rice carefully. Yi Shinran and Xiao Huaiyan also ate one each. Soy sauce was added to the soaked rice, and the color was slightly red. There were also some meat particles and bamboo shoots in it, which added a different fragrance to the rice. Yi Xinran had just finished eating half of it when Xiao Chai had already finished it all and started to lick the bamboo tube. Although Lao Li tried his best to control himself, he still carefully ate every grain of rice. Although Yi Xinran knew that everyone was suffering, she had never seen others eat so devoutly face to face. She felt a little bit sorry and took out 2 bamboo tubes of rice from her backpack and handed them to the 2 people. These 2 are for you too. No, you really can't take them. This time, not only Lao Li, but also Xiao Chai was scared. Sister-in-law is too kind, beautiful, and kind. Xiao Chai couldn't help but sigh. Brother Xiao, you married a fairy, right? Xiao Huaiyan looked at him, didn't say anything, but a hint of imperceptible pride flashed across his face. Xiao Huaiyan didn't stop Yi Xinran from giving the 2 people bamboo tube rice, but simply said, "You take it." Then he reminded Yi Xinran that it was time to go. "If you hold on a little longer today, you will arrive soon," Xiao Huaiyan said.
Yi Xinran nodded, infine.
Xiao Chai was reluctant to let the 2 of them leave. They were not related and he didn't know why he felt so reluctant. If only he could stay a few more days, slurp. Seeing how greedy he was, Lao Li couldn't help but pat his head again. "Don't look, there's no one there. A good meal will eat your soul away. But it's really delicious." Xiao Chai defended himself. Lao Li had to nod. "It's really good. The cooking skills are better than those of ordinary restaurants." The surname Xiao is a blessed man. Yi Xinran and Xiao Huaiyan were still walking and looking for herbs like yesterday. Today's luck was not as good as yesterday. He only dug a small Polygonum multiflorum, which was discovered by Xiao Huaiyan. "I seem to remember that there is also this kind of Polygonum multiflorum next to the trap I dug. When we get there, we will go and have a look," Xiao Huaiyan said. "Yeah." Yi Xinran nodded in agreement. It was almost noon, and they were getting closer and closer to their destination. But Xiao Huaiyan sensed a dangerous atmosphere. He stopped and listened. Yi Xinran saw it and asked hurriedly, "What's wrong?" "Something seems to be wrong," Xiao Huaiyan said softly. Because of his perception of danger, he wanted to stop and go up to take a look himself. But thinking that it would be more unsafe to leave Yi Xinran here alone, he finally decided to go together. "Stay closer to me." Xiao Huaiyan no longer let Yi Xinran go away to find herbs. This approach made Yi Xinran feel pressured. After walking more than 2 miles, Xiao Huaiyan finally found a clue. There was a fox corpse lying on the side of the road. The internal organs of the corpse were taken out, but the meat was not eaten up. Ordinary animals don't hunt like this. The only one in this mountain that hunts like this is the jackal. Jackals always appear in groups. They prey on prey smaller than themselves and will not let go of prey larger than themselves. Because they are cruel and bad enough, they can sneak attack and siege. Once they bite, they will not let go. So even tigers and cheetahs can easily suffer at the hands of jackals. Xiao Huaiyan looked around along the fox corpse for footprints, and soon he came to a conclusion. This group of jackals, at least 7 or 8, should be difficult to deal with. He did not continue to move forward. Instead, he took 2 steps back and walked to Yi Xinran's side. "It's dangerous here. Let's retreat back to the original wooden house and find a chance to come up again." "Okay." Yi Xinran didn't ask why, but obediently followed Xiao Huaiyan's footsteps down the mountain. After walking only 2 steps, Xiao Huaiyan stopped. Yi Xinran also felt a hint of ominous breath. She looked to the left and right and saw no less than 4 or 5 reddish-brown animals, staring at them with a fierce look. "What is this?" Yi Xinran was a little scared. Xiao Huaiyan had already drawn the machete from his waist and got ready for defense. "It's a jackal, the most disgusting animal." Seeing Xiao Huaiyan's actions, Yi Xinran also took out her baseball bat from the space. When she was in school, she learned baseball for a period of time. Although she didn't learn it later, she kept it with her because it was very convenient to hit people. Unexpectedly, it was used here today. In addition to the baseball bat, she also took out 2 sharp scalpels from the space and handed one to Xiao Huaiyan. "This is for you, for self-defense." Xiao Huaiyan was already used to Yi Xinran's casual grabbing movements. He took the scalpel, holding the machete in one hand and the scalpel in the other, his eyes fixed on the movements of the jackal in front. These things seemed to see what the two were preparing. Suddenly, the jackal in front moved. It pounced towards Xiao Huayan's face, with its sharp teeth aimed at the artery in Xiao Huayan's neck. Xiao Huayan did not move his body, but swung his right hand, and the machete left a deep wound on the jackal's belly. Blood spurted out immediately, and the grass was scarlet. With a sound of "Ayo," the jackal lay motionless on the ground. But the smell of blood stimulated the ferocity of these beasts. More jackals popped their heads out from behind the bushes. Xiao Huayan roughly counted them, and there were more than 10 of them. "Be careful," he reminded Yi Xinran behind him. At this time, Yi Xinran and he were back to back, and they acted as each other's eyes behind them. "You be careful too." Yi Xinran stared at the jackals in front of her, trying to get rid of the fear in her heart. Suddenly, a sharp cry sounded. More than a dozen jackals rushed towards the two from all directions at the same time. Xiao Huayan's long sword was flying, and every time he attacked, he could hit the jackal's body hard. But these things seemed not to be afraid of death at all. Even if their legs were broken, they would continue to rush up. The baseball bat in Yi Xinran's hand was still at a disadvantage. As long as it didn't hit the head, it wouldn't cause great damage. Later, she simply threw the baseball bat away and took out a surgical saw from the space to meet the attack of the jackals. There were already 7 or 8 jackals lying on the ground seriously injured and unable to get up, but their accomplices kept coming out from behind the bushes. Just when the two were struggling to cope, the jackal that had been sitting high up moved. He cunningly circled half a circle and walked to the side of Yi Xinran. He took advantage of the gap when Yi Xinran was chopping another companion and pounced on her slender neck. At this time, Yi Xinran was already bloodthirsty. She saw the jackal attacking her with her peripheral vision and raised her other hand to block it, but the jackal reacted quickly, dodged the knife in Yi Xinran's hand, and bit towards her wrist. It was too late to retreat. Yi Xinran felt a sharp pain in her wrist and couldn't help but groan. Xiao Huayan was startled by the movement behind him, turned around and chopped the knife to help Yi Xinran block another attack from the head jackal. The head jackal rolled on the ground and let out an ow sound. The 2 jackals that were originally lying at Xiao Huayan's feet suddenly opened their eyes again, stared at Xiao Huayan's legs, and bit him hard. The balance that was barely maintained was broken. Yi Xinran only had one hand left to hold the knife. Although Xiao Huayan chopped off the heads of the 2 jackals, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. The head jackal returned to the outside of the circle again to observe the weaknesses of the 2. Faced with their fierce attack, Xiao Huayan had to say to Yi Xinran, "Don't you know magic? I'll make a gap in a while. You run quickly, don't worry about me." Yi Xinran tightened her sleeves to slow down the blood flow. "I won't leave you alone." Xiao Huayan was a little anxious. "My leg is injured. I can't protect you." "I don't need protection." Yi Xinran was determined. The air was thick with blood, and a storm was about to come. Xiao Huayan could never have imagined that the first time he brought Yi Xinran into the mountains, he would encounter such a dangerous thing. If he had known earlier, he should not have brought her up. If he had known earlier, he should have been nicer to her when they were at the foot of the mountain. Now, he can only risk his life to try his best to protect her safety. The group of jackals rushed up again, and this time, the leader jackal targeted Xiao Huayan's legs, finding opportunities again and again to tear off a large piece of flesh and blood. Xiao Huayan staggered, and Yi Xinran reached out to help, but was led by Xiao Huayan, and the 2 fell down together. Xiao Huayan reacted quickly, and after his body fell to the ground, he immediately turned over and pressed Yi Xinran under him. Several jackals bit his back, and the leader jackal saw the opportunity and pounced on the side of Xiao Huayan's neck. "Be careful."
Yerinran screaming.
She wanted to bring Xiao Huayan back to the space, but she was the only one who could enter, and no one else could. At this critical moment, a roar suddenly came from the bushes on the left, and in a blink of an eye, a tiger with hanging eyes and white forehead jumped out from behind. The jackal was bitten on the left leg by the tiger, and wailing sounds came out of its mouth intermittently. The tiger bit hard, and its left leg was separated from its body. Seeing their leader being killed, the beaten jackals immediately scattered and fled. Only 7 or 8 jackal corpses were left on the ground. The situation changed too quickly for Yi Shinran to react. Looking at the tiger in front of her, which was 3 or 4 times bigger than the jackal, she couldn't help but widen her eyes. Xiao Huaiyan had already turned over and sat up. He pointed the bladed knife in his hand in the direction of the tiger, ready to resist the tiger's attack at any time. Who knew that after the tiger stared at the two of them for a while, it suddenly stood up on its front legs and sat down on its buttocks. It made a humming sound from its mouth. Seems a little aggrieved. Xiao Huaiyan was shocked by the scene in front of him. Hunters in the mountains are most afraid of tigers because tigers are huge in size and have amazing lethality. Hunters who encounter tigers have almost zero chance of survival. They originally thought that they had escaped from the jackal's den and fell into the tiger's mouth. But what's the matter with this tiger? With that weird feeling in his heart, Xiao Huaiyan endured and did not move. In the end, Yi Shinran discovered the clue. The tiger in front of him was huge, but his right ear was missing half, which was somewhat similar to the one she rescued that day. Yi Shinran couldn't believe it and tentatively shouted, "Tiger?" The tiger moved its front paws, raised its head, and purred again. Is it really it? Yi Shinran's eyes were a little hot. In just a few months, the tiger has grown so big. I didn't expect that my good thoughts at the beginning would bring me a glimmer of hope. I didn't expect that the tiger could still remember me. She got up from the ground, approached the tiger, and touched its head. The tiger just shook its head, and then stuck closer to her. When Yi Shinran had a cat in her previous life, she would interact with the cat like this. But the cat was replaced by a tiger, and such a scene seemed particularly weird in Xiao Huaiyan's eyes. He felt that he still knew too little about Yi Shinran. She can take things from a distance, can hide a lot of things on her body, and now she can treat the king of beasts as a pet. What other surprises are there that he doesn't know? Is Yi Shinran really a goddess from heaven? Yi Shinran's interaction with Tiger became more and more intimate. When Xiao Huaiyan recovered, she had already hugged Tiger's neck and rubbed her face on it. Xiao Huaiyan felt uncomfortable. She was clearly rubbing against him last night. Tiger let Yi Shinran play with him, sitting there motionless, looking at Xiao Huaiyan with a look that seemed a little cold and provocative. "My wife, my leg hurts." Xiao Huaiyan, who was provoked, suddenly spoke. Yi Shinran finally woke up from the great surprise of seeing Tiger. Xiao Huaiyan's leg was seriously injured just now. She let go of Tiger and immediately ran to Xiao Huaiyan's side to check. Xiao Huaiyan's legs were bleeding, and he could hold on for so long before speaking. "Bear with it, I'll help you stop the bleeding first." Yi Shinran's voice was a little trembling. She took out the anti-inflammatory and hemostatic medicine from the space, sprinkled it on as quickly as possible, and took out the gauze to wrap Xiao Huaiyan's leg. After doing all this, she found the injection from the space again. "It's too slow to take the medicine. I have to give you an injection now, don't worry, it won't hurt." She reached out to untie Xiao Huaiyan's belt.
"Wait."
Xiao Huaiyan held Yi Shinran's hand. "Your hand is also injured. Take care of your own injury first." Yi Shinran only felt the pain from her wrist. The jackal just wanted to bite her hand off, but fortunately Yi Shinran reacted quickly and only suffered some skin injuries. Xiao Huaiyan picked up the medicine that Yi Shinran had just taken out, carefully helped her wash the wound, and sprinkled the powder on it. "If it hurts, just scream. No one here will hear it." Xiao Huaiyan felt a little distressed. It doesn't matter if it hurts on himself, but it hurts Yi Shinran 10 times more than the injury on his leg. Yi Shinran happily accepted Xiao Huaiyan's help to treat her wound, and then gave Xiao Huaiyan an injection of anti-inflammatory and blood coagulation. "Your leg injury needs to be treated as soon as possible." "How far is the nearest wooden house?" "It's probably less than a mile up," Xiao Huaiyan said. Although it's close, the two of them are so injured now that they may not be able to move. At this moment, 2 figures suddenly appeared at the foot of the mountain. They walked very fast and ran up. The moment they saw Yi Shinran and Xiao Huaiyan, They finally stopped and breathed a sigh of relief.
Scared. Scared me to death.
We smelled blood down there, and thought something happened to you too. Xiao Chai was panting and spoke intermittently, but his eyes were full of surprise. Yes, I was injured, but it's nothing serious.
Yevinden replied.
Oh my, look at the scattered corpses on the ground. Those jackals are unlucky to meet you. This thing is really disgusting. Every time I see them, even if it's just one, I turn around and… Lao Sun's voice stopped abruptly, and he raised his right hand and pointed at the tiger in front of him and said, "Old tiger. I'm dying." Xiao Chai also saw the tiger at about the same time. "Brother Xiao, come on, I'll carry you." Although his calves were shaking, Xiao Chai still squatted down and wanted to carry Xiao Huaiyan on his back. "Don't be afraid, this tiger doesn't bite people." Yi Xinran was very calm.
No bite?
Xiao Chai's teeth chattered, and after taking a look at the tiger, he turned his head to look at Yi Xinran and asked in disbelief, "Do you know this tiger?" "I guess so."
Yevinden nodded.
Lao Sun also retracted his right leg that he had just stepped out. It was the first time he had seen a tiger not eat people in his life. But the tiger didn't move at all, not even looking at them. Seeing the helpers coming, Yi Xinran said to the two people, "Brother Sun, Xiao Chai, my husband's leg is injured and he can't walk. Can you two help me carry him up? It's not safe in the wilderness after all, and Xiao Huaiyan's leg needs to be operated in a safe place." Seeing that the tiger really didn't look like it was going to attack them, Xiao Chai finally calmed down. "Okay, I'll carry Brother Xiao, but sister-in-law, you have to keep an eye on the tiger and don't let it bite my ace."
"Don't worry, it won't."
In the end, Yi Xinran didn't let Xiao Chai carry Xiao Huaiyan, but asked them to make a simple stretcher with vines and sticks and carry Xiao Huaiyan up. The location of the wooden house was not too far away. It took less than half an hour to get there. Yi Xinran didn't care about being polite. She said sorry to Xiao Chai and Lao Li, and turned around to lock them out. "Xiao Chai, brotherly, you can go find some prey first. I'm going to treat my husband's leg now. Remember to come back for dinner before dark." When Xiao Chai heard that he was going to come back for dinner, he didn't care about anything. He didn't expect to be able to eat the food cooked by Xiao Deseo so soon, and he felt happy. The tiger squatted at the door and licked his paws arrogantly. After the two were sure that the tiger would not attack, they retreated into the mountains. In the house, Yi Xinran went to the space to check the situation in the operating room as soon as possible. I don't know if the thoughts in my heart were heard by the space. The thick fog on the third floor was completely dissipated. Not only the laboratory, but even the warehouse is now clearly visible. Today, her space is fully usable. Yi Xinran checked the surgical equipment and made sure that everything inside was usable. Then she took out the anesthetic and said to Xiao Huaiyan, "Now I will help you treat your leg, but I can't guarantee that it will be successful. After this medicine is injected, you will be unconscious. Are you afraid?"
"No,"
Xiao Huaiyan said firmly. "Okay, then I'm going to push the medicine." Yi Xinran asked him to stretch out his arm. Xiao Huaiyan's face rarely showed a trace of fragility. "You will always be by my side, right?" Yi Xinran nodded and injected the anesthetic. The space cannot bring people in, and Yi Xinran has already prepared to perform surgery on people outside. But after Xiao Huaiyan fell into a coma, Yi Xinran suddenly found that he could take him in and out at will. Without further ado, Yi Xinran immediately moved Xiao Huaiyan to the bed with his mind. Turn on the operating room lights, plug in the oxygen tube, and a complicated operation officially begins. When Xiao Huaiyan woke up again, he was back to the bed in the wooden house. His legs had been fixed and could not move, and there was a layer of gauze wrapped around them. Looking around, there was no one in the room. The silence was a little scary. Ran, Xiao Huaiyan blurted out. The next moment, Yi Xinran walked in from outside holding firewood. Awake? Yi Xinran didn't expect him to wake up so quickly. Xiao Huaiyan's condition was much better than she had originally imagined. She had originally thought that the tendons behind his Achilles tendon had died, but it was not until the operation that she discovered that the tendons could still be used. After careful repair, The blood vessels and tendons had been rebuilt and regenerated, and they would recover after a period of rest. Did you go out just now? Seeing Yi Shinran coming back, Xiao Huaiyan was visibly relieved. It's getting dark, and I have to prepare dinner.
Yevin'den replied.
It's been so long. Xiao Huaiyan felt that he had only slept for a short while, but he didn't expect that it had been so long. He saw that Yi Shinran's arm was also bandaged with gauze and asked, "Is the wound on your hand okay?" "It's okay, I've taken care of it,"
Yi Shinran said.
She lit the fire, put half a basin of rice into the pot, then poured oil, a small amount of salt, and MSG into the rice and spread a layer of peas, a layer of sausage, and a layer of chopped tomatoes on top. After all these were done, the lid of the pot was covered. These things were all things Xiao Huaiyan had never seen before. Moreover, when they were fighting the jackals just now, the backpacks they brought had disappeared long ago. Xiao Huaiyan had already accepted the fact that Yi Shinran could conjure up food out of thin air, but he was still very interested in these red and green things. Lao Li and Xiao Chai also came back from the mountain. They didn't find any other prey, so they went down the mountain and picked up all the jackals that were chopped into pieces. Although they couldn't sell it for money, it was meat. After drying, it can be eaten for a long time. Brother Xiao, we just went down the mountain and brought up all the jackals you killed. If you have time these few days, let sister-in-law deal with them and take them home to eat slowly. These prey were killed by Xiao Huaiyan and Yi Shinran, and they should belong to them. Hunters have their own principles, that is, they cannot touch other people's prey. I won't deal with them. Take them away when you go down the mountain, Yi Shinran said. But leave 2 for Huzi. That's hundreds of pounds of good meat. Sister-in-law, you just give it to us like this? Xiao Chai couldn't believe it. Just think of it as me thanking you for helping me carry Brother Xiao up, Yi Shinran said. Sister-in-law Xiao does things decisively and neatly, which is really domineering. Xiao Chai has an extremely good impression of the sister-in-law of the Xiao family. When he looks at people, he can't suppress the smile in his eyes. But Lao Li secretly pulled him outside and whispered, "Look at your silly look. Do you think Zhao's sister-in-law is so good?" Xiao Chai nodded quickly. "I wish I could marry such a wife in the future." But Lao Li gave him a slap on the head and said, "It's enough to just look at such a wife. You really want to marry her home. Don't you think about it, if you marry such a wife and give away all the things you worked so hard to get, how will you live your life? Really?" Xiao Chai suddenly realized and asked in confusion, "Then why does Brother Xiao seem to not care at all and think such a wife is pretty good? Can you compare with the surname Xiao? His temperament seems different from ours. Maybe he is not short of money." Xiao Chai nodded ignorantly. "I think what Lao Li said makes sense." However, when he returned to the house and ate the dinner made by Yi Shinran, he overturned the belief he had established before. Zhao's sister-in-law's cooking is really delicious. Such a daughter-in-law, even if she is a little spendthrift, must be married. At night, because the bed was too small, there was no way for 4 people to sleep in the room, so they had to gather around the bed and start a night talk. Lao Li and Xiao Chai are both talkative people. They talked about this year's harvest and the difficulties of the people in recent years. From the price of rabbits to the gift money for marrying a daughter-in-law. Later, they began to talk about the spirits in the mountains. At the end, Lao Li looked outside and whispered, "Sister-in-law, don't blame me for being talkative. I suspect that the tiger outside is here to repay Brother Xiao. You must keep an eye on Brother Xiao, and don't let him be confused by these spirits." Yi Shinran smiled and didn't take it to heart. Xiao Huaiyan on the side listened to the words. Yes, this tiger looks like it is repaying a favor, but it is not repaying a favor to him but to Yi Shinran. It won't use any soul-bewitching skills to confuse Ran. Xiao Huaiyan didn't believe these folk legends. But the existence of Yi Shinran made him doubt whether these things existed. Thinking of this, Xiao Huaiyan looked at his legs and couldn't help but worry. It was midnight when Lao Li and his wife were already dizzy. Later, they couldn't hold on any longer and just leaned against the wall to take a nap. Yi Shinran sat on the bed and slept for a while against the head of the bed. This dynasty also emphasized the separation of men and women, but the mountains were dangerous, and in the face of life and death, Everything else seemed unimportant. At dawn the next day, Lao Li and Xiao Chai started to pack up. They had eaten 2 meals in a row for Xiao Huaiyan and his wife, and today they had to take away the prey that they had fought so hard to catch. They felt very sorry, so they took out the only harvest of this trip to the mountain, 2 honeycombs. Sister-in-law, this honey is what we got yesterday. Although it's not much, it's sweet and delicious. You two don't have anything delicious to eat in the mountains, so I'll leave this for you. It was the first time that Yi Xinran saw honey with honeycombs. Seeing that the 2 people were very sincere, she took it. Before leaving, Lao Li was a little embarrassed. We won't take this prey with us. Brother Zhao's leg is injured, and it's inconvenient. You can't go out hunting. You can keep this and eat it slowly. Seeing that the 2 people were really kind people, Yi Xinran said, no need to be polite with you. You can take it away. These things are not much, but I want to ask you too, can you call 2 more people to help me carry my husband back home after we go down the mountain? Yes, yes. Lao Li slapped his forehead. Why didn't I think of it? Brother Zhao's leg will not be healed in a short time. If you two stay in the mountains for a long time, I'm afraid you will starve to death on this mountain. With this request, the 2 of them scraped the legs, heads, half of the body, etc. of the jackals, tied them all together, and dragged them down the mountain. The people in the village have endless energy. As long as they are given a hind leg, there will definitely be a lot of people willing to help. After the 2 left, the room suddenly became quiet. Yi Xinran looked at Xiao Huaiyan and asked him, what do you want to eat in the morning? I'll make it for you. Xiao Huaiyan shook his head and moved his body inside. I didn't get enough rest yesterday. Come and lie down. Yi Xinran was indeed a little dizzy. Xiao Huaiyan's face turned red instantly. Yi Xinran. It's okay. People have 3 urgent needs. I won't laugh at you. This is facing down and then aim here.
Yi Xinran explained to him.
Xiao Huaiyan nodded with embarrassment. It wasn't until Yi Xinran went out again that he solved the big thing in the morning. After dealing with these, Yi Xinran washed his hands again and got into bed. She moved her body carefully, trying not to touch Xiao Huaiyan's legs, closed her eyes and said, I'm really sleepy. I'll think about what to eat after I wake up. After that, she fell asleep. Xiao Huaiyan was also very sleepy, but he didn't want to sleep. After what happened yesterday, especially in the morning, he felt that his relationship with Yi Xinran was unusual. It seemed that there was a kind of intimacy that he would never have with anyone else except the 2 of them. He stared at Yi Xinran's sleeping face, her small nose, and her curled eyelashes. The more he looked, the softer he felt in his heart. This woman was the only ray of light in his dark days. From now on, no matter what time it is, he will protect this light and keep her from getting hurt. When Yi Xinran woke up, it was already past noon. Xiao Huaiyan hadn't slept yet, just looking at her. After a long sleep, she felt that the fatigue on her body had dissipated a lot. Especially with a warm cushion beside her, people slept comfortably and warmly. Are you hungry?
Yevinden stretchet. No.
Xiao Huaiyan answered softly. If he could keep watching, he could go without eating. Forget it. You just had an operation. I can't treat the patient badly. I'll make you some bone soup later. Yi Xinran said as she turned over and got off the ground, facing Xiao Huaiyan and fiddling with it for a while. In an instant, a basin of bones and meat, half a bag of rice, and some unknown vegetables appeared on the ground. Xiao Huaiyan was amazed. Yi Xinran took a piece of bone and went out to find the tiger, but found that the tiger had disappeared. She couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. I thought it would stay here forever. If it's willing to stay, I don't mind keeping it. She turned back to the house. Light the fire and cook the soup. Do you have a treasure bag? The man finally couldn't help being curious. I guess so. But the things inside need to be put in advance. Not everything you want can be had.
Yevinden replied.
I see. Xiao Huaiyan seemed to understand a little. How long will it take for my leg to heal? He was a little worried. It is said that it takes 100 days to heal a broken bone. Does he really have to stay in bed for 100 days before he can go back? What about the 3 children at home? Don't worry, I have made an appointment with Brother Li and others this morning. After he and Xiao Chai go home, we will find 2 people to carry you back home together. Xiao Huaiyan finally felt relieved. The bone soup was sweet and refreshing with lotus root slices. Xiao Huaiyan couldn't help but drink 2 more bowls. Yi Xinran only ate some lotus root slices. Looking at the remaining large basin of bones, I was worried. Tiger left without even saying hello. But before going to bed, Yi Xinran was surprised to find that Tiger was back again. It held 2 dead pheasants in its mouth, swaggered to the front of the house, put down the pheasants, and sat there motionless. Seeing him like this, Yi Xinran suddenly remembered that she had said before that she would charge him for treatment. Could it be that Tiger really understood, and is here to pay back the money now? She accepted the pheasant. She took out 4 or 5 cooked bones from the kitchen, put them in a wooden basin, and placed them in front of the tiger. The tiger drooled at the food in front of him, lowered his head, and began to eat. Seeing its greedy look, Yi Xinran became suspicious again. Are you not paying off your debts, but are you impressed by my skills? So you hunted and sent me the prey, and asked me to be a free chef? After eating the bones, the tiger licked its paws contentedly and slept outside the wooden house. With the tiger guarding the door, Yi Xinran felt more at ease and even slept more sweetly at night. The next day, the weather was very good. Xiao Huaiyan couldn't go out, so Yi Xinran asked the tiger to accompany her to walk around the wooden house. With the shadow of being attacked by a group of jackals last time, Yi Xinran is now afraid of this mountain from the bottom of her heart. Fortunately, God was kind to her. She dug more than 30 ice spirit flowers and more than 10 luosuozi in one morning. But she didn't dare to stay outside for too long. After digging the herbs, she hurried back to see if Xiao Huaiyan was safe. 3 days passed so quickly. During these 3 days, Xiao Huaiyan ate soft bread, drank black stimulating happy water, and ate delicious roast chicken and roast duck that Yi Xinran conjured out of thin air. Yi Xinran no longer hid the things in the space. Anyway, it has been exposed, so let's just break the jar. On the morning of the 4th day, the 2 were drinking milk, and suddenly there was a voice outside the house. I said, Brother Li, it's finally here this time. You always say it's almost here. You have said it several times. This time it's really soon, you see, isn't it the wooden house? The employer is inside.
Ah!
Tiger! The man suddenly shouted. He was so scared that he knelt on the ground and couldn't move, pointing at the tiger, and said, Brother Li. Brother Li.
What?
What are you thinking? Are you going to bring us to feed the tiger? Don't be afraid. Tigers don't eat people. Yi Xinran walked out of the house. Lao Li and Xiao Chai are really capable, and they actually called for more people up. The 4 men were all tall and strong, with broad shoulders, and they looked very strong. More importantly, they also brought a recliner up, which made it easier to lead people down the mountain. Sister-in-law, how fast did we get here? Xiao Chai saw Yi Xinran and immediately took credit for her. Yi Xinran smiled and nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Let's go into the house and take a rest, drink some water, eat some food, and then we'll go down the mountain. When everyone saw Yi Xinran standing next to the tiger, they believed that the tiger would not eat people. They followed carefully and moved forward. Lao Li and Xiao Chai still felt weak when they saw the tiger for the 2nd time, but in order to save face in front of the villagers, they walked in front of the tiger with their heads held high. They were very careful when passing by the tiger, and they didn't even dare to breathe. When several people entered the house, Yi Xinran realized that the house was too small and there were too many people, so she couldn't get in by herself. Sorry, there doesn't seem to be a place to sit in the house. How about we sit outside and get some sun? No, it's too open outside. It's better to sit inside,
one of them said.
The others immediately nodded. Yes, yes. It's better to sit inside. Are you kidding? There's such a big tiger outside. Who dares to go out? What if the tiger gets unhappy? You'll be dead. Seeing that no one was willing to move, Yi Xinran had to stay outside by herself. For a while, the small wooden house was filled with the smell of men's sweat and feet. Xiao Huaiyan lay on the bed and felt aggrieved. What are you all doing here? Give me back my sweet wife. Fortunately, Yi Shinran prepared the meal quickly. There were quick frozen buns in the refrigerator in the cafeteria. She took out more than 30 quick frozen buns, started a fire outside, and baked the buns on the fire. The buns were cooked when the skin was slightly charred. The baked buns exuded a unique fragrance, and everyone in the room couldn't stay there. Some people even began to be fearless and wanted to go out to taste them. There are meat-filled and wild vegetable-filled buns in the buns. Take them yourself. After everyone eats the buns, let's go down the mountain. Yi Shinran took 6 buns, let everyone go, and brought the tiger into the house. The remaining buns were all piled together. There were 6 people in total, and each person could get 5. Everyone didn't care about being polite at this time. Each person grabbed 5 buns and ate them in their hands. Before eating, they all hoped that they could eat meat-filled buns, but after eating, they found that the wild vegetable-filled ones were just as delicious as the meat-filled ones. 5 buns were nothing to them, but they all agreed that it was worth it to eat such delicious buns. After eating, Yi Shinran simply cleaned up and asked everyone to go down the mountain early. Several people worked together to lift Xiao Huaiyan onto the recliner and lifted him up easily. 6 people carried the chair, working in 3 shifts, so no one felt tired when going down the mountain. Hu Zi followed them for a while, and when they reached the foot of the mountain, Yi Shinran looked back and found that the tiger had disappeared. After all, it was a wild beast, and it had to live on this mountain. Yi Shinran felt a little regretful. When they arrived at the entrance of Yunbian village, a villager happened to be returning home after work and was shocked to see Xiao Huaiyan on the recliner. What happened? Yeah, how did he go vertically and come back horizontally? Did he get attacked by a wild beast on the mountain? It shouldn't be. Hasn't Xiao Huaiyan always been very powerful? He has been in the village for so long, and he has never been injured so badly. At this point, everyone couldn't help but shift their attention to Yi Shinran. How could something like this happen when we went up the mountain together? Could it be? How is it possible? Madam Yi is so lucky. Everyone shook their heads, but still came up to help. Everyone hurriedly carried Xiao Huaiyan back to the yard, and several hunters put down their people and prepared to leave. Brother Xiao, sister-in-law, we are leaving. Xiao Chai looked around the yard and said. Old Li had said before that Brother Xiao might be a rich man, but looking at the state of his house, it was not as good as his own shabby house. No matter how you look at it, it can't be a place for rich people to live. They had accepted such a heavy gift from Brother Xiao before, which was really wrong. Don't leave. Stay and have a meal before leaving. Yi Shinran called them. Several people waved their hands repeatedly. Such a shabby yard, and there were 3 children at home. Now, every family has little food. If they stayed, they would have to eat half a month's food. They couldn't stay for dinner. Several people quickly put away the bamboo chairs and ran away. Changsheng and others saw the second uncle like this, and their eyes were all red. Second uncle, what's wrong with you? Second uncle, are you lame more seriously now? You can't walk anymore, Wu. Changping cried especially sadly. Don't talk nonsense, you crow's mouth. Changsheng looked mature, but he couldn't hide the worry in his eyes. Xiao Huaiyan wanted to say that he was fine, but none of the children believed him. We were ambushed by wild beasts on the mountain. Yi Shinran explained to them. Fortunately, your second uncle is quite powerful and drove away all the wild beasts, but his leg was injured, and he needs to recuperate for a while. Will it be the same as before after recuperation? Chang'an raised his little head and asked. Of course it can. Yi Shinran was full of confidence. Not the same as before going up the mountain, but the same as before being injured. Because Xiao Huaiyan was injured, the children seemed to have become more sensible. They took the initiative to take care of Xiao Huaiyan's diet and daily life, and the little things at home didn't worry Yi Shinran at all. Yi Shinran used this time to sort out the herbs he dug back. Half of them were planted on the mountain, and the other half were left for medicine. During this time, Zheng also helped Yi Shinran collect some ice spirit flowers and had arranged to plant them on the mountain. Yi Shinran looked at the rows of surviving ice spirit flowers in the mountains and felt very happy. Everyone has been very diligent recently. When they have nothing to do, they go to the mountains to have a look, so there are more and more flowers. The head of the village explained to Yi Shinran with a smile. I thought it was hard to find this kind of flower, but I didn't expect the villagers to be so resourceful. It's mainly because you give good money. The head of the village smiled. No one is interested in finding a blade of grass, but if you want to find money, who wouldn't be jealous? There are so many of these grasses planted. What are you going to do with them? If you keep looking for more, will you still have enough money in your pocket? The head of the village was worried. Enough? Of course it's not enough. The more the better. The more herbs you have, the more money you can make in the future. It was the day for Madame Lung's follow-up examination. Yi Shinran had just packed up in the morning when the Wei Mansion's carriage arrived at the door. The villagers could already accept that Yi Shinran could treat illnesses, but they still found it a little unbelievable to see such a luxurious carriage to pick her up for medical treatment. This Madame Yi is really a superb doctor? Yes, didn't you see, that was a carriage from a wealthy family and they sent a carriage specifically to pick her up. If her medical skills were not good, would they come to pick her up? Then if her medical skills are so good, why doesn't she go to the clinic to treat patients? The clinic only has male doctors. How many female doctors have you seen showing up? I guess Madame Yi only knows some female Qigong techniques. Even if her medical skills are a little worse, it is convenient for a woman to treat women. The wealthy families all pay attention to the separation of men and women, so they let Madame Yi, a female doctor, go. That makes sense. After listening to Lu Lin's words, everyone agreed. That should be the case. If her medical skills are really that great, how could she stay in a small village like theirs? The little housekeeper in the car felt that Yi Shinran was different from before when he saw her for the first time. But he still had to look at her for a while before he found out what was different.
Dr. Ye.
Dr. Yi, why is the scar on your face gone? Yi Shinran touched his left cheek and smiled. It's gone. I'm not used to touching it.
This.
Such a big scar disappeared just like that. Dr. Yi, what magic medicine did you use? Yi Shinran shook her head. There is no such thing as a magic medicine. I just randomly mixed the herbs myself. Just randomly prepared it? Tong Jian was dumbfounded. How could such a useful medicine be prepared randomly? Did she know how popular scar removal medicine is in the capital? The carriage soon arrived at the Wei Mansion. The maidservant beside the lady had been waiting at the door for a long time. When she saw Yi Shinran getting off the carriage, she hurried to greet her. The maidservant was sharp-eyed and noticed the difference on Yi Shinran's face at first sight. However, she was not as bold as the servant, so she did not dare to ask directly. She could only secretly glance at Yi Shinran's face as she walked. After the scar on Madame Ye's face healed, she looked even more beautiful and even had a bit of the lady's charm. Yi Shinran ignored the maidservant's eyes and followed people all the way to Madame Lung's bedroom. Madame Lung was sitting in the front hall, making tea. When she heard the footsteps outside, she immediately stood up and went out to greet her. The first time she saw Yi Shinran, she was stunned. Madame Lung. Yi Shinran greeted her with a smile. Madame Lung quickly collected her thoughts. She also smiled and responded, I've been waiting for you to come. Madame has been in good health recently. Yi Shinran asked. It's fine, it's fine. Madame Lung came over happily, took Yi Shinran's hand, and looked at her face carefully. The last time I saw you, the scar on your face was still there. How come today there is only a little trace left? I was free, so I prepared some herbal medicine at home. I didn't expect it to have a miraculous effect after applying it. Yi Shinran said, taking out a small bottle of snow face cream from the backpack she carried with her. This is for Madame. If Madame likes it, I will bring it to Madame next time. Madame Lung took it quickly. Everyone has a love of beauty, especially seeing Yi Shinran's change from her original appearance to her current appearance. Madame Lung was even more moved. It takes a lot of precious medicinal materials to prepare this bottle of medicine, right? How much silver do you need? I'll let the maid get it. Madam, this is for you. Yi Shinran handed the jar to the lady again. Although it was indeed very expensive, she could still afford this investment. Madam is already stunningly beautiful, and this snow face cream will not help remove scars. But if you use it for a period of time, It will make your skin as smooth as boiled egg white, and even wrinkles will disappear. According to what you said, if I keep using it, won't I become an old monster? Madame Lung smiled from ear to ear, but she was thinking in her heart, it would be great if I could really become an old monster with endless silver at home, and I could use the silver to exchange for beauty. What a good deal. How could it be? Yi Xinran also smiled. Madame will stay young and beautiful forever, and she will never age. The two chatted lively, and Madame Lung liked Yi Xinran even more. It was only after Yi Xinran reminded them that the two came to the back, and Yi Xinran took Madame Lung's pulse and gave her acupuncture. Madame's pulse is much stronger than before, and her complexion looks better than before. After I give Madame acupuncture this time, Madame will take medicine for another half a month, and then I will do another thorough examination for Madame. Yi Xinran did not dare to say the word surgery directly. They would not understand if she said it, and even if they really understood it, they would find it difficult to accept. Anyway, she would be dragged into the operating room directly under general anesthesia, and when she woke up, she would not know what happened. All at your discretion. Madame Lung undressed and lay on the bed. She tilted her head and watched Yi Xinran give her acupuncture. Yi Xinran looked relaxed and contented, as if doing such a thing was not difficult at all. This confident look made her think of someone involuntarily. It was her sister, Lung Qingyu. No wonder I felt a little familiar with you since I saw you for the first time. Now I think about it, your appearance is 7 points similar to my sister when she was a child. Madame's sister is from a wealthy family. How can I, a country woman, be compared with them?
Ye Vinran replied lightly.
It's fate that we look alike. Mrs. Lung turned her head and murmured, my elder sister is not in good health. She usually doesn't even leave the house. Otherwise, I really want her to come here to see you. Madam, you will fall asleep after this injection. When you wake up, today's treatment will be over. Yi Xinran did not continue the topic, but reminded, Okay, you can do it. I think I sleep best after you give me acupuncture. Madame Lung closed her eyes and found the most comfortable position. Yi Xinran gave the needle very quickly. After 3 counts, Madame Lung had fallen asleep. This time the acupuncture time was relatively short. After half a quarter of an hour, she took out the needle and woke Madame Lung up at the same time. Madam, wake up. Madame Lung opened her eyes slightly, and when she saw Yi Xinran, she immediately smiled slightly. I just had a beautiful dream. Really? Yi Xinran responded with a smile. What did you dream about? I dreamed that I went back to the age of 16. At that time, I was really young and beautiful. Her face was as tender as a freshly peeled egg. My master came to see me and called me Madam. I immediately asked the servants to kick him out. He is so old. Who is he calling Madam? Mrs. Lung described it vividly. Yi Xinran covered her mouth and laughed. Mrs. Lung is worried about the master. Next time, I will bring a bottle of snow cream for the master so that he can use it too. Don't let him be too different from Madam. He is so old-fashioned that he won't use it. Mrs. Lung said with a smile, he is a very old-fashioned person who pays attention to etiquette. Clothes should be properly ironed, and the food should be light and elegant. Even when walking, he always walks in the same posture. In all these years, the only time I saw him lose his manners was when he went out to find medicine and came back as if he had been robbed. His clothes were lost, his hairpin was gone, and even the ring I gave him, I don't know where it was lost. But fortunately, he was fine, and he was in that state because he went out to find medicine for me. So I never dared to mention this matter in front of him.
Oh.
Yi Xinran couldn't laugh now. If Madame Lung knew that Master Wei's misbehavior was because of her, she wondered if she would still laugh like she does now. The ring she was talking about is still at home, but the clothes and hairpins have been sold. Madam. Yi Xinran lowered her head and whispered, Actually, I did it. Didn't the master tell you? From what Madame said, it seemed that the master had never mentioned to her who the culprit was. But Tong Jian knew it, so how could Madame not know? You did it? Madame Lung really didn't know. Yi Xinran also showed a confused look. What did the master tell you? He said that he was poisoned by a snake when he went up the mountain, and was later rescued by you. After he woke up, he didn't know how he became like that. It turned out that Master Wei felt that Yi Shinran had superb medical skills, but she was a little unconventional in her actions. Master Wei didn't tell her in order to reassure his wife. After Mrs. Lung learned the whole story, she not only did not blame Yi Shinran, but laughed so hard that she fell backwards. Who was it I thought? It turned out to be you. After this incident, I will look at the girl differently. There are not many people in this world who can make the master embarrassed.
예빈랑 simile takartli.
The relationship between Mrs. Lung and the master is really wonderful. She was seen defending the master very much before, and today she is so happy to see the master embarrassed.
This is really puzzling.
After laughing enough, Mrs. Lung finally restrained her emotions and returned to her usual dignified and generous appearance. It's a pity that you are not my daughter and can't be with me every day. If I could keep you by my side, how interesting life would be. Doesn't Madame Lung's son like to joke with her? Yi Shinran thought of Madame Lung, who once mentioned that her son was still in the capital. He doesn't like to joke with me. He is a little old-fashioned like his father. My nephew can say a few words to make me happy. But it's a pity that he is also a sickly person. His health is not much better than mine. My niece is healthy, but she is not close to me. By the way, my niece is the same age as you and is 18 years old this year. Madame Lung began to look at Yi Shinran again. But if you ask me if you stand with her, I think you look more like my sister's daughter. Madame is joking again. Yi Shinran smiled slightly. She also wanted to be born in a wealthy family, for example, to be the daughter of Madame Lung, to have such a lovely mother and endless gold and silver. That kind of life would be too comfortable. It's a pity that she doesn't have that fate. What can she do? She still has to rely on her own hands to fight. Fortunately, she has a way to cheat. As long as the snow face cream sells well, I believe it won't be long before she can become a rich person. Madam, since you are fine, then I will leave first. During this period, be careful not to catch a cold or get sick, so as not to affect your future treatment. Okay. Madame Lung nodded and agreed. And this snow face cream, Yi Shinran did not forget to remind. Apply it before going to bed every day. Just apply a thin layer. Next time, I will come to see the effect of Madame's use. What if I become too beautiful by then? Madame Lung covered her face with her hands and said shyly. She doesn't look like a woman in her 30s at all. She must have lived a smooth life since she was a child to develop such a character. Anyway, it's not me who needs to be nervous at that time. Yi Shinran also joked. Wait a minute, I'll ask the maid to get the good stuff. Madame Lung Yi Shinran, who was already packing, said hurriedly. After a while, the maid came back with a wooden box in her hand. I see that you carry a backpack every time you come. How can a doctor of status be so casual? So when I went out last time, I specially picked a medical box for you. Yi Shinran looked at the small medical box. It is about 7 inches wide and 18 inches long. There is a snow lotus pattern carved on the outside, and the 4 corners are wrapped with thin silver. It looks very noble. The most important thing is that this box is carved from golden Nanmu. Thank you, Madame Lung. This box is so expensive. I'm embarrassed to accept it. She looked at it carefully and exclaimed from time to time. Such precious wood is very valuable in later generations. I picked it, it must be right. Madame Lung held down Yi Shinran's hand that was about to open the box and said, I give you things half because of gratitude and half because of appreciation. I get along well with you and am willing to give you more. Anyway, I don't have much to give, just some gold and silver. Miss Yi, please don't feel offended.
No offense, no offense.
Yi Shinran replied quickly. How could anyone feel that giving money is an offense? She put away the box and put it in the backpack. Madame Lung was a little surprised. She thought she would throw away the backpack and leave with the box on her back. Yi Shinran also explained, although this backpack is not suitable for taking out, it can still be used to carry things at home. It's useless to leave it here, madam, so I'll take it with me. Okay. Madame Lung also felt that the girl in front of her was becoming more and more straightforward and lovely. Yi Shinran left Wei's house and did not go home directly, but asked Hong Jian to take her to Yongle Hall in the county. Last time, She had contact with the doctor of Yonghwa Hall. Yi Shinran thought that this young lady was okay, so she wanted to try her luck. When the young doctor saw Yi Shinran, he did not recognize her, but asked indifferently, "Where does the guest feel uncomfortable?" "My son Chang'an's health hasn't changed much recently. I came to ask the doctor if the prescription should be adjusted." Yi Shinran deliberately mentioned Chang'an to help Dr. Li remember himself.
Chang'an?
The doctor was indeed more impressed with Chang'an. He squinted his eyes and looked at the woman in front of him. After a long while, he suddenly realized, "Oh, you are the one. It's me." Yi Shinran smiled and nodded. "Why is the scar on your face gone?" Dr. Li finally knew what the problem was. The last time he saw her, the scar on the girl's face was very conspicuous. There is no good way now. It can only be maintained. It is enough to maintain it in a stable state. Dr. Li looked at Yi Shinran and said, "You are a doctor yourself, you must know this. Tell me, what is the matter with you coming to see me today?" It seems that he is very smart. Didn't Dr. Li ask me if I was willing to practice medicine here last time?
Yi Shinran said.
Dr. Li's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Yes. Are you willing again, young lady?" Yi Shinran shook her head. The smile on the young doctor's face immediately disappeared. "If you don't want to, why are you asking?" "It's unnecessary. Although I don't want to practice medicine here, I have a cooperation I want to discuss with the shopkeeper." "What cooperation?" Dr. Li looked at Yi Shinran with a confused look. Yi Shinran pointed to her face. "Regarding my face, what I want to talk about is the ointment that can remove scars." Dr. Li became interested again after hearing this. "You mean you can make an ointment that can eliminate all scars on a person's body?"
Yi Shinran nodded.
"My ointment is very effective. It takes a longer time for large scars, but for small scars, it only takes 3 to 5 days to be effective."
"Can you show it to me?"
Dr. Li clenched his hands and rubbed them vigorously. He had seen scar medicine before, but that kind of medicine would only be effective if applied before the scar formed. He had never seen anything that could remove old scars like Yi Shinran's. Yi Shinran put down the backpack and took out a small jar from it. The jar was also bought before to hold seasonings, and it looked a bit low-end. Dr. Li opened the lid, looked at the green texture, smelled the elegant fragrance inside, and nodded slightly. Then he looked at Yi Shinran's face again. "Did your face really heal with this thing?" "Of course." "Then this is a good thing." Dr. Li looked at the ointment again and said with disdain, "It's just that this jar is a bit low-end. I need to change it to another jar, and I have to try it myself before I can decide whether to sell it or not." "You can try." Yi Shinran nodded. "However, if I really sell such a good ointment to you, I need to negotiate a price that I like." Yi Shinran saw that shopkeeper Li was moved and said directly, "If shopkeeper Li thinks the price is not right, there is no need to waste my ointment to try it." If someone had spoken to shopkeeper Li like this before, he would have definitely driven the person away. It's rare to find someone who wants to cooperate with him and is so arrogant. But Yi Shinran's face is really a good signboard. If he sells such a good thing to someone else, he will lose a lot. From what you said, young lady, you already have a plan in mind.
"Why don't you tell me about it?"
Shopkeeper Li said. "How much do you think this bottle of ointment can sell for?" Yi Shinran asked first. Dr. Li took a look. "I think 20 taels of silver is no problem." Yi Shinran shook his head. 20 taels of silver is too little. If the effect of the medicine is really that magical, 20 taels of silver is indeed not much. But your ointment is not yet in short supply. Let people use it first. When everyone spreads the word that it is good, you can raise the price. Dr. Li saw that Yi Shinran didn't know anything, so he reminded her kindly. No one can get fat in one bite. Business matters must also be done step by step. Dr. Li, what kind of people do you think can buy my ointment? Yi Shinran didn't argue and continued to ask. Of course, people with scars on their bodies who want to get rid of them.
Wrong.
Yi Shinran said. What's wrong? Dr. Li was not convinced. It should be the rich people who have scars on their bodies but want to remove them. Don't poor people love beauty? Dr. Li was not convinced by this. Yi Shinran said, of course poor people also love beauty, but between having enough food and becoming beautiful, they will definitely choose to have enough food first. Before achieving fullness and warmth, other things are not so important. Yi Xinran analyzed bit by bit. Since it is sold to rich people, there is no need to consider whether they can afford it, but to try to make this thing more upscale so that they are willing to spend money and buy it. Dr. Li was confused. Is it necessary to consider so much when selling a medicine? But it sounds reasonable. The original jar is indeed ugly. Then how much do you want to set the price? Dr. Li asked directly. 100 taels of silver per jar. Yi Xinran calculated that 100 taels of silver per jar. If you want to treat scars like the one on her face, 10 jars of medicine will be enough. For smaller scars, 1 or 2 jars of medicine will be enough. In Yuntong County, this price is a bit expensive for ordinary wealthy families, but it is not so outrageous. After all, Yi Xinyao still has 10 taels of silver in her monthly salary, so it is a price that can be bought with gritted teeth. 100 taels? Dr. Li rolled his eyes. What's the difference between your price and robbery? When I usually see patients, the most expensive medicine I prescribe is only 6 taels of silver. You want to sell a bottle of ointment for 100 taels?
Dream on.
If Dr. Li doesn't want to cooperate, forget it. I also think Yonggultang seems a bit small. Rich customers rarely come here. Otherwise, I'd better go to Shunyitang to ask. Yi Xinran was about to leave. When Dr. Li heard about Shunyitang, he immediately frowned. In Yuntong County, Shunyitang is superior to his family in every aspect. Not only is the store bigger than his, but the medicine is also more expensive. Expensive medicine is fine, but there are more people than his family. Just because the owner of Shunyitang has an imperial physician in his family, it has become a living signboard of his family. Anyone with a little status likes to go to Shunyitang and doesn't take their small clinics seriously. Now the medicine in Miss Ye's hand is really good. If this thing is sold in Shunyitang and becomes famous, wouldn't it bring honor to Shunyitang again? That's absolutely not possible. Thinking of this, shopkeeper Li quickly reached out to stop Yi Xinran. Miss, please stay. Or should we discuss it again? How to discuss? Yi Xinran looked at him with a smile. Shopkeeper Li quickly explained, I know this is a good thing, but it's not for treating cough and dysentery, and it's not something that ordinary people can use. And you set the price so high, I'm afraid I won't be able to sell it after I come in. So, can I just buy one, can first sell it, and then I'll come to you to buy more? Are you afraid of overstocking, Shopkeeper Li?
Yi Xinran asked.
Yes.
Shuggape linuddang barasadli.
10 cans are 1,000 taels of silver, enough for their family to go to the northwest to buy goods. Shopkeeper, you're overthinking it. I didn't say I wanted you to buy the goods from me, and then sell them. Yi Xinran said.
Ah?
Shopkeeper Li was a little confused. He just heard Yi Xinran say that she wanted to sell it for 100 taels of silver, and thought she was going to sell it to him at 100 per can. Did he misunderstand? If she didn't sell the medicine to her own clinic, what was she talking to him about? Just when I was wondering, I heard Yi Xinran say, I don't like to let others take risks for me when doing business. As long as Shopkeeper Li thinks highly of my ointment and is willing to guarantee it, I will tell you a way to cooperate with you. Shopkeeper, would you like to hear it? Shopkeeper Li said hurriedly. Young lady, please tell me. I want to set up a separate counter in your store, which will only sell the snow face cream, and the price is 100 taels of silver per can. The shopkeeper is only responsible for selling it, and whether it is sold or not, these goods are mine. The shopkeeper just needs to let people remember the efficacy of my medicine and explain it to customers. Of course, I can't use the shopkeeper's reputation and store for nothing. For every box sold, I will give the shopkeeper a share of 5 taels of silver. 5 taels of silver sounds like a lot. But compared to the price of the medicine, the profit is indeed very low.
This. Shuggape liazitata.
Yi Xinran had to remind him. The shopkeeper needs to think clearly. One cannot have it all. It is difficult to have low risk and high profits at the same time. Yes, yes, yes. Dr. Li nodded repeatedly. If it was just a place in the store that was rented out, the price would be very cost-effective. But it would also require the name of Yongla Hall to guarantee her. This is risky. Although he himself preferred this medicine, he still had to be careful about matters related to his reputation. Shopkeeper Li thought about it and decided that he could not make the decision on this matter and still had to ask the boss. Madam Yi, please wait a moment. The boss is recuperating here. I will go and ask. After saying that, Shopkeeper Li walked through the back hall and went to the backyard. Yi Xinran was not in a hurry. She found a stool outside and sat down. Not long after, Shopkeeper Li ran back from the back. Miss Yi, I'm really sorry. My boss said that he doesn't want to take advantage of others, so we can't take this business. When Manager Li said this, his face was full of regret. The boss had conflicts with the family and had always wanted to make a comeback with Yongle Hall. If this medicine sells well, it would be a good thing for their Yongle Hall. But the boss has been busy preparing for a long trip recently and doesn't care about these things. Since there is no chance, we can't force it. Yi Xinran was also a little disappointed. She didn't have to cooperate with Yongle Hall. It was just that she came here with Xiao Huaiyan last time and felt that Xiao Huaiyan trusted this store very much. She thought that it was better to do business with the familiar than to do business with the new, so she thought of his family at the first time. Unexpectedly, it was so unsuccessful. But she didn't put all her hopes on Yongle Hall. Since this road is blocked, then find another one. Yi Xinran turned to leave. Two people hurriedly ran in from outside the door. The man was holding a child covered in blood in his arms, and he shouted to Shopkeeper Li, Shopkeeper, shopkeeper, please save my child. What's wrong? Shopkeeper Li was startled and immediately welcomed the man into the inner room. Yi Xinran was also shocked when she saw the child covered in blood. Judging from the amount of bleeding, it seemed that the child's artery was cut. If it is not sutured urgently, he may die. Yi Xinran did not leave immediately, but stood there, watching the child's mother who followed and trembled nervously. After a while, a voice was heard from inside the room. No, the child's bleeding can't be stopped. Doctor, please think of a way. I have tried my best, but the bleeding won't stop. This won't do. You should take the child away and go to Shun Medical Hall. It's not that Dr. Li didn't want to treat him, but he was really not good at dealing with such illnesses. Doctor, we came from Shun Medical Hall. The guys there didn't even let us in when they saw the child in this state. Manager Li is so kind. Please save the child. Li Qiao was very embarrassed. If he saved the child, he might not be able to do it with his own ability. By then, the child would die in the clinic and the child's parents would make a big fuss, which would damage the reputation of the clinic. If he didn't save the child, it would be against their medical ethics. Saving the dying and the wounded should be their job. After hesitating for a moment, Li Qiao gritted his teeth and said to the child's father, You go wait outside, don't bother me here. I can't guarantee whether I can save the child, I can only do my best to treat him. The child's father was worried that the shopkeeper would chase them away, so he immediately retreated obediently when he heard this. At the same time, Li Qiao also said to the little medicine boy beside him, Go to the back and call the boss over. The boss should be able to handle it. Yi Xinran saw the medicine boy running to the backyard. Considering the speed at which Shopkeeper Li came back from the back just now, Yi Xinran analyzed that the boss would not come so quickly. The child in the room is in an emergency. If not handled properly, he may not be able to hold on for long. Yi Xinran did not hesitate and went into the inner room. There was only one bed in the room. At this time, the sheets on the bed were stained red with blood. Dr. Li's hands were covered in blood, and he was still stopping the bleeding for the child. He heard the footsteps behind him and immediately roared. Didn't I tell you not to come in? He turned around and saw Yi Xinran, and the rest of the words were stuck in his throat. Why did you come in? Yi Xinran did not explain. She looked at the child on the bed and corrected. He is bleeding from the brachial artery. You can't stop it like this. First lift his arm up and raise it above his head. Dr. Li wanted to say, Stop making trouble. But his subordinates followed Yi Xinran's instructions exactly. Yi Xinran took 2 steps forward, pushed Li Qiao aside, and said in a natural tone, Go prepare some hot water and some hemostatics and I'll do the rest. As she spoke, she reached into the backpack, took out a box of silver needles, and stuck 7 silver needles around the boy's wound. Fearing that the boy would wake up in a while, she injected him with another anesthetic. Li Qiao looked at Yi Xinran's back and saw that she moved quickly and methodically. Although he couldn't see what she was doing, he could see that she was very confident in what she was doing. This Miss Yi is indeed a master of medical skills. Outside, Li Mo hurried in from the backyard. Seeing the couple huddled together in the main room and crying, Li Mo cursed in his heart. Shan Yitang. They took away all the easy-to-treat patients and pushed out all the difficult ones. He walked into the inner room and unexpectedly found that there was another person in the room besides Li Qiao. And she was a woman. At this time, Yi Xinran had already sewed the last stitch and cut the suture with scissors. Just as she was about to ask Li Qiao for the bleeding medicine, she turned around and happened to meet Li Mo's eyes. Li Qiao, what's going on?
Li Mo asked.
Li Qiao quickly replied, Boss, this is the girl with good medical skills that I mentioned to you before. She happened to come to the store today, and came to help when she saw the emergency. Really? Li Mo walked forward and checked the boy's wound. The surface of the wound was treated very cleanly, and the sutures were very neat. It was obvious that it was done by an experienced veteran. But in Yuntong County and with such a young girl, how could she have such skilled techniques? Li Mo looked at Yi Xinran again. Who did you learn your medical skills from? Yi Xinran ignored him, asked Li Qiao for hemostatic medicine again, and gently sprinkled a layer on the boy's wound. Then he instructed, his tendon is seriously damaged, and he needs to rest for a while. After the wound surface has fully recovered, he can exercise appropriately. The child is young, and he may recover to the same state as before, or he may not be able to reach the original state. You should explain this to the patient's relatives later.
Li Qiao nudda rapatadly.
But seeing that the atmosphere between Yi Xinran and Li Mo was a little awkward, he had to say, Boss, Miss Yi has superb medical skills, and the snow face cream she made is also very effective. It is the one I just told you that she wants to cooperate with us. Li Mo looked at the boy's wound again, and then said, I take back what I said just now. I want to talk to you about cooperation again. Okay. Yi Xinran washed her hands in the basin brought by the medicine boy. Seeing the child's parents rushing in, she held the child and nodded to Li Qiao, thanking him profusely. After several people went out, she said again, if you want to cooperate with me, you have to follow my method. I don't want to give my medicine to anyone. Although it is sold in your store, it is still my own signboard. Li Mo said, Girl, since you have found us, you must need the reputation of our store to guarantee you in the early stage, so that someone will be willing to spend money. Otherwise, can the girls stand on the street with the ointment and shout, sell it at such a high price? This is exactly what Yi Xinran is considering. She needs an influential store to help her increase the value of her medicine. Seeing that Yi Xinran didn't speak, Li Mo said again, Since you want to rely on our Yongeltang, the medicine needs to be inspected by us, and the profit needs to be increased by 10%. Profit is easy to talk about, then I will give you an extra 1 or 2 taels of silver. Yi Xinran took out another bottle of ointment from the space and handed it to Li Mo. This is my ointment, you can try it. However, if you try it well, you need to pay me for this bottle of ointment. 100 taels of silver. No problem.
Li Montak laukit.
This girl is really good at calculating carefully. If it weren't for her real ability, Li Mo would definitely not agree to this matter. Having achieved her goal, Yi Xinran stood up and said goodbye. Before leaving, she asked Li Mo again, Do you know where to buy this kind of jar nearby? Yi Xinran pointed to the beautiful small porcelain jars on the shelves of Yongla Hall and asked, It's in the Uni Fong over on E Street. The girl will know once she asks. Li Mo pointed in a direction. Okay, then I'll go over there and take a look. I'll come back in 7 days. Yi Xinran turned and left. Li Mo looked at her from behind, but his mind was full of thoughts. This girl seemed to be very skilled. How deep was her medical skill? Her medical technique was so special. Could she try it on Huayan's injury? But how could such a person suddenly appear in Yuntong County? Could this person be trusted? Yi Xinran didn't notice the inquiring eyes behind her. She followed the direction that Li Mo had pointed out just now and asked all the way. When she was almost at the end of the street, she saw the Uni Fong. The Yunai Fong had a large storefront, and there were pottery and jade wares of all sizes and styles in the store. All were arranged in rows and columns. The further in you went, the more valuable they were. Some defective ones were placed in 2 shallow, large wooden boxes at the door for people to choose from. Yi Xinran first picked out a few beautiful porcelain bowls from the pile of defective items. There was no large soup bowl at home, and this one just had a problem with the pattern. 20 coins each, still very cost-effective. But you can't use such a jar for ointment. Yi Xinran walked inside. After looking around, she found a dusty small medicine jar in the corner. The medicine jar was about the size of a rouge box, painted with colorful glaze. The color was ordinary, but the size was just right. The waiter in the store saw that Yi Xinran had been looking around for a long time and only picked such a small jar, and immediately lost interest in introducing it. "Waiter, are there other styles of jars of the same size?"
Yi Xinran asked. No.
The waiter answered lazily. "If you want to customize it, can you make it here? Customize it? Do you know how many medicine jars of this size are needed to fire a kiln?" "How many?" Yi Xinran really didn't know. "At least 50. The waiter thought that after saying this number, the customer would give up. A wealthy family would not need 50 such medicine jars. Besides, judging from Yi Xinran's clothes, he did not look like he came from a wealthy family. "How much is one?" Yi Xinran ignored his attitude and asked again. "It depends on the quality requirements. The one you're holding in your hand is 30 coins each. Then I want 100.
Yevinan replied. What?
100? The waiter widened his eyes. "Can it be customized?"
Yi Xinran asked.
The waiter hurriedly said, Yes, please wait a moment, sir. I will call our shopkeeper." After a while, the shopkeeper of Yunatan came over from the back. The shopkeeper was over 50 years old, had a beard, and looked very amiable. "Sir, what kind of pottery do you want to order?" Yi Xinran held up the small jar in her hand. "I want one that is about the same size as this one, and the color must be red all over, with 3 words Shuyan cream written on it in gold, and the same words should be written on the bottom of the jar, but they should be written inside." The shopkeeper wrote down Yi Xinran's requirements one by one on paper, thought about it in his mind, and then said, "The guest's requirements are relatively simple. However, although making such a small jar can save materials, the process cannot be saved. Sometimes it is even more troublesome than making a large jar. Moreover, the gold-plated words that the guest wants need to be fired twice, so the price." Yi Xinran listened to him say a lot, and it turned out that he just wanted to raise the price, so he asked, "How much is the price?" 50 coins each. Such a small jar costs 50 coins. Yi Xinran thinks the price is not low. But in order to improve the grade, there is no other way. So he nodded and said, "Shopkeeper, make one for me first. Let me take a look at the sample, and if it is suitable, I will come to you to customize it." "Okay." The shopkeeper agreed immediately. He immediately called the craftsman who made the jars and explained in detail Yi Xinran's series of requirements. "When can I come to see the samples?" Yi Xinran asked. "In 2 days, I can make it in 2 days." The craftsman said. "Okay." After Yi Xinran agreed, she got up and left. What she needed to do today was done, and Yi Xinran felt physically and mentally relaxed. When she thought that the products she had researched in her previous life could actually be used in this dynasty, she also had a sense of satisfaction like an old mother seeing her children succeed. It was still early, and she planned to go to the market to buy some cakes to take back. The children seemed to like the cloud cakes she bought last time, and the chestnut cake. The uncle said that the taste was very pure. "Today is such a good day, I should bring some back." But things don't go as planned. When she was walking back along East Street, she ran into the person she least wanted to meet. "Sister, what a coincidence I meet you again today. Why did you come to the city by yourself today? Is it because there is not enough money at home, so you can't take your husband and children out with you?" Yi Xinyan looked at her and spoke with a smile. Yi Xinran glanced at her and said, "You care about me so much. Why don't you take out a few taels of silver for me to spend? You are shameless." Yi Xinyan didn't expect Yi Xinran to be so calm in the face of sarcasm, as if she didn't care at all. "Yi Xinran, you are the one who asked first. I think you are shameless." Upon hearing this, Yi Xinyao immediately shook Xiao Ziyu's arm and said, "Brother Ziyu, look, sister is so unreasonable. She used to bully me like this when I was at home." Xiao Ziyu didn't answer her, but kept staring at Yi Xinran's face, looking dazed. Yi Xinyao then noticed that the scar on Yi Xinran's left cheek had disappeared. The originally purple-red and tangled scars had become extremely smooth at this moment. "You, what's wrong with your face?" Yi Xinyao asked with a trembling voice. She always let Xiao Ziyu see Yi Xinran on purpose, just to let Xiao Ziyu see her disgusting face, so that he could realize how good she was. Unexpectedly, this time, the scar on her face was gone. Yi Xinran without scars looked delicate and beautiful, and immediately outshined her. "What's wrong with my face?" "Of course it's fine. Are you blind?" Yi Xinran sneered. Then she looked at Xiao Ziyu. "Young Master Qiao and his beloved girl are bullying people again. Be careful not to run into your master's wife and be taught a lesson by her again." Yi Xinran's words easily evoked Xiao Ziyu's memory of the last incident. He was worried for a long time after being scolded by his master's wife last time. Fortunately, the teacher did not mention this matter in front of him. Yi Xinyao's face changed when she heard this. Yi Xinran really talked about things that were not related to the topic. Because of that incident, Brother Ziyu had been angry for a long time. Isn't she making things difficult for the two of them? "Sister, you are deliberately making things difficult for me. Am I trying to make things difficult for you?" Yi Xinran sneered. "Didn't you provoke me first?" "Xiao Ziyu, Yi Xinran, Yao Yao is your sister after all. What's wrong with you giving in to her?" Yi Xinran glared at him. "If you want to give in to her, take her home, close the gate, and let her do what she wants. Don't bark at others on the street in broad daylight."
You
are so rude." This was the first time that Xiao Ziyu was called a dog since he was a child. His face turned red, as if it was on fire. "A good dog doesn't block the road. The two of you stand further away, and don't dirty my way home." Yi Xinran kept rushing forward. Yi Xinyao secretly stretched out her foot, trying to trip Yi Xinran and embarrass her. Unexpectedly, when Yi Xinran walked by, she stepped on the instep of Yi Xinyao's foot. She even deliberately stayed there for a while. This caused Yi Xinyao to scream miserably.
Ah!
Yi Xinran turned her head and said lightly, "This road is so wide. Why do you have to put your feet under mine? Be careful next time." Xiao Ziyu saw that Yi Xinyao's eyes were filled with tears due to pain and stretched out his hand to stop Yi Xinran. "You knew that we were going to get married in 10 days, and now you deliberately stepped on her feet. Are you trying to ruin our marriage? Yi Xinran, why don't you give up? You are already married. Even if I use all means, I can't like you again."
Bah!
Yi Xinran couldn't bear it anymore. She spat on the scumbag's face. "Xiao Ziyu, don't you look at your own virtue? Don't think you are great just because you have a county magistrate father. Your father is a county magistrate respected by everyone, but it can't cover up the fact that you are a piece of trash. You are not even worthy of polishing my husband's shoes, and you still fantasize that I miss you every day. Go and treat your brain when you have time. Don't crawl on the instep of your feet like a toad. It doesn't bite, but it disgusts people." People passing by on the street had long been attracted by the commotion here. People stopped to watch the excitement. Xiao Ziyu was so confused by Yi Xinran's scolding that he raised his hand and wanted to hit her. Who knew that Yi Xinran did not dodge, but even moved forward. "Since you want to do it, let everyone see how the son of the county magistrate's family beats people. Let everyone see how my fiancé, who was taken away by my sister, colluded with my sister." Yi Xinran knew very well that people like gossip and curiosity. The more bloody the story is, the more qualified it is to become people's after-dinner talk. She didn't want to make a fuss about the two people. Since they took the initiative to deliver themselves to the door, don't blame her for being rude. Seeing that more and more people gathered around, Xiao Ziyu finally didn't hit her. He stared at Yi Xinran and said with gritted teeth, "Shrew, don't let me see you again." After saying that, he pulled Yi Xinyao and was about to leave. But Yi Xinran suddenly raised her voice and said, "When you like me, you call me Ran Ran, and when you don't like me, you call me a shrew." Mr. Qiao, you are too cruel. Yi Xinyao was already ready to leave with Qiao Ziyu, but when she heard what Yi Xinran said, she immediately turned around and shouted, "You ugly thing, you are talking nonsense. Brother Ziyu never liked you at all." Yi Xinran wiped her eyes with an innocent look. "Sister, although I don't want to say this, but with your looks, why do you say I'm ugly? Am I not more beautiful than you?" Yi Xinran looked at the people around her. The eyes of the crowd were sharp. Of the two women in front of her, one was dressed luxuriously but had dark skin and small eyes. Obviously, she was not as beautiful as the other girl who was dressed simply but had skin as white as snow. Everyone pointed at her immediately. This girl is still better looking. That's right. Look at that girl. She's like a winter melon that hasn't grown up, and you still have the nerve to say that she's ugly. Where does your confidence come from?
No.
Yi Xinyao collapsed and shouted. She has been strong in everything since she was a child. How could she bear this kind of anger? She tried her best to explain to the people around her. My sister used to be very ugly. She had a big scar on her face, which looked very disgusting. With the way she looks, maybe someone of Mr. Qiao would like her? The more Yi Xinyao explained, the more people talked about it with relish. It's really the younger sister who stole the elder sister's fiancé. TSK, this fiancé's vision is not very good. I think the younger sister is talking nonsense. So many of us are watching. How can there be a scar on the elder sister's face? If there is really a big scar, it can't be covered even with rouge. That's right. The wife of Mr. Gao also has a scar on her face, and she can't get rid of it after trying many methods. Hearing that people's topic gradually turned to the scars on the face, Yi Xinran immediately let go of the scumbag and the witch. Instead, she said, "What she said is true. I really have a big scar on my face."
What?
Girl, you don't have to be so kind. Your sister treated you like this, and you still help her cover up her lies. I'm not covering it up for her. I really have a scar on my face. Yi Xinran stroked her cheek and said, "When I was a child, the housekeeper scalded my face with a boiling kettle, so I have such a big scar. It's red and purple, from here to here." Yi Xinran gestured from her eyebrows to her chin. Everyone sighed. How can such a big scar heal? That's right. How come you can't see it at all? Yi Xinran, it's because I used an ointment from Yonggultang and applied it for a period of time, and it became like this now. What? Yonggultang has this good thing? That's right. I've never heard of it. What's the name of the ointment? Yi Xinran. It's called Shuayan cream. Oh, this Yonggultang is hidden quite deeply. I'll go ask later. Okay, I'll go with you. Everyone's attention was attracted by this magical ointment, and no one noticed when Yi Xinyao and Qiao Zi left there. After introducing it to everyone, Yi Xinran was very satisfied. She scolded the scumbag and the witch, and took this opportunity to promote her own ointment in advance. It was really a good deal, but talking too much delayed time. Yi Xinran looked at the sky and decided to take a shortcut to buy cakes. The alley in front led to Zhongjia. She walked into the alley and walked forward for a distance. Suddenly, she felt like there was someone behind her. Yi Xinran immediately became alert and took out a scalpel from the space for self-defense. There was an alley entrance in front, and Yi Xinran decided to go out from there first. As long as she turned out of the alley, she would be safe. She quickened her pace, and as soon as she turned a corner, a tall man suddenly appeared in front of her. Then, Yi Xinran's eyes went dark, and a strange fragrance came from her nose. Yi Xinran thought it was not good, and fainted instantly. When she woke up again, it was already the next morning. Yi Xinran was in a woodshed, and the environment seemed a little familiar. Just as she was wondering where this was, footsteps came over. With a creak, the door of the woodshed was opened. Yi Xinyao and Zhou walked in from outside. Finding that Yi Xinran was awake, Yi Xinyao immediately stepped forward and sneered. "Oh, isn't this my eloquent sister? How could you be so miserable?" Yi Xinran glared at her. "You dare to do kidnapping in broad daylight. Don't you have any laws?"
Law?
"Who saw us kidnap you and bring you back?" Yi Xinyao's face was ugly, Mom. "It's this little witch. She called me shameless on the street, called Brother Ziyu a dog and said that our family treated her badly, Mom. We can't let her go. When Zhou heard that Yi Xinyao had brought someone back, her first reaction was panic. How could Yao Yao be so careless? But when she saw Yi Xinran's face clearly, she knew that such a Yi Xinran could not be allowed to show off outside. Yi Xinran, you don't respect your parents, and you don't love your younger sister. It's because I didn't teach you well since you were a child. Zhou seemed to be heartbroken. You don't have to scare your sister. You are my child, and I teach you a lesson for your own good. Since you are back home today, you can stay here for a few days. After saying that, Zhou turned around and instructed the maid beside her. Watch her, don't let her move around, and don't let her die. Yes. The maid agreed. Mother, you just let her go like this? Yi Xinyao's eyes were full of disbelief. She poured manure all over you and Dad before, and set a trap for you. Today you should peel her skin off and make her apologize. Yi Xinyao's words reminded Zhou of her miserable appearance that day. She was so angry that she slapped Yi Xinran in the face. Paw, 2 slaps, and Yi Xinran's face immediately turned red. Zhou retracted her hand and warned, "Don't let her run away." Then she turned and left. 2 slaps were not enough for her to vent her anger, but she still needed to discuss this matter with the master before she could deal with it. Yi Xinyao left with her mother. After saying that, she smiled complacently. Mrs. Wang nodded and bowed to send the 2 masters away. Disdaining the dust in the woodshed, she tightened the rope on Yi Xinran, then found a stool and sat outside the woodshed to guard. Anyway, as long as no one died, it would be fine. Yi Xinran took a long time to relax inside. It was so careless that they even tried kidnapping. Yi Xinran took a lot of effort and finally moved to her medical box and took out a knife from it. At this moment, the door suddenly rang again, and Yi Xinran immediately exited the space and fell on her ace, grimacing in pain. The old woman poked her head out to take a look, and seeing Yi Xinran was still there, she immediately said fiercely, "Be honest, don't try to do anything weird." Yi Xinran lifted her bound feet and said to the old woman, "Please untie the ropes on me. I need to go to the toilet."
No.
Hey, I'm the eldest daughter of this family. Don't go too far. We only recognize the madam, not the eldest daughter. But I really can't hold it anymore. You have to hold it even if you can't hold it anymore.
It won't kill you anyway.
The old woman said cruel words, but she felt great in her heart. So, what if she's the eldest daughter? She still has to listen to her orders. The voice in the woodshed seemed to be more urgent. Yi Xinran shouted anxiously, "If you don't untie me, I'll do it here. Then just do it here." The old woman snorted and sat back on the stool. Hearing some sporadic noises in the room, she wanted to open the door to see. Anyway, she couldn't run away and couldn't die. Let her go. Yi Xinran was talking, but her hands never stopped moving. She held the handle of the knife with her backhand and kept cutting the rope tied to her hands. Fortunately, the blade was sharp. Soon, she finally cut the rope. After moving her wrists, she untied the rope on her feet and stood up. Outside the firewood room, the old woman was leaning on the back of the chair, half closed her eyes, and was drowsy. Except for this old woman, there was no one else walking outside. Yi Xinran knew that the firewood room was in the northwest corner of the yard. Except for the cook who would come there to get firewood when cooking, few people would come here at other times. Originally, she decided not to set foot in this yard again in her life. But since Zhou and Yi Xinyao asked her to come back, she had to make them happy. Yi Xinran found the sleeping pills in the laboratory. She opened the door quietly and covered the sleeping pills on the old woman's nose before she could react. The old woman rolled her eyes and fell asleep instantly. Yi Xinran straightened the woman's posture, making her look like she was sleeping, then took out a bundle of firewood from the firewood room and walked to the front yard. Yi Desheng was born in poverty, but his past as a poor man was a past he never wanted to mention in his life. For this reason, he asked the servants in the yard to respect him absolutely. When the servants saw the master, they had to kneel down and salute. When the servants walked in the yard, they could not look straight into the eyes of the master. Therefore, the servants in the Yi mansion had a habit of just looking down at the road when walking, and they dared not look around. This made it very convenient for Yi Shinran to move. She covered her face with firewood all the way and successfully came to the outside of the kitchen. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Yi Shinran threw the firewood to the wall of the firewood room, then dodged and turned into Yi Desheng's study. Yi Desheng was not very literate, but in order to show off his elegance, his study was made large and beautiful. In other people's study rooms, there were pens, inkstones, and classics, history, and collections. His study was filled with calligraphy, painting, account books, and banknotes. The calligraphy, painting, account books, and banknotes were displayed on the surface for people to see, but all the account books and banknotes were locked in the cabinet. Every time he stayed in the study for a long time, it was to count the banknotes and gold bars he had accumulated over and over again. When Yi Shinran was a child, he accidentally broke in and saw Yi Desheng hurriedly stuffing things into the cabinet and was beaten for it. At this moment, there was no one in the study. Yi Shinran didn't care about anything and put all the calligraphy, paintings, and antiques in front of him into the space. Since the last time the fog in the space dissipated, the warehouse upstairs can be used. Anything can be placed in the warehouse, and of course it will not reject foreign things. As long as Yi Shinran touched it lightly and had the idea of collecting it, the things in his hand would immediately appear in the space. The cabinet containing gold bars and banknotes was locked, and Yi Shinran did not unlock it, but directly put the cabinet into the space. Seeing that there was more than enough space, Yi Shinran simply put all the movable things in the study room into it. Bookshelves, desks, shelves for antiques. Even the jade decorations on the wall were not spared, leaving only mottled walls. When the book boy who cleaned the study room came back, he saw such a scene. The originally neat and clean study room became even more clean. Just by going to the toilet, all the things in the room had disappeared. There is a ghost. The book boy was so scared that he trembled all over and crawled to report to Zhou. At this time, Zhou was still discussing with Yi Xinyao how to deal with the problem of Yi Shinran. Yi Xinyao, Mom, don't hesitate. She is always a scourge when she is alive. It is better to take this opportunity to make her disappear quietly. I'm afraid that the noble lady can't explain it. Zhou still sighed. Yi Xinyao shook her mother's shoulders. Mom, have you forgotten that my sister is married now? If she is not in the Yi family, any problems will not be under our control. If he can't hand her over, we will report to the police. Zhou's eyes lit up and tapped her daughter's forehead. You are the smart one. When your father comes back, I will discuss this with him. The two were happy about their plan when they heard a report from the yard that something was lost in the master's study and asked the lady to make the decision. Zhou's face changed immediately after hearing this. Tell Aunt Zhang to call everyone in the mansion to the study. I want to see who is so bold as to touch the master's things. The sound of gongs rang out in the yard, and the shouts to gather in the study became louder and louder. All the servants ran to the study. But Yi Shinran missed the crowd and went to Zhou's room. Zhou's room hid her jewelry and private money. Yi Shinran didn't pick and choose and put everything that could be moved in the room into the space. But after looking around, she didn't find what she was looking for. What she was looking for was the key to the storeroom of the Yi mansion. After thinking about it, Zhou should carry that kind of thing with her, so Yi Shinran didn't look for it anymore and turned directly to the yard where Yi Xinyao lived next door. It must be said that Zhou's behavior of calling everyone away did make it very convenient for Yi Shinran. She moved all the things in Yi Xinyao's room as if she was in an empty space. The only thing left was a bronze mirror hanging on the wall. Yi Shinran was very considerate and hoped that Yi Xinyao would be able to see her desperate expression through the bronze mirror later. After cleaning up Yi Xinyao's room, Yi Shinran went straight to the storeroom. He picked up an axe on the way, and when he arrived in front of the storehouse, he didn't hesitate at all. He picked up the axe and smashed it towards the lock.
1, 2,
3. The clang-clang sounded particularly abrupt in the yard. In the study, the weak-limbed lady heard the sound and immediately recovered. She struggled to stand up and ordered the servants in a panic. Quick, go to the storehouse. At this time, Yi Shinran had broken the door lock and entered the storehouse. The Yi family storehouse is divided into two parts. On the left side, there are batches of gift boxes, cloth, and jade ornaments. They are all good things that others have given to Yi Deshang over the years, or that Yi Deshang bought to give away. On the right side, there are piles of rice and millet, as many as hundreds of bags. Yi Xinran waved her hand, and with constant touching, the storehouse was quickly looted. Even the old things that have been piled up for nearly 20 years were all cleaned up. There were already running footsteps in the distance, and Yi Xinran immediately withdrew and prepared to go back to the backyard along the wall. Seeing that the fastest runner was almost in front of her, she entered the space without hesitation. No one noticed Yi Xinran, who disappeared on the spot. Seeing the open door of the warehouse, the housekeeper knew that something was wrong. He was the first to rush into the warehouse. Looking at the empty warehouse, the housekeeper knelt on his knees and lost his mind. Realizing that there was no sound around, Yi Xinran came out of the space again. She hurried to the woodroom, and when she passed by the kitchen, she also put all the rice, flour, and oil in it into the space, and even the jars of seasonings at home were not spared. The housekeeper was still sleeping soundly. Before entering the door, Yi Xinran took out the antidote and shook it in front of the nose of the housekeeper, and then walked into the woodroom openly. The moment Zhou saw the warehouse was emptied, it seemed that all her strength was drained. She forced herself to take her last breath and ordered the servants, Everyone, go check around. The thieves can't go far with so many things. Go chase them." The servants ran around the house like headless flies. They didn't start looking outside until they were sure that there was no place for the thieves to hide in the house. But it's impossible for them to move so many things without leaving any traces. There was no sign of anyone running around with things in the four directions of the Yi mansion. It all seemed like a mystery. Everyone was confused. "Madam, we checked everywhere and found no trace of the thieves. What's the point of keeping a bunch of you useless people?" Zhou was already a little confused. Yi Xinyao ordered the housekeeper on her behalf. "Housekeeper Yi, go find the master quickly and tell him that there is a thief in the house. Let the master report to the police." "You must report to the police." Zhou's body fell to the side. The housekeeper saw this, held Zhou tightly, and repeatedly advised, "Madam, you have to hold on. Everything in our house depends on you." Yi Xinyao was also confused at this time. She stretched out her hand to hold Zhou's arm and said to the housekeeper, "Annie Zhang, help my mother go into the house to rest."
"Hey."
The housekeeper wiped her eyes and, together with Yi Xinyao, helped Zhou into the main house. It would have been better if they didn't come in. As soon as they entered the main house and looked at the empty room, Zhou's eyes rolled up and she fainted immediately. Yi Xinyao called for her mother, but she had a worse premonition in her heart. Yi Xinyao put Zhou down, got up, and ran to her own yard. When she entered the house, she found that her room was just like her mother's room, and it was clean. There was only a bronze mirror hanging on the wall, which reflected her pale face. Yi Xinyao finally couldn't hold on any longer, closed her eyes, and fainted. Yi Xinran was sitting in the woodshed and heard a lot of noise outside. After a while, someone shouted, "Quick, go find a doctor. The lady has fainted." After a while, someone shouted again, "Quick, go find a doctor. The lady has fainted too." The servants ran around in panic, and the gatekeeper finally couldn't sit still. She stretched her neck to look outside, wanting to leave, but she didn't dare. After a while, a servant finally passed by. The old woman grabbed the servant, pulled his collar, and asked, "What's wrong? What happened in front?" The servant looked pale. "Thieves broke into our house and emptied everything in the house." "Empty?" The old woman was struck by lightning, pulled the servant's collar and shook it, and asked again, "Where did they empty everything? What about the servant's yard? Is our yard damaged?" The servant was dizzy. No, and there is no time to go back and check. We are searching for thieves everywhere now. The lady fainted. The young lady also fainted. It's a mess. Everything is a mess." After hearing this, the old woman dared not delay any longer. She left the servant and turned back to her room. The master's house was robbed, and they, the servants, must have suffered. She had saved 5 taels of silver with great difficulty over the years. If the thieves took it away, her work would be in vain. The crying sound from the yard was disturbing, and the old woman put the silver in her arms, and then she felt relieved. At this time, someone outside shouted, "It ran away, don't let it run away." The old woman thought that Shinran had run away and remembered her mission, and ran back to the wood room again, until she opened the door and saw Shinran still staying in the wood room. Obediently, she sat down on the chair. It turned out that the servants had just shouted that the cat at home had run away. The doctor was quickly taken over. The lady and the young lady were all so anxious that they fainted because of a mouthful of phlegm stuck in their chests. The doctor prescribed medicine to promote blood circulation, remove blood stasis, reduce fire and moisten the lungs, and told them not to be stimulated again, and then left the Yi mansion. The doctor shook his head after walking out of the Yi mansion. I didn't expect that such a big Yi mansion would be defeated like this in a blink of an eye. In the past, when he went to their main house, the furnishings in the house were dazzling. This time there was not even a stool. Mrs. Yi was lying on a small bed that was temporarily set up, and he was squatting on the ground to feel the patient's pulse. Those who knew that their house was robbed, and those who didn't, thought that their house was ransacked. Soon, rumors spread from the streets that the Yi family was emptied by a mysterious person. I heard that even the bed and quilt were moved away. The owner had no bed to live in and could only sleep on the floor. It's true that not even a hair was left. I don't know who I offended and how I was targeted. Yi Desheng was in the business. When he heard that something happened at home, he hurried back. Before he got home, he just thought that there was a thief in the house and some valuables were lost. Before he even reached the door of his house, he had already heard from outsiders that the house was emptied. It's just nonsense, Yi Desheng thought. It wasn't until he walked into the yard that he realized that the rumors were true. All the treasures he had saved up for 20 years were gone. Yi Desheng was like a whirlwind top, running back and forth between the study, the main house, and his daughter's room. How could this happen? How could this happen? He muttered to himself, looking crazy. Fortunately, the official came and barely pulled him back to his senses. "My lord, please help me. My house has been robbed by thieves." Yi Desheng didn't care about his identity and face. He grabbed the official's hand and wanted to kneel down. Captain Li didn't feel distressed when he saw him like this, but felt a little relieved. Yi Desheng usually claimed to be the county magistrate's relative and never took them, the errand boys, seriously. Unexpectedly, there would be such a thing today. "Mr. Yi, it's easy to talk. Tell us about your family situation in detail." Captain Li reached out and supported Yi Desheng. Yi Desheng's face was covered with sweat as he said, "I was out on business and heard something happen at home, so I hurried back. As a result, when I got home, I found that everything in the house was gone. Even the handle on the study door was gone."
Whose house was it at that time?
"Was the wife at home?" Captain Li asked. "Yes, my wife is at home. I'll let her out right away." Zhou had long been in a state of panic. Yi Desheng asked someone to call her, and she finally struggled and climbed out of the bed. "Captain Li, madam, were you at home when the house was robbed?"
Zhao nodded.
"Then did you see who stole it?" Zhou shook her head. Yi Desheng was anxious, watching from the side. He blurted out, "I'm running around outside every day, and you can't even guard the house at home. What's the use of you?" Zhou was already angry, and when she heard her husband's accusations, the string in her heart was completely broken. She cried loudly, tearing her hair while crying, "I don't know either. I was sitting at home, and it was fine. Who would have thought that this thing would disappear just like that? It must be an evil spirit. It must be an evil spirit. It was an evil spirit that stole our things." Yi Desheng looked at Zhou's appearance with disgust. Where did the evil spirit come from in broad daylight? "There are so many of you at home. Don't you even see the shadow of the thief?" The housekeeper stepped forward and said, "Master, this is really very strange. There was no movement at home, but the things suddenly disappeared." Madam heard that the master's study was stolen, so she summoned everyone to gather in the study. Just then, everything in the main room and the young lady's room disappeared. I immediately ordered the servants to check everywhere, but there was no trace of a thief. The police were also confused. They have been handling cases for so many years. When have they ever heard of such a thing? Even if this group of thieves is large in number, it is impossible for them to disappear silently. Captain Lee had a vague idea in his mind. In this case, unless it is embezzlement, it is absolutely impossible. Mr. Yi, do you have any secret passages or secret rooms in your house? He asked tentatively.
No. Ye daceng answeret affirmatively.
Have you seen any suspicious people recently?
No.
Yes. Zhou, who was standing by, suddenly spoke up. Who? Li Putu asked immediately. Yi Desheng also looked at Zhou, with a puzzled look. In his impression, he had not dealt with any suspicious people recently. It's my eldest daughter and son-in-law. Zhou's expression was firm. It was a pity that she was already unconscious at this time, but she didn't forget to pit her own daughter. What do your daughter and son-in-law do? The official immediately became interested after hearing this. The daughter's son-in-law is an acquaintance of the family. It just coincides with his previous inference. If this matter was really done by their daughter and son-in-law, then the background of these two people must be very deep, and they may be the bandits that the government is pursuing. This is a big case that can lead to promotion. My daughter and son-in-law. Zhou looked at the excited eyes of the official and suddenly felt that she had made things worse. What? Do you still want to protect them? Captain Lee asked coldly when he saw that Zhou was hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Yi Desheng quickly answered for Zhou, Sir, we will never protect them. But my daughter and son-in-law are not capable people. They are just a hunter in Yunbian village. Hunter? Captain Lee looked at Zhou suspiciously. Since they are just hunters, they should not be the people we are looking for. Do you have other suspects? Zhou and Yi Desheng looked at each other, both showing embarrassment. Yi Desheng has offended many people in his business over the years, but they really can't think of who has this ability. Since you can't think of it, then ask your daughter and son-in-law first. Captain Lee always felt that there was something wrong here. Which village do they live in? Yunbian village, Yunbian village. Yi Desheng hurriedly said. In that case, Zhang Yun, you take the two people to Yunbian village immediately and bring the couple here. Captain Lee ordered his men, then turned to Yi Desheng and said, To avoid alerting the enemy, send someone to lead the way for us. Yes. Master? Master? Zhou wanted to step forward to stop him. The master didn't know that Yi Xinran had been captured and brought to the mansion. If they secretly kidnapped Yi Xinran because of this matter, it would add to the trouble. What are you doing again? Yi Desheng was very impatient with Zhou at this time. Seeing Captain Lee staring at the two of them, Yi Desheng said dissatisfiedly, The officer is here. Just say whatever you want to say. When Zhou heard this, she immediately shut up again. The people who were sent out before came back in batches. All reported that they had not found anything. Captain Lee frowned. He had been handling cases in Yuntong County for more than 10 years, and he had never encountered such a magical case. Things in the house disappeared strangely, but no one even showed any annoyance. Is this possible? No matter how you think about it, it's impossible. Could it be a ghost? There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. There must be something wrong with this matter. The problem lies with this Zhou. She has been hesitating. There must be a problem. Yi Desheng sent the driver to Yunbian village with the officials. Not long after they walked out, the gatekeeper came to report, Master, there is a man with 3 children outside, claiming to be the eldest lady's husband and family, and came to our house to ask for people. What? Captain Lee realized something was wrong when he heard this. Is this man the eldest son-in-law mentioned just now? Why did he come to our door by himself? Yi Desheng was also confused. I don't know whether it is true or not. I have to see it to know. Go, call the man and the 3 children to me. The servant went outside to invite people in. After a long time, 3 children came in pulling a cart. The cart was covered with a quilt, and inside the quilt, a man was lying. When Yi Yuanwei saw the man's face, he thought, It's bad. I haven't met him before. Even if I see him, I don't know whether this man is my eldest son-in-law. You are. Yi Desheng looked at Zhou for help. Zhou also looked dazed. She asked the matchmaker to find her son-in-law, and she didn't know what he looked like. Yi Desheng, is this your son-in-law? Captain Li felt more and more that something was wrong and asked. Zhou was about to answer when she heard a weak voice behind her. Brother-in-law, why are you here? Where's my sister? It turned out that Yi Xinyao woke up and heard the chaos in front, so she forced herself to walk out. She had met Xiao Huaiyan once before and was deeply impressed by this handsome man. Yes, sir. This is the eldest son-in-law I mentioned before. Yi Desheng also said quickly. Your son-in-law is unable to move easily. Why didn't you tell me before? Captain Li was furious. Such a paralytic couldn't even walk. They actually directed their suspicion to a paralytic. What was their intention? Xiao Huaiyan saw the officers in the yard and also saw the panicked expressions of the master and servants. But he didn't care about these. What he cared about most now was the whereabouts of Yi Xinran. Yi Xinran didn't go home all night. It was only after he inquired from many sources that he learned that Yi Xinran had a conflict with the Yi family on the street yesterday and then disappeared. Some people said that they saw several servants of the Yi family bringing people into the mansion. Xiao Huaiyan concluded that Yi Xinran must have been kidnapped by the Yi family. Mr. Yi, I'm not here to make any connections with you. I'm here to find my wife. Please let my wife out. I want to take her home with me. Xinran? Mr. Yi was also shocked. Yi Xinran didn't go home at all. How could I hand her over to you? Xiao Huaiyan. Someone saw my wife being brought back yesterday. How could she not be in the mansion? This is the Yi mansion, and it is also my daughter's home. She can come and go as she pleases. Who can tie her legs? Zhou was so guilty that she was afraid of being seen, so she hurriedly said, Madam, you're talking lightly. My wife has never been liked by her family. I'm afraid she can't come and go as she pleases. Fortunately, the officer is here, so please help us search this house. When Captain Li heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed. He came to investigate a theft case. How did it become a missing person case? And the suspect became the victim? Seeing that Captain Li was hesitant, Xiao Huaiyan said again, Please ask the official to make a decision for me. If something happens to my wife, the four of us will all die. Captain Li looked at Xiao Huaiyan, his face full of sorrow, as if he was about to cry. Who knew that the next moment he heard a wow. The three children sat on the ground and cried loudly, shouting, Aunt! We want Aunt!